117. The emergence of dominance. After a brief altercation, Qin Miao received a kick from Zhou Guanyu, followed by a slap to Zhou's head. And the incident soon faded into the background. With the impending race, it was prudent for both to retreat to their respective cars. As preparations concluded, the time for the practice session drew near. Radio check, can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Frankie, please turn off the music. All right. With the music silenced in Qin Miao's earpiece, Frankie announced, countdown to the practice session. 3, 2, 1, begin. Hearing Frankie's voice, Qin Miao ignited the engine of his car, while Sui Wentao swiftly approached the trackside. After assessing the track conditions, he signaled for Qin Miao to hold off on driving. As numerous cars were queuing at the exit of the pit lane before the practice session had even commenced, leading to a bit of congestion at the exit. Despite recognizing Qin Miao's talent, Sui Wentao, concerned for the rookie's nerves, decided to delay his release into the traffic. Coincidentally, when Sui finally let Qin Miao go, Zhou Guanyu was also released by his team and found himself directly behind Qin Miao. Noticing Zhou Guanyu's helmet adorned with blue and white porcelain motifs in the rearview mirror, Qin Miao suddenly felt a phantom pain in his backside, recalling the unyielding kick Zhou had delivered moments earlier. However, as Qin Miao entered the track and began to accelerate, extraneous thoughts dissipated. It was as though a switch had been flipped upon exiting the pit lane, banishing distractions from his mind and ushering him into a state of intense focus. At that moment, Frankie's voice resonated in the team radio. For the first 2 laps, familiarize yourself with the track. On the 3rd lap, we will conduct a long-distance test of 7 laps. Afterward, return to the pit to switch to a set of soft tires to assess their long-distance wear. In the last 10 minutes of the practice session, return to the garage to drain the fuel and test the speed with old soft tires for qualifying. That is our plan for today. Do you have anything to add? No, just keep an eye on the traffic on the track, Qin Miao replied calmly, his tone noticeably different from his usual demeanor, almost cold and detached. Frankie paid little heed to the change, attributing it to the electronic noise from the team radio. During the first 3 laps, Qin Miao primarily focused on experimenting with techniques he had learned while walking the track with Zhou Guanyu the previous day, assessing whether these strategies could be applied under today's conditions. The 3 laps provided ample time for him to commit these insights to memory. By the end of the 3rd lap, Qin Miao initiated the long-distance test, aimed at evaluating the performance of the F2 car under heavy fuel loads over extended distances, as well as the behavior of the tires. During the 2nd lap of the long-distance test, Qin Miao achieved an impressive time of 1:17.001, momentarily securing first place in the practice session. His speed surpassed that of drivers utilizing soft tires for flying laps by at least 0.4 seconds. Upon witnessing Qin Miao's remarkable performance, Frankie felt a sense of clarity and delight. In contrast, the team principal of Prema Racing, Racing, exhaled a sigh of relief, as if he were expelling all the pin-up anxieties and negative emotions that had been weighing on him. In that moment, Racing experienced a sense of security akin to when Qin Miao brought Xiao Meng to claim their prize, watching the cash deposited into his bank account. Racing's feelings during this period mirrored those of Qin Miao at that time. He recognized Qin Miao's undeniable talent, which had been validated through numerous internal tests and real car assessments. However, Qin Miao had yet to compete on the actual track, leaving uncertainty about his performance in a real race. This lingering trepidation, compounded by the recent global upheaval, had left Racing's nerves taut and his spirit weary. Yet, the situation had changed. Qin Miao's performance in the practice session had fully realized his inherent potential. Meanwhile, within the expansive red hospitality unit of Ferrari, team principal Mattia Binotto and technical director Simone Resta found themselves in a lounge area. Although typically a space for meetings, the room now held only the 2 of them, fixated on the television screen broadcasting the F2 practice session. After completing 7 laps of long-distance testing on hard tires, Qin Miao once again shattered his previous lap time, lowering it to 1:16.607, with the fastest segment times all attributed to him. With the tests concluded and the data exceeding expectations, the decision was made to return to the garage. Qin Miao obediently returned to the pit area, but did not linger. After switching to a set of soft tires, he re-entered the track to assess the degradation of the tires on this circuit. In the command center of the pit area, Racing and Frankie scrutinized the telemetry data from Qin Miao's 7 laps, enveloped in silence. Mick had exited the pit earlier than Qin Miao, completing his hard tire tests and commencing another round of testing by the time Qin Miao returned, providing them with mixed data. The numbers revealed that Qin Miao's fuel consumption was 7 lower than mix, and his tire wear was 20 less. While such figures could be achieved conservatively by other drivers, the astonishing data indicating that Qin Miao was consistently 0.3 seconds faster per lap, despite the tire and fuel degradation, starkly delineated the boundary between genius and the ordinary for the two observers. This data emerges in the context of comparisons among teammates, commonly referred to as overwhelming domination. Subsequently, during the soft tire test, Qin Miao exhibited even greater speed, breaking his own lap record in the first lap, ultimately achieving a remarkable top speed of 115.919 by the conclusion of the 7 laps. However, shortly after he set this lap time, it was surpassed by another driver, which was to be expected, as Qin Miao was utilizing a race pace suited for long distances on these tires, and his car still had at least 50 fuel remaining, an indication that faster times were indeed plausible. The good news is that Qin Miao successfully completed all his long-distance tests for the day. Frankie obtained the tire degradation data from Qin Miao for this particular circuit, using this information to formulate a tire strategy for the sprint and main race phases over the next 2 days. Meanwhile, upon returning to the garage, Qin Miao drained some fuel from his car, leaving just enough for 5 laps, before setting out for a flying lap. However, due to traffic and time constraints, Qin Miao managed only 2 flying laps before the practice session concluded. On his first flying lap, he clocked an impressive 1:14.295. The subsequent lap was hampered by a slower car, and Qin Miao realized he had lost at least 0.2 seconds due to this obstruction. Acknowledging that he was already pushing his limits, he understood that without those lost seconds, he could not possibly improve upon his fastest time, prompting him to abandon any further attempts and gradually return to the pit area. In the team radio, he amiably greeted the Russian driver Maze Pin, who had impeded him, expressing his frustration in Mandarin. "Are you blind? If you don't need your eyes, donate them to someone who does. If you can't drive, go home and play with your toys. With a car this big coming up behind you, how could you not see it? Don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure you regret it." Notably, since Qin Miao spoke in Chinese, no one understood his words, and the broadcast did not air this exchange. The first practice session of the 2020 F2 season concluded shortly after Qin Miao returned to the pit, with him securing the top position at a speed of 1:14.295. Yuki Tsunoda followed, trailing Qin Miao by 0.91 seconds in second place, while Zhou Guanyu was in third, a full second behind. As for Qin Miao's teammate Mick, he found himself in 19th place, lagging a substantial 25 seconds behind Qin Miao. However, this was merely a practice session. While lap times provide some amusement, they lack significant reference value. After the first practice session, drivers and staff from the various F2 teams tidied up their belongings and departed from the pit area. Next, it was time for F1's practice session, and they needed to clear the entrance to the F1 team's paddock to avoid disrupting the main event of the Grand Prix. Qin Miao and his team had no time to watch the F1 race. Hastily packing up, they returned to their Team S paddock, where the two groups from Prema convened for a meeting. Razin did not comment on mixed car speed. He merely briefed the team on the essential points to consider for the qualifying session, providing encouragement to his crew. Following a succinct team meeting, Qin Miao returned to his paddock with his team, commencing a meticulous inspection of the race car. It was evident that this check would reveal no issues. Despite his swift driving, Qin Miao's style was notably gentle, resulting in minimal wear from a practice session. During the F1 practice, Qin Miao took a brief respite to hydrate and indulged in some gaming, and soon enough, it was time for the F2 qualifying session. The familiar routine unfolded, pushing the car and hauling tires along with tire-changing equipment to the paddock entrance. After an intense preparation period, the moment for the qualifying session drew near. Although it was Friday, and he still had work obligations in the morning, Qin Miao's mother, unusually, took the day off. Recalling the method taught by Chiu Meng, she connected to a VPN, accessed the official F2 website, and brought up the live broadcast. Typically indifferent to her son's endeavors, she recognized the significance of this day, his first race, and would not miss it for anything. Soon, she spotted Qin Miao's name among the plethora of English abbreviations. After all, Qian stood out distinctly as a representation of his Chinese name amid a sea of foreign initials. Meanwhile, the renowned 5-Star Sports Network, popular among F1 enthusiasts, unexpectedly commenced their broadcast early. However, Unlike the usual opening promotional clips for F1, they featured F2 content. Once the exclusive Formula One theme for F2 concluded, the screen displayed the three hosts from 5-Star Sports. As the live director signaled the broadcast commencement, host Bing Gu greeted the television audience. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to the live coverage of the 2020 Formula One Grand Prix opening stage in Austria, featuring the F2 qualifying session, brought to you by 5-Star Sports. I am Bing Gu. I am Fei Gu. I am Zhou Guanyu. As viewers pondered the unusual early broadcast of F2 instead of F1, Bing Gu clarified, "We are aware that another Chinese driver has emerged in F2. After internal discussions at our station, we have decided to cover F2 qualifying sessions along with the 2 sprint races and the main race, supporting our 2 young Chinese drivers." Fei Gu added, "The 2 Chinese drivers competing in F2 are Zhou Guanyu, born on May 30th, 1999, who is 21 years old, and Qin Miao, born in 2003, who is 19. During the introduction of these drivers, the director thoughtfully displayed their large photos in racing suits on the screen behind the studio. Subsequently, the hosts of 5-Star Sports engaged in a discussion about the 2 drivers' detailed circumstances before shifting their focus to the recently concluded F2 practice session. Soon, upon the director's cue, the live footage transitioned to the racetrack. The first shot captured the pit exit of the Red Bull Ring, where at least a dozen cars were jostling for space, all vying for a favorable position to set competitive lap times during the impending qualifying session. As the green light illuminated at the pit exit, cars gradually began to leave the pit lane. However, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu remained unhurried, waiting for most of the cars to clear before Qin Miao finally started his engine and ventured out. At this moment, Qin Miao was utilizing the set of old soft tires he had previously employed for long-distance laps. Originally, Razin and Frankie had intended for Qin Miao to switch to a new set of soft tires, as the speed he demonstrated during practice indicated a significant potential for securing pole position in qualifying with fresh rubber. The 2 points awarded for pole position were indeed enticing. Nevertheless, Qin Miao felt it unnecessary. Having reviewed his tire degradation data, he was confident in treating the soft tires as if they were hard tires. He believed he could secure a top 3 finish in qualifying, thus opting to conserve an additional set of pristine soft tires for the sprint race. After all, with his skills, utilizing soft tires as hard ones posed no issue. The combination of soft tire grip and hard tire durability would position him favorably for a top 3 finish in the sprint, yielding more than the meager 2 points from pole position. Additionally, he would retain a new set of soft and hard tires for the main race, embodying the adage of having resources at hand to remain composed. With a bolder strategy, he envisioned the possibility of clinching a podium finish even from a rear starting position in the sprint, followed by defending his position in the main race for another podium. Was this not akin to a young calf thriving amid a herd of bulls? Faced with Qin Miao's decision and perspective, Frankie initially hesitated to agree, as the uncertainty of this approach was considerable. However, after Razin conducted his calculations and confirmed its feasibility, the sole remaining concern was whether Qin Miao could achieve a commendable result with the old soft tires in qualifying. End of chapter. Recent notes. I have been feeling somewhat withdrawn lately, struggling to maintain the rhythm of the narrative. The early chapters were written too slowly, compounded by my mental state and fear of criticism, which has made me hesitant to even open the Author's Assistant app. After cultivating a more positive mindset, I decided to open the app, only to discover that esteemed patrons had generously rewarded me. I regret not expressing my gratitude sooner. Thus, I bow deeply to all the distinguished readers. Dong, dong, dong. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to those who have graciously supported me during this time. Book friend 2019040812383731. 100, Princess Harry. 1000, Zeus's Ponytail. 500, Soaring Flame. 100, Gemini ZMY. 500, Keen-Eyed Husky. 100, Starry Sea. 100, Atush 01500. 500, Cold Gaze. 500, Book friend 20210628000 752657. 500, Lu Shi. 500, EVFA. 300, Gemini ZMY. 500, Changshan Crown. 500, Da Vinci of Jing'an Temple. 500, Ice Blaze. 1700, TMD BBS 110. 100, Mad War Crete. 16,000, A Bit More Serious. 1500, Zen. 5,000, Met 1 or 50,000, Neighboring Demon King. 300 as indicated by the numbers above. I have been in a state of seclusion for 2 months, neglecting my duties as a writer. Upon returning, I realized I had fallen behind by nearly 10 chapters. While my productivity may have diminished, I assure you that I shall repay this debt. Should I fail to do so, I shall face dire consequences. Of course, those eager for updates and wishing to monitor my progress, while lamenting the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Ferrari, may join the QQ group. 8202-42588. After some calculations, I find that I owe 7 chapters for the rewards received, and last month I garnered over 500 monthly votes, though I fell short of 1,000, resulting in an additional chapter owed. Thus, I currently owe my esteemed patrons a total of 8 chapters. My tentative goal is to complete these updates within half a month. Lastly, I extend my profound gratitude to Mad War Creed for their generous 10,000 reward and to Met1 or for their remarkable 50,000 contribution. Honestly, my writing has not been up to par, and I feel undeserving of such generosity. Thus, I shall earnestly strive to repay with additional updates. Chapter complete 118. Qualifying round. However, at the onset of the qualifying round, Qin Miao was not equipped with the old soft tires, but rather a set of worn hard tires. At this moment, the condition of these tires remained commendable, having only endured approximately 10 laps. The decision to utilize these tires stemmed from the fact that Qin Miao's soft tires had already undergone a lengthy test and 2 high-intensity laps. And while their grip still surpassed that of the hard tires, they could not sustain many more laps. Thus, it was decided that Qin Miao would first use the hard tires to achieve a valid lap time on the track. As the qualifying round neared its conclusion and with more rubber laid down on the track, enhancing grip, he would switch to the old soft tires for a final push. Luo Xian demonstrated remarkable autonomy and trust in Qin Miao. It is rare for a driver to propose such an idea and for the team to immediately adopt it as the strategy for the forthcoming race. With the hard tires fitted, Qin Miao took to the track. During the qualifying session, Qin Miao opted for not only old hard tires, but also those that had already completed 10 laps. This unconventional choice quickly caught the attention of the live broadcast team. In the 5-star sports studio, the 3 commentators expressed their surprise upon noticing the white rims denoting hard tires on Qin Miao's car. Fei Gu remarked, "Is Qin Miao really using hard tires for the qualifying?" Zhou Guanyu, who had access to tire data, immediately leaned in to examine the information, confirming, not only is Qin Miao using hard tires, but they are also the same ones he ran during practice, completing 10 laps on them. Bingo added, "Prema must have a strategy behind their decision to switch to hard tires." Fei Gu countered, "Surely they can't be saving a fresh set of soft tires for the sprint race? The tire wear at Red Bull Ring isn't particularly severe. But the idea of completing the entire sprint race on a single set of softs is somewhat implausible." The 3 commentators delved deeper into the implications of Qin Miao's tire choice. Yet it was evident from their dialogue that they did not anticipate him taking the risk of using a single set of tires for the entire sprint race. Meanwhile, on the track, Qin Miao did not see Zhou Guanyu behind him. Had he spotted him, Qin Miao would have undoubtedly let Zhou pass, capitalizing on his slipstream during the flying lap. Without external assistance, Qin Miao understood that his performance relied solely on his own capabilities. During the warm-up lap, Qin Miao maneuvered deftly, striving to elevate the temperature of his tires while also loosening his hand muscles. Unlike F1 cars, F2 vehicles lack power steering, and given the high-speed, high-G nature of the Red Bull Ring circuit, maintaining stability in the steering wheel during fast corners is crucial for achieving competitive lap times. Thus, Qin Miao's actions were aimed at ensuring his hand dexterity for the impending qualifying session. Before long, Qin Miao approached turn 9, slightly moderating his speed until the F2 car ahead had distanced itself by at least 4 seconds. Only then did he begin to accelerate. Exiting turn 10, Qin Miao was already pushing to the limit. Had there been a camera positioned at the yellow curb of turn 10, it would have captured the moment Qin Miao navigated the corner with his tires nearly grazing the raised curb, leaving a faint imprint on the sidewall rubber. This showcased the extraordinary level of control he had over the car. With the throttle fully engaged, he crossed the finish line and entered the DRS detection zone, marking the commencement of his first flying lap in his F2 career. As he approached turn 1, he aimed to maximize the use of the curb on the left front tire, thereby widening his racing line as he entered the apex of turn 1. Subsequently, akin to the T10 maneuver, the right front wheel grazed the limit as it ascended the apex of T1. Upon surmounting the apex, acceleration was applied. Propelled by aerodynamic forces and tire grip, the car surged swiftly out of the corner, exiting T1, reminiscent of Qin Miao instructing Zhou Guanyu. Both the left front and left rear wheels mounted the yellow sausage curb, yet did not surpass it, instead maintaining their trajectory atop the curb until the exit. Following this, DRS was activated for a full throttle sprint. For this qualifying session, Qin Miao employed a low downforce setup, essentially configuring all aerodynamic components of the car to their most resistance-minimized state. With full throttle through the inconspicuous T2, Qin Miao then ascended a stretch of uphill road. In both the game and televised broadcasts, due to the limitations of the medium, spectators often misjudged the incline's steepness, perceiving it as less imposing. However, this segment ascends nearly 30 degrees, and once traversing this incline at high speed, drivers can distinctly feel a downward force of at least 2G pressing upon them. After passing T2, they entered the second timing sector, which also serves as the second DRS detection point, positioned at the highest point of the circuit and the entry to the corner where overtaking frequently occurs, braking approximately 10 meters before the 50-meter marker. The left side tire engaged about half of the curb. This low-speed, uphill right-hand corner does not favor the conventional outside-inside-outside racing line. In fact, the significant drop at T3's apex could potentially damage the car's undercarriage. Thus, Qin Miao refrained from cutting the corner, instead opting for a wider line to maximize speed upon exit. After negotiating the corner, he proceeded straight through the second DRS detection point, applying full throttle along a lengthy straight before arriving at T4, where the left side tire once again pressed on a half of the curb. Upon surpassing the 50-meter marker, he initiated braking. If the entry angle is optimal, the car can navigate the corner relying solely on its kinetic energy without further application of brakes or throttle. The curb at T4 is smooth enough to allow for the full utilization of the track width, enhancing exit speed. The subsequent T57 corner is relatively straightforward. After establishing a proper line, the method of negotiating the turn involves merely easing off the throttle. However, due to Qin Miao utilizing hard tires, grip was not as robust as with soft tires, necessitating a slight application of brakes at T7. As he passed through T7, he entered the third timing sector, acutely aware of the weight transmitted through the steering wheel, exceeding 10 kilograms. Upon entering T8, he endeavored to maximize the use of the outer curb, permitting all four wheels to cross the white line, but avoiding any encroachment onto the gravel. The concern is not merely about potential penalties or disqualification from qualifying, but rather the risk of losing control if the vehicle strays onto the gravel. Exiting T8, he charged uphill toward T9, where the exit serves as the third DRS detection zone, with the pit entrance located to the right. This corner exemplifies the quintessential technique of the outer-inner-outer racing line. With soft tires, one could navigate this turn without even touching the brakes, relying solely on inertia and the inherent speed of the car. However, Qin Miao's situation was different. He was equipped with hard tires. Thus, even as he fully utilized the track's edge at T9, with his left tires nearly grazing the adjacent green paint, he still had to apply a slight brake to avoid overshooting the exit of T9. Subsequently, as he descended towards the final turn, T10, Qin Miao executed the corner with the same finesse as at the beginning of the flying lap, employing the outer-inner-outer technique, with his tires brushing against the raised curb. Upon exiting the turn, he activated the DRS and surged across the finish line at full speed. As Qin Miao's crimson car sped past, Rawson, observing the data from the Ferrari pit, focused intently on the figure representing Qin Miao's lap time, 1:15.010, momentarily placing him in the lead. Although aware that this time was achieved while many drivers had yet to push their limits, Qin Miao's performance in qualifying undeniably filled Rawson and his team with pride and excitement. After completing this lap, Qin Miao chose not to continue. Although his hard tires had not yet reached their degradation threshold, the maximum speed he could achieve with them had been realized. No matter how meticulously he fine-tuned his technique, he could at most gain an additional 0.1 seconds. Furthermore, his fuel tank was nearly empty, necessitating a return to the pits for refueling and an assessment of potential improvements, followed by a switch to his old set of soft tires for one final flying lap. It is worth noting that Qin Miao, amidst a field of F2 drivers utilizing soft tires, had managed to secure the top position, prompting anyone who witnessed it to exclaim in admiration. Upon his return to the pits, while other drivers continued their laps, he was the only car to have returned to the pit area. After neatly parking his vehicle in the pit, Qin Miao leaped from his car and approached Racing and Frankie, eager to compare his telemetry data with that from the practice sessions. Truth be told, the previous F2 circuits had never seen a driver like Qin Miao, who, without completing the race, had exited his vehicle. Consequently, he garnered considerable attention from television broadcasts. Qin Miao remained in the pit until just 3 minutes remained in the qualifying session. After this period of anticipation, the track conditions had reached their optimal state. Having already donned his old set of soft tires, Qin Miao re-entered the track, preparing for his final flying lap of qualifying. At this moment, Qin Miao's fastest lap had been eclipsed by Zhou Guanyu, who clocked a time of 1:14.748, a mere 0.262 seconds quicker than Qin Miao's previous time. Notably, Qin Miao's initial time still held third place. The grip of soft tires surpasses that of hard tires. When utilizing hard tires, a driver must slightly ease off the throttle or apply the brakes to navigate a corner. However, with the switch to soft tires, he could maintain full throttle without the need for braking. Upon switching to softer tires, the driving line became increasingly aggressive, allowing for earlier acceleration without the fear of wheel lockup upon corner entry, and the rear wheels spun freely without slipping. After completing a lap, Qin Miao achieved a time of 1:14.601, ascending once more to the top position, displacing Zhou Guanyu in the process. Although there remained a sliver of time to attempt another flying lap, Qin had already utilized these tires for 3 flying laps. Given the inherently limited durability of soft tires, Qin had already pushed these tires through 7 laps of long-distance testing, followed by 2 flying laps in practice, and now a full-throttle flying lap. Despite the advantage of Qin's skill, the grip of the tires had begun to wane, making it impossible to improve upon his current lap time by continuing to push. Thus, while deftly maneuvering around other cars making their own flying laps, Qin steered his vehicle back to the pit area. Having accomplished all that he could, he resigned himself to fate. As Qin returned to the pits, Zhou Guanyu, with 1 minute remaining in the practice session, clocked a time of 1:14.416, reclaiming pole position from Qin. Even as Qin heard this news while on his outlap, it was too late to respond, as he had already entered the white line zone of the pit lane, where exiting would incur a penalty. Knowing it was Zhou who had taken pole position from him, Qin lost any desire to contest it further. Zhou deserved the pole. When the qualifying session concluded, the standings were as follows. First, Zhou Guanyu, 1:14.416 second, Qin Miao, 0.185 third, Drugovich, 0.464. The remaining competitors were inconsequential, as they garnered no points. Observing these results from the commentary booth, the 3 commentators who had live-streamed the qualifying session were elated. They not only witnessed the dominance of the 2 Chinese drivers in F2, but also the fierce competition between them during the qualifying phase. This was an immense surprise for the commentators, and from Zhou Haoran's data, it was evident that Qin's time was achieved on a set of soft tires that had already seen 11 laps of use. This suggested that had Qin used a brand new set of soft tires, pole position would likely have been his. What does this indicate? Qin is a genius, a true prodigy of racing. Simultaneously, many viewers keenly following the F2 races were equally thrilled. The exceptional performances of Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu at the Red Bull Ring seemed to inject a surge of excitement into their hearts, leading them to anticipate the possibility of a historic moment unfolding the next day. For instance, the prospect of the first Chinese driver ascending to the highest F2 podium, or the unprecedented occurrence of 2 Chinese drivers simultaneously gracing the F2 podium. With such thoughts, F1 fans yearning for domestic representation found themselves restless, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Beyond those individuals, Qin Miao's mother, who was anxiously perched before her computer screen, Xiao Meng, whose small hands were already slick with sweat in the P-room, Zhou, the proprietor who had hung a projector in his shop to invite a group of F1 enthusiasts to watch the F2 race, and Yu Jiaoyang, a classmate who had shared a moment with Qin Miao and was aware of his endeavors in F2 abroad, all bore expressions of joy, pride, happiness, excitement, envy, astonishment, or a sense of shared glory upon witnessing Qin Miao's performance. Unlike F1, the conclusion of an F2 race does not yield pole position tires. Following the completion of the qualifying rounds, all F2 teams dutifully packed up their equipment to make way for the F1 teams. who were set to commence their second practice session in an hour. After parking his car, Qin Miao was swiftly surrounded by Luo Xian and Frankie Sui Wentao, who had been waiting eagerly for him. Although they had formed a psychological expectation regarding Qin Miao's prowess and had witnessed his formidable dominance during the practice sessions, they were nonetheless astonished by the possibility of him achieving a commendable result even on worn-out soft tires. Their initial anticipation was to secure at least a 5th or 6th place with the old red tires, given the significant speed loss associated with them. However, they were utterly surprised by the grand revelation Qin Miao delivered. Had it not been for Zhou Guanyu's extraordinary performance in the final stages, Qin Miao might have very well claimed the top position during the qualifying rounds on those old soft tires. Thus, upon his descent from the car, they all gathered around him, celebrating with palpable excitement. After exchanging brief congratulations with the team members, they resumed their intense preparations. Qin Miao then turned towards Zhou Guanyu's team, eager to congratulate his close friend, who had secured pole position in his first race of the year, albeit having taken it from under Qin Miao's nose. Regardless, Qin Miao felt genuine happiness for Zhou Guanyu and was determined to extend his congratulations. He intended to treat Zhou Guanyu to dinner that evening, especially since the latter had just snatched the pole position and 2 points away from him. When Qin Miao arrived at Zhou Guanyu's team area, he found that Zhou had just parked his car in the pit. Given that Qin Miao had already returned to the pit before the qualifying session concluded, it was understandable that Zhou would return a little later. After Zhou celebrated with his team members, Qin Miao approached him. "Apologies for the slight victory by 0.2 seconds. I shall be more cautious next time." Zhou Guanyu greeted Qin Miao as he approached, but Qin Miao found the words rather unpalatable. Rolling his eyes, he thought, "If it weren't for the fact that I deliberately saved a set of soft tires for the sprint race, would you have the audacity to boast?" The strategies for the sprint and the main race were closely guarded team secrets, and it was indeed an undeniable fact that Zhou Guanyu had outpaced Qin Miao that day. Thus, Qin Miao refrained from further remarks, merely nodding in resignation before the two exchanged a handshake and an embrace. "You truly are remarkable. Today, I concede." Qin Miao spoke up. "However, during the race, just wait and see how I will defend against you." This was a warning issued by a top-tier defender, whose defensive prowess had been recognized as a perfect score of 100. Upon hearing Qin Miao's words, Zhou Guanyu reminisced about the time Qin Miao stayed at his home, recalling some less than pleasant memories from their time playing simulators together. There is a saying in football, there is no insurmountable obstacle, only an unpassable candy. Zhou Guanyu learned a profound truth during that period. If Qin Miao did not wish for you to overtake him, no matter how resourceful you were in trying to find a way past him, it would be utterly futile. At that moment, Xiao Meng, who was sitting nearby playing CSGO, shot Zhou Guanyu a look of skepticism, scrutinizing him for a considerable time before threateningly stating, "You two had better be talking about racing." Recalling Xiao Meng's predatory gaze, Zhou Guanyu couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly realizing his previous boastful demeanor had transformed into a warm, spring-like smile, he exclaimed, "Brother Miao, what are we to each other? I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart." Qin Miao crossed his arms, replying, "I've lost my pole position." Zhou Guanyu instantly understood. "I'll treat you tonight." He. After a light-hearted exchange, the two drivers returned to their respective teams' temporary setup. Despite Qin Miao's commendable performance, he was soon pulled by Razin to review the qualifying session. However, it was less about Razin assisting Qin Miao and more about applying pressure on his teammate Mick Schumacher using Qin Miao's results as leverage. During the review, both drivers were present, yet Razin merely glanced at the qualifying footage of Qin Miao before launching into a public critique of Mick Schumacher. It would be inaccurate to describe it as a harsh reprimand. They simply showcased Mick's onboard footage for the team members to observe while pointing out his mistakes. What truly stung was that as they highlighted Mick's errors, they simultaneously displayed Qin Miao's qualifying lap footage for comparison. Anyone who has ever experienced feelings of inadequacy in the face of more accomplished peers can surely empathize with Mick's current sentiments. As Razin passionately expounded, Qin Miao found himself drifting into reverie. After all, he was already aware of the points Razin was making. Otherwise, he could not have achieved such an impressive result on a set of old soft tires. Razin could easily discern that Qin Miao had zoned out, as there was a stark contrast between the attentive gaze and the distant expression, yet he chose to ignore it. Qin Miao, fatigued from the qualifying session, was merely taking a moment to relax during the meeting What harm was there in that? Suddenly, Sui Wentao, seated beside Qin Miao, nudged him. When Qin Miao turned to look, Sui indicated for him to glance at Mick. Upon doing so, Qin Miao quickly understood the extent of the foul mood Mick had been displaying during their previous encounter. Fortunately, the duration of Mick's public reprimand was not excessively prolonged, lasting merely half an hour. Following this, Razin turned the page, providing the two drivers with a detailed explanation of the strategic maneuvers the team intended to execute during the main race the following day. Qin Miao was to commence on soft tires, aiming to eliminate Zhou Guanyu during the initial phase and secure the lead. Once in the front, he would leverage his advantage in long-distance pace to establish a significant gap, maintaining his rhythm until the race concluded. Should he fail to distance himself from Zhou Guanyu, Qin Miao would rely on his defensive skills to retain his position. Several alternative strategies were also in place for various scenarios. Mick, starting on the same tires as Qin Miao, had qualified in 6th position. While starting from the 3rd row was not particularly slow, Mick had considerable room for improvement compared to his teammate. Razin's expectations for Mick in the upcoming race were merely to secure a place on the podium, while Qin Miao aimed to secure 2nd place while contending for 1st. With this discussion concluded, the Prema Racing pre-race meeting came to an end, and everyone dispersed to rest. After the meeting, Qin Miao sent a WeChat message to Zhou Guanyu. This was a WeChat account Qin Miao had recently registered abroad, containing only a few friends: his mother, Xiaoming, Zhou Guanyu, and Zhou, his principal sponsor. His previous account, which he frequently used in China, was now managed by Xiaoming. It was not that Qin Miao was indifferent towards his former classmates. Rather, he devoted most of his time to training and studying, with limited leisure hours spent gaming to unwind, leaving little time for social interactions. Nonetheless, maintaining relationships in China, a society rooted in personal connections, was essential. At this moment, Xiaoming, his manager, had more free time than Qin Miao and was more adept at navigating social nuances, making her the ideal choice to manage these affairs. After sending his message, Zhou Guanyu quickly replied, providing Qin Miao with the address for their meal. The three of them enjoyed a buffet together. And in the absence of Liu Baxi, Qin Miao had gradually forgotten his admonitions. Although he did not indulge excessively, he had loosened his restrictions considerably, relishing any delectable offerings that came his way. During the meal, Zhou Guanyu observed Qin Miao's choice of high-fat, high-calorie foods such as steak, fried chicken, burgers, and cola, and was astounded when Qin Miao concluded his meal with a large box of ice cream for dessert, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. "Wow, Qin Miao, are you serious?" Zhou Guanyu exclaimed, astonished. While he could understand the consumption of steak, given the high protein demands of a driver, he was nonetheless taken aback by the indulgence. However, the likes of ice cream, cola, and fried chicken burgers, which are often deemed as unhealthy junk food, are the nemesis of athletes. Even indulging in a single fried chicken wing could lead to a prolonged period of remorse for them. Yet, Qin Miao, with unwavering composure, casually flaunted the amount of junk food Zhou Guanyu typically consumes in a year after merely one meal. How could this revelation not astonish little Zhou? Of course, Qin Miao offered no explanation, simply wiping his greasy lips and presenting Zhou Guanyu with a knowing smile. Zhou Guanyu, though bewildered, was profoundly impacted. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, Qin Miao took a shower and retired early, as he had a race to prepare for the following day. Wishing to avoid any late-night disruptions, the night passed in silence. The next morning, Qin Miao rose early, and so did Xiaoming. The two tidied up their room briefly before setting off for the racetrack. Upon arriving, they engaged in the customary preparations: pre-race warm-ups, reflex training, and focus exercises. With Liu Baxi absent, Qin Miao managed everything on his own. Despite his capabilities, this marked Qin Miao's first official race on an FIA-certified circuit. Although the venue lacked spectators due to well-known reasons, he was acutely aware that many would be watching his performance on television, inducing a degree of nervousness within him. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and beads of sweat formed in his palms. Fortunately, this state of anxiety did not linger long. At Frankie's signal, Qin Miao understood that the first round of the F3 race had concluded, and in 10 minutes, they would need to transfer the cars and equipment to the pit area in preparation for the F2 race. Acknowledging the signal, Qin Miao picked up the bag containing his racing suit and entered the team's changing room. He shed his casual attire and donned a moisture-wicking base layer, followed by the red, white, and green jumpsuit of the Prema team. The weather was relatively warm, a positive development for the cars, though less so for the drivers. Consequently, Qin Miao opted to wear only the pants of his racing suit, tying the sleeves around his waist like a child securing a jacket. This approach proved practical, avoiding the flapping of sleeves akin to Vettel's style while walking. Dressed appropriately, Qin Miao ventured alone to the racetrack, where numerous team personnel were pushing cars, tires, and tire-changing equipment towards the pit area and track. Viewed from above, the crowd resembled a dragon, flowing from the temporary F2 paddock towards the circuit. Upon reaching the pit area, he discovered that his car had already been pushed onto the track by Sui Wentao and the team. In the pit, he gathered his water bottle, noise-canceling earbuds, sweat-absorbing head sock, helmet, gloves, and steering wheel. Equipped with these essentials, Qin Miao made his way onto the track. A connecting exit existed between the track and the pit area. However, traversing this route necessitated navigating past numerous vehicles to reach his car. With just over 10 minutes remaining before the broadcast of F2 commenced, Qin Miao sauntered leisurely towards his car. Upon reaching the vicinity of his vehicle, he noticed that the familiar figure of Zhou Guanyu was absent from the car parked to his left. Confirming that Zhou Guanyu was not present, Qin Miao chose not to invest further energy in that direction. Instead, he inquired of Sui Wentao, "Is there a possibility of rain during the race?" Sui Wentao, evidently well-versed in the weather forecast, responded without hesitation, "The probability of rain is less than 15, making any precipitation during the main event highly unlikely." Qin Miao nodded in understanding. Sui Wentao then added, "The car has already undergone a thorough inspection and is in excellent condition. Now, it's time for you to perform." Qin Miao gave him a thumbs up, signaling, "Just you watch." After taking a sip from his water bottle containing a health tonic, Qin Miao donned his racing gear. Although the sun blazed fiercely, and wearing the racing suit would surely cause discomfort from the heat, with less than 10 minutes until the race began, he knew the discomfort would be brief. He also noticed a red sunshade featuring the Prema team logo nestled within Sui Wentao's tire cart. Once fully equipped, Qin Miao performed a few jumps to warm up, stretching his limbs before, with Sui Wentao's assistance, settling into the carbon fiber monocoque of the car. Once inside, he secured the headrest, fitted the steering wheel, and activated the car's systems. During the system's self-check, he connected his headset to the car's built-in TR system. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Frankie's voice came through clearly. "Yes, loud and clear." Received. After a routine check of the TR status, Qin Miao turned his gaze towards the grandstands above the paddock. There, a charming figure caught his attention, and upon meeting his gaze, she beamed a radiant smile. To his astonishment, she formed a large heart with her hands in front of the crowd. Naturally somewhat introverted and possessing a touch of social anxiety, Qin Miao felt a wave of embarrassment at such a public display. Though touched by his girlfriend's gesture, he instinctively found himself fidgeting with his toes. After a moment's hesitation, he managed to lift a thumb towards Qiu Ming, signifying his admiration. Returning his focus to the task at hand, Qin Miao prepared to bestow his car with a bit of good fortune. Following a series of customary rituals, he sensed that today might present various unforeseen challenges. Yet he was resolute that mechanical failure would not be among them. Sui Wentao, who had been shielding Qin Miao from the sun with an umbrella, witnessed this sequence of actions but chose to remain silent. After all, it was not uncommon for drivers to engage in pre-race rituals, hoping to secure favorable luck for the impending competition. As Qin Miao's buff took effect, the 5 distant starting lights illuminated simultaneously. At this moment, the glowing red lights did not signify an impending start, but rather indicated that all drivers must enter their vehicles within 1 minute, as the race was about to commence. It was only then that Qin Miao noticed the hurried approach of Zhou Guanyu. Fortunately, he was already fully equipped at that moment. As Zhou Guanyu passed by Qin Miao, he cast a glance at Qin Miao, who was already seated in his car. Time was too precious for them to exchange words. Yet both perceived a fierce determination in each other's eyes. They had often engaged in competitive racing within simulators, and there were numerous instances where one had provoked the other into unleashing their torpedoes. This, however, marked their first confrontation in the real world. Undeniably, both acknowledged each other as their closest friends in the paddock, yet neither wished to concede defeat in this contest between friends. A victory would afford the winner the opportunity to boast more naturally in front of the other in subsequent encounters, with the vanquished unable to refute their claims. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the first round of the 2020 Formula One Grand Prix, the Austrian leg. Brought to you by Wuxing Sports, the F2 main race, announced the hosts. I am Bing Gu. I am Fei Gu. I am Zhou Guanyu. After their opening remarks, the trio seamlessly transitioned to the main topic. Bing Gu summarized, following the intense competition of yesterday's qualifying rounds, Zhou Guanyu, hailing from Shanghai, secured pole position, while Qin Miao from Hunan claimed second place, a mere 0.18 seconds behind. Fei Gu added, thanks to the outstanding performances of these two Chinese drivers. A new milestone was achieved yesterday. It marked the first time two Chinese drivers obtained pole position and second place in an F2 qualifying session. This also shattered the record for the first Chinese driver to debut in F2 by achieving second place during qualifying, marking a significant breakthrough from 0 to 1. Fei Gu further remarked, the simultaneous presence of these two Chinese drivers in F2 is an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the sport, so from this moment on, any achievement they attain will be considered a new record for us. Zhou Guanyu chimed in, moreover, what is most exhilarating is that both drivers have exhibited remarkable dominance on the track. We can now anticipate the possibility of these two Chinese drivers clinching the championship in F2, and if we dare to dream, even bolder, we can hope that one day they may ascend to even greater heights in the realm of racing. Following the opening statements, the trio continued to discuss the two drivers and their camaraderie off the track. Subsequently, the camera panned to the racetrack. At that moment, one of the 5 red lights had extinguished, leaving 4 still aglow. The presence of 4 illuminated red lights served as a reminder for the team personnel to swiftly vacate the track, as the race was on the verge of commencing. As the 4 red lights illuminated, Sui Wentao extended his hand to shake Qin Miao's and spoke, the race is about to commence. We must take our leave. I wish you a victorious start. Qin Miao nodded in acknowledgement, keep a keen eye. During the brief interval as the staff withdrew, only 3 red lights remained. At this juncture, aside from the FIA personnel, only a few team members were engaged in their final preparations on the track. Soon, the 3 red lights diminished to 2. Prompting the drivers on the circuit to ignite the engines of their F2 cars. The roar of 22 engines reverberated throughout the venue. At this moment, all team members had vacated the track, leaving only the official FIA staff and Matthew, clad in FIA vests, stationed on either side of the circuit to verify the condition of the cars and the track. With the last 2 red lights sequentially extinguished, only Matthew remained on the track. At this point, Qin Miao felt no trace of anxiety. Upon settling into his car, he found a sense of calm. Much like countless instances before, his mind emptied of all distractions, leaving only knowledge pertinent to racing. It was as though he were a natural in this realm. As the yellow flag waved behind him, the 5 red lights transitioned to green. Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao swiftly exited their starting positions, initiating the warm-up lap. Throughout this lap, Qin Miao endeavored to maximize tire wear, ensuring optimal grip when the race commenced. The day's weather was notably warm, and the track temperature was favorable, allowing Qin Miao to manage tire wear without excessive strain. His intention in commencing with soft tires was to gauge their performance in the current conditions, effectively rehearsing for the subsequent sprint race. Although the team's calculations suggested that a single set of soft tires could last the entire 28 laps of the sprint race, Qin Miao was keen to assess their degradation in real time. Before long, the warm-up lap concluded, and both Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao returned to their starting grids. Qin Miao's parking was not entirely flawless, leaving approximately 10 centimeters between his tires and the white line. However, this minor distance would not significantly impact his subsequent launch. Having practice starts during the practice sessions, Qin Miao was well acquainted with the forthcoming maneuvers. As the rear F2 cars positioned themselves in the starting grid and the safety car settled at the back, the F2 race was set to begin. Shortly thereafter, the event official at the tail end of the lineup waved the green flag, and the 5 red lights illuminated sequentially. As the red lights extinguished, the drivers in line engaged their neutral gears and gently pressed the accelerator. While Qin Miao was unaware of how others initiated their starts, he maintained his engine revs at approximately 6,000 revolutions per minute, his gaze fixed intently on the 5 red lights, poised to engage the clutch once they extinguished. Amidst the thunderous roar of 21 F2 engines, the 5 red lights extinguished, and at that precise moment, Qin Miao pressed the clutch button. The clutch gears engaged with the engine, and the rear wheels of the red Prema racing car surged to life, propelling the vehicle out of the starting grid. Qin Miao's launch was nothing short of flawless, significantly outperforming Zhou Guanyu with a reaction time at least 0.2 of a second quicker. While 0.2 may seem merely an instant, within the realm of racing where milliseconds dictate outcomes, it undoubtedly constitutes a considerable advantage. Thus, before the field could even enter turn 1, Qin Miao, leveraging his exceptional start, had already overtaken Zhou Guanyu, claiming the lead. Realizing he was now in first place and that Zhou posed no immediate threat, Qin Miao cast a glance at the cars trailing behind. After surpassing Zhou, he maintained a steady position on the outer line, aiming to utilize a wider racing line or greater exit speed after the turn. Zhou's actions were not motivated by an intent to challenge Qin Miao. Rather, he understood that reclaiming his position after being overtaken would be an arduous task, given Qin Miao's formidable defensive skills. Zhou lacked confidence in his ability to overtake him. Thus, his maneuvers were primarily aimed at safeguarding his teammate, Callum Ilott, another driver with a comparable start. Though the car was red, Ilott was indeed part of the same team as Zhou, both hailing from Ferrari's youth academy. Thanks to an excellent start, after Qin Miao passed Zhou, Ilott also utilized his speed to overtake Zhou on the inside. Consequently, Zhou lost 2 positions in the blink of an eye, plummeting from first to third. The race commenced as the 5 red lights extinguished. Qin Miao's start was impressive, allowing him to surpass Zhou before entering turn 1. Ilott, starting from 4th, also executed a remarkable launch, climbing 2 positions to second. Nevertheless, Zhou firmly held his position on the outer line, even though Ilott had surpassed him at the start. He had to take the inside line entering turn 1. As the saying goes, despite Zhou losing 2 positions at the start, he defended the outer line exiting turn 1, thereby achieving a higher exit speed compared to Ilott, who took the inner line. On the subsequent long straight between turns 1 and 3, Zhou enjoyed a distinct speed advantage. Once on the straight, Zhou began to visibly close the gap to Ilott. Even before reaching the relatively uneventful turn 2, Zhou executed an overtaking maneuver on the outside. Due to his approach on the outer line before turn 2, he managed to pull ahead of Ilott by half a car length as they navigated the right turn. However, the next corner was a slow right turn, allowing Ilott, positioned on the inside, to exploit late braking to reclaim his position from Zhou. This strategy had been evident from the moment Ilott defended the inside line exiting turn 1. At this critical moment, Zhou Guanyu's steadfast ally, Qin Miao, made his move. Leading the race, he had the capability to create a distance of at least 2 car lengths from his pursuers by the T1 and T2 turns. However, noticing that Zhou Guanyu had not made a strong start, Qin Miao felt a tinge of concern for his comrade. Upon reaching T2, he observed Zhou Guanyu entangled in a battle with Ilott. Consequently, as he approached the T3 turn, he slightly reduced his speed and chose not to take a wider line, but instead cut across the apex. Given that Qin Miao was already faster than the two, as his car aligned with the corner's apex, Zhou Guanyu and Ilott were arriving just behind him. At that moment, Qin Miao's vehicle effectively obstructed Ilott's line, allowing Zhou Guanyu, who was positioned on the outside, to find an opening. Although Qin Miao's maneuver risked a collision with Ilott, he was confident that Ilott, a driver capable of securing a podium finish in the first race of 2020, would not be careless. Thus, he boldly blocked Ilott's path. Indeed, as Qin Miao anticipated, Ilott, faced with Qin Miao's car almost blocking his route, reluctantly opted to slow down, while Zhou Guanyu seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the tussle with Ilott. He navigated T3 successfully and, with Qin Miao's assistance, ascended to the second position. Zhou Guanyu, leveraging his speed advantage on the outside line through T1, he successfully closed in on Ilott down the back straight. Wheel to wheel, side by side. Did he have a chance to overtake in T3? Zhou Hauran remarked that it was unlikely, as Ilott could easily block Zhou Guanyu's line with a late break here. Just as Zhou Hauran finished speaking, the screen revealed that Qin Miao had obstructed Ilott due to line issues, thereby facilitating Zhou Guanyu's position. Qin Miao blocked Ilott on the inside line as he entered the turn. Fei Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Binggu could not contain his laughter. Haha. As a result, Zhou Guanyu did not lose much ground, and both of the top 2 positions were held by Chinese drivers. At that moment, Zhou Hauran, his face a picture of joy and satisfaction, suddenly posed a question. Could Qin Miao be deliberately creating an opportunity for Zhou Guanyu? Before the other 2 commentators could respond, Zhou Hauran elucidated his reasoning. I have watched Qin Miao's qualifying footage, and he typically takes the outside line at T3. He wouldn't normally cut across the apex like he just did. A hush fell over the broadcast studio, and the three commentators began to analyze the possibility of this incident. On the track, having assisted Zhou Guanyu in ensuring that Islet would not pose a threat for the time being, Qin Miao began to establish his own rhythm. Nevertheless, Qin Miao reserved a tactical advantage for Zhou Guanyu, as he did not adhere to the team's strategy of pushing hard to create at least a 2-second gap from the cars behind. After confirming Zhou Guanyu's position post, T3, Qin Miao began to conserve his tires while running at his own pace. If Zhou Guanyu could match his rhythm, Qin Miao would not mind allowing him to keep up. Regarding Zhou Guanyu's potential offensive maneuvers, in jest, one might claim to possess a perfect defensive capability, complemented by the use of a standard vehicle. If Zhou Guanyu could surpass Qin Miao during the race, it would only be fitting for Qin Miao to reward him with a P250 for every game they play together. However, after the race, not only did Zhou Guanyu fail to eclipse Qin Miao, but even with Qin Miao adopting a conservative pace, Zhou Guanyu struggled to keep pace. Pushing himself to the limits, Zhou Guanyu could barely maintain proximity to Qin Miao, only managing to do so by drafting behind him. Meanwhile, Islet, who had lost rhythm due to Qin Miao's crafty tactics, remained in third place but found himself at least 15 seconds adrift after a critical braking moment. A gap that widened at a visibly alarming rate. By the end of the first lap, the deficit ballooned to 17 seconds, 21 seconds by the second lap, and 29 seconds by the third lap. Essentially, Qin Miao consistently outpaced Islet by a minimum of 0.6 seconds per lap. Furthermore, prior to the activation of DRS, Zhou Guanyu was already over a second behind Qin Miao. It was not a lack of ambition that hindered Zhou Guanyu. Rather, he simply could not close the gap. Even if he managed to draft behind Qin Miao, the distance between them continued to grow. From Zhou Guanyu's perspective, Qin Miao's racing line appeared as though orchestrated by a machine, each maneuver, braking, cornering, and accelerating, executed with precision and finesse, pushing the car to its limits while minimizing tire wear. In contrast, Zhou Guanyu's driving bore minor imperfections. Compared to Qin Miao, it might have been a matter of braking a meter too late or too early, or perhaps entering the corner at a slightly altered angle, factors that, while seemingly trivial, collectively hampered his performance. Over time, despite his utmost efforts, Zhou Guanyu found himself unable to catch up to Qin Miao. Consequently, after the third lap, he resigned to running at his own pace. As the race progressed into the seventh lap, Qin Miao had stretched his lead over Zhou Guanyu to 25 seconds and over Islet to 36 seconds. Given that this was an F2 race, the broadcast team favored showcasing a wider array of F2 drivers. When the more expansive corners appeared on screen, Qin Miao's car was often out of view, having already navigated the bend while the bulk of the F2 field had yet to arrive. In the eighth lap, Qin Miao recorded his fastest lap time, 1:17.667. By the ninth lap, he lapped another competitor for the first time in the F2 circuit, with Yuki Tsunoda, who had apparently encountered mechanical issues leading to a pit stop, being the unfortunate victim. Emerging from the pits just ahead of Qin Miao, Tsunoda was swiftly caught within 2 laps, allowing Qin Miao to lap him effortlessly under blue flags. In the 11th lap, British driver Jack Aitken became the first to pit for hard tires, with 29 laps remaining in the race. Meanwhile, Qin Miao once again shattered his own fastest lap record, 1:17.555. In the 12th lap, the pit window opened, and 3 cars entered for tire changes. By the 13th lap, the time gap between Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu had stretched to 65 seconds, while the distance between Zhou Guanyu and his teammate Islet had slightly increased to 17 seconds. Observing the disparity between Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, Bingu remarked, "This is akin to an F1 driver descending to F2 to dominate the competition." In the 18th lap, Zhou Guanyu entered the pits for a tire change, with the pit crew executing a flawless performance, completing the task in 62 seconds. After exiting the pits, Zhou found himself in 6th place, with the Russian driver Artem Makaryov ahead, who had yet to pit. By the 22nd lap, nearly all drivers had switched to hard tires, with the exception of Qin Miao, who was still racing on his set of soft tires. Remarkably, he managed to set a new fastest lap time of 1:17.332. Witnessing this, Fei Gu exclaimed, "From where did this Qin Miao emerge? His starting ability is formidable, his defensive skills impressive, and now his tire preservation skills are astonishing as well." After 22 laps on soft tires, he still breaks his own fastest lap record. One might almost say, this young man is fearsome. He is destined for greatness. At this moment, the time gap between Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, who had already pitted, had grown to 427 seconds. Nevertheless, Qin Miao showed no intention of entering the pits. With the aid of his skills and a deliberate tire-saving driving style, the average wear on his soft tires was only 31, and he had yet to reach the critical threshold of grip loss. The critical threshold, as the term suggests, is closely linked to the relationship between tire wear and grip. As tires wear down, grip gradually diminishes, but this decline is initially quite gentle. However, once the tires reach a certain level of wear, the loss of grip accelerates dramatically, marking the critical threshold. In the 26th lap, Zhou Guanyu's car experienced gearbox issues after exiting turn 1. While this did not cause him to stop on the track, the inability to shift to higher gears severely hampered his speed. During the 27th lap, Zhou entered the pits for repairs, and upon re-emerging, he found himself at the back of the pack, directly in front of Qin Miao. Qin Miao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Guanyu ahead. "I haven't even pitted for tires. How did Zhou manage to undercut me?" After inquiring in the team radio, he learned of Zhou Guanyu's car troubles. With a hint of sympathy, Qin Miao replied to Frankie, "I understand." Meanwhile, the commentators on 5-Star Sports expressed their dismay upon learning of Zhou Guanyu's mechanical failure, lamenting the turn of events. Given the preceding circumstances, it seemed certain that Qin Miao would secure a second victory, while Zhou Guanyu's performance suggested he too would finish in second place. Yet, in the midst of such promising prospects, Zhou Guanyu's car faltered, leaving domestic viewers who were closely following the race feeling a deep sense of regret. In the 29th lap, Qin Miao's perseverance bore fruit as Artem Makarov, the junior driver from the Indian team, encountered an engine failure on the long straight between T1 and T2, coinciding with Zhou Guanyu's car malfunction. Unlike Zhou, who managed to return his car for repairs, Makarov's vehicle succumbed to a complete engine shutdown. Consequently, the race officials displayed the yellow flag, which soon transitioned into a safety car deployment. Having refrained from pitting for 29 laps, Qin Miao's soft tires were just beginning to reach their cliff point. Although grip was diminishing rapidly, he could still maintain his pace for another lap or two. However, seizing the opportunity provided by the safety car for a free pit stop, Qin Miao naturally took advantage and switched to hard tires. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Qin Miao's pit stop, the familiar confines of the Ferrari meeting room were abuzz. Benotto neatly tucked away his notebook and departed with Leclerc. Sui Wentao and the team had practiced tire changes extensively in private, ensuring a seamless transition. Aware of Qin Miao's significant speed advantage, they felt no pressure even if each tire change took 5 seconds, confident he would still emerge in the lead. Upon exiting the pit, Qin Miao maintained his position, with Zhou Guanyu's teammate Eilert trailing behind, followed closely by Qin Miao's teammate Mick Schumacher. The latter's journey from a 6th-place start to 3rd was commendable, heralding the rise of the Prema team. For a driver like Qin Miao, who made an immediate impact in F2, alongside Michael Schumacher's son who surged from 6th to 3rd, a championship victory for Prema this year seems inevitable. After 2 laps under the safety car's guidance, Matthew had sufficient time to manage the stranded vehicle. With 10 laps remaining in the race, the safety car withdrew, and the competition was set to resume. Qin Miao did not engage in any tactical slowing. He recognized that his driving prowess surpassed that of all the F2 competitors, rendering such tactics unnecessary. As the safety car exited the pit, he accelerated fully without hesitation. Not long after the restart, in the 31st lap at T7, Mick, who had been securely in 3rd, made a critical error due to tire temperature issues and veered off the track, causing him to lose significant ground and relinquish his podium position. When he returned to the track, he found himself outside the points zone. Observing this, Rawson's previously radiant smile faltered instantly. Beside him, Frankie, who initially stifled laughter at the sight, struggled to suppress a grin, his lips twitching uncontrollably despite the presence of Rawson and Mick's track engineer nearby. Although part of the same team, the 2 car crews within it are in a competitive relationship. When the rival encounters misfortune, Frankie, a member of Qin Miao's crew, naturally revels in their plight. Unbeknownst to Qin Miao, even when the yellow flag was displayed, he had already raced past that segment and was oblivious to the incident. The race then entered a cruising mode, and with only 9 laps remaining, Qin Miao did not conserve his tires, Thus, after 2 laps, he had already established a 2-second lead over the pursuing car. He maintained this lead until the conclusion of the race. In the 40th lap, as Qin Miao was just entering T8, members of the Prema team affiliated with him exuberantly crossed the pit lane, climbing onto the barriers. Once atop, they joyfully waved their fists and cheered as Qin Miao sped by. It was only after witnessing this scene that Qin Miao belatedly realized he had secured victory, marking his first triumph in F2. While his mind was preoccupied with various thoughts, Qin Miao skillfully maneuvered his car close to the barriers, taking a moment to greet his team members. Meanwhile, on the other side, Racing wore a smile, though compared to Frankie and the others, his joy was certainly muted. It was unfortunate that Prema could have secured both first and third places, yet they were left with only the championship title. It is difficult for anyone in the leadership position to celebrate wholeheartedly under such circumstances. In the live broadcast of 5-Star Sports, upon Qin Miao crossing the finish line, the commentator exclaimed, "Let us congratulate Chinese driver Qin Miao for winning the F2 championship in his first appearance on the F2 stage." Simultaneously, Qin Miao set a new record in Chinese motorsport history, becoming the first Chinese driver to win a championship in F2 during his inaugural race, as well as the first Chinese driver to clinch a victory in a F2 main race. The surprises Qin Miao brings us are truly remarkable, showcasing a stable and swift driving style, adept defensive strategies, and an astonishing ability to conserve tires over long distances. I still cannot comprehend how he managed to run 29 laps on soft tires. Indeed, even average F1 drivers do not possess his tire conservation prowess. At that moment, the broadcast shifted to the racetrack, capturing Qin Miao as he completed his cool-down lap. The screen displayed a close-up of his red racing car, with the camera lingering for 2 seconds on the red 5-star flag emblazoned on its side. Soon after, the screen on the right showed the communication between Qin Miao and his Team S track engineer. "Well done, Qin Miao. You are P1. Frankie's excited voice resonated in the ears of all the viewers. "Received? Haha, everyone did wonderfully. The car setup is just to my liking," Qin Miao replied with a smile, though he exuded a sense of composure that felt slightly devoid of the youthful exuberance one might expect. "Incredible, Qin. Incredible," Frankie exclaimed in Chinese, a sentiment that echoed in the ears of many. Upon hearing the news, Qin Miao was momentarily taken aback, before responding with a smile, "You are all impressive as well." Meanwhile, the commentators at Wuxing Sports, upon hearing the commendation over the team radio, exchanged glances in astonishment. One couldn't help but wonder what secrets Qin Miao had imparted to his team members in private. On the other side, Zhou Guanyu, despite encountering some issues with his car, remained determined to finish the race. After crossing the finish line, he curiously inquired over the team radio, "Where is Qin Miao?" What was his result? The team promptly replied, "Qin P1, Islet P2, Armstrong P3. Upon confirming Qin Miao's first-place finish, Zhou Guanyu felt a significant alleviation of his earlier frustration for missing the opportunity to share the podium with Qin Miao due to his car troubles. Notably, all 3 drivers on the podium today were part of Ferrari's junior program. As Qin Miao drove his car to the starting grid, he found the positions adorned with placards representing the champion, runner-up, and third place. He parked his vehicle beneath the sign denoting the champion. After securing the car and turning off the engine, Qin Miao removed his steering wheel and disconnected his headset. Once he had completed these tasks, he finally stood up from his seat. The camera focused on him, but unlike those exuberant drivers who celebrate atop their cars after a victory, Qin Miao's true elation stemmed from overtaking Zhou Guanyu at the start and assisting him in fending off Islet. Throughout the rest of the race, Qin Miao maintained an unflappable demeanor, much like the calmness captured in the broadcast shots. Perhaps he felt a fleeting rush of excitement upon crossing the finish line. But after a brief exchange with Frankie concerning Zhou Guanyu's position and circumstances, his composure swiftly returned. At that moment, Qin Miao's mindset resembled that of a professional CSGO player who had just secured a victory in a lower-tier match. The joy of winning was exhilarating, yet it was ephemeral, as he was acutely aware that the competitors were not on the same level. Thus, his actions upon exiting the car were remarkably tranquil. He did not celebrate, as if he were merely finishing in P2 or P3 rather than P1. After the weighing was completed, a box was brought to his side, containing a Pirelli champion cap adorned with wheat stalks, featuring golden embroidery of F2 on the left side, and a first symbolizing his victory on the right. Instead of immediately claiming his first official race champion hat, Qin Miao first extended his congratulations to the other two drivers from Ferrari's junior program. Regardless of how he may perceive them as strangers in private, Qin Miao chose not to display arrogance before the cameras. Gratitude is extended to the generous patrons. Let Tian, 1500, Knights and Roses, 100, Admiral Chongmin, 500, Princess Harry, 1000, Unexpected Piano Key, 1500, Surefoam, 1700, Wind, Dust, and Decay, 500, Lung Feiyu, 500, Shield, 500. The total rewards have exceeded 10,000, and there is still one more to come. This chapter concludes with the sprint race. The so-called greeting merely consisted of a handshake and a pat on the shoulder, indicating a commendable performance today. After exchanging pleasantries with the other two drivers from Ferrari's young driver program, Qin Miao returned to his racing car. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a white towel from the podium, placed his helmet and gloves on the table, and donned the Pirelli cap reserved for champions before stepping up to the interview station. Congratulations, Qin. Your performance today was truly remarkable. You captivated the entire audience with your extraordinary prowess, and this was your very first F2 race. Was this competition easy for you? How does it feel to be crowned champion? Qin Miao took the microphone, pondered for a moment, and then replied, in truth, it wasn't exactly easy. I am still not quite accustomed to the weight of the F2 steering wheel. I had to exert all my strength to maintain control of the car on the track. However, I am indeed very happy to have won the race. I never imagined my debut F2 race would yield such a result. I still feel as if I am in a dream. The car provided excellent feedback, allowing me to maintain sufficient speed through the medium to high-speed corners, which was crucial to my success today. We also noticed that you managed to use a single set of soft tires for a total of 29 laps. How did you manage to prolong the use of one set of tires for so long? Qin Miao scratched his head, contemplating how to explain this. His strategy at the time was merely a conventional tire preservation method, enhanced by his system skills to extend their performance. He thought to himself that if he spoke the truth, it would undoubtedly lead to further scrutiny. After some deliberation, he mustered the courage to respond. My team's technicians helped me find the most comfortable tire setup for this track, which enabled me to sustain a single set of tires for such an extended period. Qin Miao's response left Sui Wentao, Steve, and Alvin, who were watching the excitement from the trackside barriers, momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, when did we ever set up such an aggressive tuning for you? They thought. Isn't this merely a standard low to medium downforce configuration? However, at that moment, they could not rush onto the track to seize the microphone and clarify the situation, and so they had to allow Qin Miao to weave his narrative. Once the two questions had been addressed, the interview with Qin Miao came to an end. The host congratulated him once more before it was time for Eilert and Armstrong, who were queued behind Qin Miao, to take their turns at the interview. Meanwhile, during this interval, the staff from various F2 teams began to tidy up their belongings. Due to well-known reasons, the organization of the Austrian Grand Prix was remarkably straightforward. Consequently, the podium was not the usual one at the Red Bull Ring. Instead, 3 plinths inscribed with first, second, and third were placed at the edge of the track, each bearing the corresponding trophies and champagne. Following the familiar F1 award ceremony music, the 3 drivers ascended the podium in succession. As Qin Miao ascended the podium, symbolizing his championship victory, his race engineer, the somewhat portly Frankie, jogged over. Slightly out of breath, Qin Miao nodded in acknowledgement, and Frankie responded with a grin, taking his rightful place among the victorious engineers. Once all 4 had settled, the national anthem resonated through the air. It was at this moment that Qin Miao's expression turned solemn, regretfully glancing back to find no flag waving behind him. For such an impromptu award ceremony on the racetrack could hardly accommodate a national banner. Nevertheless, Qin Miao maintained a serious demeanor, singing along to the anthem with reverence until its conclusion. After the anthem, which reverberated in the hearts of every Chinese descendant, ended, Qin Miao exhaled deeply and bent down to examine his first F2 championship trophy, marveling at its charm. Next came the celebratory champagne spraying. Qin Miao, unavoidably the target of this joyous deluge, found himself drenched by the second-place Eilert and third-place Armstrong, who unleashed their bubbly in a spirited salute to a worthy opponent. After all, during the race, Qin Miao had left them so far behind that their taillights had vanished from view. After exchanging some playful sprays with the duo, Qin Miao turned most of the champagne foam towards Frankie, who, far from shying away, engaged in the revelry with hearty laughter. After some playful antics, Frankie raised his bottle to toast with Qin Miao, who, as a teetotaler, abstained from drinking. However, this bottle of champagne, laden with significance for Qin Miao, was carefully stowed away to be taken home. He had already envisioned a special spot for it, especially since his good friend Zhou Guanyu had missed the podium. It was only fitting to bring back something to tease him with. At that moment, Zhou Guanyu, assisting with the cleanup for their team, felt a sudden chill and inexplicably sneezed. Simultaneously, the broadcast switched from the jubilant celebration of the young drivers to highlight the thrilling moments from the recent race, featuring a slow-motion close-up of Qin Miao crossing the finish line. Following these highlights, the broadcaster announced the finishing times and driver standings. Qin Miao topped the leaderboard with a total of 27 points, 2 points for the fastest lap, and 25 for the F2 race victory. Eilert followed with 18 points, while Armstrong had 15. The standings continued with Lundgaard at 12 points, Ticktum at 10, Alesi at 8, Drexler at 6, Drugovich at 4, Tsunoda at 2, and Nis at 1. The season standings mirrored these points, and due to Zhou Guanyu securing pole position, he earned 2 points, placing him 10th overall despite not finishing in the top 10 of the race. Upon returning to the temporary parking area of his team's maintenance zone, Qin Miao immediately spotted the eagerly awaiting Xiao Meng. The girl, clad in a Prema team uniform, illuminated the space with a gentle smile that Qin Miao found utterly captivating. Most striking, however, was the adoration reflected in her gaze. When she looked at him, her eyes brimmed with warmth and reverence. No young man could possibly resist the gaze of the girl he cherishes. Filled with such admiration, no one could. Approaching her, he carelessly tossed the items he held to the ground, disregarding the trophy and champagne, and enveloped his beloved in a warm embrace. "I knew you could do it," she whispered, her voice almost a sigh. Qin Miao nodded reassuringly, yet before he could fully savor the delightful sensation of her presence, Xiao Meng leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant and soft, and said, "I recently purchased 2 sets of cosplay outfits and wigs online. They're in my suitcase, waiting for tonight." In that moment, Qin Miao's body stiffened, and an overwhelming wave of joy surged through him. Truth be told, he felt even happier now than he had just moments ago upon winning the championship. Earlier, while they were confined in Maranello, he had suggested this very idea during a time when their options for entertainment were limited to training and gaming. Given Qin Miao's good physical condition, they had spent their evenings exploring various poses, unlocking 3 or 4 each night. Over time, they had exhausted nearly all the poses available online. Thus, he had proposed a constructive idea to try cosplaying while engaging in their other activities. At that time, Xiao Meng had flatly rejected the notion, leaving Qin Miao somewhat disappointed. He never anticipated she would now embrace the idea and even take the initiative to purchase the outfits. The surprise was so sudden that Qin Miao found himself momentarily lost for words. After making the necessary preparations, he changed into his casual clothes. With the F2 race concluded, he was free to leave early. As for the meeting, considering Qin Miao's performance and his laid-back demeanor, Rawson had generously granted him a half-day off. After all, with a championship victory under his belt, who needed a meeting? If necessary, can't you just visit Benotto? Go watch their qualifying session at Ferrari, he had suggested. Qin Miao was not particularly invested in the qualifying rounds at WOFA, as he had no aspirations of driving in F1 at the moment. His primary focus remained on his beloved Xiao Meng, with the F2 championship trophy in his left hand and a bottle of champagne in his right. He walked into Zhou Guanyu's temporary garage, a broad smile gracing his face as Xiao Meng followed behind, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. His intention was twofold: to show off to Zhou Guanyu, and, once the latter finished his work, to invite him out for a meal. At that moment, Zhou Guanyu's technicians were busily attending to his car, as there was another sprint race scheduled for tomorrow, and they needed to resolve any issues with Zhou's vehicle promptly. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Guanyu had yet to depart, allowing Qin Miao to successfully intercept him at the entrance of the changing room. Observing the mischievous smile gracing Qin Miao's face, Zhou Guanyu couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Having lost his chance at the podium due to mechanical failures, he found himself confronted by this insufferable friend, who, devoid of any words of consolation, had the audacity to approach him wielding a trophy and champagne, relishing in his misfortune. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Guanyu regretted befriending Qin Miao, akin to an author lamenting the incessant demands of readers in a book club. Nevertheless, Zhou Guanyu reluctantly accepted the champagne that Qin Miao offered, disdainfully inquiring, "Have you already drunk from this?" Feigning deep distress, Qin Miao leaned against Qiu Meng's shoulder, lamenting, "Ah, poor choices in friendships. After all these years, I never realized I was teetotal." Zhou Guanyu grimaced, but still took a sip from Qin Miao's champagne. To be candid, he found the beverage rather bitter, a bitterness that pierced the heart, akin to the sting of regret. Since Qin Miao had triumphed in the F2 main race, it was only fitting that he foot the bill for their dinner that evening. He had not invited his team members, as it was not yet the time for celebration. The dinner consisted solely of Qin Miao, Zhou Guanyu, and Qiu Meng. However, en route to the dining venue, Qin Miao's phone, resting with Qiu Meng, began to ring incessantly. Relatives and friends, whom he seldom saw in 5 or 6 years, suddenly reached out to inquire about Qin Miao. Even his middle and high school classmates called from across the ocean to reconnect. It became evident that news of Qin Miao's victory on the F2 podium had circulated within his social circle, perhaps even throughout the domestic racing community. Yet, Qin Miao pondered the reason behind these calls only after his ascent to fame. What could they possibly say once the call was connected? However, he merely brushed aside this thought, as Qiu Meng was handling the calls. Thus, throughout the journey to their dinner, Qiu Meng was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery along the roadside. Meanwhile, as Qin Miao listened to his incessantly ringing phone, he was reminded of his mother. Once they arrived at the restaurant and placed their orders, Qin Miao took the opportunity to call her. During the conversation, he was taken aback by the notable emotional fluctuations in his mother's voice. The two conversed for a considerable time, with his mother predominantly speaking while he listened attentively. Their discussion lasted roughly 20 minutes, coinciding with the arrival of their dinner from the kitchen. Upon returning to the table, Qin Miao chose not to sit beside Qiu Meng, but instead took a seat next to Zhou Guanyu, casually resting his hand on Zhou Guanyu's shoulder. Thinking positively, "During tomorrow's sprint race, I will be ahead of you." Qin Miao initially intended to offer some words of comfort to Zhou Guanyu, but halfway through, he suddenly recalled that Zhou Guanyu finished the race in 17th place. Although he would start from the 8th position in reverse order, there were still 9 competitors ahead of Zhou Guanyu. Upon hearing Qin Miao's words, Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes and remarked, "If you can't comfort someone, it's perfectly fine not to." Xu Yuan, noticing Qin Miao's awkward demeanor, began to worry about whether his emotional intelligence would lead to social isolation in the paddock. However, considering Zhou Guanyu's string of misfortunes and recognizing that Qin Miao genuinely wished to console him, albeit from an unusual angle due to his emotional shortcomings, Zhou Guanyu patted Qin Miao's shoulder and said, "I'm actually fine, but if you could help me out with a few rounds in a game over the next few days, I believe my mindset would recover more swiftly." Initially feeling a mix of embarrassment and guilt, Qin Miao immediately sprang up from his seat upon hearing Zhou Guanyu's words. "What on earth? I kindly try to comfort you. And you want me to be your human bait? I'm telling you, that is not negotiable." After finishing their meal and informing Zhou Guanyu that he wouldn't be gaming that evening, Qin Miao hurriedly pulled Chuan back to the hotel. Zhou Guanyu watched Qin Miao's hasty departure, filled with confusion. Why was Qin Miao acting so unusually today? He used to be unable to sleep without playing a few rounds of CSGO every night. However, Zhou Guanyu dismissed the thought, assuming that after winning the championship, Qin Miao was planning to celebrate with his girlfriend. In truth, Qin Miao was indeed preparing to celebrate with his own girlfriend. Upon returning to the hotel, he swiftly hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign, locked the door, and drew the curtains, then excitedly approached Chuyuan. "Where is it? Let me see." Under Qin Miao's eager gaze, Chuyuan produced a costume of Tamamonome from Fate Grand Order, complete with a wig and ears. Blocking the impatient Qin Miao, Chuyuan retreated to the bathroom to change, while Qin Miao anxiously awaited outside. After about half an hour, just as Qin Miao was about to push open the bathroom door to check on her, Chuyuan emerged, fully dressed and made up in the costume. Having been together for over a year, they had explored all realms of their relationship, and Chuyuan had shed any initial shyness. She confidently stood before the mesmerized Qin Miao, showcasing her exquisite figure and alluring fair skin. What transpired next is best left undescribed. In summary, the enchanting Tamamonome found herself unjustly accused and thoroughly punished by Qin Miao. Her stockings were torn to shreds, her attire disheveled, leaving her in a daze. Consequently, the next day, Qiyuan struggled to walk to the paddock as she usually would, clutching her slightly numb lower abdomen. Xiaoming silently vowed never to lightly attempt such equipment again, which would grant Qin Miao increased speed and attack power. Her body truly could not endure his relentless antics. As for the custom-made cosplay outfit, Xiaoming spent over 1,000 on, tailored to her figure and shipped from abroad. Let us say it currently resides in a state of simplicity and authenticity. The following day, Qin Miao continued his routine at the circuit, for it was Sunday, the day of the F1 Grand Prix main event, as well as the occasion for the F2 sprint race. Qin Miao's process today mirrored that of yesterday's main race, thus requiring no further elaboration. Entering the racetrack with his equipment, this time Qin Miao found himself positioned right at the exit, sparing him the inconvenience of an unnecessary detour. In truth, the FIA's organization of an F2 sprint race and the reverse grid starting rule primarily serves to counter individuals like Qin Miao, providing other promising young drivers an opportunity to showcase their talents and build confidence on the track. If the races adhered strictly to F1 rules, with each Grand Prix featuring only one main event, all F2 drivers would find themselves easily outclassed by Qin Miao during the qualifying rounds, ultimately watching his tail lights fade as they struggled to keep pace with him in a state of tire preservation. This starkly illustrates the divide between genius and the ordinary. Under these regulations, Qin Miao would effortlessly monopolize all F2 main event championships, hence the advent of the reverse grid sprint race. Upon arriving at the track, Qin Miao once again found no chance to reconnect with Zhou Guanyu. Their previous encounter had been thwarted by Zhou's late arrival due to prior commitments, and this time, the distance between their cars was too great. With the race about to commence, any attempt to chat with Zhou could result in FIA penalties for missing the start. At Sui Wentao's signal, Qin Miao once again settled into his racing car. As they say, practice makes perfect. This time, he was far less anxious than during his initial outing. The venue remained devoid of spectators, filled only with team personnel, FIA officials, and Matthew, while all viewers watched the race through television broadcasts. Simultaneously, in the Shanghai five-star sports studio, the three hosts who had witnessed Qin Miao's triumph in his inaugural F2 race were brimming with excitement. Previously, F2 had merely served as a breeding ground for F1 drivers, with Zhou Guanyu being the sole focus of interest. However, the dynamic had shifted. F2 now boasted not only the competitive Zhou Guanyu, but also the undeniably dominant Qin Miao. To them, F2 had transformed into a prelude to F1, a delightful experience that occasionally dazzled with unexpected brilliance. Following the customary opening remarks, Zhou Haoran briefly explained the rules of the F2 sprint race to those unfamiliar with the format. The sprint race typically spans 140 kilometers or lasts for 45 minutes, during which drivers have the option to refrain from pit stops. The starting order for the sprint race is determined by the finishing order of the main event. The top 8 finishers of the main race will start in reverse order. The top 8 finishers of the sprint race can earn points, distributed as follows: 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and 1. Additionally, the driver who sets the fastest lap in the sprint race while finishing in the top 10 will receive an extra 2 points. After explaining the rules, the three commentators began discussing Qin Miao. At this point, Qin Miao had already selected a new set of tires, prompting Zhou Haoran to remark, "Today, Qin Miao is using a brand new set of soft tires. He truly intends to complete the entire race on these soft tires." Feige clapped his hands and said, "I mentioned during qualifying that Prema deliberately reserved a set of soft tires for Qin Miao, intending for him to run the entire sprint race on them." Binga countered, "When you said that, you framed it as a question. I remember clearly that you were also skeptical about Qin Miao." Feige replied at that time, "I admittedly lacked understanding of Qin Miao, but isn't he now following the very strategy one speculated?" Qin Miao had resolved quite some time ago to complete the 28 laps of the sprint race on a single set of soft tires. Yesterday, with 42 laps worth of fuel, Qin Miao managed to stretch that set of soft tires for 29 laps, still with some reserve. Today, he brought a bit more fuel to facilitate overtaking. But in comparison to yesterday, he reduced his fuel load by a full 10 laps, carrying only enough for 32 laps, which resulted in a significant reduction of at least 50 kilograms. A lighter car naturally incurs less tire wear. After some calculations, the team set Qin Miao's final objective for today at a 4th-place finish. Although Qin Miao demonstrated remarkable endurance on the soft tires, he was not in a leading position. and overtaking would inevitably lead to tire degradation. Thus, after thorough data analysis and simulations using Ferrari's simulator, the team concluded that the highest position Qin Miao could realistically achieve with this strategy would be fourth. Qin Miao himself was uncertain about this, as when he switched to these tires, his initial thought was merely to gain a few positions from the back, and, once the tires began to wear, to rely on his defensive skills to fend off the drivers behind him. Regardless of the merits of this choice, the 5 red lights above the starting grid extinguished sequentially as time progressed, signaling the withdrawal of the team's personnel from the track, and the warm-up laps for the sprint race officially commenced. This was Qin Miao's first experience in a sprint race, and it was also his first time starting amidst the tumult of racing. Under normal circumstances, a driver might feel a degree of tension in such a situation. However, it seemed as though Qin Miao possessed a switch. Once he entered the car, all negative emotions dissipated into nothingness. Thus, rather than feeling anxious, he was filled with eagerness in the face of the challenge. His overall state was inexplicably positive. At that moment, Qin Miao had also applied a buff to his car. Truthfully, after applying this buff, he recalled Zhou Guanyu from the previous day. For an instant, Qin Miao contemplated whether this buff could be applied to Zhou Guanyu's car. But clearly, today was not the day for such experimentation, as the race was about to commence. However, given the opportunity, it would indeed be worth trying. As the warm-up lap drew to a close, Qin Miao gradually cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and smoothly guided his car into the designated starting grid. To his left was Islet. Directly ahead was Armstrong, while behind him were Panasonic and Nis, who were of little concern, as Qin Miao had a 90% chance of leaving these two unfortunate souls behind once the race commenced. During the preparation phase, Qin Miao had set himself a modest goal of gaining 2 positions off the start. The roar of the engine filled the air as the 5 red lights illuminated one by one. These lights resembled the driver's feet pressing the accelerator. The more lights that shone, the more intense the engine's growl became. In an instant, as the final red light extinguished, all cars surged forward. Qin Miao once again proved to be the fastest off the line, bolstered by the ample tire warming during the warm-up lap, which had perfectly heated his set of soft tires. Moreover, while all other competitors were using hard tires, Qin Miao's soft tires provided unparalleled grip, superior even to that of Islet and Armstrong ahead of him. With a flawless start and the enhanced traction of his soft tires, Qin Miao closed the gap to the 2 drivers at a visibly rapid pace, executing a clean overtaking maneuver on Islet just as they approached the uphill section before turn 1. Thus, with a spectacular launch, he achieved the remarkable feat of overtaking 2 cars. Recognizing Qin Miao's potential and talent, and given his use of soft tires, the F2 broadcast crew, despite knowing they should focus more on the young drivers, could not resist the allure of capturing Qin Miao's performance. The camera zoomed in on him. "Oh, what a fantastic start from Qin Miao," exclaimed the commentator, unable to contain his excitement as he witnessed the flawless execution of the maneuver. "He has overtaken. Incredible. A stunning start," echoed another commentator's admiration. Only Zhou Hauran maintained a more analytical perspective, acknowledging Qin Miao's outstanding start and the advantage of his new soft tires, while also conceding the beauty of the overtaking maneuver. Meanwhile, the 2 unfortunate drivers, watching the red Pirelli lettering on Qin Miao's tires spin into a crimson blur, felt no anger. How could they compete against such a prodigy? The previous day's race had thoroughly demonstrated that they were operating on entirely different levels. Furthermore, Qin Miao had been a simulator tester for Ferrari before even entering F2, a coveted position that every young driver in Ferrari's academy aspired to attain. Securing such a role would afford them extensive opportunities to interact with Binotto and the engineers of the Ferrari F1 team, as well as the chance to drive an F1 car on the simulator. While the latter was secondary, the primary allure lay in the chance to build rapport with Binotto and the engineers of the Ferrari F1 team. However, to attain this position, one must possess sufficient skill and a profound understanding of racing. As trainees, they were naturally unqualified. Thus, prior to Qin Miao's entry into F2, they had an inkling that his prowess might surpass their expectations. At that time, however, their conjectures remained mere speculation, as no one had truly competed against Qin Miao on the track. Then, a testing session within the Ferrari youth training program served as a startling revelation, awakening all the drivers involved. That day, they came to realize that there are always individuals beyond their comprehension, prompting a more concrete understanding of Qin Miao's capabilities. During their initial encounter, they may have felt some reluctance to accept their defeat at Qin Miao's hands, but after being decisively overwhelmed in the subsequent race in Austria, any thoughts of continuing to challenge him essentially dissipated. Consequently, at present, they did not even make a token defensive maneuver, akin to slower vehicles yielding to faster ones, allowing Qin Miao to pass unhindered. After being overtaken, the two showed no dissent, dutifully maintaining their own pace. As the cars approached turn 1, Qin Miao, having started from the inside line, naturally continued along that path after overtaking. Ahead of him was Longard, who, due to the chaotic start, had also been pushed to the inner line. Longard and Tictum entered turn 1 wheel to wheel, effectively blocking all of Qin Miao's overtaking lines. Nevertheless, Qin Miao remained unperturbed. The race comprised 28 laps, and this was merely the beginning. Prior to exiting the turn, Qin Miao maneuvered slightly to the left, opting for a wider line. This strategy aimed to secure a superior relative speed on the upcoming long straight compared to Longard, who was constrained on the inner line. Additionally, exiting the turn, Qin Miao could benefit from Longard's slipstream to accelerate, thus presenting him an opportunity to attack Longard before entering turn 3. Upon exiting turn 1, aided by superior tire grip and enhanced exit control compared to Longard, Qin Miao achieved nearly a 10 km/h advantage in relative speed. However, having taken a wider line into the turn, Longard managed to establish a gap of at least 0.3 seconds during the exit phase. Fortunately, Qin Miao's soft tires significantly outperformed Longard's hard tires in terms of grip and acceleration, swiftly narrowing the distance between them. At the current pace, Qin Miao was poised to overtake before reaching turn 3. Upon arriving at turn 2, aware of his slower speed relative to Qin Miao, Longard opted for an outside line defense. Although this would allow Qin Miao to complete the overtake earlier in turn 2, Longard anticipated gaining the inner line advantage entering turn 3 and planned to defend with a late braking maneuver. However, he somewhat overestimated his ability to judge the distance and underestimated both Qin Miao's tire grip and his adeptness in controlling the car. As two competitors entered the bend, one ahead of the other, Qin Miao discerned that his opponent intended to brake late. Consequently, he refrained from cutting into the corner, leaving the inner line available to his rival while opting instead for the outer line, thereby capitalizing on a broader trajectory to accelerate. Navigating this section proved even more effortless than the first turn. At this juncture, Qin Miao had gained a half-car advantage over Long Jiad. And although Long Jiad held the inner line and braked late, obstructing Qin Miao's optimal exit route, he briefly managed to reclaim 2/3 of a car length after exiting the turn. However, on the ensuing long straight, Qin Miao, utilizing his soft tires and superior relative speed, regained his advantage and executed an overtaking maneuver before entering turn 4. Thus far in the sprint race, having traversed only 3 corners, Qin Miao had overtaken 3 vehicles and positioned himself in 5th place. This astonishing display of overtaking left the 3 commentators from 5-Star Sports in a state of profound astonishment. Apart from them, viewers tuning into this F2 race through 5-Star Sports also found themselves captivated. Previously, they had seldom paid attention to F2. But the news of Qin Miao's triumph in the previous day's main race had surged across major social media platforms, drawing a surge of interest in F2 from domestic fans. Furthermore, the timing of the sprint race coincided perfectly with the commencement of the F1 main race, enticing those who had planned to watch F1 to indulge in this appetizing prelude. For many domestic racing enthusiasts, however, this appetizer proved to be somewhat formidable, as Qin Miao's performance surpassed all expectations and imaginations. Wow! Not only is Qin Miao formidable in long-distance racing, but his overtaking prowess is equally impressive. I am fond of a phrase from CSGO players, In just 3 corners, he has overtaken 3 cars. Where did this monster emerge from? Is this a Chinese driver? Surely, I must be dreaming. Qin Miao, my superhero. Go, little Qin. Beyond the fervent support from his compatriots, numerous others were also closely monitoring Qin Miao's performance today. If yesterday, during the main race, Qin Miao's only focus was on his well-acquainted rival Binotto, after his dominantly remarkable performance, team principals Toto from Mercedes and Horner from Red Bull began to take an interest in this rising star. They made time to watch the sprint race. Naturally, given Qin Miao's background as a product of Ferrari's youth academy, Their interest was primarily driven by a desire to observe a talented young competitor nurtured by a rival team. On the track, due to his tussle with Long Jiat, Qin Miao had lost some speed, and the four drivers ahead had created a slight gap between themselves and him. However, this distance was not insurmountable, with the leaders merely 0.8 seconds ahead of Qin Miao. Nonetheless, the frontrunners, Drugovich and Dritras, had managed to distance themselves owing to their lack of entanglement. Qin Miao, however, remained unperturbed by this situation. After all, he was aware that even in a state of tire preservation, he could outpace them. As soon as he surpassed the two individuals before him, he could gradually begin to chase down the first and second positions ahead. As the first lap concluded, Mazepin was compelled to pit for a replacement front wing due to car damage, and French driver Aleix also entered the pits that same lap for similar reasons. Approaching T1, Qin Miao demonstrated superior handling through T10 compared to Tictum, and with the advantage of soft tires, he emerged from the corner trailing Tictum by only 0.4 seconds. However, by the time he completed the long straightaway, Qin Miao had already edged ahead on the inside line. If he maintained this momentum, it seemed likely that he could late break into T1 and execute an overtaking maneuver on Tictum. The director, astutely recognizing the unfolding drama, shifted the camera to focus on Qin Miao, the sole competitor utilizing soft tires today. Qin Miao, moving to the inside. Upon witnessing this, his teammate became inexplicably exhilarated. Had it worked? Tictum, although aware of Qin Miao's prowess, was reluctant to relinquish his position so easily. Consequently, he made a defensive maneuver toward the inside line. While line changes for defensive purposes are permitted during the race, one must adhere to the rule of a single maneuver. Repeated changes are not allowed. As Tictum shifted lines, Qin Miao had already begun to overtake. Thus, he found himself forced toward the dirty side of the track as Tictum moved to the outside. The dirty side refers to areas of the track where racing cars seldom venture, leading to an accumulation of tire debris due to fewer cars traversing these sections during the race. Consequently, driving over these areas can be somewhat bumpy, which may affect the smoothness of the engine's power output, ultimately diminishing the car's speed and grip. Fortunately, at this early stage of the second lap, the dirty side had minimal debris, and Qin Miao's speed remained relatively unaffected. Thankfully, Tictum only temporarily forced Qin Miao to the outside and did not succeed in pushing him off the track. The penalties in F2 are quite stringent. Had Tictum truly forced Qin Miao off, he would likely have faced a 5-second penalty. Moreover, Qin Miao's tires were in superior condition, granting him a relative speed advantage. Before Tictum could make any further moves, Qin Miao had already completed the overtaking maneuver before entering T1. However, due to being pushed to the outside, Qin Miao entered T1 at a less than optimal angle, necessitating an early brake to navigate the corner. Despite completing the overtake, the three cars ahead had already established a gap of at least 1 second. Nevertheless, Qin Miao's performance was beyond reproach. Within just one lap, he surged from 8th to 4th position, gaining 4 places in a single lap. His overtaking efficiency evoked a sensation akin to Qin Miao piloting a Mercedes, while the others seemed to be in arrows. Just as he began to pursue the 3 leading cars, the race officials displayed a yellow flag, which soon transitioned into a safety car deployment. As the camera pans, a plume of white smoke billows from the exit of Turn 1. Upon closer inspection, it reveals a pink Indian Power racing car, its engine engulfed in flames. Although the engine has extinguished the fire automatically, the vehicle is evidently incapable of returning to the pit on its own, necessitating the deployment of the safety car. For Qin Miao, the arrival of the safety car is unequivocally fortuitous, as it alleviates the need to pursue the 3 cars ahead. He can effortlessly catch up within the safety car's procession. Moreover, this period under the safety car significantly mitigates the wear on Qin Miao's soft tires. Previously, he had harbored concerns about whether overtaking the drivers would lead to excessive tire degradation, but with the safety car's emergence, those worries dissipate. From the 2nd to the 4th lap, the safety car leads the race, and as its lights extinguish, it prepares to enter the pit. However, not half a minute after the lights go out, a yellow flag appears on the track, as Dam's Team Glare veers off under the safety car's guidance. The broadcast momentarily fails to capture his exit. Just as Qin Miao readies himself for a surge following the extinguished safety lights, they illuminate once more, compelling him to circle behind the safety car yet again. As the 5th lap concludes, the safety car's lights extinguish once more, signaling the impending restart of the race. Leading the pack, Drugovich lacks the prowess and confidence of Qin Miao, thus deliberately moderating his speed upon the safety car's withdrawal. He accelerates down the long straight leading into turn 9. At this juncture, Qin Miao adopts a conventional approach, running at a steady pace. Essentially, he has conserved 3 laps worth of tire life, alleviating any sense of urgency. Qin Miao is acutely aware that, given his skill and the soft tires at his disposal, moving from 8th to 1st place is well within his capabilities. However, he is cognizant that tire wear could exceed his control once he reaches the lead. Even with diligent tire conservation in the closing laps, he faces the likelihood of insufficient tire performance. Thus, his aggressive pursuit in the preceding lap was a strategic maneuver to swiftly overtake the cars ahead and secure the lead, subsequently allowing for tire conservation. The longer he lingers behind, the greater the tire degradation becomes. However, with the safety car's intervention, Qin Miao can now afford to extend his stint on the track by at least 3 laps, without concern for tire insufficiency by race's end. Consequently, he adopts a composed demeanor, patiently awaiting the safety car's return to the pits, ready to activate DRS. Once DRS is enabled, Qin Miao finds himself effortlessly overtaking the trio ahead, leveraging the acceleration advantage provided by DRS and his soft tires without excessive exertion. During the 6th and 7th laps, he adopts a more relaxed strategy, refraining from attacking Alessi, maintaining a mere 4-second gap behind him to apply pressure. At this moment, Alessi is truly frustrated, as he struggles to maintain a competitive lap time. In a commanding display during yesterday's race, Qin Miao showcased his prowess in tire preservation and long-distance racing, proving his mettle to all in F2. Today, with a breathtaking performance, he overtook 4 cars in just 2 laps, further demonstrating his offensive capabilities. While these skills are readily observable, Qin Miao possesses another formidable ability that remains hidden from view: his capacity to exert pressure. This particular skill is challenging to quantify, as one must be a driver on the track to truly appreciate the sensation of seeing Qin Miao's car in the rearview mirror with a time gap of 0.5 seconds displayed on the steering wheel monitor, an unyielding 0.5 seconds. The slightest misstep could shrink that gap to a terrifying 0.4 or even 0.3 seconds. Particularly daunting is the thought that if his opponent surpasses him, the hard-earned opportunity for a podium finish would slip away, amplifying the pressure exponentially. Alessi, currently in the race, feels this immense pressure. He is acutely aware that any mistake on his part would allow Qin Miao to seize the moment and overtake him instantly. Under such high-pressure circumstances, Alessi struggles to maintain his composure, his speed diminishing as he diverts most of his focus from the track to defending against Qin Miao. As the gap between the 1st and 2nd positions widens, Qin Miao understands that he can no longer toy with Alessi. Prolonging this struggle might lead to a mishap. While the prospect of a safety car might appeal to him, as a person of sound judgment, Qin Miao prefers that his fellow competitors remain unharmed on the track. Thus, he decisively executed an inside move at T3 to complete the overtake, setting his sights on the 1st and 2nd positions, who are now 17 seconds ahead. Upon witnessing Qin Miao claim the podium position that had been his, Alessi felt no resentment. Instead, he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Qin Miao had finally moved on. It was only at this moment that he realized Qin Miao had utilized soft tires during the sprint race. Understanding how Qin Miao, starting from 8th, managed to ascend to 3rd place in the main event, Alessi could not help but admire him, especially when recalling Qin Miao's impressive 29 laps on red tires during the race. After being overtaken, Alessi attempted to shadow Qin Miao, hoping to benefit from his slipstream and DRS to close the gap to the leading duo. Although he accepted his defeat with grace, the loss of his podium position left him with a sense of disappointment. During the race, Qin Miao had intentionally conserved his tires to assist Zhou Guanyu with his slipstream and DRS. At that moment, even Zhou could not keep pace with the tire-preserving Qin Miao, let alone Alessi, who was comparatively less skilled. As Qin Miao transitioned into a phase of normal lap time progression, Alessi found himself increasingly unable to keep up. He could only watch in despair as Qin Miao gradually extended the distance between them through each corner, ultimately being pushed out of the DRS zone after 3 or 4 bends. Magnificently, Qin Miao surged past Alessi to secure 3rd place. In the realm of 5-star sports, 3 commentators were truly exhilarated, akin to a drill piercing through the mundane. They yearned for the day when a bona fide Chinese driver would grace the F1 circuit. Initially, their hopes were pinned on Zhou Guanyu, who indeed possessed the prowess and financial backing to become a legitimate F1 driver. However, due to the prevailing domestic circumstances, their aspirations were merely to witness a Chinese driver officially competing in F1. They never envisioned a day when a Chinese driver would dominate the scene single-handedly. In the F2 arena, where all participants utilized standardized vehicles, overtaking felt as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree, a delightful endeavor. Today, they bore witness to this reality. What more could they say? Much like Qin Miao's initial joy upon receiving his system's funds, sheer delight sufficed. Special thanks to the generous benefactor, Mr. Watermelon, Grape, and Homie Melon. The debts continue to accumulate. As Qin Miao secured third place, Frankie from Team TR could no longer contain his excitement. Well done, Qin Miao. You are now P3. The tire condition is superb. Keep pushing. Qin Miao refrained from responding, instead preparing to surge forward. It seemed as though fate itself desired to see Qin Miao clinch both the main race and the sprint race titles. In the 9th lap, at the T4 position, a crash transpired. Zhou, while defending his position, was collided into by the Indian-born Red Bull Junior driver, Indrola. The front wing of an F2 car is considerably lower than its rear diffuser, and given the downhill angle, Indrola's maneuver sent Zhou into a spin, ultimately causing him to retire from the race as his vehicle came to a halt on the track. However, in Qin Miao's perspective post-race, Zhou was not the unluckiest of the lot, as his position offered no points. Continuing would merely enhance his track familiarity and understanding of the car. Ironically, being knocked out allowed him to clock out early. The true unfortunate soul was Zhou Guanyu, situated beside him. As Zhou's car veered out of control, it blocked Zhou Guanyu's path on the outside line. To avoid a collision, Zhou Guanyu was compelled to steer his car into the gravel. Although he remained unstuck upon re-emerging, he found his position plummeting from 15th to 20th. Thus, Zhou Guanyu's inaugural F2 race this year was effectively ruined. To be candid, Zhou Guanyu was indeed unfortunate. Qin Miao had never witnessed such misfortune. His race car malfunctioned, and after a hard-won ascent in the sprint race, he was again forced into the gravel. With Zhou's car stranded on the track, the safety car was once more deployed. Qin Miao no longer needed to chase the 17-second gap with the safety car's arrival. He once again nestled closely behind driver Traz. Furthermore, during the safety car period, Qin Miao had the advantage of conserving his tires. After one lap under the safety car, at the end of the 10th lap, as the safety car's lights extinguished, the race was poised to restart once more. Drushkovich has begun to slow down the pace, forcing Traz and Qin Miao, who are trailing him, to reduce their speed as well. Aware that there are still 18 laps remaining until the end of the sprint race, Drushkovich understands that maintaining a normal pace would render him incapable of holding off Qin Miao. Thus, in an effort to safeguard his hard-earned position on the podium, he deliberately decelerates the entire pack of cars. As he enters turn 7, he intentionally reduces the speed to an almost halt, clearly demonstrating his desperation for the championship title. This state of affairs persists until he exits turn 8, where he subtly warms up his tires in preparation for the restart. As Drushkovich accelerates sharply halfway through turn 8, the race officially resumes. Traz, positioned in second, reacts noticeably slower. It takes him a moment to comprehend that Drushkovich has gained a half-car length advantage. By the time Traz begins to accelerate, he is startled to see Qin Miao appearing in his rearview mirror on the right side, overtaking him at a striking speed. At this juncture, Qin Miao has already taken the inside line, and as they approach the right turn at turn 9, his superior launch gives him a significant advantage, making it highly probable that he will surpass Traz during the turn. However, Traz has clearly underestimated Qin Miao's acceleration capabilities. Even before reaching turn 9, he despondently realizes that his lead is being steadily eroded by Qin Miao. In fact, before entering turn 9, merely 150 meters away, Qin Miao has already executed the overtaking maneuver. Remarkably, within just 10 laps, Qin Miao has surged from 8th place to 2nd. It is evident that Drushkovich, currently in 1st, will most likely be unable to withstand Qin Miao's onslaught over the next 18 laps. Therefore, it can be concluded that Qin Miao has effectively secured victories in both the main event and the sprint race. The only remaining suspense on the track is whether Qin Miao's soft tires can endure the entirety of the sprint race after overtaking 8 competitors. Meanwhile, Upon witnessing Qin Miao's successful overtaking of Dritras, team principal Horner of Red Bull stands up and turns away. Observing Horner's actions, Nui and Dr. Marco, who are nearby, are momentarily taken aback. Where are you going? The race isn't over yet, they inquire. Horner shakes his head, replying, No, the race is already concluded. I believe it is time to speak with the agent of this young Chinese driver. Many team principals share Horner's sentiment. Autumn Meng, the agent, is not difficult to contact. Although Qin Miao is not particularly fond of attending Ferrari's internal dinners, he has participated in several, largely due to Lawson's influence. Despite often retreating to a discreet corner to dine alone, there have been occasions when others have sought to exchange business cards with him. Qin Miao's card, prepared by Autumn Meng, does not contain his personal phone number, but rather Meng's professional contact number. Naturally, the contact number of Qin Miao's agent, Xiao Meng, became widely known. 5 minutes later, while eagerly watching Qin Miao's overtaking maneuvers from the stands above the maintenance area, Xiao Meng's phone rang. Upon answering, she heard, Hello, Miss Xiao. This is Horner, the team principal of Red Bull Racing. Although taken aback, Xiao Meng quickly grasped the reason behind the call after witnessing Qin Miao's performance on the track. Hello, Mr. Horner. May I inquire what prompted your call? I would like to ask whether driver Qin Miao is interested in switching teams. Our Red Bull Academy is very much looking forward to his joining. Should Qin Miao become part of our training system, we promise to provide him with ample F1 driving time to secure a super license. Furthermore, if he obtains the super license and maintains his form, we guarantee he could become an official F1 driver within the same year. Regarding the points for the super license, given Qin Miao's current performance, we have no concerns about him accumulating the necessary points by the end of the season. You should also be aware that our internal structure at Red Bull is quite different from Ferrari. We prioritize merit, and should Qin Miao excel in F1, there is even a possibility for him to be promoted to the Red Bull main team mid-season to become a teammate of Verstappen. I appreciate your consideration, but as you know, this decision is not solely mine to make. Moreover, Qin Miao is currently on the track. I will convey your message to him, but I will provide you with a response only once he has formed a clear intention. Understood, goodbye. In addition to receiving a direct call from Red Bull's team principal, Xiao Meng also received calls from Toto and leaders of other teams, such as Renault and Racing Point. Virtually every team seeking to bolster their roster reached out to her. However, Xiao Meng did not immediately commit to any of their offers. This was not due to the lack of enticing conditions. The sincerity of a team principal's call was evident, and the proposals were remarkably generous. In truth, Xiao Meng found herself wishing to agree on behalf of Qin Miao after reviewing those advantageous offers. Nevertheless, she was aware that, although Qin Miao did not vocalize it, he still held an affinity for Ferrari. Otherwise, it would be improbable for someone with such talent to bypass trials with Red Bull and Mercedes, only to readily accept an invitation from Ferrari's academy. Consequently, Xiao Meng intended to discuss Qin Miao's thoughts on this matter after the race. Furthermore, they still had a contract with Ferrari, and switching teams would undoubtedly incur a breach of contract fee. The question of who would cover this expense would likely lead to considerable negotiation. On the track, Qin Miao remained blissfully unaware of the ripple effects his outstanding performance had triggered. He continued to pursue the car ahead, driven by his own rhythm, focusing on Drugojevic. To be candid, Drugojevic felt a twinge of despair as he realized that no matter what he did on the track, he was unable to widen the time gap between himself and Qin Miao, and that gap was diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. At the conclusion of the 10th lap, after exiting turn 10, Qin Miao found himself a mere 2 seconds behind Drugovic. With the advantage of soft tires and superior cornering speed, he rapidly closed the gap on the main straight, executing a series of maneuvers to overtake Drugovic even before reaching the braking zone. As Horner aptly noted, the race essentially concluded after the deployment of 2 safety cars, with Qin Miao securing second place. Given Qin Miao's tire conservation skills and the additional benefits from the safety cars, he had no shortage of tire resources for the remainder of the race. With the prowess he displayed, it was merely a matter of time before he claimed the top position. Although the current scenario was anticipated, the moment Qin Miao successfully overtook Drugovic, the 3 commentators in the studio erupted into uncontrollable laughter. What a magnificent overtake! This maneuver was impeccably clean, a true demonstration of dominance. It seemed as though Drugovic had no intention of resisting. Today's performance by Qin Miao was undeniably world-class. Indeed, It seems that the reason teacher brought Qin Miao to F2 was not due to a lack of capability to race in F1, but rather because he required a super license to compete at that level. I believe it won't be long before teacher allows Qin Miao to test an F1 car during practice sessions. During the race, after Qin Miao took the lead, another yellow flag appeared, prompting yet another safety car deployment due to a car stalling at turn 2. However, this did not affect Qin Miao, as he maintained his lead and would not be surpassed from that moment onward. With Qin Miao firmly in first place, the director finally remembered his primary duty. As Qin Miao gradually extended his lead over Drugovich, the cameras scarcely focused on him anymore. The ensuing laps felt reminiscent of yesterday's main event, with the red F2 car still leading, albeit with a different driver and machine behind it. While the cars behind battled fiercely, Qin Miao appeared at ease. As if merely completing winter testing, he did not stretch his lead excessively, as by lap 21, the gap between him and Drugovich remained stable at around 4 seconds. This margin ensured that minor mistakes on the track would not allow the pursuing driver to close in rapidly. Given Qin Miao's consistency, driving an F2 car, and the lack of pressure from behind, he was unlikely to make errors. If Qin Miao, leading the race, were to falter, it would most likely stem from boredom rather than pressure from competitors. The remainder of the race was uneventful, free from further safety car interventions. As it became evident that Qin Miao was on track to finish the race smoothly, creating numerous new records that would be challenging to surpass. In his inaugural appearance on the F2 circuit, Qin Miao triumphantly claimed both the main race and the sprint race, all while proudly representing China. Additionally, he secured the fastest lap in the sprint race. To summarize Qin Miao's performance over the past 2 days, invincible. Throughout the 2 days of competition, he overtook a total of 12 cars without being surpassed even once. Among those, his close friend Zhou Guanyu was overtaken by him twice, both during the main race. To be candid, much like yesterday's main race, the final laps felt somewhat monotonous for Qin Miao. However, after the sprint race concluded, witnessing his team members cheering for him with flushed faces against the barriers, along with team principal Rossi, Qin Miao realized that his dedication and hard work had not been in vain. As he crossed the finish line under the waving checkered flag, he once again etched his name in history. Truth be told, the exhilaration of securing a second championship felt considerably muted compared to the first. After all, the joy of winning on a racetrack is profoundly more intense during one's initial victory. Subsequent triumphs, especially within a mere 2-day span, diminish that elation. Moreover, Qin Miao understood that the sprint race is essentially designed for capable drivers who, due to misfortune, find themselves starting from the back. The F2 competition's limited supply of 5 sets of dry tires illustrates the necessity for drivers to strategically prioritize between the main race and the sprint race. A focus on the main race necessitates utilizing more tires during qualifying, leaving only worn hard tires for the sprint race. Conversely, if one prioritizes the sprint race in pursuit of success, they must conserve a fresh set of hard tires from the main race and qualifying for the sprint. The architects of this racing format could hardly have anticipated that a single set of soft tires would enable a driver to complete 29 laps on the Red Bull Ring without any degradation. Even Rossi, the team principal, along with Qin Miao's crew, were astonished that he could indeed secure victory in the sprint race on a single set of soft tires. The 3 commentators from 5 Star Sports had already predicted the unfolding scenario as Qin Miao took the lead, and they had expressed their excitement long before. Thus, when he crossed the finish line, their exhilaration paled in comparison to their reactions during yesterday's main race victory. During the cool-down lap, Qin Miao initially intended to park his car in the middle of the track as he had done the previous day. However, Frankie informed him that the podium for today's sprint race would be at the usual location beneath the podium, as the sponsor banners had been properly arranged in anticipation of the F1 main race. Adapting quickly, Qin Miao prepared to enter through the pit lane. Yet, during the cool-down lap, he spotted Zhou Guanyu's yellow car. As he approached, Zhou Guanyu noticed Qin Miao and extended a hand from his cockpit in a gesture of camaraderie. Having spent considerable time together, the two had developed a certain tacit understanding. As Zhou Guanyu raised his hands in inquiry, Qin Miao immediately discerned that he was eager to know his position in the sprint race. Qin Miao gestured with a single finger, and Zhou Guanyu appeared momentarily taken aback. It was evident that he had not anticipated that Qin Miao, starting from 8th place, could indeed surge to first, propelled by a set of soft tires. This fellow had truly come to F2 to make waves. However, since they were friends, upon learning of Qin Miao's triumph, Zhou Guanyu gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're amazing." Upon returning to the pit entrance, they were greeted by a vibrant green carpet, with podium markers for the top 3 positions prominently displayed above it. Qin Miao located his first-place marker and parked his car in front of it. Although he had refrained from celebrating his victory the previous day due to a touch of social anxiety, his joy had diminished significantly by now, and as he dismounted from the car, he chose not to celebrate, opting instead to remove his helmet while making his way to the maintenance area. Even the photographer capturing his expressions seemed to go unnoticed by him. After shedding his gear, Qin Miao exchanged handshakes and shoulder pats with the second and third place drivers, offering mutual encouragement before proceeding to the interview. The interviewer, a blonde female host, began, "Congratulations, Qin. Your performance today was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving everyone in awe. Starting from 8th and racing to 1st to secure another championship, did you encounter any challenges along the way?" Challenges? To be frank, Qin Miao felt little difficulty at the time. Was there truly any challenge in a lower-tier race? For Qin Miao, this competition felt akin to fishing in a barrel. Whether it was overtaking or any other maneuver, he felt no pressure whatsoever. The only aspect that required any thought was the tire degradation. Yet with the emergence of the safety car, that concern was swiftly alleviated. Following that, it was merely a long-distance test for Qin Miao, which he found rather dull. However, he could hardly admit during the interview that he found the initial traffic somewhat entertaining, only to grow bored and wish to finish early. Thus, he mustered the courage to respond, "I encountered quite a few challenges in the first 2 laps. The tire wear exceeded our expectations, which did cause me some concern about needing to pit. Thankfully, the 2 safety car periods alleviated my urgent predicament." Qin Miao's response was a somewhat rehearsed articulation, appearing substantial at first glance, yet essentially just the same old spiel. The host, aware of Qin Miao's struggles with interviews from his previous session, refrained from posing overly intricate questions. She inquired about his thoughts during the initial overtakes, and upon receiving his answer, the interview regarding Qin Miao as championship concluded. Subsequently, the host turned her attention to the second and third place drivers for their interviews. Qin Miao did not pay much attention to the content of their interview. Instead, he busied himself with organizing his belongings, awaiting his turn to ascend the podium for the award ceremony. The same 4 pedestals remained as yesterday. Yet this time they were positioned atop the carpet at the entrance of the maintenance area. Unlike before, Frankie was not tardy. He had already been waiting at the periphery during Qin Miao's interview. Once the interview concluded and the 3 drivers took their places on the podium, he too ascended to the position designated for the championship team's engineer. As the national anthem resonated once more, Qin Miao felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Although the frequency of such moments was somewhat excessive, he still earnestly followed the melody, singing the anthem to completion, a testament to a Chinese individual's respect for their national song. When the anthem concluded, Qin Miao, at the host's prompting, grasped his champion trophy from the sprint race, maintaining his pose for the photographers for a brief moment, which effectively captured the occasion. Following this, celebratory music filled the air, and the 3 drivers, along with 1 team engineer, initiated their festivities with the champagne before them. After the celebration, Qin Miao clinked bottles with his fellow drivers and Frankie, marking a simple yet significant conclusion to their revelries. He then offered his champagne to the onlookers, Sui Wentao, Steve, and Alvin. Although these 3 might have seemed inconspicuous during the race, the stability of the car was indeed a result of Qin Miao's expertise. However, it was these 3 gentlemen who handled the car adjustments and pre-race inspections. In fact, during the preparation phase, Qin Miao spent more time with them than with Frankie. This first championship victory, whether in terms of champagne or prize money, held profound significance for him, and thus his desire to keep it was entirely understandable. Yet, times have changed, rarity enhances value, and for this second champagne, Qin Miao decided to give it away. Naturally, the 3 accepted his offering with gratitude, sharing hearty sips among themselves. Afterward, Qin Miao returned to his locker, where he kept his helmet, to tidy up his equipment. The points accrued from this sprint race were as follows. First, Qin Miao, 17 points, sprint race champion 15. Fastest lap 2, second Drugovich, 12 third Dretz, 10 fourth Ticktum, 8 fifth Lungard, 6 sixth Matsushita. For 7th Mick Schumacher, 2 8th Aiken, 1 notably. Zhou Guanyu started in 17th place and finished 14th. Had it not been for that accident, he might have secured a spot in the top 10. With further effort, breaking into the top 8 and earning a point was not beyond the realm of possibility. This chapter concludes. After this sprint race, 13 drivers have earned points. Qin Miao leads with 44 points, a substantial 26 points ahead of the second-place drivers. Lungard and Ticktum, both tied at 18 points. Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao's teammate, Mick Schumacher, each hold 2 points. Mick's situation was one that Qin Miao had neither inquired about nor felt any particular interest in. However, he was aware that Zhou Guanyu's low score was solely due to his unfortunate circumstances. Just as the award ceremony concluded, with Qin Miao carrying his equipment and assisting Sui Wentao and others in pushing their racing car back to the temporary paddock, Xiaoming approached him. Typically, Xiaoming would refrain from interrupting Qin Miao while he was still in work mode, as she maintained a clear distinction between professional obligations and personal life. Thus, her presence at that moment suggested that there was something of significant importance requiring Qin Miao's immediate attention. "What is the matter?" he inquired, pausing his task. Fortunately, he was not far from the temporary paddock, and Sui Wentao and the others would not need to exert much effort to return the car. Xiaoming, with a hint of apology, addressed Sui Wentao and the others, expressing her regrets before leading Qin Miao to a relatively quiet spot. "I just received numerous calls from the team leaders of various F1 teams," she informed him. Qin Miao raised an eyebrow, recalling his performance on the track yesterday and today, unexpected yet logical. "What does that imply?" he asked. Xiaoming produced a notebook and handed it directly to Qin Miao. Upon opening it, he noted the elegant handwriting, a stark contrast to his own, which could only be described as resembling the scrawl of a chicken's foot. The notebook detailed which individuals had called, and Xiaoming had also recorded their phone numbers. Additionally, she included remarks about the verbal commitments made by each team, along with her assessments of their reliability and perceived endorsement levels. It was evident that Xiaoming had meticulously prepared this information before presenting it to Qin Miao. "So many?" he remarked, surprised that his performance in just one race had garnered such interest from multiple teams. "Your display on the track was rather astonishing," Xiaoming responded. "If I were the head of any of those teams, I too would reach out to you immediately to entice you to join." After a moment, she asked, "What are your thoughts?" Without much hesitation, Qin Miao closed the notebook and returned it to her, stating, "I am not considering a change at this time. After all, Ferrari has treated us quite well, providing us with both housing and vehicles." Xiaoming nodded in understanding, not finding this unexpected. At times, Qin Miao's loyalty could be perceived as stubbornness. He preferred choices that embodied a sense of humanity over merely superior options. Nevertheless, he felt the need to clarify his reasoning. Moreover, it is unlikely that Ferrari is unaware of these developments. They must know about the interest from so many teams and will certainly address my treatment when the time comes. "Very well. I will return their calls tomorrow to inform them," she replied. "Thank you for your efforts." Qin Miao reached out to affectionately ruffle Xiaoming's hair. With personal matters addressed, Qin Miao returned to the team meeting room to convene a debriefing. This meeting was a summary following the conclusion of the Austrian Grand Prix, and he could not afford to postpone it. Fortunately, the duration of the meeting was not excessively lengthy, and due to Qin Miao's remarkably outstanding performance, the discussions surrounding him were predominantly filled with praise and encouragement. Who does not relish hearing commendations about oneself, especially in a public forum? During the meeting, Qin Miao discovered the reason behind Mick's underwhelming performance in the competition. The car's tuning had not been properly calibrated. Surprised by Mick's explanation, Qin Miao cast a glance at the engineer who had been reassigned from the Ferrari F1 team. Rather than being demoted, it seemed he had been sent down to assist the prince in his studies, and under such circumstances, it was improbable that Mick would struggle with car tuning. Nevertheless, Qin Miao did not delve further into the specifics. After the meeting concluded, he cheerfully gathered with Xiaoming, along with Frankie and Sui Wentao, to dine out. Although there were still some follow-up matters to address, those responsibilities belonged to Sui Wentao and his team, leaving Qin Miao, as a driver, largely uninvolved. After their meal, it was a simple matter to have them return for an additional half-hour of work. The dining venue was the buffet restaurant that Zhou Guanyu had previously taken Qin Miao and Xiaoming to. At a buffet, one cannot go hungry. Though it might be a bit pricey, Qin Miao's current financial situation allowed for such indulgence. As they dined and drank, they exchanged stories about events during the race. with Qin Miao sharing his techniques and sensations experienced while overtaking opponents. In this congenial atmosphere, surrounded by familiar faces and colleagues, Qin Miao felt at ease. I didn't feel any pressure at all throughout the race. The only intriguing aspect was the lack of steering assistance. Negotiating corners T6 and T10 posed an interesting challenge. However, I found the sprint phase slightly more engaging, albeit only for the first 10 laps. At that point, I genuinely worried about my tire's longevity, which compelled me to push hard, aiming to break free from the pack and secure a leading position. I knew that even while conserving my tires, my pace would surpass that of the drivers behind me, so I was intensely focused on overtaking to gain an advantageous position. At this juncture, Qin Miao paused, leaning back and gesturing with his hands. Then the safety car was deployed. He remarked that the arrival of the safety car obliterated his entire racing experience, as it alleviated his concerns about tire wear. Not only Frankie, but even Xiaomeng felt that Qin Miao was being somewhat boastful. Yet what could they do? Qin Miao had indeed dominated all the other drivers during the race. Having achieved great success, his words carried an increased credibility, even if his statements appeared ostentatious. Others could only nod in agreement, for he had the prowess to back it up. As he continued to boast while enjoying his meal, time flew by swiftly. Once satiated and satisfied, Sui Wentao and his colleagues returned to their duties, while Qin Miao and Xiaomeng made their way back to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Qin Miao did not hastily immerse himself in gaming. Instead, he reclined on the bed, engrossed in his mobile phone. It seemed that ever since the news of his acceptance into the Ferrari Driver Academy reached his homeland, a new thread had emerged in the online forum, Driver Qin Miao Bar. Initially, this forum was rather sparse, with only a user named Met1 or sharing translated updates gleaned from the official Ferrari Driver Academy website regarding Qin Miao. At that time, Qin Miao had little recognition, and the forum was devoid of activity. However, once news of his entry into F2 circulated domestically, the forum began to stir slightly. Though most discussions revolved around speculations regarding Qin Miao's identity and whether competing in F2 would tarnish his reputation. Yet, times had changed. With Qin Miao's recent performances, the forum began to buzz with vitality, both in terms of posts and membership. Naturally, Met1, or the original creator of the forum, ascended to the position of moderator. At this moment, Qin Miao was exploring the forum, having just received praise from Rasen, and he admitted to enjoying the sensation of being acknowledged and lauded. Who could possibly resist a forum dedicated entirely to extolling one's virtues? Among the threads, Qin Miao lingered longest on one titled, "Why is Qin Miao a god?" Qin Miao, the god. Leaving aside other matters, just look at Qin Miao's appearance, driving prowess, and his humble yet composed demeanor after winning, in my opinion. This lad possesses the charisma of a true leader. Regardless of who you are, anyone capable of clinching victories in both the F2 main race and sprint race is indeed a deity. By the way, from which obscure corner did a genius of Qin Miao's caliber emerge? Yesterday, after watching the F2 race on 5-Star Sports, it felt surreal. I hardly care to watch the F1 season opener now. All I want is to hear more about you, Qin Miao. F1, merely a substitute for F2. If you wish to witness overtakes and fierce battles, come seek me, the god Miao, in F2. To the user above, your god Miao only executed one overtake yesterday, and it was on Zhou Guanyu. Irrelevant. To be frank, Qin Miao genuinely felt that the members of the forum were exceptionally talented. Their creative praise was unparalleled. He mused that if he were to open the forum while dining, he could easily forego the vegetables, feasting instead on the adulations of these fervent fans. While there was also a plethora of compliments for Qin Miao on Weibo, most comments were merely infatuated remarks beneath his award ceremony photos, expressing admiration for his looks and whimsical desires to marry him. A fleeting glance at these comments led Qin Miao to dismiss them. They paled in comparison to the artistic flattery he found within the forum. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiaomeng emerged from the bathroom draped in a towel, bringing Qin Miao to the sudden realization that she had already finished her bath. As he admired her fair, slender legs, he recalled that Xiaomeng had mentioned purchasing 2 sets of cosplay outfits the previous day. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Zhou Guanyu's call unexpectedly interrupted him. Let us game. Yesterday, Qin Miao had already declined Zhou Guanyu once, making it truly difficult for him to refuse now. Reflecting on the morning when he awoke to see Xiaomeng, with her hands on her stomach and a gaze filled with reproach. Qin Miao understood that he must act within his limits. Much like a beloved song, which, when played daily for a month, can quickly become tiresome. The notion of setting a particularly cherished melody as an alarm would ultimately lead to a profound aversion to it. After 5 minutes, Qin Miao replied briefly before ending the call and rising from his bed to sit before his notebook. Once Xiaoming had changed her clothes, she immersed herself in her studies, utilizing the course materials she had requested from her university advisor, diligently self-studying her major subjects. In the midst of a game, during a teammate's disconnection, Zhou Guanyu inquired over the voice chat, "Qin Miao, do you have a Weibo account?" "Yes," came the response. "Then why are so many of your fans coming to my Weibo asking for your account?" Qin Miao, twirling the butterfly knife in his hand, remarked, "My Weibo handle isn't my real name, nor have I sought verification, so it's quite peculiar that they could find it." Zhou Guanyu encouraged him. "You must have a Weibo account. The user base is substantial, and having one wouldn't harm you." Initially, Qin Miao contemplated declining. But then he considered that creating an account on such a public social platform would only require a name, and often, these accounts were managed by Xiaoming, much like his WeChat. With that in mind, he decided to go ahead and create one. They did not play for long, despite the holiday tomorrow. The discipline of the drivers was commendable, as their daily lives rarely intersected with irregular schedules. By 11 in the evening, Qin Miao lay in the hotel bed, embracing his girlfriend's soft, fragrant form as he drifted into slumber. Although the Grand Prix had concluded, nearly everyone remained in Austria, due to well-known circumstances. Many tracks had been closed, resulting in an insufficient number of races for the F1 calendar this year. To meet the required number of Grand Prix events, the Free Media Group organized 2 F1 races in Austria, distinguished only by different titles. Furthermore, the season's calendar included 2 races each in Britain, Italy, and Bahrain. Given the circumstances, both spectators and teams understood that it was a temporary measure. The Free Media Group had made commendable efforts to arrange such a substantial number of races under these conditions. Consequently, after the conclusion of the races, everyone stayed in Austria, setting up camp by the track, prepared to rest for 2 days before diving back into the exhilarating demands of their work. On the following day, Xiaoming, following Qin Miao's suggestion, created a Weibo account named Driver Qin Miao, and fortunately, that name had not been claimed by anyone else. As Zhou Guanyu remarked during a gaming session, the fan base on the Weibo platform is quite substantial, boasting a considerable number of followers. Moreover, domestically, Qin Miao has a solid foundation of supporters in his hometown, which is essential. As for other interests, having been largely insulated from society's darker aspects, Qin Miao, who transitioned directly from high school to training with Ferrari's youth program, naturally has had little exposure to such matters and harbors no thoughts in that direction. Once Weibo was registered, the next step was to authenticate the account's identity with official personnel, and upon acquiring the blue verification badge, Qin Miao had fulfilled his task. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Guanyu promptly tweeted about Qin Miao. "Here you go, the Qin Miao you wanted, which I hastily expedited last night." Subsequently, both Qin Miao and Xiaoming were astounded to witness Qin Miao's follower count surge from 0 to 100,000 within just 2 hours. The most astonishing part was that, since Qin Miao's Weibo did not have a VIP status activated, a fan anonymously gifted him a 30-year membership, leaving both Qin Miao and Xiaoming slightly stunned by the fervor of the fan community. Although the growth rate began to slow after reaching 100,000 followers, it continued to rise steadily. However, as Qin Miao had yet to post anything on his official Weibo account, the only observable phenomenon was the rapid increase in followers. Devoid of any comments, while neither frequently used Weibo, both had a grasp of its fundamental principles. They understood that at this juncture, a post was necessary to greet Qin Miao's burgeoning fan base. Initially, Qin Miao contemplated sharing a selfie with Xiaoming. However, Xiaoming intervened, stating, "This is your Weibo. People come here to see you, so why should I be included?" Qin Miao found this reasoning valid. Recognizing that Xiaoming possessed a clearer vision and better judgment in such matters, thus he acquiesced. Xiaoming scrolled through her phone. Knowing that Qin Miao was somewhat introverted and often felt awkward in front of the camera, she had frequently captured candid shots of him during their gaming sessions, which, in her opinion, appeared more natural than formally posed photographs. After a careful selection, she chose a picture of Qin Miao running in the gym with in-ear headphones. This particular photo was favored not only because Xiaoming adored it, but also due to a delightful detail, a towel draped over Zhou Guanyu's shoulder, as he approached with 2 bottles of water. Having selected the photo, Xiaoming uploaded it and published the first tweet from Qin Miao's account. First, second, Qin God. Disciplined Qin Miao, that physique, even I, a man, envy is that, little Zhou? The relationship between these 2 individuals appears to be genuine, dispelling any rumors. Our dear Qin Miao is truly remarkable, maintaining such an impressive physique alongside her discipline. However, upon reading this, Xiaoming furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. The comments bore a distinct flavor of fan culture. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long. Upon perusing the comment section, she found no personal attacks or overly aggressive remarks, prompting her to put away her phone. Although she intended to keep her Weibo updated, her recent busyness would likely result in less frequent posts, perhaps only sharing a couple of photos from her gallery when inspiration struck. On the second day, Qin Miao initially planned to remain indoors, engaging in her daily training at the hotel before enjoying some leisure time with Siestio. However, in the afternoon, Lawson called to invite her out for afternoon tea, accompanied by Mattia Binotto, the team principal of Ferrari's F1 team. Faced with the invitation from her superior, Qin Miao had no reason to decline, leaving Zhou Guanyu to bear the brunt of her absence. Though Zhou Guanyu understood the reason behind Qin Miao's absence, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. It was remarkable how a single race had captured the attention of so many teams, particularly Ferrari, who sent both the youth training director and the team principal to engage with Qin Miao. Although Zhou Guanyu lacked definitive answers regarding the purpose of their visit, he could surmise it was an attempt to foster a closer relationship with Qin Miao through sincere overtures. When Qin Miao arrived at the designated cafe, she discovered that Binotto and Lawson had arrived even earlier than her, despite her own efforts to be 20 minutes early at Xiaoming's insistence. Their early arrival subtly suggested to Qin Miao that they placed significant importance on her presence. The cafe was relatively quiet, with few patrons, ensuring that Binotto's recognizable face did not draw any interruptions. Qin Miao was familiar with both individuals. Lawson, her direct superior, had overseen her during her time in Maranello and had even taught her lessons, warranting the title of teacher. Her interactions with Binotto were primarily work-related, making their relationship less intimate than that with Lawson. Mr. Binotto, Mr. Lawson, greetings. I apologize for my tardiness. Although Qin Miao was not late, she recognized that it was inappropriate for her elders and superiors to wait for her, thus offering her apologies. Lawson remained silent, while it was Binotto who responded first. No worries, Qin. We arrived too early. After speaking, Binotto shrugged, acknowledging that in the presence of a prodigious talent like you, even an old man like himself ought to extend some degree of respect. Binotto candidly admitted that he had arrived early to await Qin Miao. Frankly, most individuals in such a circumstance might question whether Binotto harbored ulterior motives, for it is an age-old adage that excessive flattery often conceals deceit. However, Qin Miao was different. He had been well protected by Xiaoming, and his upbringing was uncomplicated, leaving him unburdened by heavy thoughts. Encountering Binotto's forthrightness, Qin Miao found himself feeling a certain fondness. Your affirmation leaves me feeling quite humbled. Please, have a seat. Lawson has ordered you some yogurt and nuts. I hope you enjoy it. Upon seeing what Lawson had ordered for him, a wry smile crept across Qin Miao's face. This beverage had been a daily staple during his time with Lubosh, and despite its pleasant flavor, constant consumption had rendered it quite nauseating for him. Yet, in the presence of Lawson and Binotto, Qin Miao could hardly express his distaste. Subtly shifting the yogurt aside, he inquired, May I ask why you two summoned me today? Binotto, having conducted an assessment of Qin Miao's character prior to his arrival, saw no need for preamble and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Following our internal evaluations, we believe you possess the capability to drive an F1 car. Moreover, negotiations regarding Vettel's contract for the upcoming season have not been smooth, and he is likely to depart from Ferrari next season. Upon hearing Binotto's straightforward approach, Qin Miao fell into contemplation. It was clear that Binotto sought Qin Miao for the same reasons that many team principals had reached out to Xiaoming. They were keenly aware of Qin Miao's burgeoning talent in racing, wishing to recruit him for the forthcoming season of F1. However, negotiating a driver contract, often amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions of pounds, was not a simple task, and such discussions typically spanned 1 to 2 months. This period also allowed teams to observe Qin Miao's performance in F2. Should he excel, it would be a cause for mutual celebration. While Qin Miao could leverage his prowess to negotiate a more favorable deal, it was contingent upon his demonstrated value. Conversely, if his performance faltered, it would be straightforward for teams to devise excuses to terminate discussions or to convey a sense of indifference during negotiations. At this juncture, it would be evident to any perceptive individual that negotiations were nearing their conclusion. However, this all hinged on the premise of mutual consent in the negotiation process. The issue now lay in the fact that during his time at Ferrari and his experiences in the paddock, Qin Miao had developed certain reservations about becoming an F1 driver. As a driver himself, Qin Miao's perspective on attending the Grand Prix diverges significantly from that of the spectators. While the audience is captivated by the array of magnificent cars, the presence of celebrities, the opportunity to meet drivers, seek autographs, purchase merchandise, and indulge in various entertainments, Qin Miao's focus lies elsewhere. He scrutinizes the myriad responsibilities of the drivers and the specific tasks they must undertake throughout the event. Reflecting on his own experience, he recalls the transition from arriving at the Grand Prix location on Thursday and traversing the track to the bustling schedule from Friday to Sunday, where at least 4 hours each day are dedicated to engaging with fans and journalists, not to mention the unseen demands behind the scenes. It is not that Qin Miao lacks the desire to pilot an F1 car, for the allure of driving such a machine is irresistible to any driver. However, he feels a certain reticence towards a lifestyle that requires constant smiling, incessant public engagement, and living under the relentless glare of the spotlight. Thus, while he is open to the prospect of driving an F1 car, he harbors no immediate ambition to become an F1 driver. When faced with Binotto's invitation, Qin Miao fell silent for this very reason. He pondered how to convey that he had no intention of switching allegiances, nor did he plan to pursue a career as an F1 driver in the near future. Witnessing Qin Miao's contemplative silence, both Binotto and Lawson felt a sense of helplessness. Compared to Red Bull and Mercedes, Ferrari possesses the clearest understanding of Qin Miao's capabilities, as he is a product of their driver academy, which employs a sophisticated assessment system. Dedicated personnel meticulously observe these young drivers, recording various aspects of their daily lives, such as training diligence, personality traits, and preferences. On the track, a driver's performance is readily apparent, and among those who share a passion for racing, assessing a driver's prowess can often be distilled to their lap times. For individuals like Binotto, a deeper understanding of a driver's abilities can be gleaned not only from lap times, but also from analyzing their track data, eliminating the need for external evaluations. Consequently, their specialized focus is highly professional. They have rendered the following assessment of Qin Miao: too scattered. While he is never late for training and consistently puts in the necessary effort, there has been no record of additional practice. His enthusiasm for gaming matches that of his training, indicating mild social anxiety, a tendency to stand apart, an air of aloofness, and a lack of initiative. He requires supervision to ensure he does not indulge in unhealthy eating habits. In the eyes of the professionals within the academy, Qin Miao's disposition seemingly condemns him to a future devoid of the qualities necessary to become a competent driver. Yet, there is no denying that his exceptional talent in racing is so remarkable that even Binotto is left in awe. Initially, there were those within Ferrari who considered Qin Miao to be merely a theoretical talent, excelling only in simulations. However, during an internal test, Qin Miao not only outperformed all Ferrari's junior drivers, but also struck a blow to the faces of those within the upper echelons of Ferrari who doubted his capabilities. Faced with such prodigious talent, Ferrari was determined not to miss this opportunity. Yet, Qin Miao's lifestyle habits were rather too lax, prompting Ferrari to decide to place him in F2 for a period of reflection, hoping he would come to realize his own shortcomings before discussing his potential entry into F1 for the next season. However, plans often yield to unexpected developments. Even Ferrari could not have anticipated that Qin Miao would deliver such an astonishing performance in his F2 debut, clinching both the main race and the sprint race titles, thereby demonstrating the extent of his remarkable racing talent to the entire motorsport world. Before Ferrari could fully process this monumental surprise, disheartening news arrived. Virtually every team in the paddock seeking to bolster their driver lineup had contacted Qin Miao's manager, reportedly offering exceedingly generous terms. At that moment, Ferrari could no longer remain passive. Rival teams were encroaching upon their own territory, and if they continued to sit idly by, the upper management of Ferrari would truly deserve to be ousted. Consequently, upon receiving this news, Ferrari convened a brief internal meeting and, within a day, formulated a proposal regarding Qin Miao's future compensation. While it appeared that Ferrari's response time was considerably slower than that of other teams, those teams were merely extending verbal assurances to Qin Miao and were still in the preliminary stages of engagement. In contrast, Ferrari had meticulously drafted the contract terms. Should Qin Miao sign the contract and secure a top-3 finish with at least 40 points by the end of the F2 season, Ferrari would ensure he had ample pre-season testing time to accumulate the requisite driving hours for F1, paving the way for his direct entry into the F1 circuit next season. Nevertheless, his future with Ferrari remained contingent upon his performance in F2. Ultimately, it was Qin Miao himself who shattered the prevailing silence. My dear mentors, I understand your concerns regarding the possibility of my departure from Ferrari. However, you are aware that we Chinese hold deep sentiments of loyalty. Ferrari has guided me into the realm of motorsport, and it was Mr. Lawson who discovered my potential among the ordinary. I harbor a genuine affection for Ferrari. Therefore, rest assured, I will not be leaving Ferrari in the near future, at least, not until the conclusion of this F2 season. As for the prospect of becoming an F1 driver, to be candid, I do not oppose driving an F1 car. However, I am not fond of being in the limelight for extended periods, nor do I enjoy conducting interviews. During such moments, I am acutely aware that I cannot express my innermost thoughts, and I have no desire to engage in the political machinations of the paddock, laboring to outmaneuver others. My sole aspiration is to drive well, which is why I have no immediate intentions of entering F1. After listening to Qin Miao's thoughts, Binotto and Lawson exchanged a glance. Their concerns regarding Qin Miao lay precisely here. However, they realized that they, along with other teams interested in recruiting him, had overlooked a significant detail. No one had anticipated that Qin Miao harbored no aspirations of becoming an F1 driver. Astonishingly, the very factors that deterred him were the pre-race activities, post-race interviews, and the politics surrounding the paddock that could, to some extent, enhance his visibility. It is well known that the more events one participates in within the paddock, the greater their influence becomes, and such influence can be directly monetized. With influence, countless sponsors would eagerly vie for the opportunity to offer financial support. Summarizing Qin Miao's sentiments in his mind, Lawson quickly thought of one person, Kimi Räikkönen. Qin Miao's statements and demeanor closely mirrored Kimi's distinctive style within the paddock. However, while Kimi exhibited this facet of himself after entering the paddock, Qin Miao chose to reveal it by opting not to enter at all. Both individuals can be regarded as rare anomalies in the F1 paddock, a true rarity in a century. Rubbing his thinning hair in mild frustration, Lawson was about to advise Qin Miao, as his identity held considerable significance for Lawson. Most F1 drivers emerging from the Ferrari Driver Academy never actually served with the Ferrari F1 team, leaving only Leclerc as a notable exception. To prevent the narrative that Ferrari's young talents were being siphoned off by rival teams from solidifying, Lawson, as the head of the Ferrari Driver Academy, recognized the necessity of advocating for Qin Miao's recruitment. Before he could speak, however, Binotto interjected with a question: what if we could stipulate in the contract a reduction in your involvement in commercial activities? Ultimately, F1 operates as a commercial enterprise, with the Free Media Group primarily focused on profit and drivers' media engagements being a key source of revenue for the teams. Thus, Binotto did not suggest eliminating Qin Miao's participation in commercial activities altogether, but rather reducing the weight of those obligations. Qin Miao was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes brightened. The youth could hardly conceal his emotions. The shift in his expression did not escape Binotto's notice. Upon witnessing this reaction, Binotto sensed that there was potential in this matter. Qin Miao's aversion to F1 stemmed not from a lack of desire to race, but rather from his distaste for the commercial obligations and political machinations within the paddock. With this understanding, they could accommodate Qin Miao's preferences by minimizing his required commercial engagements, while appointing a more influential driver as Ferrari's third driver to handle those responsibilities, thus granting Qin Miao greater freedom beyond the essential activities. Before Qin Miao could express his thoughts, Binotto interjected: "Of course, you are aware that the FIA will implement a budget cap next year, which significantly limits our budget for driver salaries. If you are not inclined to participate in commercial activities, we will need to seek a third driver to fill that gap, resulting in a considerably lower salary for you. Binotto added, moreover, the contract you are requesting is rather exceptional, and granting it would place substantial pressure on me. The board will undoubtedly inquire about it, so you must deliver compelling results this F2 season. Salary? Qin Miao had yet to exhaust the funds provided by the system, so a lower salary was of little concern. As for performance, he was confident. His proficiency on the 12 F2 circuits had reached an impressive level of 300. To put it boldly, driving his own F2 car, Qin Miao could complete 2 laps on these tracks with his eyes closed. As long as neither the team nor the car hindered him, he was optimistic about clinching the F2 championship and securing the majority of the main race victories this year. However, the sprint races remained uncertain. It was foreseeable that after achieving victories in both the main race and a sprint race, future sprint races would not allow him the same ease in overtaking. Except for Zhou Guanyu. Every F2 driver ahead of Qin Miao would undoubtedly make every effort to defend against his attempts to overtake during the sprint races, aiming to maintain a distance from him. They could not allow Qin Miao to monopolize all the championships. After all, those who qualified ahead of him for the reversed grid sprint races were competent drivers, capable of finishing 8th in the main race and then competing for the championship in the sprint race. At that point, any assistance in hindering Qin Miao, even for a second or two, would be beneficial. Thus, it was predictable that in the upcoming season, all F2 drivers might unite in their efforts against Qin Miao, treating him as a formidable opponent. Consequently, after the conclusion of the Austrian Grand Prix, Qin Miao resolved to maintain his usual performance during the main race, but to adopt a more cautious approach in the sprint races. After all, it was understood that F2 sprint races often resembled a distribution of spoils. How could he, like a greedy miser, claim all the victories while others toiled for an entire year without even touching a trophy? Qin Miao was not devoid of empathy. It was unreasonable for the other 21 drivers to labor tirelessly throughout the year without any recognition. Yet, upon hearing Binotto's demands, his thoughts shifted, distributing spoils. I shall remove the very table upon which you slaughter the pig. How did others view Qin Miao? If they were dissatisfied, they could stew in their frustration. Why should he yield to their slowness? He was not their benefactor. However, if Zhou had a chance at victory, Qin Miao might indeed consider engineering a mechanical failure on the track. In summary, to all his fellow F2 competitors, he sincerely apologized. This season, he could not relent. Engaging in battles with formidable bosses is an inevitable aspect of MMORPGs. After all, who among us has not faced total annihilation at the hands of a boss on several occasions? In light of my unique contract, I shall endure a bit of hardship on your behalf. Indeed, Qin Miao is somewhat introverted, yet for someone who harbors a passion for racing, the contract proposed by Binotto is simply irresistible. After further discussions regarding the intricacies of the contract, both parties reached an agreement. The stipulations of this contract impose a stringent requirement on Qin Miao. He must achieve a dominant performance to secure the title of champion in the F2 season. Furthermore, within the confines of his F1 driver contract, there exists a notable reduction in obligations pertaining to media engagements, commercial activities, and fan interactions, allowing Qin Miao to focus on racing. Essentially, he is required to make appearances only once during each Grand Prix, leaving ample time for personal pursuits thereafter. Regarding remuneration, Qin Miao's salary for the first year is publicly stated as 2 million euros. However, after deductions for various taxes, he will net just over 1 million euros. For a rookie driver, this salary is deemed reasonable, but for a prodigy of Qin Miao's caliber, it appears somewhat meager. Nevertheless, considering the minimal commercial obligations outlined in his contract, this remuneration suddenly seems more justifiable. At this juncture, the discussions between Qin Miao and Binotto have only established the general terms of the contract. The formal signing will require additional time, as the originally prepared contract is no longer applicable. Furthermore, the presence of a notary lawyer will be necessary during the signing process to ensure that no hidden clauses lurk within the contract. Although Qin Miao does not suspect that Ferrari would seek to undermine him within the contract, such precautions are standard protocol. Even if Qin Miao intends to forego legal representation, Xiaoming would insist on it upon learning of the situation. After concluding their discussions, the trio prepared to depart. Qin Miao checked his phone and noted that he still had time to indulge in a few rounds of CSGO upon returning to the hotel. Just as he stood to shake hands with Binotto in farewell, Binotto unexpectedly embraced him, patting Qin Miao on the back. "I eagerly anticipate working with you next season," he expressed warmly. Qin Miao reciprocated with an embrace and a smile, replying, "Indeed, I am also looking forward to it." Unbeknownst to Binotto, the contract and commitment he has made will unleash a formidable force on the F2 circuit. As Qin Miao shatters record after record, Binotto will reflect on this day, recalling the enigmatic confidence that graced Qin Miao's face when he stated, "You must deliver a compelling performance in this F2 season." Once the discussions were concluded, Binotto returned to his work, while Qin Miao busied himself with gaming at the hotel, and the three parted ways at the cafe entrance. This news is unlikely to spread in the immediate future. After all, it would seem rather frivolous for Ferrari to confirm next season's F1 driver so early in the F2 season, inevitably stirring a tempest of public opinion. Although Qin Miao's performance was astonishing, it is crucial to note that he has only participated in a single race thus far. Releasing this information would appear rather hasty. Moreover, since Qin Miao has already committed, it is not the Ferrari team that should be in a rush. Once Qin Miao's performance stabilizes in F2, it will be the Ferrari fans who will begin to feel anxious. When news of Vettel's departure from Ferrari circulates, fans will inevitably speculate on who could potentially take his place next season. They will consider various candidates from the current F1 roster, then shift their gaze to F2 in search of promising talents from Ferrari's youth program. Upon inspection, they might exclaim, "What is this? This isn't merely extraordinary. This fellow is positively astonishing." There will be no need for further selection. He is the one. As Ferrari fans start to chant Qin Miao's name on the team's social media platforms, Ferrari will announce his joining the team, undoubtedly resulting in a masterstroke of marketing. Returning to the hotel, Xiao Meng, wearing a pair of narrow-framed blue light-blocking glasses, added an intellectual charm to her already endearing visage. However, Qin Miao was not particularly interested in this aesthetic, and since Xiao Meng typically dressed this way for work, he chose not to disturb her. Approaching his computer, he logged into a Steam account. Although Zhou Guanyu was not currently gaming, his account remained online. There was no urgency to invite him to play. So Qin Miao cheerfully sent a message to Zhou Guanyu via Steam. "Sanshui, are you there? I have some exciting news." Before long, Zhou Guanyu replied, likely seated at his computer, but simply not gaming. "Shanghai Tiger, what?" "Sanshui, this news is rather explosive. Please remain calm, don't overthink it, and take a deep breath." Shanghai Tiger. "Sanshui, this afternoon, I wasn't just idle. Binotto and Lawson came to see me." After sending this message, Qin Miao leaned back in his chair and pulled out his phone, placing it on the table as he began to count down. 3, 2, 1. As he completed the countdown, his phone rang. Upon answering, Zhou Guanyu's voice came through. "What do you mean? Huh? Isn't this just a regular meeting? Why do you tell me not to get excited or overthink things? Are you implying that you made such an impression with just one race? Don't joke around." In truth, the message Qin Miao sent to Zhou Guanyu was not particularly worth such excitement. However, when combined with the previous admonitions to remain calm and composed, Zhou Guanyu could not help but question Binotto's intentions in seeking out Qin Miao. Surely, this fellow could not have secured a contract with Ferrari as an F1 driver based solely on one remarkable performance. It seemed implausible. There was no justification for such rapidity. Was Binotto losing his mind? In this moment, Zhou Guanyu admitted to feeling a surge of excitement, as if the values he had painstakingly built over more than a decade were shattering before him, scattered like shards of glass, further trampled by Qin Miao. Listening to his friend's astonished and incredulous words on the other end of the line, Qin Miao smiled faintly. "Just as you imagined, we've tentatively finalized the contract details. We are now merely awaiting the contract from Ferrari. Once we have that, my friend, you shall find me beyond your reach." Upon receiving this news from Qin Miao, Zhou Guanyu was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. However, he was not the kind to fear his brother's struggles nor resent him for driving a luxury vehicle. For Zhou Guanyu's family was certainly not lacking in such opulence. His complex feelings stemmed from his inability to comprehend why Qin Miao, with such remarkable talent, should also possess such fortuitous luck. Though Ferrari's F1 team had been without a championship for many years, the brand held a sanctified status in the realm of F1, akin to Jerusalem for the West or Tifa for the 3D sector. To a certain extent, Ferrari's presence in F1 was revered. Even in its decline, countless drivers vied for the coveted seats within its ranks. Little did Zhou Guanyu expect that his good friend Leclerc, who had also trained with Ferrari, would ascend to the team after a year with Alfa Romeo. Now, his dear friend Qin Miao had surpassed even that. Having received a personal invitation from Binotto after a mere F2 race, poised to join Ferrari for the next season without the need for any prior F1 experience. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Guanyu began to question whether he possessed some sort of buff that allowed those close to him to enter Ferrari, with the speed of their ascent directly proportional to the strength of their bond. After a period of introspection, Zhou Guanyu managed to realign his emotions. Yet he could not deny the envy he felt towards Qin Miao's racing talent. When he first encountered Qin Miao, he was merely an ordinary individual with some aptitude in simulators, but within just a year, Qin Miao had evolved into a prodigious driver worthy of Binotto's invitation to join Ferrari. Once he regained his composure, Zhou Guanyu, though seemingly gritting his teeth, jokingly remarked, "Damn it, you must treat me to dinner tonight. I must find the most expensive restaurant nearby. It doesn't have to be the best, just the priciest. If I don't give you a good thrashing, my heart will remain unsatisfied." Qin Miao shrugged with a smile. "Sure, go ahead and choose the finest. But let's agree on one thing. People's constitutions differ. Some dishes I can enjoy, you may not be able to." Just imagine the expression on your fitness trainer's face if you indulge. After this remark, Zhou Guanyu, who had just managed to stabilize his emotions, erupted in frustration. "Ah? Qin Miao, you're insufferable." Qin Miao's playful banter had thoroughly breached Zhou Guanyu's defenses. "Enough of this nonsense. Dinner is still a while away. Let us jump into a game." "All right, but do you remember what happens if you kill teammates in FPL?" Once Xiaoming had resolved her matters, Qin Miao shared his situation with her, yet her response was far less intense than Zhou Guanyu's. Qin Miao was unconcerned, having discussed the details of his contract with Xiaoming. After addressing a few minor issues, the day swiftly passed. The following day, Qin Miao was required to report back to the team to commence his training. His responsibilities were not extensive, nor did he need to engage in the development of new components alongside engineers as an F1 driver would. Instead, Qin Miao's primary tasks involved maintaining his race car with Sui Wentao and others, familiarizing himself with the role of various components on the track. Additionally, there was the aspect of learning driving techniques, which included watching exemplary driving footage of others. However, regarding Qin Miao's lap times at the Red Bull Ring, the laps of certain F1 drivers were the only ones worth his attention. Yet, the car he was currently driving differed from an F1 vehicle, rendering such comparisons largely unhelpful. Consequently, after the completion of the first session, Qin Miao found himself somewhat bewildered, realizing that his workday had come to an end. Not wishing to leave early, he opted to use Sui Wentao's unused laptop to watch a film. It felt rather audacious to be playing games in the temporary P room. So Qin Miao refrained from overindulgence and settled for watching a movie, justifying it by claiming he was analyzing the vehicular chase scenes for potential insights. This state of affairs continued for 2 days until Thursday. Ordinarily, this would have been a day for track walks. However, due to the recent hosting of 2 Grand Prix events at the Red Bull Ring and the absence of any track renovations, this was rendered unnecessary. This day marked the signing of Qin Miao's contract with Ferrari. Thanks to Zhou Guanyu's connections, Xiaoming had arranged for 2 professional lawyers to come from the UK to handle the contractual matters. The entire process was rather mundane, with the contract closely mirroring the discussions Qin Miao had held with Binotto. Nevertheless, a considerable number of individuals from the Ferrari F1 team were present, including team principal Binotto, racing director Makis, chassis chief Resta, and head of the power unit department, Guidi. Essentially, all the prominent figures within the Ferrari F1 team were in attendance, which indicated that Qin Miao was indeed a uniquely significant presence for them. Initially, the contract was intended to span 3 years, commencing in 2021 and extending to 2024. However, due to some unconventional demands made by Qin Miao, the Ferrari board ultimately decided to compress the contract's duration into a single year, akin to a betting agreement. Should Qin Miao perform well within that year, Ferrari would not hesitate to offer a substantial sum to retain him, and they were confident in this, as it was unlikely that any other team would permit a full-time driver to abstain from media engagements. If his performance was satisfactory but not exceptional, Qin Miao would have to content himself with a secondary role at Ferrari and accept the responsibilities that came with it, facing interviews with composure. For Qin Miao, a 1-year contract held no particular disadvantages. In a low-pressure, low-exposure environment, Being able to drive for a year was a considerable opportunity. After signing the contract, both parties were elated, and subsequently, they returned to their respective homes. Qin Miao, upon returning to the hotel, believed that his life would soon return to normal, relishing at least 6 months of leisurely existence. However, in the afternoon, he received a call from Bernardo, summoning him to the paddock. Upon his arrival, Bernardo had no other tasks for Qin Miao. He understood that F2 drivers often find themselves with ample free time, which most utilize for study or honing their racing skills. Yet, Qin Miao was in a different situation. He was merely a step away from F1, holding only a super license. There was little left for him to improve. Bernardo pondered the matter and decided that letting Qin Miao languish at home was unproductive. So he invited him to familiarize himself with the specific preparations for each Grand Prix conducted by the Ferrari F1 team. After all, since Qin Miao had time on his hands, it would be beneficial for him to gain some experience. Qin Miao, P.S. Thanks to Zai for the generous reward of 50,000, and the donkey who loves cats for the 10,000. An additional 6 updates due to reaching 400 monthly votes, totaling 7 updates. Currently, 7 updates have been fulfilled, with 13 remaining. Chapter complete 127, dominating qualifying though his leisure time had vanished. Qin Miao was genuinely curious about the normal operations and workflows during a Grand Prix with the Ferrari F1 team. Thus, he complied with Bernardo's arrangements and remained. He spent the entirety of Thursday within the Ferrari team. Having previously worked in Ferrari's simulator department, many within the F1 team recognized Qin Miao. Coupled with his impressive performance in F2 last week and his status as a Ferrari junior driver, no one was surprised by his presence in Ferrari's workspace. Even after work, a technician from Ferrari invited him to dinner that evening, but Qin Miao politely declined, as he had an F2 practice session and qualifying to prepare for the following day. On Friday, driven by his internal clock, Qin Miao rose, refreshed himself, and after breakfast, took a moment to rest before completing his daily physical training. Once he accomplished these tasks, he made his way to the paddock. By the time he arrived, many F2 team staff members were already bustling about in the temporary paddock. Qin Miao was no stranger to this scene, and the recent contract he had signed, along with the identity shift it entailed, did not alter his mindset. On one hand, the contract had yet to take effect. On the other, while he possessed the youthful inclination to be flamboyant and expressive, Qin Miao preferred to rely on his skills to impress rather than his status. Therefore, he proceeded as usual, entering the team's temporary paddock to begin his work. His responsibilities for the day were relatively light, as most tasks had been completed the previous week. This week's focus primarily revolved around the maintenance and inspection of his race car, ensuring that it would not suffer any mechanical failures during the competition. As for the tuning and adjustments of the racing car, no changes were made. On one hand, the setup devised by Qin Miao last week was already in an optimal state, and on the other hand, the absence of track data meant that any arbitrary tweaks could potentially disrupt the well-calibrated settings that Qin Miao found so comfortable. Thus, maintaining the current configuration was deemed the wisest course of action. Once everything is prepared, there remains a considerable amount of time before the F2 practice session commences. Qin Miao could afford to rest, and initially, Sui Wentao and his team could do the same before the onset of the F2 practice. However, seizing this interval, Xian promptly took Sui Wentao and his crew to practice tire changes. With idle time at hand, it was an opportune moment to rehearse tire changes in preparation for the main race tomorrow and the sprint race the following day. Qin Miao watched with a smile as the beleaguered Sui Wentao and his team sweated under the blazing sun while practicing tire changes. After observing for a while, curiosity piqued. Qin Miao approached, expressing his desire to try as well. Given that the tire change practice was a spontaneous addition, Xian was primarily keen on ensuring that the team remained engaged during their usual working hours. Therefore, they did not decline Qin Miao's request. Tire changing is indeed a technical undertaking, requiring not only speed but precision. The process in F2 differs from that in F1, as each tire change crew member in F2 is responsible for a single tire, making the procedure considerably more intricate. First, upon the car halting before them, the crew member must align the tire gun with the wheel's bolts, insert it, and pull the trigger to loosen the bolts. With a deft grip on the rim's edge, they leverage their arm strength to detach the tire from the race car. Next, using the tire gun's nozzle to secure the new tire's nuts. The tire gun and the nuts become locked, allowing the crew member to lift the tire and insert it onto the car's coupling, followed by tightening the nuts with the tire gun. After a couple of attempts, Qin Miao lost interest, realizing that once the technique was mastered, the speed of the tire change hinged solely on one's proficiency, rendering it somewhat mundane. After spending some time with his phone in the team's paddock, the long-awaited announcement from the race officials prompted numerous F2 teams to emerge from their temporary paddocks, pushing their cars, tires, or carrying equipment towards the pit area. The F2 practice session was about to commence. After changing into his racing suit in the locker room, Qin Miao seamlessly made his way to the pit area. He assisted Sui Wentao and his team in organizing various items, and then he took a moment to stretch beside his car before donning his gear. Once fully prepared, Qin Miao climbed into his racing car with ease. It is worth mentioning that due to Qin Miao's outstanding performance on the racetrack last week, Automing has recently received numerous calls from sponsors interested in supporting Qin Miao. However, most of the inquiries have been from companies wishing to offer driver loans. The concept of a driver loan is quite straightforward. Motorsport is inherently a costly pursuit. Typically, F2 drivers secure their positions through sponsorships with F2 teams. Sometimes, the teams purchase the cars, while in other instances, like Qin Miao's, drivers invest their own funds. Once a driver has financed their position, they are also responsible for the expenses related to tires, fuel, and component wear. Naturally, teams do not remain entirely passive. They provide logistical support for the drivers, assign them race numbers and slots, and manage the logistics of the race cars. Drivers like Qin Miao, who are almost entirely supported by their teams, are indeed rare. Prema, being a wealthier team, is willing to invest significantly in Qin Miao in pursuit of the F2 championship title. A driver loan entails a company granting an interest-free loan to a driver they believe in. The amount borrowed is precisely what must be repaid. However, until the loan is fully repaid, the driver must prominently display the lender's logo on their helmet or race car. Some contracts even stipulate that for a year following the loan's repayment, the driver must continue to advertise for the lender on their car and racing suit. This arrangement proves to be a lucrative venture for both the driver and the lending company. After a discussion with Automing, Qin Miao opted against the driver loan, choosing instead a few sponsors with minimal requirements and lesser financial contributions, primarily for the sake of simplicity. Consequently, Qin Miao's race car and suit adorned a few more advertisements. Though most of these sponsors were relatively unknown and paled in comparison to the prominent Shell and Ferrari logos displayed on his attire. Once Qin Miao was prepared, the practice session commenced, and the broadcast team promptly focused the cameras on the pit area, honing in on Qin Miao's car. Following his remarkable performance last week, Qin Miao had become the focal point of F2, a leading contender for the championship this season. The broadcast team showed him the respect and attention he deserved. Fastening his seatbelt, Sui Wentao approached Qin Miao to check the headrest, safety belt, and helmet. After confirming everything was in order, he gave a thumbs up in front of Qin Miao's helmet, signaling that the car was ready. Qin Miao nodded and extended his hand to shake Sui Wentao's, who then stepped back as Qin Miao started the car. Once the countdown for the practice session concluded, he drove out of the pit area. During the moment Qin Miao exited the pit, both the overhead cameras and the photographers present focused their lenses solely on him, tracking his car until he had completely left the pit area. The practice session yielded little of significance to discuss. Qin Miao had already discovered the optimal setup for this circuit the previous week, leaving scant room for enhancement during the practice. Any adjustments made would likely be minute, perhaps yielding a mere 0.0501 seconds of improvement at best. Of course, this was solely from Qin Miao's perspective. Other drivers still had considerable potential to unearth on this track. Thus, Qin Miao merely completed 7 laps on soft tires before returning, remaining in the pits for the duration of the practice session. Now, he needed to conserve his tires, aware that due to his contract with Ferrari, he must perform exceptionally well in the F2 arena. Consequently, he aspired to claim the championship title in this week's sprint race. As for the main event, without boasting, as long as his car remained trouble-free during the race, Qin Miao was confident he could secure victory with ease. The practice session concluded with Qin Miao's leisurely approach, and the familiar routine of dismantling equipment ensued. In the afternoon, upon receiving notification from the organizers, Qin Miao and his team returned to the pit lane. Now for the qualifying session. This phase differed significantly from the practice. 5 Star Sports began their live broadcast. Thanks to Qin Miao, Both the audience and the three hosts were eagerly anticipating the performances of the two Chinese drivers, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, in the F2 arena. Following the familiar opening montage, the broadcast transitioned to the pit exit for the qualifying stage. Although the session had yet to commence, over 10 F2 cars were already lined up at the white line, awaiting their release. Qin Miao, however, did not rush. He waited until the cars ahead had departed before rolling out from his parking spot. By then, those warming their tires were already halfway through their laps. Nevertheless, Qin Miao remained unfazed, confident that even if obstructed, he could still secure a spot within the top 5. He also trusted the release timing set by Frankie, knowing that Frankie was not part of Ferrari's strategy team. With 24 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the qualifying session, after completing 2 warm-up laps, Qin Miao, prompted by Frankie, pushed his speed at T7 and swiftly accelerated to complete his first flying lap. The time was 1:14.349 with purple sectors, placing him temporarily in first. 2 minutes later, Zhou Guanyu also broke into the 1:14 bracket, clocking in at 1:14.933, trailing Qin Miao by a mere 0.6 seconds. The viewers and commentators of 5-Star Sports reveled in the sight of the two Chinese drivers dominating the top positions, lavishly praising their performances. Yet, Qin Miao was aware that his lap time was not his ultimate limit. During his first outing at the Austrian Grand Prix, he had recorded faster times in practice. Thus, Qin Miao returned to the pit area to make some adjustments. With 14 minutes left in the countdown after the conclusion of the qualifying session, as most F2 cars had returned to the pits for fine-tuning, Qin Miao drove his car out. This timing for his exit meant that the car's engine would not have sufficient time to cool down. Although the engine could still function normally under these conditions, the power it could unleash would be somewhat diminished compared to a fully cooled engine. Nevertheless, Qin Miao managed to achieve a time of 1:14.019 with a car that was not in optimal condition. He fell just 2 seconds short of breaking the 1:13 barrier. Despite this slight disappointment, his achievement nonetheless set a new record for the fastest lap in F2 at the Red Bull Ring. After completing the lap, Qin Miao felt quite pleased. If he were to switch to a new set of soft tires, he was confident he could break into the 1:13 range. However, he deemed it unnecessary, as his current time was already sufficient to secure pole position for the qualifying round. Moreover, within the team radio, Frankie had just excitedly praised Qin Miao, exclaiming, "Incredible." However, midway through his sentence, Frankie fell silent for a moment, then reluctantly informed Qin Miao, "Could you please return to the pit? There will be staff at the entrance to guide you." Curious, Qin Miao asked, "What's the matter?" "The FIA has called you back for weighing. Your qualifying speed was too fast, and they suspect your car may be too light." This was not a matter of discrimination. It was simply the FIA's protocol to verify that there were no violations after Qin Miao had set the fastest lap on the circuit. Shrugging, Qin Miao thought that since he had completed the lap, he wouldn't be running any more in the remaining 10 minutes, so he would comply with the weighing process. Upon arriving at the pit entrance, he saw several orange warning cones set up in a vacant area, encircling a metal structure resembling a dynamometer base, which was actually designated for weighing. The standard procedure for weighing involved Qin Miao stopping his car under the makeshift scales, while FIA personnel would push his car onto the weighing platform, a process during which he merely needed to maintain control of the steering. However, being unaware of this, Qin Miao, during his first call back by the FIA for weighing, drove directly onto the scales. Entering from the pit area, he adhered to the speed limit of 80 km per hour as he approached the scales. The FIA staff, who were prepared to assist in pushing the car, were startled to see him approaching without slowing down. Yet, as a driver with exceptional control over his vehicle, Qin Miao was not prone to such elementary mistakes. Approximately 60 meters before reaching the scales, he began to decelerate, showcasing the remarkable lightweight design of the F2 car and its formidable braking capability. In that 60-meter stretch, he managed to reduce his speed from 80 km per hour down to 20 km per hour. Given that the weighing scales required a slight incline to access, Qin Miao maintained a controlled speed, perfectly utilizing the car's momentum to ascend onto the scales. In a seemingly fierce yet orderly manner, he parked his car atop the weighing scale. The FIA staff observed as he secured the vehicle and stepped out, while Qin Miao wore an expression of helplessness. On one hand, one might argue he had violated regulations. On the other, he merely drove onto the scale. Ultimately, Qin Miao faced no penalties. For both F1 and F2 officials extend certain leniencies to prodigies in matters of little consequence. The weighing process was swift, and Qin Miao was summoned not just for weighing, but also for a vehicle inspection, identical to the checks conducted post-race. Naturally, Qin Miao's car was in perfect order, devoid of any issues. After completing the weighing, the FIA personnel signaled for Qin Miao to return to his car and proceed with the qualifying session. To their astonishment, he abandoned his vehicle and walked away, helmet in hand. Was he truly discarding his car? Fortunately, prior to weighing, Qin Miao had informed his team that his current performance rendered further laps unnecessary, as the likelihood of improving his fastest lap was minimal should such an opportunity arise. He would willingly relinquish the pole position. Shortly after his departure, Sui Wentao and his crew arrived with tools, and amidst the bewildered gaze of the FA staff, they rolled the car away. The commentators from 5-Star Sports paused momentarily, quickly grasping the situation's context. It appeared that Qin Miao was content with his current standing and opted not to continue, intending to conserve a set of soft tires for the sprint race. As he returned to his team's temporary paddock, he passed by Zhou Guanyu's car. Zhou, sitting inside and shaded by an umbrella, looked perplexed as Qin Miao strolled past. His mind filled with questions. What was he doing? Wasn't the qualifying session still ongoing? Inquiring with his race engineer, he learned that Qin Miao had just set the fastest lap in the Red Bull Ring F2 qualifying session. Given his understanding of Qin Miao, Zhou surmised that he likely did not plan to make any further runs. Watching Qin Miao vanish from his sight with a tinge of envy, Zhou secretly wished to experience the thrill of completing only 2 flying laps in a qualifying session before calling it a day. Unique drivers naturally attract the broadcaster's attention. Thus, the camera first focused on Qin Miao's car, which was not being pushed back to Prema's garage by Sui Wentao and his crew, but rather directed towards the temporary paddock. Indeed, he was finishing early. Thankfully, the recent weighing session also facilitated the completion of the vehicle inspection, allowing them to return Qin Miao's car directly instead of waiting for the qualifying session's conclusion to conduct the standard checks before storing it away. Upon returning to the Prema team's pit area, Qin Miao crossed the track and exchanged a handshake with Frankie, then said to Razin, "Boss, I'm off for the day." Razin made no objection and waved him away, understanding that, like himself, he did not believe anyone could surpass Qin Miao's remarkable lap time today. The pole position was already secured. If the Team S star wished to leave early, so be it. After all, Qin Miao had endeavored tirelessly to achieve the fastest lap, and a bit of rest was well-deserved. The broadcast director observed as Qin Miao crossed the track once more, removed his gear, bent slightly, and slipped through the half-drawn roller door of the Ferrari team's pit. The director, along with all who witnessed this through the broadcast, was momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute. How does an F2 driver just waltz into Ferrari's pit? Even if he were a Ferrari junior driver, such an act seemed inappropriate. Was there no one to intervene? Would Ferrari not object? However, this question remained unanswered, and as a result of Qin Miao's action, new rumors began to circulate in the paddock that Qin Miao had already joined the Ferrari F1 team. Nevertheless, neither Qin Miao nor Ferrari acknowledged these speculations, and in the absence of any fervor, the rumors gradually faded into obscurity. In the usual course of events, after completing his qualifying duties, Qin Miao would return to the hotel to play video games. However, this time was different. Binotto had insisted that he remain in the Ferrari pit after qualifying to await the commencement of the F1 second practice. During the entirety of the F2 second practice, Qin Miao was required to stay in the Ferrari pit to familiarize himself with the workflow and habits of Vettel's technicians. This was essential as these technicians were likely to become his crew for the next season, and Binotto wanted Qin Miao to establish rapport and mutual familiarity with them. As a diligent worker, Qin Miao had no objections to the requests of his superior, and technically, he was still in a working capacity. Upon entering the pit, he noticed several technicians engrossed in their equipment. After greeting them, he found a spot to sit and began to play on his phone while awaiting the start of the F1 second practice. Despite being the standout figure of the entire F2 qualifying session, Qin Miao's departure did not impede the progression of the F2 qualifying event. As the countdown concluded, the F2 qualifying session came to an end. Indeed, as Qin Miao had anticipated, the remarkable performance he delivered was unlikely to be surpassed by anyone else. Ultimately, Qin Miao secured victory with a time of 1:14.019, while Zhou Guanyu followed in second place with a time of 1:14.549. In recent days, Qin Miao deliberately invited Zhou Guanyu to join him during simulator practice. While Zhou was engaged with the simulator, Qin imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, generously sharing his settings for the track without reservation. Although Zhou would not directly adopt Qin's racing configurations, these insights could certainly provide him with inspiration. Thus, it was within Qin's expectations that Zhou achieved such commendable results. In third place was Yuki Tsunoda, clocking a speed of 114.803. Meanwhile, Qin's teammate, Mick Schumacher, ranked ninth, lagging over a second behind Qin. Curiosity piqued. Qin wondered what excuses this fellow would conjure up during the post-race conference after the Grand Prix concluded. In the chapter titled Rebellious Offspring, during the F1 practice session, Xiaoming no longer needed to ascend to the spectator stands above the paddock, accompanied by Qin Miao. She could enter the Ferrari paddock with complete legitimacy. However, she was relegated to the VIP area, as she was not a member of the staff. Entering the internal meetings would disrupt the work of others, yet Qin was able to sit beside the track engineers and observe Vettel's car data. Even when Vettel was fine-tuning his vehicle, Qin could approach and watch closely. Unbothered by Qin's presence, Vettel would select a racing configuration. And during the brief intervals while the technicians adjusted his car, he would occasionally ask Qin if he understood the rationale behind his adjustments. Should Qin respond correctly, Vettel would readily offer his praise. Conversely, if Qin's answer was incorrect, Vettel would patiently elucidate the reasoning behind his settings, demonstrating remarkable tolerance towards this younger generation of drivers. However, during this time, Qin found himself reminiscing about the dread he felt in high school when called upon by teachers to answer questions. Even though he understood that Vettel's actions were intended to mentor him, reflecting a belief in and encouragement for the new generation of drivers, the nostalgic apprehension resurfaced, evoking genuine fear within Qin, who had been shaped by a rigorous educational system. Fortunately, it was merely the second practice session, and Vettel was preoccupied. He only took brief moments to impart wisdom to Qin while primarily focusing on his own responsibilities on the track. Qin managed to blend into Ferrari's paddock until the practice session concluded. During this time, he indeed uncovered numerous details that were not visible from the VIP area, such as the driver's driving trajectory graphs, vehicle status data feedback, onboard cameras, and the methodology of fine-tuning an F1 car. These elements proved enlightening for Qin. Although they were merely data and charts, applying this information to the track allowed him to glean a general understanding of Vettel's driving style. Once the second practice session wrapped up, Qin's duties concluded, and without even bidding farewell to Benado, he prepared to stealthily escort Xiaoming back to the hotel. It is not a matter of rudeness. Rather, Qin Miao simply fears that Bennett will insist on his participation in Ferrari's second practice meeting. As he turned away from the Ferrari paddock and made his way through the corridor behind it, he unexpectedly encountered Vettel, who had just finished weighing in and was heading toward the Ferrari paddock. Fortunately, Vettel merely exchanged a handshake and a brief greeting with Qin Miao, offering a smile and a nod to Xiaoming before turning to enter the Ferrari paddock to continue his concluding tasks. In Europe, it is customary to greet acquaintances of the opposite sex with a kiss on the cheek. At this point, Qin Miao's relationship with Vettel could be considered amicable. Yet Vettel was aware that Qin Miao and Xiaoming were Chinese, where such cheek kissing is not a common practice. Thus, when addressing Xiaoming, he opted for the more conventional gestures of a smile and a nod or a handshake. This demonstrates Vettel's genuine refinement and attentiveness. During the time Qin Miao spent observing the second practice at Ferrari, he also exchanged greetings with Leclerc. Although they had known each other for quite some time, their relationship was not as close as that with Vettel. This was primarily due to the limited opportunities for collaboration between them, compounded by the fact that Qin Miao was merely an ordinary individual when he first met Leclerc. However, in just a year, Qin Miao had transformed from an ordinary person into the most gifted rising star in F2, leaving Leclerc somewhat uncertain about Qin Miao's trajectory. Nonetheless, their past experiences together on the simulator had left a lasting impression on Leclerc, particularly Qin Miao's passion for racing and driving, which Leclerc still vividly recalls. Thus, it is not surprising that Qin Miao has experienced such rapid growth. After slipping away, Qin Miao returned to his hotel, exhaling a sigh of relief before pulling out his phone. It was time to indulge in the praise from his fans. He had easily secured pole position in the qualifying session. Surely many had witnessed it. How would they evaluate his performance? While Qin Miao is somewhat socially anxious, This does not imply indifference to others' opinions, especially regarding matters in which he excels and feels confident. However, amidst the sea of accolades, Qin Miao encountered some negative sentiments today. At this juncture, one might suggest ignoring such critical remarks. Yet, these negative evaluations are like a tall figure among a crowd of shorter individuals, conspicuously standing out, making them impossible to overlook. Qin Miao merely reigns supreme in F2. This season lacks true prodigious talents. Genuine talents like Leclerc and Russell have long since ascended to F1. Qin Miao is merely the tallest among the short. This particular comment garnered several responses from detractors, echoing a similar sentiment, that the absence of formidable competitors in this season's F2 has allowed Qin Miao to dominate the races effortlessly. For those unfamiliar with the intricacies of racing, such assertions may appear valid, as during the actual F2 races, Qin Miao often creates a significant gap between himself and the trailing cars, rendering the other drivers seemingly inept. This gives those who are not particularly familiar with racing the impression that others are simply lacking, unable to keep pace with Qin Miao, and devoid of the capability to compete with him on the racetrack. When Qin Miao encountered these comments, he was utterly taken aback. He hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy, only posting a single comment on Weibo, so why did detractors suddenly emerge? Moreover, their criticisms were tinged with a certain juvenile naivety. Their angles so refreshingly peculiar that Qin Miao found himself in awe of the commentator's intellectual capacities. Yet, despite the rapid inundation of scorn that followed the initial comment, after all, anyone with a modicum of understanding of F2 knows that no one is inferior in that arena. Those who are truly lacking could never ascend from F3. Qin Miao's ability to break the track record at Red Bull Ring during qualifying serves as a testament to his genuine prowess. Nevertheless, even while aware that these individuals were unjustly maligning him, Qin Miao still felt a twinge of discomfort upon reading their remarks, which diminished his enthusiasm for further commentary. After enjoying dinner and indulging in a brief gaming session, Qin Miao adhered to his familiar routine and began to rest. Before drifting off to sleep, he envisioned himself dominating the race the following day. However, when he awoke the next morning, his head nestled against Xiao Meng's chest, he sensed something amiss. The air conditioning in the hotel room had inexplicably switched off. The faint humming of what could be described as white noise had vanished. Yet the room did not feel stifling. Instead, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. Qin Miao paused momentarily, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. He lifted his gaze from between the two peaks, hastily rubbing his eyes, and approached the window without even donning his clothes. As he drew back the curtains, the world unfolded before him. The sky was overcast, white clouds blanketing the peaks surrounding the Red Bull Ring, where a discernible gray curtain of rain connected the mountains to the clouds. The entire forest appeared more pristine and verdant, evoking an enchanting fairy tale realm. Just yesterday, the Red Bull Ring basked in bright sunshine, yet today it was besieged by rain. This rain presented a significant headache for Qin Miao. With the arrival of the system, Qin Miao had developed in all aspects, intellectually, physically, artistically, and in labor skills. Coupled with his innate talent, he had swiftly ascended to a level akin to that of a prodigy, making racing in F2 feel as effortless as eating or drinking. However, even the most meticulous can falter, and Qin Miao's Achilles heel lay in his ability to race in the rain. Both Ferrari and Prema were acutely aware of this shortcoming, as their internal tests specifically assessed drivers' capabilities in wet conditions. Within these assessments, Qin Miao was undeniably a novice, often referred to as a water duck. Unfortunately, despite his innate talent in racing seemingly being honed for dry tracks, in rainy conditions, it felt as though he were shackled, unable to achieve speed. Even with specialized training in this area, his performance remained less than satisfactory. Certainly, Qin Miao's performance in rainy conditions may be perceived as inferior when juxtaposed with his other formidable abilities. The remarks labeling him as a drowned duck are predominantly laced with jest, with a hint of regret. His rate of improvement in rain racing is markedly slower than in other aspects. However, it is precisely due to this perceived shortcoming that Qin Miao is not mythologized in the eyes of his peers at the Prema team. His flaws signify that he remains undeniably human. Reassured, Qin Miao stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the curtain of rain outside. It was then that Xiao Meng, clad in Qin Miao's pajamas, approached him, her small hand clasping his larger one. In a soft voice, she encouraged, "Darling, I believe in you." In my heart, you have always been the most formidable. With your defensive skills, no one can breach your defenses before you make a mistake. During the race, all you need to do is avoid errors. Xiao Meng spoke earnestly. You are Qin Miao, the star of F2, the future luminary of the Ferrari F1 team. A little rain will hardly impede you. To be candid, Xiao Meng's comforting words arrived just in time. Given his contract with Ferrari, Qin Miao understood that to earn privileges within the paddock that other F1 drivers did not possess, he must demonstrate commensurate prowess. Yet, rain racing was not his forte, and having just risen from bed, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Unsure if he could maintain the same dominance over his competitors as he would on dry land. After considering Xiao Meng's words, his inner turmoil began to subside. It was not solely her reassurance that eased his mind. Rather, he realized that even if he did not perform optimally, his points were not within reach of the second place. Moreover, he had Zhou Guanyu behind him, whose rain racing skills were commendable. Should he find himself struggling on the wet track, he could easily let Zhou pass while he focused on defending his position, serving as a wingman. Furthermore, among the 20-plus F2 drivers, not all were seasoned F1 competitors. Some would inevitably falter in the rain. He could bide his time, awaiting the safety car. There was certainly a chance to stand on the podium. Besides, if he truly underperformed, there was still the sprint race the following day. Surely it couldn't rain again? He envisioned himself clinching a consecutive victory in the sprint race. Having resolved his thoughts, a smile graced Qin Miao's face. He turned and kissed Xiao Meng on her petite nose before proceeding to prepare for the impending race. The subsequent events unfolded without elaboration, and soon the scene shifted to the imminent start of the race. Compared to the first F2 event, the viewership for this second race had surged exponentially across various platforms. As Qin Miao was the first Chinese driver to claim victory in F2, having secured both the main race and the sprint race in his inaugural appearance. In the brief span of just 1 week, the news of Qin Miao's championship victory has thoroughly reverberated throughout the nation. Consequently, today's audience tuning in to this match on 5-Star Sports has increased by 50% compared to the same time last week. Among the 3 commentators, those who missed the F2 qualifying session were informed of the starting order for today's main race. Qin Miao in first place, Zhou Guanyu in second, and Yuki Tsunoda in third. Most viewers paid little attention to the drivers behind them. After all, they primarily came to witness Qin Miao's performance. And the names of these foreign competitors can be quite challenging for those unfamiliar with them in China. Besides observing Qin Miao, many spectators were also eager to see Zhou Guanyu's performance on the F2 stage. As for Yuki Tsunoda, his name lingered in their memories partly due to the historical grievances associated with his national flag, rendering him a figure of notable recognition. However, the sight of Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu outpacing this young Japanese driver brought considerable joy to the casual audience, fostering a sense of camaraderie with both racers. Soon, the broadcast displayed the starting order of the numerous drivers, along with their lap times and the time gaps between the cars. This marks the first occasion that 2 Chinese drivers have commenced a race from the front row in F2 history. It can be asserted that since Qin Miao's entry into F2, the presence of 2 Chinese competitors has initiated a new chapter in the annals of Chinese motorsport with each accomplishment they achieve. As the broadcast showcased the driver's standings, Qin Miao, equipped with rain tires and stationed on the track, helplessly wiped the raindrops from his helmet visor. Although the rain appeared light, once immersed in it, one would discover that, despite the small size of the droplets, the sheer volume and density of the rain was overwhelming. Just moments ago, Sui Wentao, assisting Qin Miao with a final inspection of the car's settings, rose too abruptly, inadvertently dislodging the umbrella attached to Qin Miao's vehicle. With water already pooled on the umbrella, this sudden movement caused droplets to cascade onto Qin Miao's helmet, with some water seeping into the chassis. Fortunately, Qin Miao's racing suit, designed not only for fire resistance but also coated with a water-repellent layer, ensured that, unless submerged, the interior would remain largely dry. Even in the unlikely event that water did infiltrate, Qin Miao's suit was accompanied by a moisture-wicking undershirt, capable of absorbing minor amounts of water and keeping his body dry. Additionally, the chassis featured drainage holes, eliminating the possibility of water accumulation during heavy rain, which would otherwise leave the driver in an uncomfortable predicament. Sui Wentao promptly reinserted the umbrella into the vehicle and conducted a thorough final check of the car's settings. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he gave Qin Miao a thumbs up to signal readiness, before beginning to tidy up the equipment. Notably, the umbrella emblazoned with the Ferrari logo and Prema team insignia, however, remained with Qin Miao. With only 3 red lights remaining, the staff began to withdraw the tires and tools from the track, leaving only a few personnel to shield the drivers from the rain. The director was eager to switch to a segment featuring Qin Miao and his team's radio communications, as their frequency had remained active throughout. Curiosity piqued. The director wondered what exactly Qin Miao's team was discussing for such an extended period. It was not only domestic viewers who were intrigued and anticipating more about Qin Miao. The international F2 audience was even larger, hence a greater number of individuals had come to recognize his existence and harbored considerable curiosity about his prowess. They were eager to discover the origins of this remarkable individual and the reasons behind his skill. Where there is curiosity, there is demand, and the audience yearned for further insights into Qin Miao. Naturally, the director wished to share a snippet of their conversation to provide viewers with a deeper understanding of Qin Miao's character. However, the driver's radio communications are typically heard by the live director first, ensuring that they are suitable for broadcasting before reaching the audience. This is also the reason behind the occasional muted sounds in the driver's transmissions. Yet, when the live director tuned into Qin Miao's team's channel, he was left somewhat speechless to discover that Prema's radio was active not due to dialogue, but rather because they were playing music. While the tune was indeed catchy, one might wonder if this was the appropriate moment for such distractions. Were they not concerned that the drivers would miss vital team instructions? As the director soon realized, Qin Miao had once again requested Frankie to play music for him. As the starting lights transitioned from 3 to 2, Sui Wentao, who had been shielding Qin Miao from the rain, removed the umbrella from his car and gestured a sign of encouragement towards him. Qin Miao nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently started the engine of his race car, maintaining the revs to warm up the engine. During this process, Qin Miao took a moment to glance at his right rearview mirror. Due to the headrest positioning, he couldn't directly see Zhou Guanyu behind him. Thus, he relied on his mirror to catch a glimpse of Zhou. Coincidentally, Zhou Guanyu was also observing Qin Miao as fellow drivers. Their keen instincts allowed them to notice each other's gaze. Qin Miao raised an eyebrow, while Zhou's eyes sparkled with a hint of challenge. The two were friends and had spent considerable time racing together on simulators. Qin Miao was not one to harbor ulterior motives during their simulator sessions. He had never concealed the fact that he struggled in wet conditions. Having secured second place, Zhou Guanyu contemplated following closely behind Qin Miao, hoping to secure a respectable second position. Yet, in terms of overtaking, Zhou harbored no confidence in surpassing Qin Miao through conventional means without infringing upon the rules. Qin Miao's defensive capabilities were so formidable they seemed almost mechanical, consistently positioning himself in a way that made overtaking exceedingly difficult and frustrating. As time progressed, Zhou Guanyu instinctively felt that surpassing Qin Miao on the racetrack through conventional means was virtually impossible. However, today was different. The rain had bestowed upon Qin Miao a debuff. It was precisely due to the rain that Zhou Guanyu perceived a glimmer of hope in overtaking Qin Miao. If he could clinch victory in this rain-soaked race, he believed he could boast about it for an entire year. After all, the nature of boasting varies from person to person. Given Qin Miao's prowess, securing a championship on the track was hardly remarkable. Even last week, he had not only won the main event, but also the sprint race, which Zhou Guanyu found somewhat surprising. Yet, upon realizing that Qin Miao had employed an entirely new set of soft tires, he felt it was only natural. However, if Zhou Guanyu were to triumph over Qin Miao one day, the significance would be profoundly different. It would be akin to a student who, having performed reasonably well, decisively outshines a class genius in an examination, claiming the top spot in the class, a feat worthy of a year's worth of celebration. Unbeknownst to Qin Miao, Zhou Guanyu harbored these rebellious thoughts, as he lacked the ability to read minds or discern his opponent's intentions through the expressions in his eyes. As the team personnel withdrew from the track, 5 red lights gradually extinguished, leaving only one, which soon followed suit. Under the guidance of the safety car, Qin Miao surged ahead from his parking spot, with Zhou Guanyu in tow, closely followed by Tsunoda. Once Zhou Guanyu kept pace with Qin Miao, he found himself at a loss, as did all the other drivers behind him. Due to the heavy rain, the full wet tires kicked up a substantial spray, obscuring Zhou Guanyu's view of the track ahead. He could only gauge his position by the flickering red lights of Qin Miao's car and the scenery on either side. This was merely the tire warming lap. and it was difficult to imagine whether the spray generated by the full-throttle F2 cars during the race would further hinder his visibility of Qin Miao. Because of the water accumulation on the track, the safety car continued to lead the teams in circles, delaying the start of the race. The torrential rain posed a significant risk for accidents should the race commence. Consequently, the officials decided to have the safety car circulate for a few more laps, waiting for the downpour to subside before determining when to start the race. This interval also allowed some of the rainwater pooling on the racing line to drain away. It is well understood that wet tires possess tread patterns designed to channel water from the surface. When the tires press against the ground, the rainwater accumulates within the treads. As the tires advance, the water contained in the treads is expelled backward. In sections where numerous cars have passed, there tends to be less water on the racing line, as the water has been displaced or carried away by the tires of the racing cars. The safety car remained on the track for approximately 7 laps, while the rain showed no signs of abating. Just as the safety car entered turn 7, a red flag was waved. Hearing the notification of the red flag over the team radio, Qin Miao initially presumed that a driver had skidded off the track, resulting in a severe accident. Upon inquiry, he learned that meteorological forecasts predicted an intensification of the rainfall in about 15 minutes. For safety considerations, the race was halted, and the teams were instructed to return to the pit area and await the cessation of the downpour, reminiscent of the legendary races where competitors would pause due to rain. As the red flag was displayed, the cars could not enter the pit area and had to queue in the pit lane. During the wait, Qin Miao decided against remaining in the car to endure the rain, uncertain of how long the red flag would persist and unwilling to sit in the downpour. He stepped out of his vehicle. This unconventional decision naturally drew the attention of onlookers. What is Qin Miao doing? Has he exited the car? Speculated Fei Guo. Zhou Guanyu clarified. Drivers can indeed get out during a red flag. Leclerc often takes the opportunity to use the restroom. While the commentators engaged in conversation, Qin Miao made his way to the area beneath the pit building to seek shelter from the rain. When Sui Wentao and his team arrived with tires, equipment, and umbrellas, they were bewildered to find Qin Miao's car had stalled and he was nowhere to be seen. "Where's my driver? Have I lost him?" they exclaimed. However, they soon spotted Qin Miao waving to them from a short distance away beneath the pit building. Zhou Guanyu, who had initially intended to wait in his car until the race resumed, found himself compelled to follow Qin Miao's lead. Thus, before his team could reach him, he too exited his vehicle. This led to a curious scene on the F2 circuit, while other drivers remained dutifully seated in their cars, and team personnel busily attended to the vehicles or sheltered the drivers with umbrellas. The top 2 competitors had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind 2 silent, stalled F2 cars, along with umbrellas resting atop flip-flops on the ground and team members inspecting the vehicles. As the camera lens shifted, it revealed Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, both helmeted drivers, seated side by side atop a long rectangular metal box, graciously lent to them by a kind photographer to hold their equipment, finding a moment of respite from the rain. From the gestures of the 2 individuals, it is evident that they are engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly quite cheerful. The incessant downpour behind you, once reaching the long straight after T1, renders the view ahead utterly obscured if I draw too close. Zhou Guanyu is lamenting the rain to Qin Miao. "The water pours directly into my visor and cockpit, making my car feel at least 10 pounds heavier." Qin Miao raises an eyebrow. "Is it that severe?" Zhou Guanyu rolls his eyes. "Why don't you come and try being behind me?" "No need for that." Qin Miao decisively declines. "I prefer to lead the race. By the way, in such conditions, do you think overtaking is significantly more challenging if there's a car ahead?" Zhou Guanyu ponders for a moment before responding seriously. "It is certainly more difficult than on dry ground, but if the car in front is under pressure, it is also prone to making mistakes more easily than on a dry track." Qin Miao appears contemplative in the 5-star sports broadcast studio, observing the 2, clad in different team uniforms yet enjoying each other's company. Bing Gu cannot help but remark, "The rapport between Qin and Zhou is visibly strong." Fei Gu concurs. "They are both young, and I hear they share a fondness for playing CSGO, naturally providing them with ample conversational topics." Zhou Guanyu, as is his custom, speaks based on data and facts, sharing insights he has gathered recently. Qin Miao has posted several photos on Weibo of himself gaming with Zhou Guanyu, and I have learned that Zhou Guanyu has a dedicated room and simulator setup for Qin Miao in his home in the UK. These 2 are simply wonderful. A mutual journey, indeed. I long to see them both in F1. This pair is delightful. Seeing them reminds me of my high school days. How wonderful, they one T drift apart due to differing circumstances. I wish for such a friendship as well. The two sat atop the box for nearly 10 minutes, yet the rain outside showed no signs of relenting. Although Qin Miao is not averse to the cold, the rain and chilling wind made him feel somewhat chilly. He called over Sui Wentao. Old Sui, could you please inquire about when the race might resume? Sui Wentao complied and replied. Frankie said there is at least a 20-minute possibility for the rain to ease. Upon hearing this, Qin Miao declared, I'm going out. He then began to make his way towards the Ferrari pit, being the current leader in the standings and known for his penchant for audacious maneuvers. Drawing the broadcast's attention to him, all viewers watched as Qin Miao jogged to the entrance of the Ferrari pit. Due to the rain, to prevent droplets from entering, the roller shutter of the Ferrari pit was drawn up. Qin Miao knocked on the shutter and exchanged a few words, after which the shutter surprisingly opened. He bent down and slipped inside, and the shutter closed once more. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Qin Miao's intentions, the roller shutter of the Ferrari paddock opened after 2 minutes. Qin Miao emerged, holding 2 cups of hot cocoa adorned with the iconic Ferrari prancing horse logo. What does it mean to be the scion of Ferrari? Tactical retreat. The chapter concludes with Zhou Guanyu accepting one of the cups of hot cocoa from Qin Miao. Oblivious to his rebellious thoughts during the race, Qin Miao cheerfully remarked, Did you see? The paddock is not merely about competition. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. Curiously, Zhou Guanyu took the cup from Qin Miao, initially perplexed about the source of this beverage. However, upon noticing the Ferrari emblem and the unannounced news of Qin Miao's contract with Ferrari, realization dawned upon him. Qin Miao had taken advantage of the red flag to visit the Ferrari paddock. Sipping the cocoa to warm himself, Zhou Guanyu inquired, Isn't Ferrari still withholding the announcement of your signing? Won't your bold entrance raise suspicions? Qin Miao nonchalantly replied, What is there to fear? After all, I'm a youth training player for Ferrari. I can easily deflect inquiries with that identity. Zhou Guanyu shook his head. You are remarkably carefree. Qin Miao appeared indifferent to such matters, stating, Why worry about trivialities? Regardless of others' opinions, I merely seek to find my own comfortable way of living. Zhou Guanyu advised earnestly. Honestly, Qin Miao, it's fine to be laid back in private, but during the race, the cameras may turn our way at any moment. It's best to maintain an energetic demeanor. Fans wish to see a spirited driver, not someone who appears lackadaisical. Zhou Guanyu's words stemmed from genuine concern for Qin Miao's future. Yet, Qin Miao shot him a glance, dismissing him with, Stop meddling in my affairs. After jokingly responding, Qin Miao placed a hand on Zhou Guanyu's shoulder and gazed through the rain curtain, saying, In truth, life is but a fleeting few decades. If one feels their journey is worthwhile, that's all that matters. The opinions of others hold no significance for me. Compliments are merely to be enjoyed, while negativity can be overlooked and forgotten. With that, Qin Miao stood up. Zhou Guanyu, intrigued, asked, Where are you going? To sever ties with you, Qin Miao jested. Realizing suddenly that their worldviews seemed somewhat incompatible, Qin Miao turned back with a smile, while Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes. If he were not wearing racing shoes, but rather his home slippers, he would have certainly hurled a shoe at Qin Miao's face. No more joking around. Qin Miao shrugged and remarked, I feel the time is nearly upon us. The race should commence shortly. If we delay any further, this F2 event will truly become a rain-drenched affair. Upon hearing Qin Miao's words, Zhou Guanyu rose from his perch on the box, discarded his empty cup into the trash, and nodded at the kind-hearted photographer. Qin Miao offered a smile and a nod in return before returning to his car. Once Qin Miao was back in his vehicle, Sui Wentao inserted the F2 car's ignition switch into the rear of Qin Miao's car, bringing it to life. As Qin Miao had predicted, after the two hastily entered their cars and restarted their engines, the organizers announced that the race would resume in 5 minutes. However, due to the persistent rain and significant water accumulation on the track, it would initially be led by the safety car. Consequently, the number of laps was reduced from 40 to 36 due to the red flag period. If they switched to dry tires, Qin Miao believed he could complete the entire race on just one set of soft tires. Under the guidance of the safety car, they completed 4 laps. By this time, the rain had lessened, and the track had dried somewhat due to the 4 laps of driving. Although water remained on the track, it was evident that the conditions would improve as the race progressed. On the 4th lap at turn 7, the safety car's lights extinguished, signaling the imminent start of the race. Qin Miao seized the rare opportunity to press his car, while Zhou Guanyu anticipated this move and veered to the opposite side of the track to avoid the spray kicked up by Qin Miao's car. Since they were on wet tires, there was no concern about losing grip in the deeper water. On Qin Miao's end, while he did not reduce his speed to a near halt, he waited until the safety car entered turn 9 and disappeared from view before he suddenly pressed the accelerator. The race had begun. At that moment, however, Qin Miao made a critical mistake, having concentrated much of his attention on Zhou Guanyu's car in his rear view. Qin Miao's focus wavered. Instinctively, he accelerated as he would on dry ground, resulting in excessive throttle that caused his rear wheels to briefly spin and skid, leading the car to sway. Unless he corrected this, it seemed likely that Qin Miao would find himself performing a spin, inadvertently signaling to all F2 fans worldwide that despite his dominance in dry conditions, he was less adept in the rain. Fortunately, Qin Miao's reflexes were sharp enough to regain control of the vehicle, though this recovery and the tire spin cost him considerable speed. Zhou Guanyu, brimming with competitive spirit and closely monitoring Qin Miao's car, took advantage of this moment, as he had maintained a state of heightened focus, allowing him to launch from the start almost neck and neck with Qin Miao. Now that Qin Miao had faltered again, Zhou Guanyu was certainly not going to let this fortuitous opportunity slip away. Thus, Zhou Guanyu swiftly narrowed the gap between himself and Qin Miao. Seeking shelter from the rain, Zhou opted for the inner line, and as they approached T9, a high-speed right turn, he utilized his advantage in speed to draw even with Qin Miao before entering T9. Their wheels aligned as they approached the corner together. Upon realizing his miscalculation, Qin Miao intended to defend against Zhou, but a brief moment of wheel spin robbed him of his opportunity. By the time he regained traction, Zhou's front wing had already reached the position of his rear wheel. Had it been Tsunoda in Zhou's place, Qin Miao would have undoubtedly moved to overtake without hesitation, exerting all his effort to compress Tsunoda's entry line. After all, at this juncture, Qin Miao had not deviated from his line, and thus maneuvering to pressurize Tsunoda's path would not constitute a violation. However, this was Zhou Guanyu, and Qin Miao knew that such a risky maneuver would be met with no mercy in the game. Yet this was reality, and the rain poured heavily. Qin Miao recognized the dangers of such defensive tactics. Should Zhou fail to react promptly, a collision could easily ensue. Consequently, he resolved to refrain from defending against Zhou. Moreover, what harm would it do if Zhou secured an F2 championship? Qin Miao was not in dire need of victory on this track. Since Zhou had seized the opportunity presented by Qin Miao's error, Qin Miao, as he had contemplated amidst the rain, decided to let Zhou pass, focusing instead on defending against the drivers behind him, pondering whether he might assist Zhou in claiming a championship in this race. Qin Miao faltered at the start, his rear wheels spinning out. Conversely, Zhou's launch was impeccable as he entered the corner side by side, taking the inner line. There it was. Zhou Guanyu, through his stellar start, overtook Qin Miao. Spectacular. Zhou's launch was undeniably world-class. Witnessing this spectacle, fans marveled at Zhou Guanyu's prowess, living up to his reputation as a rain maestro, demonstrating formidable fighting spirit in the downpour. After surpassing Qin Miao, Zhou felt a surge of excitement and surprise. He had not anticipated that someone as steady as Qin Miao would falter even at the start under such conditions. Meanwhile, Qin Miao, trailing behind Zhou, was acutely aware of the magnitude of water vapor Zhou had spoken of while they sat side by side in the pit. Forget the road ahead. In sections abundant with water, the spray kicked up by the car in front obscured even the faint glow of the rear lights, leaving Qin Miao only to see the red light flickering through the curtain of rain. Additionally, the obscured visibility caused by the spray altered Qin Miao's driving style, rendering it less precise and more tentative than it would be on dry ground. Fortunately, the driver behind, Taijun, was equally hindered by the spray from Qin Miao's car, leaving him only able to cling to Qin Miao's tail. As Zhou had noted, as long as Qin Miao did not err, Taijun, despite being faster, could not surpass Qin Miao under his defensive hold. In the sixth lap, merely 2 laps into the race, unimpeded, Zhou Guanyu had already extended his lead over Qin Miao to a staggering 15 seconds. Although there were factors that led to a slight concession in speed to avoid the spray from Zhou Guanyu's car obscuring visibility, this nonetheless attests to Qin Miao's undeniable prowess in rainy conditions. After the race commenced, the front-runners entered a cruising mode due to the inclement weather. The DRS was not activated, and with all competitors driving standard vehicles, overtaking in such conditions was an arduous task unless an error occurred. By the 8th lap, numerous cars had already pitted, for the weather forecast indicated that the rain was unlikely to cease before the race concluded. Consequently, some drivers opted to change tires, intending to complete the race on a single set. As the race progressed into its mid-stages, the focus on Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu diminished significantly, almost entirely disappearing. In the broadcast studio, Zhou Hauran made a quip about this, to which Fei Gu responded with a smile. There's nothing to be done. Both Xiao Qin and Xiao Zhou are exceptionally skilled. The drivers in the front row possess comparable abilities, making it challenging to witness any fierce competition in such conditions. So it's only natural that the director refrains from providing them with camera time. Bing Gu nodded in agreement, adding, for us, this is a delightful dilemma. On the track, Qin Miao realized his struggle in the wet race, yet it appeared that Tsunoda behind him was faring even worse. After nearly 10 laps, the gap between them remained a steady 12 seconds. Tsunoda was persistently pursuing, yet unable to close the distance. Qin Miao suddenly felt that his worries were perhaps unfounded. Had he not made any mistakes at the start, Zhou Guanyu might not have been able to usurp his leading position. However, contemplating this was futile, as both he and Tsunoda found themselves tethered to the car ahead, incapable of overtaking. By the 20th lap, more than half of the drivers had already pitted for tire changes, yet the top 8 continued to endure on the track. As the master of tire preservation, Qin Miao remained unfazed, believing that in such heavy rain, a safety car would inevitably be deployed. Zhou Guanyu, ahead of him, contemplated a pit stop but hesitated, aware that Qin Miao was maintaining a stable 2-second gap behind him. Thus, he too persevered on the track. In the 22nd lap, Zhou Guanyu's car could no longer withstand the conditions and opted for a pit stop. Consequently, Qin Miao, who chose to remain on track, naturally assumed the lead position. As Zhou Guanyu pitted, the voice of Razin echoed in Qin Miao's ear. Qin Miao, push forward, your tires are not suffering from wear. Strive for the fastest lap and attempt to overcut Zhou Guanyu. Without needing Razin's reminder, Qin Miao was acutely aware of his responsibilities at that moment to secure victory. However, with the rain still falling, the best he could ensure was to push his speed to the limit while minimizing mistakes. The rain presented numerous challenges for Qin Miao, making it uncertain whether he could successfully overcut Zhou Guanyu. Upon emerging from the pit, Zhou Guanyu found himself in 6th place. With the vehicles ahead not having made a pit stop, he was at least 11 seconds adrift from those in front, allowing him the luxury to maintain a comfortable pace akin to Qin Miao. Unfortunately, Qin Miao's valiant effort did not yield a favorable outcome, as the rain at the venue showed no signs of cessation, merely diminishing in intensity as the race neared its conclusion. Finally, on the 29th lap, with neither time nor tires permitting further endurance, Qin Miao had no choice but to pit for new tires, being the last driver in the field to do so, naturally opting for rain tires. Although the track had dried in certain braking zones, the majority of the third sector remained drenched, necessitating Qin Miao's continued reliance on rain tires. Moreover, his delayed tire change brought with it a disheartening consequence. After enduring excessive time on the already worn tires, Qin Miao's speed had noticeably declined. Consequently, when he emerged from the pits, Zhou Guanyu was positioned a mere 15 seconds ahead. Qin Miao had intended to capitalize on the drying track in the final laps to mount an offensive against Zhou Guanyu. However, prior to taking action, he reflected on his Ferrari contract. This time, his thoughts about the contract were not driven by a desire to fight for it, as in previous instances. Instead, he recognized that his ascension to an F1 driver next season was a certainty. Given Zhou Guanyu's relentless efforts in this race, what would it matter to grant him a victory? On one hand, Qin Miao did not particularly need another win, and on the other, he felt that Zhou Guanyu deserved this triumph. Despite their amicable relationship, the general public was unaware of their bond. The close friendship between them inevitably led to comparisons, fueled by their shared identities as young F2 drivers, not to mention their similar ages and nationalities. In such circumstances, should Zhou Guanyu be decisively outperformed, Qin Miao could not guarantee that their friendship would remain unscathed. Thus, out of consideration for Zhou Guanyu's pride, Qin Miao resolved to ease off. With only 6 laps remaining, Qin Miao recognized that while he possessed a slight advantage on the now drying track, it was insufficient to guarantee an overtaking maneuver within that time frame. Consequently, he refrained from demonstrating any aggressive intentions toward Zhou Guanyu, instead deliberately creating some distance between them to alleviate the pressure on Zhou and prevent any potential errors that could jeopardize the hard-earned victory. Of course, Qin Miao's strategy also aimed to afford himself a bit more space to see if he could achieve the fastest lap in the final moments of the race. Given the favorable track conditions, 2 points still count, indeed. Undoubtedly, under non-dry conditions, Qin Miao's prowess significantly diminished, rendering a new set of tires and ample space insufficient for him to reclaim the fastest lap. Soon, at the end of the 36th lap, amidst the jubilant cheers from the UNI Virtuosi racing team, Prema's team manager, Razin, observed the data charts in silence as Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao crossed the finish line in succession, while Tsunoda had to settle for third place. Following the finish, the broadcast aired a clip of Zhou Guanyu's team radio, revealing his immense excitement. Although Qin Miao had not launched a single offensive against Zhou throughout the race, not even a tentative probe, Zhou, having raced countless laps in simulators alongside Qin, was acutely aware that Qin's offensive capabilities were hardly inferior to his defensive skills. Both were of monstrous caliber. Thus, despite Qin refraining from any attacks, the pressure Zhou endured throughout the race was considerable. With the race finally concluded, he was able to release the pent-up tension within him. A victory achieved under such pressure is undoubtedly sweeter than one won in a more relaxed state. Notably, last week at the Red Bull Ring, Zhou's pole position did not translate into victory, whereas this week the roles were reversed. Qin's pole position similarly failed to secure him the championship. Ironically, the victors were from the opposing team. As the three commentators on 5-Star Sports debated the performances of Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, the latter's yellow F2 car had already reached the entrance of the pit area, adorned with a colossal Pirelli advertisement. Zhou then parked his car at the podium position designated for the champion, shortly followed by Qin Miao's vehicle, which came to rest beside Zhou's, with Tsunoda being the last to arrive. Due to the rain, the race had experienced significant delays, resulting in only a 2-minute window for the post-race award ceremony. This brief interval included Zhou parking his car, removing the steering wheel, exiting the vehicle, and then reattaching the steering wheel before celebrating atop his car. Unfortunately, the broadcast cut off soon after, as the F2 coverage had exceeded its allotted time due to the extensive delays during the red flag. Consequently, domestic viewers and commentators expressed their dissatisfaction. For this race not only marked Zhou Guanyu's inaugural F2 victory, but also featured 2 Chinese drivers sharing the podium for the first time. Missing the sight of both drivers on the podium was indeed a lamentable loss. What the audience did not witness was Zhou Guanyu, still wearing his helmet, approaching Qin Miao's car for a celebration after briefly reveling in his triumph. As soon as Qin Miao emerged from his vehicle, Zhou enveloped him in a warm embrace before saying a word. Yet, it was merely a hug. Zhou remained silent. The inherent reticence of the Chinese temperament prevails. And even though Zhou had moved abroad at the tender age of 12, his values and character had already been firmly shaped prior to his departure. At this moment, faced with his closest friend, Zhou Guanyu found himself unable to express his gratitude. The word thank you lodged in his throat, neither ascending nor descending. Instead, he opted to convey his appreciation through a hearty pat on Qin Miao's back. Having trained and played games together, the enormity of the surprise began to sink in during their return to the paddock. Zhou Guanyu realized that while Qin Miao may have struggled to catch up during the early, rain-soaked stages of the race, after the tire change, the track had transformed into a semi-dry condition, allowing Qin Miao the opportunity to launch an attack. Yet, he refrained, instead graciously conceding the championship to Zhou Guanyu. This realization deeply moved Zhou Guanyu. With a smile, Qin Miao clapped Zhou Guanyu on the shoulder, remarking, "Impressive. You've certainly inherited some of your father's prowess." The heartfelt gratitude Zhou Guanyu had just felt evaporated upon hearing Qin Miao's words, leaving him with an urge to retaliate. However, before he could act, event staff approached, signaling that they needed to expedite the award proceedings due to time constraints. Consequently, the subsequent award ceremony proceeded at an accelerated pace, devoid of any noteworthy occurrences. Prior to Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu's return, various F2 team personnel had already begun to gather their belongings. The point standings for this race were as follows. First, Zhou Guanyu, 25 points. Second, Qin Miao, 18 points. Third, Tsunoda, 15 points. 4th, Mick Schumacher, 12 points. 5th, Eilert, 10 points. 6th, Lundgaard, 8 points. 7th, Armstrong, 6 points. 8th, Ticktum, 4 points. 9th, Aitken, 2 points. 10th, Jellel, 1 point. After the race, upon glancing at the scoreboard and noting his teammates' ranking, Qin Miao was momentarily taken aback. Wait, when did Mick rise to such heights? If memory serves me correctly, he started from 12th position. How did he leap to 4th by the end of the race? Is the Ferrari team's setup truly that formidable? This thought sparked an inexplicable urge within Qin Miao to call Binotto, suggesting that he send a representative to assist him as well. Nevertheless, regardless of Mick Schumacher's impressive ascent, it posed no threat to Qin Miao's leading position on the points table. After all, with the conclusion of the race, Qin Miao's total points had surged to 64, far exceeding Eilert's second-place score by a considerable margin. Special thanks to Brother Chuang 521 for the generous reward. Additionally, the monthly ticket has reached 600, and with another update, the reward for Brother Chuang has increased to 521. Currently, there are 22 chapters outstanding, of which 8 have been repaid, leaving 14 remaining. I express my gratitude to the following supporters. After the awards were distributed, Qin Miao was naturally taken to the Ferrari paddock to watch the qualifying session. It is worth mentioning that when it was time for the F1 qualifying, the rain on the track had slightly diminished, but soon began to intensify again. As a result, the officials had no choice but to keep the drivers and team personnel in the paddock until conditions improved. During this interval, the broadcast director could not allow the footage to remain idle, so the camera shifted back and forth between the paddock and the drivers' faces. At this moment, the camera was directed towards the Ferrari paddock, where Qin Miao was present, seated beside Vettel, unlike the other VIP guests. In this enviable position that many fans would covet, Qin Miao did not engage in the typical fanfare of seeking a conversation or an autograph from Vettel. Instead, he resembled a corporate worker idly passing the time. With his head down and noise-canceling headphones on, listening to music in the Ferrari paddock. When the camera focused on Qin Miao, it thoughtfully displayed his name and his current ranking as first on the F2 leaderboard at the bottom of the screen. While Qin Miao's behavior was not entirely out of place, given that everyone was waiting for the race to resume, his casual use of a mobile phone in a work environment like the Ferrari paddock did leave a rather unfavorable first impression on some viewers unfamiliar with him. However, his appearance on screen was fleeting, lasting no more than 5 seconds. Conversely, the 3 commentators on 5-Star Sports, feeling bored, discussed the sight of Qin Miao in the Ferrari paddock and the rumors circulating in the paddock. Since his career debut, there had been rampant speculation about Ferrari signing Qin Miao, with the gossip gaining considerable traction, now awaiting official confirmation. Nevertheless, the discussion quickly settled into a consensus, with all 3 agreeing that such an event was unlikely, as Ferrari has traditionally refrained from promoting drivers directly from their youth training system to the first team. Even someone as formidable as Leclerc spent a year honing his skills at Alfa Romeo, and it was only after demonstrating his prowess beyond merely driving an F2 car that he ascended to Ferrari. Conversely, while Qin Miao exhibits a certain dominance in F2, there remains uncertainty regarding whether he is capable of excelling beyond that tier. Given Ferrari's inherently conservative nature, it is improbable that they would take the risk of promoting Qin Miao directly to the first team. The commentator's analysis resonated with the audience, as it was evident that Ferrari's upper management, averse to taking responsibility, would prioritize caution over boldness, effectively eliminating the possibility of radical decisions. Thus, it was concluded that Ferrari would not hastily secure Qin Miao's services. Nevertheless, Qin Miao's current performance in F2 is undeniably impressive, and as he continues to compete, speculation will inevitably arise regarding which F1 team, aside from Ferrari, might be inclined to recruit him. For the moment, we shall set aside the external clamor. Once qualifying commenced, Qin Miao put away his phone and shifted into a state of observation. He focused on how Vettel maneuvered the F1 car under torrential rain, comparing the differences between driving an F1 and an F2 car in such conditions, as well as Vettel's choices concerning braking points. It must be said that being able to analyze data while watching the drivers on track from the team's pit provided Qin Miao with significant insights and valuable lessons. He remained in the Ferrari pit until the conclusion of the qualifying session, where the veteran secured pole position, followed by Piastri in second and Sainz from McLaren in third. On the Ferrari side, Leclerc was eliminated in Q2, while Vettel, despite advancing to Q3, could only manage a 10th-place finish. However, Qin Miao experienced little emotional turbulence upon witnessing these results. At this stage, his connection with Ferrari was still tenuous, rendering him unable to empathize with the disappointment of a lackluster performance. After waiting for Vettel to return, Qin Miao exchanged greetings before departing. Acutely aware that the atmosphere within the Ferrari pit was far from pleasant, and recognizing that his presence was not warranted. Furthermore, the upcoming period was designated for internal meetings at Ferrari. Although Qin Miao was now considered part of the Ferrari family, he had little desire to attend such gatherings. Upon returning to his team, Qin Miao had additional responsibilities. Back at Prema, he convened with other staff members for a routine meeting, primarily discussing the performance of the two drivers on the track and the team's focus for the forthcoming period. Although Qin Miao's performance in the race could not be deemed poor, Razin requested his presence in the office following the meeting. Having initially intended to return to the hotel for some rest, Qin Miao recognized the necessity of complying with his superior's request. RacingF's office is situated at the designated area for F2 team's motorhomes, provided by the Red Bull Ring. Interestingly, RacingF's office is essentially the cargo hold of a truck, albeit with far superior interior decoration compared to those container homes. Upon arrival, Qin Miao knocked on RacingF's office door and entered only after receiving a response from within. At that moment, RacingF was not engaged in work. Instead, he lounged on the guest sofa in his office, sipping coffee. With a cup of untouched coffee on the table, presumably prepared for Qin Miao. Upon seeing Qin Miao enter, RacingF gestured towards the coffee-laden spot and said, "Please, have a seat." Following his invitation, Qin Miao complied, but sensed an unusual shift in RacingF's demeanor today. The warmth and cordiality typically present in their conversations had vanished, replaced by a seriousness that Qin Miao had not previously encountered. "All right," Qin Miao replied, dutifully taking his seat. However, due to the palpable tension in the atmosphere, he instinctively perched himself on the edge of the sofa, barely resting his weight. RacingF remained oblivious to Qin Miao's subtle discomfort and, once he was settled, promptly addressed the matter at hand. "I believe you can guess the reason for my summons, so I'll be forthright. Did you ease up in the final laps of the race?" RacingF's expression was notably grave, bearing the weight of an inquiry that felt almost accusatory. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Miao chose not to conceal the truth, responding candidly, "Indeed, I did ease up." Having received the answer he sought, RacingF ran his fingers through his hair, an expression of exasperation etched across his face. The seriousness he had initially adopted to pressure Qin Miao dissipated. He had merely aimed to elicit an admission regarding the lapse. Typically, a driver on the track, regardless of how amicable their relationship with competitors might be, seizes opportunities to attack and overtake. Yet, in Qin Miao's case, he had deliberately allowed his rivals to advance. It would be somewhat understandable if Qin Miao had eased up for a teammate, but the fact remained that he had done so for an opposing team's driver, simply because of their friendship. Despite Qin Miao's individual points surpassing the combined tally of his entire team, the competitors were still adversaries. His decision to assist a rival bordered on treachery. In wartime, such an act would warrant severe consequences. Although you share a close bond with Zhou Guanyu, you must understand that this is a racetrack, a battlefield for drivers. Even though you have secured a contract with Ferrari, if your performance in F2 fails to impress the higher-ups at Ferrari, they may deem you unworthy of the official driver position. Countless drivers from various teams aspire to take your place at Ferrari. Your one-year contract holds little significance for them and provides no guarantee for you. Should they find you lacking, they can easily relegate you to a reserve driver and seek out someone more capable to assume your role. As Luo Xin observed Qin Miao's nonchalant demeanor, he could not help but offer some advice. However, Qin Miao remained indifferent, jesting that with a system backing him and exceptional skills in both safeguarding and driving, the likelihood of underperformance in the subsequent races was non-existent. Luo Xin, upon witnessing Qin Miao's attitude, realized that his counsel had fallen on deaf ears. He had encountered numerous prodigious drivers, some even more arrogant than Qin Miao, yet their hubris was invariably crushed by the harsh lessons of reality. Qin Miao, however, was different. He surpassed any talent Luo Xin had seen throughout his career, seemingly born to excel in the realm of racing. It was no longer a matter of divine favor or fortune. In Luo Xin's eyes, Qin Miao was akin to a deity within the racing domain. Such an individual was unlikely to face setbacks in his racing journey, nor would the brutal lessons of reality temper his proud disposition. Luo Xian understood that, moving forward, Qin Miao's interactions with others, as well as his public image, would not be particularly favorable. Thus, he felt compelled to advise Qin Miao while he was still young and his mindset was not yet rigid. Although he recognized the slim chances of Qin Miao heeding his counsel as his immediate superior, Luo Xian believed it was his duty to offer guidance before Qin Miao became too carried away. Yet, it was evident that he could not hold him back. After listening to Luo Xian, Qin Miao's expression turned serious. "All right, I will be mindful in the future." Luo Xian thought to himself that he would wager 500,000 that Qin Miao was merely being dismissive. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Luo Xian sighed and shifted to a different topic, this time discussing the potential reconciliation between the two drivers of the Prema team. However, he was aware that this conversation would also lead to no fruitful outcome, as Qin Miao treated all the young drivers from the Ferrari Driver Academy with indifference. It was not that he disliked them. Rather, he regarded them with a uniform disregard, as if he were not a member of the Ferrari Driver Academy at all. In contrast, his relationships with drivers from the Red Bull and Renault academies were amicable. At times, Lawson, the head of Ferrari's youth program, even suspected that Qin Miao might be an undercover agent from another team. After Luo Xian finished speaking, Qin Miao earnestly acknowledged his shortcomings and expressed awareness of his mistakes. His sincerity left no room for criticism. Yet Luo Xian did not hear any assurance of improvement from Qin Miao's lips. Ultimately, their conversation concluded with Qin Miao humbly accepting the criticism. Luo Xian knew that, having sailed smoothly thus far, Qin Miao was unlikely to reflect on his flaws before encountering a setback. The pressing question remained, with Qin Miao's prodigious talent, when would he finally face such obstacles? On his way back to the hotel, Qin Miao fortuitously encountered Mick Schumacher at the F2 parking area exit, who even took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Qin Miao." Mick has even come to understand the proper pronunciation of Chinese names, articulating the surname before the given name. However, Qin Miao continues to disregard him entirely, firmly inserting his earbuds and declaring, "I have heard nothing." This leaves Mick Schumacher standing awkwardly alone. Yet he swiftly regains his composure. After all, since Qin Miao joined Ferrari's Youth Academy last year, not only Mick, but all the junior drivers at Ferrari have come to recognize the essence of Qin Miao's character. Though he usually sports a cheerful demeanor and engages amicably with the staff, his arrogance runs deep within him. He indiscriminately looks down upon all the other drivers in the academy. Just like now, when the members of Ferrari's youth program once marginalized Qin Miao, he has since adopted an attitude of complete indifference towards all the junior drivers. No amount of persuasion has proven effective. Mick even heard that Lawson approached Binotto to discuss this matter with Qin Miao, but it seems the results have been negligible, if not entirely inconsequential. With a sigh, Mick departs, uncertain whether the breath he exhaled was more one of regret or something else entirely. The night passed in silence. The following day, Qin Miao rose early once more, greeted by a clear sky. Due to the limited use of dry tires during the main race, he still possessed a pristine set of soft tires to commence the race from his 7th position. Beyond the track's conditions, another delightful piece of news awaited him. A custom-made cosplay outfit, tailored to match Xiao Meng's physique, had arrived the previous evening, delivered to his hotel room. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a message from the hotel's lobby manager, informing him that his package had been received at the front desk and was available for collection at his convenience. The mere thought of Xiao Meng donning this outfit and standing before him ignited a fervor within Qin Miao's heart. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his commitment to his primary duties, suppressing his excitement before proceeding with his usual morning routine and training. There is nothing more delightful than sharing moments of triumph with his girlfriend. The starting order for today's sprint race mirrored the top 8 from yesterday, in reverse sequence. As follows: Row 1, Ticktum, Armstrong. Row 2, Lungard, Eilert. Row 3, Mick Schumacher, Tsunoda Yuki. Row 4, Qin Miao, Zhou Guanyu. As customary, all the cars sported yellow hard tires. Yet when the broadcast shifted its focus to Qin Miao's vehicle, the vibrant red tires stood out strikingly. Although no explicit discussion took place, the 6 drivers positioned ahead of Qin Miao discreetly glanced at his car through their rearview mirrors before the race commenced. They were all aware that, like last week, Qin Miao had again opted for red soft tires in the sprint race, aiming for the championship from his 8th starting position. Collectively, they were inclined to create obstacles in his path. Not for any particular reason, simply out of dissatisfaction. You could dominate the main race. But could you not spare a moment for us during the sprint race? Soon, the 5 red lights extinguished and the countdown to the sprint began, with all cars exiting their starting positions to enter the warm-up lap. During the interval before the lights turned off, Qin Miao utilized the time to grant his car a buff. Due to the red flag incident yesterday, he had activated his buff prematurely, nearly exceeding the 2-hour limit of his skills during the main race. Therefore, this time, for the sake of caution, Qin Miao applied the buff just before the warm-up lap commenced, maximizing the duration of its effectiveness. Before long, all 22 cars completed their warm-up laps and returned to their grid positions. Each vehicle found its designated spot, and then the 5 red lights illuminated sequentially. 1 second later, the lights extinguished. Thus, the second F2 sprint race at Red Bull Ring officially commenced. It seemed as though Qin Miao was determined to release the pent-up frustration from the previous day. His reaction at the start was remarkably swift. Drawing upon the knowledge acquired from Vettel about starting techniques, Qin Miao's launch was nothing short of flawless. From the moment the red lights turned off to when he pressed the clutch, no more than 0.2 seconds had elapsed. The car's tires maintained an optimal grip on the track. Too much throttle would cause the rear to slip, while too little would hinder acceleration. Everything unfolded with exquisite precision. The most immediate outcome was that, after the lights went out, Qin Miao quickly closed in on Yuki Tsunoda, surpassing him before reaching the finish line of the first lap, and continued to advance toward the cars ahead. Zhou Guanyu, ever astute, recognized that Qin Miao's start was superior to his own, so he chose to follow closely behind Qin Miao rather than risking an attempt to gain positions through the start. After Qin Miao overtook Tsunoda, Zhou Guanyu aligned himself with Qin Miao and Tsunoda, wheel to wheel. Zhou understood that, entangled in the pack, Qin Miao would not be able to shake him off quickly. As long as he remained behind Qin Miao, there would be ample opportunities to capitalize on any mistakes. Before entering turn 1, Qin Miao, leveraging his exceptional start, passed his teammate Mick Schumacher, whose launch was even poorer than Tsunoda's. Being overtaken was merely a matter of time. As they approached turn 1, Qin Miao executed a late braking maneuver on the inside line, forcefully squeezing into Eilidt's inner line. From that point onward, there was little else to recount. Once inside Eilidt's line, Qin Miao left approximately 0.9 car lengths of space upon exiting the turn for Eilidт to parallel Qin Miao out of the corner. He would need to ride the yellow sausage curb of turn 1. If Eilidт possessed sufficient skill, he could utilize the curb to race side by side with Qin Miao, leveraging the wider track to gain a relative speed advantage down the ensuing straight. However, if Eilidt's driving skills are not sufficiently refined and his judgment of distance is somewhat imprecise, he may instinctively leave more space to avoid colliding with Qin Miao or allowing Qin Miao to collide with him. The consequence of such maneuvers is that Eilidt's left tire could slip off the yellow sausage curb. While a mere brush of the chassis against the curb may not seem significant, the real trouble arises from this driving style, which can cause Eilidт to lose considerable speed and potentially lead to instability in the power output of the rear tires on either side, with severe cases possibly resulting in a complete loss of control over the vehicle. Of course, all of this hinges on the driver's ability to control the car. Although Eilidт is not an F1 driver and does not possess the formidable adaptability and reflexes characteristic of them, he is certainly among the elite in the F2 category. Upon sensing that his position was becoming precarious, he immediately utilized the track's escape route. Ordinarily, Qin Miao would face a time penalty for forcibly pushing another driver off the track, but once Eilidт departed the circuit, it became evident that the space Qin Miao had left was indeed sufficient for a car to pass. Consequently, after a brief investigation, the race officials took no action. Eilidt's decision to abandon the wheel-to-wheel battle with Qin Miao and enter the escape route inevitably cost him a significant amount of time, eliminating any possibility of further contention with Qin Miao. All of these maneuvers were closely observed by Zhou Guanyu, who trailed Qin Miao. Witnessing Qin Miao's deft handling of distance, Zhou Guanyu could not help but marvel internally at Qin Miao's extraordinary precision. It was reminiscent of the previous week's sprint race, where Qin Miao had surged past 3 cars from 7th to 4th place, relying solely on a stellar start. Aware of his own and Qin Miao's capabilities, Zhou Guanyu prudently followed closely behind, gaining 3 positions himself, moving from 8th to 5th. However, An unexpected incident unfolded on the track as Mick Schumacher's car veered off the circuit, leading to a yellow flag at T1. Upon reviewing the footage, it became clear that he had oversteered while accelerating out of T1. The loss of control was evidently due to excessive acceleration at the exit, causing the rear wheels to spin without timely correction, resulting in a spin. Following the spin, Mick Schumacher's car came to a halt on the track, ultimately forcing him to retire from the race. In the fourth lap, the race officials lifted the DRS restrictions, allowing Qin Miao to close in on his competitor, Armstrong. Meanwhile, the driver who had started in third, Lundgaard, executed a remarkable overtaking maneuver on his teammate and ticked him during the high-speed sequence of turns in T5, ascending to first position, indicating that he was in excellent form that day. As the fourth lap drew to a close, Qin Miao, benefiting from a superior exit in the DRS, easily overtook Armstrong. At that moment, Armstrong felt considerable pressure. Upon noticing Qin Miao's better exit, he realized that he might soon be overtaken on the main straight. However, unwilling to concede, he chose to defend his position by changing lines as Qin Miao approached from the inside. Unfortunately for him, he had made the switch too early. Thus, when he turned right to defend, Qin Miao adeptly positioned himself on the outside, without the need for braking, leveraging the DRS and a superior exit speed. Qin Miao effortlessly overtook the entire field midway down the main straight at the start. Meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu, having closely followed Qin Miao and benefiting from DRS and slipstream, was unable to surpass Armstrong before the corner. However, with a fierce braking effort and a strategic line on the outside, Zhou managed to overtake Armstrong on the main straight post-corner. Yet, as the race progressed, keeping pace with Qin Miao on soft tires proved increasingly challenging for Zhou, and the delay caused by Armstrong allowed Qin Miao to decisively pull away from the DRS zone. Subsequently, Ticktum and Lundgaard were overtaken by Qin Miao on the 6th and 9th laps, respectively, utilizing DRS. In just 9 laps, he had overtaken 6 competitors, once again showcasing his formidable prowess on the racetrack. After surpassing Lundgaard to take the lead, the commentator Fei Gu on Wuxing Sports remarked, "I believe I will never grow weary of witnessing Qin Miao's overtaking displays in F2. I only regret that I can only observe his overtakes during sprint races, and often there are only 7 cars for him to pass." This commentary was indeed an act of humble bragging. Qin Miao also recorded the fastest lap, while pursuing Lundgaard on lap 8. Temporarily in the lead, the race shifted into a rhythm familiar to domestic audiences, with Qin Miao maintaining tire conservation at the front, causing the broadcast to largely overlook him. At this juncture, spectators redirected their attention to Zhou Guanyu, as there was little intrigue left in Qin Miao's performance. However, Zhou lacked the same dominance as Qin Miao, and, despite climbing to 4th thanks to Qin Miao's pace, he could not advance further, ultimately finishing the race in 4th place. The race concluded with Qin Miao crossing the finish line first, followed by Lundgaard, who was 7 seconds adrift, then Ticktum, and lastly Zhou Guanyu. The final standings and points for the top 8 were as follows. First, Qin Miao, 17, sprint race champion 15. Fastest lap 2, second, Lundgaard, 12 third, Ticktum, 10 fourth, Zhou Guanyu, 8 fifth, Islet, 6 sixth, Aiken, for 7th, Giotto, 2 8th, Mazepin, 1. Thus, the 2 F2 races at the Red Bull Ring came to a close, with the next event scheduled for Hungary next week. Following the conclusion of the 2 races at the Red Bull Ring, the F2 standings were as follows. First, Qin Miao, 82 second, Lundgaard, 38 third, Zhou Guanyu, 35 fourth, Islet, 34 fifth, Ticktum, 32 sixth, Armstrong, 21 7th, Drugovich, 16 8th, Drexler, 16 9th, Tsunoda, 15 16th, Mazepin, 1. Qin Miao's score surpasses that of both Long Jiada and Zhou Guanyu combined, who are in 2nd and 3rd place, respectively. This marks Qin Miao's 4th appearance on the podium at the Red Bull Ring, with 3 victories and 1 runner-up finish to his name. Furthermore, all the champions in the current F2 races have been Chinese drivers, showcasing their dominance in the sport. Meanwhile, the entire Prema team remained exuberant, gathered at the edge of the paddock, leaning against the barriers to celebrate Qin Miao's triumph. Joyful smiles adorned their faces, even though Mick had retired from the race. Qin Miao's performance was still nothing short of spectacular. The celebration was palpable, yet team principal Rossi bore a hint of concern amidst the festivities. Could it be that no one in the entirety of F2 could pose a challenge to Qin Miao? Subsequent to the race, the process was straightforward. Qin Miao parked his car at the entrance of the pit lane, reveling in the applause, embracing his team members, then engaging in interviews, culminating in the awards ceremony and the playing of the national anthem. This routine had become second nature to him. There was little else to elaborate on. Qin Miao was not summoned to the Ferrari hospitality suite this time, as another race awaited the following week. After the second Austrian Grand Prix, they would return for a debrief, and during the upcoming main race, Ferrari would be unable to provide the same guidance as in practice sessions. Upon returning to the team meeting room, Rossi undoubtedly commended Qin Miao for his remarkable performance. A first in the main race and another victory in the second sprint race warrants praise from anyone. As for Mick, he faced criticism despite advancing from 12th to 4th in the main race. However, a glaring error during the sprint race, where he experienced a severe oversteer that led to a spin and subsequently caused the car to stall, was deemed a rather basic mistake for a driver and somewhat embarrassing. After the meeting, Rossi outlined the upcoming rest and assembly times, as well as the schedule for their return to Vicenza and their trip to Hungary. Once the meeting concluded, the team was eager to leave the hotel. They had been there for nearly half a month. Compared to the hotel accommodations, Qin Miao longed for the comfort of his own bed in Vicenza and Maranello. While the hotel beds may have been softer, he felt a greater sense of peace at home. Notably, Qin Miao did not return with the team staff this time. Instead, he chose to go back alone after sharing a meal with Zhou Guanyu. After dining, Qin Miao summoned a car to take both of them back to their home in Vicenza. It is worth noting that although European countries are small, crossing a country typically involves a distance of only 300 to 400 kilometers, and crossing borders does not require visas. Moving across European borders feels as effortless as traveling between provinces at home, devoid of any tangible sensation. Upon returning to his long-missed home, despite having driven in the morning and traveled in the afternoon, Qin Miao was still brimming with enthusiasm as he eagerly unboxed a parcel containing a set of cosplay attire. She approached Xiaohong with a face full of anticipation, saying, "Hee, dear wife." Upon receiving the item from Qin Miao, Xiaohong initially believed that this was a rare gesture from Qin Miao, a sign that he had finally come to his senses and prepared a gift for her. However, when she opened the package and discovered the wig and cosplay outfit inside, she was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was a gift meant for her, albeit intended for Qin Miao's use. Casting a disapproving glance at the overly eager Qin Miao, Xiaohong chose not to refuse him. Yet, she did not immediately acquiesce to his desires. Instead, she gently pushed his face away and stated, "It's too early for that. You haven't been back for nearly half a month. I need to tidy up the room." Qin Miao readily agreed, picking up cleaning tools to assist Xiaohong in swiftly completing the chores. As they were putting clothes away in the room, Xiaohong turned to Qin Miao and curiously inquired, "How much did this outfit cost?" Qin Miao replied truthfully, including the wig, accessories, and shipping, it was around 4,000. Although Xiaohong had suspected the outfit's material indicated it was not inexpensive, she was still taken aback by the price. Despite both of them being financially secure at this point, Xiaohong couldn't help but scold Qin Miao. "Why buy something so expensive if you're not going to wear it every day?" After a moment, she added, "Since this outfit is so pricey, you mustn't tear it." Qin Miao chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. "All right, I'll be careful." Afterward, Xiaohong placed the outfit in her room, turned on the air purifier, and together with Qin Miao, they began tidying up as if they were a married couple. They did not neglect Liu Bossi's room either. However, it had been nearly 6 months since Liu Bossi had been confined to the quarantine area. Recently, there were rumors that he would be released, though Qin Miao was uncertain of the truth behind those claims. Looking at Liu Bossi's empty room, Qin Miao suddenly conceived the idea of transforming it into a gym before Liu Bossi returned. This way, upon his return, he would have to seek alternative accommodation, thereby eliminating the opportunity to scrutinize Qin Miao's dietary habits daily. In fact, Qin Miao was already capable of seeking out more professional fitness trainers from the talent market. Liu Bossi, who had evidently been sent by Ferrari to assist Qin Miao, could be dismissed with just a word from him. Nevertheless, Qin Miao had enjoyed his time spent with Liu Bossi, and considering that Liu Bossi would be devastated to learn of his job loss right after emerging from quarantine, felt rather callous. After finishing the cleaning, having dinner, and washing the dishes, it was barely past 8 in the evening. At this point, Xiaohong wished to resist a little, perhaps by taking a break or playing games together. However, Qin Miao was clearly impatient. Amid Xiao Hong's surprised exclamations, he lifted her by the waist and carried her into the room. Xiao Hong, perched on Qin Miao's back, bore an expression of helplessness. This is precisely why, after merely 2 years together, Xiao Ming silently contemplated how Qin Miao would still be so audacious. Being carried into the room, Qin Miao had purchased a costume of Rem, but rather than the made outfit from the anime. It was a replica inspired by a figurine known as the Crystal Dress. Although Qin Miao had long since ordered a figurine that had yet to be shipped, she already possessed the costume. To be honest, the cost of this costume, even without shipping, surpassed that of the figurine itself. After all, they were like an old married couple. Xiao Ming did not hide from Qin Miao while changing clothes. Boldly donning the outfit in front of her and putting on the wig, Xiao Ming's round face suited the character of Rem perfectly, complementing the attire splendidly. The subsequent events are not suitable for further discussion, but both Qin Miao and Xiao Ming were quite content with the outcome. The following day, Qin Miao awoke refreshed and proceeded to the gym, where she engaged in a vigorous workout. Despite having a holiday today and tomorrow, a driver's greatest asset is their physical fitness. Hence, Qin Miao could not afford to neglect her training schedule during the break. After completing her training, it was already 10:30 in the morning, and she returned home to practice driving on the simulator, using a Ferrari setup until it was time for lunch. This routine essentially encapsulated Qin Miao's daily life during the holiday. The afternoon was her time of leisure, when she could indulge in whatever she pleased. However, she typically chose to play video games or team up with Zhou Guanyu for some gaming sessions. Yet, this lifestyle lasted only a day. On Tuesday, ordinarily a continuation of her holiday, Qin Miao's phone rang shortly after her physical training concluded. Lawson seemed to know her training schedule, as he called right after she finished. Mr. Lawson, Qin Miao answered the phone respectfully. Good morning, Qin Miao. Lawson's voice came through the line. The matter is this. We need you to come to Maranello tomorrow. Tomorrow? Qin Miao inquired, curious about the reason. It's not a significant issue. Benotto has scheduled an internal meeting for the Ferrari F1 team tomorrow afternoon. The main topics will revolve around last week's race and qualifying sessions concerning the Ferrari team. I believe attending this meeting will provide you with valuable insights into Ferrari's internal operations, which will benefit you in the future, Lawson explained. After contemplating, Qin Miao did not decline. All right, Mr. Lawson, I will head over in the afternoon. Good, then I shall hang up. Please drive safely. After ending the call, Qin Miao let out a resigned sigh. Ever since signing the contract with the Ferrari F1 team, her daily life had become increasingly erratic. While such meetings were not frequent, the number of meetings requiring her presence had visibly increased. Fortunately, Vicenza is merely a little over an hour's drive from Maranello, and given the relatively sparse traffic on European highways, the journey is quite convenient. Otherwise, Qin Miao might have found himself overwhelmed on the road. Upon returning home, during dinner, Qin Miao discussed his plans for the following day with Xiao Ming and expressed his intention to head directly to Maranello in the afternoon. Xiao Ming understood and requested that Qin Miao bring some tea leaves sent from their homeland for Lawson. After finishing dinner, Qin Miao promptly set off for Maranello. This time, Xiao Ming did not accompany him, as her role as Qin Miao's manager had become increasingly demanding following his rise to fame. She needed to handle calls from potential collaborators interested in working with Qin Miao, and she also had her own academic commitments, leaving her quite busy and unable to travel alongside him. Upon arriving at his dormitory in Maranello, Qin Miao organized his belongings before heading to Lawson's office with the gift in hand. He knocked on the door and waited for Lawson's response before entering. Upon seeing Qin Miao, Lawson appeared somewhat surprised and inquired, "What brings you here so early? I thought you wouldn't arrive until at least the evening." As Qin Miao closed the door, he replied, "Since I had no other commitments this afternoon, I thought I would come over to tidy up the room. It was only upon arrival that I remembered our dormitory is regularly cleaned by someone." As he spoke, he placed the gift on Lawson's desk and explained to the still curious Lawson, "This is a well-known tiguanyin from our country, quite delightful in flavor, and it can invigorate like coffee. Foreigners generally do not extend polite remarks when someone brings something, unlike in our country." However, upon seeing Qin Miao enter with the gift, a smile instantly graced Lawson's face. He accepted it readily, saying, "Thank you. I've long wanted to try Chinese tea, but I never had the chance. Now you've provided me with this opportunity." Qin Miao shrugged. "In comparison to what you've done for me, this tea is but a trivial offering. The way to brew it is simple. Just steep the appropriate amount of tea leaves with boiling water for about 3 to 4 minutes before drinking. Lawson replied, I know. I've seen them brew tea on television, and the program discussed the benefits of drinking tea. Acknowledging that Lawson seemed knowledgeable about tea preparation, Qin Miao refrained from elaborating further. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Miao prepared to take his leave, as his primary purpose for visiting was to deliver the tea prepared by Qiu Meng, and now that the task was accomplished, he felt it was time to go. However, just as Qin Miao was about to exit, Lawson suddenly said, By the way, Qin Miao, I just remembered something. Leclerc is also in Maranello today, and he is currently testing cars on the track. If you're interested, you could join in. Today is our internal test drive event for Ferrari drivers. You should have received an email from the system regarding this. Qin Miao nodded, confirming that he had indeed received the email. However, it merely stated that today was an open day at the Fiorano circuit, accessible to all Ferrari drivers. He had not heard of Leclerc's attendance. In truth, Qin Miao held little interest in such internal events, as he did not know many individuals there, most of whom bore minor grievances against him. The thought of being solitary amidst a crowd held little appeal. Yet, upon learning that Leclerc would also be present today, a flicker of interest ignited within him. He surmised that Leclerc was likely attending a meeting, coinciding with the circuit day merely to join in the excitement. Lawson explained this to him. Qin Miao nodded in acknowledgement, saying, All right, I shall have a look. With that, he turned and exited Lawson's office. Although the circuit lay just a few hundred meters away, a mere 5-minute walk, Qin Miao opted not to head directly there, but instead returned to his dormitory. In front of his room stood a sleek sports car, draped in a silver cover, his 488. Ascending to his room, he retrieved the car keys, then descended to drive his vehicle. Qin Miao's intent in driving was not to show off. The Ferrari team provided sports cars or supercars for the track day. Yet, with demand exceeding supply, one had to queue to use the cars prepared by Ferrari. Given his standing within the Ferrari hierarchy, it was unlikely he would receive a racing car from others in such a public setting. To hit the track, he needed to use his own. In less than a minute, Qin Miao arrived at the circuit. The Fiorano paddock was bustling with numerous vehicles, predominantly Ferraris, while the non-Ferrari cars were mainly used for transport. Occasionally, he could hear the roar of racing cars speeding past the paddock entrance. He found a suitable spot to park his car near the maintenance area. As Qin Miao stepped out, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd upon recognizing him. Is that Qin? What brings him here today? Indeed, he usually skips such events. Could it be because of Leclerc? Speculation flowed, with whispers suggesting he might be eager to challenge Leclerc. Didn't he just win the sprint race last week? Yes. He started from 7th and surged to 1st on soft tires, reportedly finishing with only 39 wear on them. The crowd, composed of fellow drivers, gasped at this revelation. Despite his strained relations with them, their admiration for Qin Miao's abilities remained intact. After all, in any arena, merit transcends character flaws, earning one recognition. Nevertheless, one bitter voice chimed in, It's fortunate he has talent. If a fool dared to act so arrogantly, I would surely have him bagged by nightfall. Regarding the whispers and rumors surrounding him, Qin Miao remained largely indifferent. After parking his car, he donned a red Ferrari cap to shield himself from the sun and proceeded into the Fiorano racetrack's maintenance area. Qin Miao's relationships within Ferrari were rather peculiar. He hardly engaged in conversation with his peers, yet he maintained a cordial demeanor with the staff, whether they were designers, technicians, or even the cleaning personnel in the garage. Upon entering the maintenance area, several staff members greeted him warmly, though none were drivers. Unfazed, Qin Miao took a stroll around the garage, but soon learned that Leclerc was out on the track enjoying a drive. As Qin Miao had recently emerged as a genuine star in F2, many drivers had found themselves left in his dust at the Red Bull Ring. Consequently, despite his somewhat lackluster connections as a Ferrari junior driver, numerous eyes were drawn to him, eager to discern the extraordinary qualities that endowed him with such formidable prowess and garnered him the attention of Ferrari's upper echelons. Upon closer inspection, Qin Miao's appearance was rather unremarkable. He could hardly be deemed handsome. The only distinguishing feature was his resolute and upright demeanor, which would undoubtedly place him among the protagonists in a suspenseful narrative. Under the weight of so many unabashed gazes, even Qin Miao found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Ultimately, he returned to his vehicle, allowing a technician, specifically dispatched to assist the driver's cars, to conduct a thorough check. After applying a personal enhancement to his vehicle, Qin Miao decided to take his custom 488 onto the track. It is noteworthy that Qin Miao's car was, in fact, faster than a standard 488. Although the addition of a GT3 aerodynamic package had increased the weight of his vehicle by at least 100 kilograms. This kit endowed his car with superior downforce and mechanical grip, enabling him to navigate corners at a swifter pace. Given that Fiorano is predominantly composed of medium to low-speed bends, Qin Miao's cornering speed naturally surpassed that of the original 488. As for straight-line acceleration, the true test of speed lies in the corners. Anyone can press the accelerator on a straightaway. After completing several laps, a black Ferrari 488 Pista began to close in on him. Despite both cars being 488s, the pursuing Pista boasted greater horsepower and a specially designed front end that afforded it enhanced downforce compared to Qin Miao's vehicle. Of course, this comparison was based on pre-modification data. Although Qin Miao's car still fell short in horsepower, the comprehensive aerodynamic upgrades significantly improved his downforce, allowing him to outperform the approaching vehicle in that regard. Noticing the rival drawing near and audibly signaling his presence, Qin Miao surmised that the driver intended to engage in a duel. To be candid, during this period in F2, Qin Miao has essentially been coasting through the competition. Not only has he faced no significant offensive challenges, but he has also not encountered a single substantial bout of attack or defense. Overtaking other F2 drivers on the track has been as effortless for Qin Miao as indulging in a meal or quenching his thirst. Whether it involves a late braking maneuver to assertively slip past on the inside or capitalizing on the straight-line speed afforded by DRS, there has been little that has deviated from the expected. The distinct characteristics of his vehicle compared to his opponents have allowed him to engage in a playful rivalry, each excelling in their respective domains. Although the atmosphere lacks the grandeur of an F1 Grand Prix, where personnel are present with cameras capturing every moment, the pit area is equipped with specialized GPS technology that tracks the precise location of the race cars on the circuit. Observers monitoring the GPS data in the pits noticed that Qin Miao and Leclerc had converged on the track. "Stop fiddling with your clunky car. The real show is about to begin," someone exclaimed, pulling their friend from the vehicle and pointing to the two markers representing Qin Miao and Leclerc on the track. It's a showdown between the former Ferrari Academy prodigy and the current one. Initially annoyed at being yanked from his car, the individual's irritation evaporated upon witnessing the spectacle unfolding. "Wow, what a scene. I bet $5 that Qin won T last a lap." His companion regarded him as if he were foolish. "Do you think I'm daft?" Charles is driving a 488 Pista, while Qin is in a 488 GT3. One is a civilian supercar, the other a dedicated race car. There's no comparison. Yet, the friend wiped the oil from his hands and chuckled. "You don't understand. Qin's car may appear to be a 488 GT3, but I've heard from those at the racing factory that it's essentially a standard 488 outfitted with GT3 aerodynamic components." The other person was taken aback. "Is that so? But isn't Ferrari strict about owners modifying their race cars? Is Qin defying regulations right under Ferrari's nose?" The key point is that Qin's modifications were not unauthorized. He sought the assistance of Ferrari's racing division, meaning, in a sense, his vehicle was a product of Ferrari's collaboration. Is he exploiting a loophole? Those who overheard the conversation were astonished. On the track, Qin Miao began a fierce contest with the drivers behind him. Throughout this process, he struggled to suppress the grin on his face, for in the realm of animated narratives, a character maintaining a carefree smile during a tense and exhilarating driving sequence is often the hallmark of a villain. However, there was no denying that this individual was the sole competitor in the past year capable of exerting significant pressure on him while he defended his position. How could Qin Miao not feel elated at encountering such a formidable adversary? And trailing behind Qin Miao was none other than Leclerc. Today, he had also arrived early from Monaco, fully aware of an impending meeting the following day. Upon arrival, it became apparent that today was Ferrari's internal track day, allowing enthusiasts to unleash their vehicles on the Fiorano circuit, with fuel costs, tire wear, and vehicle coverage generously provided by Ferrari. Charles Leclerc, feeling rather idle, decided to take his own car for a spin. However, on the track, he encountered a rather sluggish Ferrari 488 GT3. When he honked his horn, hoping to signal for the other driver to yield, he was taken aback when the driver interpreted the honk as a provocation and immediately adopted a defensive posture. Fiorano is a narrow circuit, designed primarily for Ferrari's internal performance tests rather than competitive racing, making overtaking quite challenging. Yet, faced with a young driver willing to challenge him, Leclerc did not hesitate to demonstrate the disparity in skill between an F1 driver and an ordinary racer. He quickly discerned that the GT3 ahead exhibited sluggish acceleration and a low top speed, with the driver maintaining a stable control of the vehicle despite a slight understeer. Truthfully, Leclerc suspected that the car might be experiencing power issues, as a typical GT3 should not be this slow. Thus, he was confident he could overtake within a lap. However, after 3 laps, Leclerc found himself bemusedly trailing behind the unadorned 488 GT3 driven by Qin Miao. He had attempted to pass on several occasions, even engaging in wheel-to-wheel racing. Yet his opponent skillfully defended his position, utilizing the track's characteristics to thwart Leclerc's advances. Each time Leclerc sought to apply pressure, it seemed as though his rival was oblivious, displaying a steady driving style that was unyielding. Whenever Leclerc aimed to initiate an overtaking maneuver, Qin Miao adeptly positioned himself to block Leclerc's line. Leclerc was compelled to acknowledge that he had underestimated the driver of the 488 GT3. Chapter end. As the cars were parked, Qin Miao cheerfully exited his vehicle, while Leclerc returned to park his car alongside Qin's. Throughout the 6 laps they raced on the circuit, Qin Miao had consistently maintained his lead, effectively suppressing Leclerc's attempts without offering any opportunity for overtaking. Initially, Leclerc may have taken his opponent lightly, but from the 3rd lap onwards, he shifted into a serious mode, recognizing the skill of the driver ahead and launching a full-scale attack. Nevertheless, Qin Miao's exceptional defensive capabilities and instincts successfully thwarted all of Leclerc's efforts. Leclerc was acutely aware that his car possessed a distinct advantage over Qin Miao in terms of straight-line acceleration, consistently managing to engage in wheel-to-wheel duels on the track straights and entering corners side by side. Yet, Qin Miao exhibited an uncanny ability to seize the inside line upon entering corners, subsequently thwarting Leclerc's progress by blocking his path upon exit. Initially, one might attribute this to mere fortune on Qin Miao's part. However, as the laps unfolded, it became evident that Qin Miao adeptly neutralized each of Leclerc's attacks, defending against him with a tenacity akin to guarding against a thief. At this juncture, the matter transcended luck and delved into the realm of individual driver skill. This marked Qin Miao's inaugural display of his exceptional defensive prowess. Previously, whether on the F2 circuit or in simulators, he had not been afforded the opportunity to showcase such capabilities. Even during the driver academy assessments, the focus was primarily on theoretical knowledge and simulator training, devoid of the visceral competition present now. Qin Miao's primary objective in this race was to engage with Leclerc, and after a few exhilarating laps battling with the formidable stranger, he felt satiated and prepared to return to the pit. He reasoned that after such an extensive stint, the likelihood of encountering Leclerc in the pits was favorable, prompting his decision to head back at that moment. Meanwhile, Leclerc, trailing behind Qin Miao, discerned the latter's deceleration and the yielding of the track, leading him to surmise that his rival intended to return to the pits. Intrigued by this remarkably defensive driver, Leclerc resolved to follow him into the pits to uncover the identity of this enigmatic talent. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, Qin Miao's visage met Leclerc's gaze. After a moment of surprise, understanding dawned upon Leclerc's face. In recent times, he had not heard of any new prodigious talents emerging from Ferrari's youth program, and it became clear that the individual before him was indeed the latest sensation. This was someone capable of excelling in F2, and if he managed to defend against Leclerc for so long, it was entirely comprehensible given the narrow characteristics of the track. Curiosity piqued, Qin Miao turned to scrutinize the driver behind him, only to realize that it was none other than Leclerc himself, the very target of his visit. His intention was to engage Leclerc in another contest on the track. During their previous encounter in the simulator for the British Grand Prix, Qin Miao had succumbed to Leclerc due to a lack of familiarity with the car's performance, a defeat he found unjust. At that time, he was not well acquainted with the intricacies of Ferrari's F1 machine. However, circumstances had changed. Now, he was at the helm of a car he knew intimately, navigating a track he understood well. In this relatively equitable setting, Qin Miao was eager to challenge Leclerc once more. To my surprise, after merely running a few laps, the race was already concluded. As Qin Miao pondered this on the track, he found himself curious about why this individual could exert such considerable defensive pressure on him. Each slight opening seemed to invite his opponent to slip through, and should he falter or leave a gap, there was a distinct possibility that the competitor would surpass him. It became apparent that this person was indeed the primary target of Qin Miao's efforts this time. Regaining his composure, Qin Miao approached and extended his hand. The two had known each other for quite some time, even longer than Qin Miao had known Zhou Guanyu, so there was no awkwardness in their interaction. Seeing Qin Miao's gesture, Leclerc reciprocated, and their hands clasped in a firm handshake. I never expected to encounter you here. Your defense truly possesses a unique quality. Each step is perfectly timed, and you maintain your speed remarkably well despite my pressure, Leclerc remarked after their handshake, embracing Qin Miao briefly. Though they frequently crossed paths during their time at Red Bull Ring, their interactions were limited. Qin Miao was focused on learning while Leclerc was preoccupied with work, leaving little room for casual conversation. In truth, this marked their first genuine dialogue since the Silverstone Grand Prix last year. You flatter me. I merely capitalized on the advantages of the track, Qin Miao humbly replied. In fact, I came specifically to seek you out today, after losing to you at Silverstone. I must admit I felt a twinge of discontent. I had hoped for a rematch, he continued, shrugging towards the two Ferraris, the implication unmistakable. Leclerc, displaying admirable sportsmanship, did not make excuses nor claim that the track had hindered him. I watched your F2 races, and truthfully, if I had to lose to anyone, I would prefer it to be you. After all, whispers are circulating that you may be an even more prodigious talent than I, he jested. However, he quickly added, by the way, why did I feel that your 488 GT3 lacks some power on the track? A standard 488 GT3 should not accelerate as slowly as yours did. Have you considered having the technicians check it? Understanding that Leclerc had misunderstood, Qin Miao chose not to clarify, merely smiling as he gestured towards his car. If you take a look at my vehicle, you'll understand. Curious, Leclerc leaned closer to Qin Miao's car. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. The 488 GT3 was outfitted with a complete interior, including a roll cage, a thermos cup in the cup holder, a pink cushion in the passenger seat, and a pair of women's slippers, clearly devoid of any weight-saving modifications, and, in fact, adding considerable weight. Did you convert a standard Ferrari 488 and equip it with the entire GT3 aerodynamic kit? Leclerc inquired, astonished. Qin Miao nodded with a smile. Indeed. My vehicle has even been registered with the relevant authorities in Italy, making it legally roadworthy. Leclerc then posed the question that anyone aware of Qin Miao's modifications would ask. Isn't Ferrari against unauthorized modifications? The racing division assisted me with the modifications, Qin Miao replied, grinning. Leclerc felt a stir of temptation upon hearing Qin Miao's words. Should he consider sending his own car for modifications as well? He had heard that Ferrari was currently enhancing the aerodynamic kit for the 488 GT3. Although his pista had certain distinctions from the standard 488, with some modifications and the addition of an aerodynamic kit, it seemed plausible. However, before Leclerc could delve deeper into his thoughts, he heard Qin Miao express a hint of regret. Unfortunately, my car can only be driven in Italy. I can't take it to other European countries. Then perhaps it's best to reconsider, Leclerc replied. Nonetheless, it was indeed his first encounter with a standard sports car outfitted with a GT3 aerodynamic kit, prompting him to eagerly inquire, may I take your car for a spin? Qin Miao readily consented, having already had his fill of racing on the track. He was now curious about the performance Leclerc could achieve in his own vehicle at the Fiorano circuit, and whether Leclerc could surpass the record he had set with his car. Of course, Qin Miao responded with enthusiasm. Leclerc then settled into Qin Miao's car and accepted the keys handed to him. Once inside, he suddenly asked, would you like to try my car? Qin Miao glanced at his 488 pista and smiled, shaking his head. No, I already have a pista. Leclerc was somewhat surprised by Qin Miao's ownership of both a 488 and a 488 pista, indicating a genuine appreciation for the design philosophy of the 488, perhaps even a fondness for Ferrari itself. It was no wonder that Qin Miao garnered significant attention from the higher-ups at Ferrari, unlike those who were solely motivated by profit. Qin Miao's inclination to act based on personal preference and his intrinsic affection for Ferrari made it easier for him to earn their trust. All right, what is your fastest lap time in this car? Leclerc inquired as he started Qin Miao's vehicle. Having followed closely behind Qin Miao earlier, he felt a twinge of frustration, despite his indifference, and was eager to reclaim some pride in terms of lap times. After all, Leclerc was an F1 driver. and it would be somewhat embarrassing to be outpaced by an F2 driver. He did not consider that his unfamiliarity with the car might hinder his performance. Rather, it was a testament to his confidence in his own abilities and car feel. Even if his initial laps were not stellar, he believed he could improve as he adapted to the vehicle. Qin Miao had contemplated this as well, but chose to remain humble, feeling it might be presumptuous to bring it up. Now that Leclerc had raised the subject, he was more than willing to witness how his car would perform under Leclerc's skilled hands. 110204. I remember it clearly, Leclerc noted. Just watch me. He flashed a charming smile, complete with dimples. Good luck, Qin Miao replied. Qin Miao watched as Leclerc drove away in his car. During the time Leclerc spent driving, Qin Miao had retreated from the scorching sun and entered a lounge area in the Fiorano circuit's pit. From this vantage point, one could observe the track, and the area was replete with an array of food and beverages. Since this was neither a formal banquet nor a ball, the tables were laden with snacks and drinks, which many were partaking in. Upon arrival, Qin Miao grabbed a bottle of cola, a piece of fried chicken that had seen little attention, and a box of ice cream from the cooler. After selecting his desired snacks, he settled into a window-side spot that offered a glimpse of the track and began to indulge in his feast. Within the Ferrari team, Qin Miao was essentially a familiar sight wherever he went. Upon seeing the food in his hands, many who recognized him but were not well acquainted were left astonished. Drivers, much like athletes, are expected to maintain peak physical condition, otherwise, they would struggle to complete a race. Naturally, drivers adhere to strict dietary regulations regarding their food intake. Yet, what Qin Miao had chosen: cola, a sugar bomb, fried chicken, a fried delight, ice cream, a caloric explosion. For other drivers, even a sip of such indulgence would lead to remorse for a long time, while Qin Miao had taken 3 portions at once. To other drivers, it appeared as though Qin Miao was squandering his talent and jeopardizing his health. However, those familiar with his character were unfazed. After all, during Ferrari's young driver gatherings, Qin Miao had often indulged in such junk food without any noticeable issues regarding his weight or physique. When it came to F2, he showed no restraint whatsoever. Frankly speaking, many young and gluttonous drivers envied Qin Miao's unique ability to indulge without consequence. By the time Qin Miao finished his meal, Leclerc returned with the car. Wiping his mouth, Qin Miao descended the stairs and was greeted by the relieved expression on Leclerc's face. Approaching with a smile, Qin Miao inquired, "How did it feel? What was the result?" Leclerc replied with a grin, "I'm not quite sure how to describe your car. It feels as though it's merely a 488 with a GT3 aerodynamic kit and a roll cage added. No other modifications were made, not even adjustments to the suspension stiffness. To be honest, it felt quite unfamiliar to me. However, I ended up with a satisfactory result, 110, 104, just a mere second faster than you." Qin Miao had anticipated this outcome and felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, those who manage to drive F1 cars are no simple contenders. The ability to achieve a faster time in a vehicle with which one is less familiar, on a track that is known, is a remarkable feat, especially considering Qin Miao had not fully utilized his skills to reach the limits of his own 488. However, Qin Miao was also aware that Leclerc had not exerted his full prowess. In fact, at this moment, Qin Miao felt that if he were to provide Leclerc with a car of identical performance to his own, he might not necessarily prevail. Nevertheless, having successfully thwarted Leclerc's substantial advance on the racetrack, he deemed it a fitting retribution for the earlier humiliation at Silverstone, where Leclerc had triumphed due to his superior familiarity with Ferrari's FS90. Receiving the keys from Leclerc, Qin Miao inquired with curiosity, "I seldom saw you in Maranello. Do you not reside here?" Leclerc replied, "No, I actually have accommodations in the dormitory area. When working at the Ferrari factory, I typically stay here, but our schedules just happen to be misaligned. I usually rest in the morning and commence my work and training in the afternoon." "Such a coincidence," Qin Miao exclaimed. "How did you come to know my schedule?" With no one around, Leclerc discreetly covered his mouth and remarked, "After all, you are my teammate for the next season. I must delve deeper into understanding my new partner." Qin Miao was somewhat surprised that Leclerc was aware of this, but soon comprehended. If he was regarded as a highly valued driver by Ferrari, akin to a future general in an ancient royal court, then Leclerc essentially held the status of a crown prince, particularly in the context of the Ming dynasty, where his position was firmly established. Thus, it was not entirely unexpected that he would be privy to such information. In the afternoon, At Leclerc's enthusiastic invitation, Qin Miao took Leclerc's car for a couple of laps around the circuit. Frankly speaking, after completing the laps, Qin Miao was profoundly astonished compared to his own pista. This vehicle's chassis had evidently undergone specialized modifications and tuning. During normal driving, the chassis offered exceptional comfort, to the extent that it could serve as a practical means of transportation. However, upon selecting track mode, the entire vehicle's chassis seamlessly transitioned into a racing configuration under computer control, achieving an exquisite balance between grip and support, making it an effortless delight to drive. The steering precision and handling were on par with his own 488, which had been outfitted with a complete GT3 aerodynamic kit. Yet the acceleration and top speed were markedly superior. Previously, Qin Miao had pondered how Leclerc's Ferrari 488 pista, which appeared quite similar, could warrant customization. Now, he understood and felt a profound sense of envy. He resolved to find a time to bring his car to the racing division. When Qin Miao later returned to the racing division with his requests, he was met with the suggestion, why not simply purchase a GT3 car? That was a matter for the future. Excited and fulfilled, before departing, Qin Miao exchanged contact information with Leclerc and even initiated a group on WhatsApp. Currently, the group comprised only 3 members, Qin Miao, Leclerc, and Zhou Guanyu. During Zhou Guanyu's time in Ferrari's youth training program in F3, he had the opportunity to collaborate with Leclerc, fostering a cordial relationship that could be deemed amicable. Thus, the presence of the 3 individuals in the same group would not appear overly conspicuous, nor would the other 2 feel any discomfort. However, as they are all men, casual conversations in the group were infrequent, leading to a silence once the group was established. Qin Miao, the group administrator, was indifferent to this. Upon returning home, he inquired within the group, Leclerc, Zhou Guanyu, are you playing any games? Zhou Guanyu responded promptly during his leisure time, sure. Leclerc then asked, what game are you both playing? Is it F1 2020 or ACC? Upon the mention of F1 2020, Qin Miao recalled that some time ago, representatives from Codemasters had requested a video of him for promotional purposes, with strict requirements regarding quality and presentation. They insisted on high resolution, stability without any shakes, and a natural hairstyle without obstructions like glasses or sunglasses. Knowing the video was intended for F1 2020 and that there were notifications from the FIA that required cooperation, he deemed it a minor inconvenience and soon forgot about it. To his surprise, the game had now been released, and he was curious to see how his in-game character would resemble him. F1 2020 was launched on July 10th, coinciding with the qualifying rounds at the Red Bull Ring just last week, making it a novelty for both players and drivers alike. This marked Qin Miao's debut as a non-playable character in a video game. Moreover, many posts regarding the game circulated on online forums. A significant number of players engaging in career mode opted to select Qin Miao as their teammate in new teams. This choice was largely driven by his impressive performance in the F2 circuit, which led Codemasters to assign him a high skill rating, comparable to that of lower-tier F1 drivers. Additionally, as a F2 driver, his recruitment cost was relatively low, even less than the price of engine components for players. Most importantly, Qin Miao was regarded as the strongest racing driver in the country, and arguably in the entire F2 series. Coupled with the advantage of his nationality, he naturally became the top choice for many. Nevertheless, it was evident that neither Zhou Guanyu nor Qin Miao had any intention of playing this game. After all, they spent their days immersed in the simulator provided by their team and had yet to tire of it. In such moments, a thrilling game of CSGO was far more appealing. Qin Miao remarked, neither of us is playing that. We're actually engaged in CSGO. Zhou Guanyu added, exactly. It's quite enjoyable, it's free, and even allows for financial management. Charles, would you like to give it a try? Leclerc inquired, what is CSGO? Qin Miao, it's essentially an upgraded version of CS, an immensely enjoyable game, where the players possess charming voices and are all exceptionally talented. The entry barrier to the game is low, brimming with strategic competition. Trust me, you will never regret playing this game. Zhou Guanyu eagerly concurred beside him. Leclerc appeared somewhat hesitant, yet seeing the enthusiasm of Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, he relented. Is that so? All right, where can I download the game? Zhou Guanyu quickly responded, allow me to guide you. 20 minutes later, Leclerc had registered an account, downloaded the game, and added Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu as friends. The trio was ready to embark on their adventure. However, since they were accompanied by a novice, Both Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao opted to use alternate accounts, guiding Leclerc through the casual mode. The three enjoyed the initial rounds, with Leclerc showing no aversion to CSGO. Being a driver, his reflexes were certainly on par with professional players, as he acclimated to the controls and recognized that mastering sudden stops would take time. He found that crouching upon encountering opponents proved to be a satisfactory tactic, and soon he was playing quite competently. As Leclerc became more adept and reached a sufficient level, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu began to introduce him to the game's unique features, including the ranked mode. In the early matches of the lower tier, the trio found great enjoyment, with the seasoned players effortlessly dominating, while Leclerc, the newcomer, delightedly charged in with his P90. It was only during another match that Leclerc noticed a teammate wielding a colorful butterfly knife and curiously inquired of Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, "Why is his knife colorful? And how can he spin it?" End of chapter 133, The Lucky One. In response to Leclerc's question, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu elaborated on the game's cosmetic items and the crate opening mechanism. Leclerc, intrigued, expressed his desire to experience crate opening after this match. Qin Miao suddenly recalled a comment he had seen in the CSGO comment section. "I always thought CSGO was a free game until one day I discovered my teammate's knife could spin in his hand." Leclerc was now in a similar state of curiosity. The match concluded swiftly. With the presence of seasoned players like Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, victory was assured. Upon exiting the game and entering the inventory screen, Leclerc began to open crates under their guidance. After several casual matches and a ranked game, luck favored Leclerc as he acquired a crate. He eagerly charged some money, undeterred by Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu's dismissive remarks, suggesting that a single crate would yield nothing of value. With enthusiasm, Leclerc opened his crate, and his puzzled voice echoed in the chat. "What is a butterfly knife? Is it expensive?" Qin Miao, Zhou Guanyu. The two individuals exchanged no further words and directly accessed Leclerc's Steam inventory. Neither had instructed Leclerc on the nuances of purchasing items in the Steam marketplace. Thus, if Leclerc had indeed unboxed something, that particular knife would undoubtedly reside within his inventory, now restricted from trading. Upon viewing Leclerc's inventory, both were left utterly speechless. A pristine, newly released marble fade butterfly knife was showcased. Its current value estimated at around 14,000, equating to over 1,700 euros. While this sum could be effortlessly produced by the trio without a hint of embarrassment, it was, nonetheless, an unexpected windfall. Coupled with the fact that Leclerc had merely spent $2 to earn over 1,000, both individuals, envious and consumed by frustration, felt their faces flush with rage, their eyes burning with resentment, wishing to take Leclerc's place. Observing their intense reactions, Leclerc surmised that the item he had unboxed was indeed quite valuable. For the three of them, the sum of over 1,000 euros was somewhat inconsequential. However, witnessing his friends' faces contorted with envy brought Leclerc an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "You are infuriating." Zhou Guanyu gritted his teeth. After a period of simmering anger, Qin Miao unexpectedly calmed, sincerely asking, "Xiar, do you have any plans for tonight? If not, come to my dorm. I'll treat you to the spicy hot pot my mother sent from back home." A sudden silence enveloped the trio's gaming voice chat. Before Zhou Guanyu asked with a hint of melancholy, "Why didn't you bring me if there's hot pot?" "What is hot pot?" inquired Leclerc. Ignoring Zhou Guanyu's sudden change of heart, Qin Miao patiently responded to Leclerc's question. "Hot pot is a traditional delicacy from our country, renowned for its exquisite flavors and rich variety. Every Chinese person indulges in hot pot at least once a year." Leclerc, not lacking in discernment, sensed the deception. Just moments prior, Qin Miao had been vehemently yelling at him, only to now extend an invitation for a traditional Chinese culinary experience. Thus, he remained cautious. "I want to go?" Qin Miao retorted, "TSK, that's rather ungracious of you." Zhou Guanyu chimed in, "Qin Miao, you're not being very considerate. Stop diverting the subject." After a brief commotion, Leclerc finally grasped the true rarity of the item he had unboxed, understanding the extent of Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu's jealousy. This was not merely about the price, but rather the sheer difficulty in unboxing such a knife. With this revelation, both Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu lost interest in continuing their game, each pulling out their wallets and generously contributing. "Let us go," Qin Miao declared, opening 200 crates, with Zhou Guanyu doing the same. After a flurry of activity, both ultimately succeeded in unboxing gold, though one yielded a butcher's knife while the other produced a factory-new M9 bayonet, collectively worth less than a fraction of Leclerc's prized knife. After the funds were exhausted, the two individuals ceased their activities, while Leclerc, spurred on by Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu, found himself thoroughly engrossed in CSGO. He and the two agreed to continue their gaming session the following day if time permitted. Qin Miao assured Zhou Guanyu that he would bring hot pot ingredients with him when they traveled to Hungary for the Hungarian Grand Prix on Thursday. Like Qin Miao, Zhou Guanyu found it nearly impossible to enjoy the delicacies of his homeland while abroad, though he was preoccupied with daily training tasks and work. The thought of hot pot stirred a deep yearning within him, especially after Qin Miao mentioned that he had the ingredients at home. Zhou Guanyu could almost taste the savory broth, his mouth watering at the mere thought. After some playful banter, Leclerc, with unwarranted confidence, declared that he would be free for dinner on Thursday and would join Qin Miao and the others to experience this so-called hot pot. Neither Qin Miao nor Zhou Guanyu declined the invitation. As the hour grew late, and with work awaiting them the next day, the trio bid farewell in the game voice chat and returned to their respective resting quarters. On Wednesday morning, Qin Miao maintained his disciplined routine. After completing his training, he arrived at the Ferrari F1 team's headquarters in Maranello. The day marked the post-race meeting for the F1 team, primarily focused on summarizing current issues and proposing solutions, while also looking ahead to the future. As a confirmed driver for the next season, Qin Miao was naturally entitled to attend such meetings. At this stage, he was merely there to observe and learn, and no objections were raised. The meeting predominantly involved Binotto discussing personnel changes for the upcoming season, plans for car upgrades, staff training, and driver preparations. Qin Miao noted that he was mentioned in the meeting, as Binotto arranged for him to begin preparations for the car for the next season. This preparation period would commence just before the winter break, requiring Qin Miao to start measuring his physical data, custom-fitting his racing suit, singular shell seat, steering wheel, and helmet, as well as preparing promotional materials and interviews for the new season. It mirrored his initial entry into F2, though it was evident that the F1 team's approach would be far more meticulous. Overall, there was a multitude of tasks to tackle, likely amounting to a week of busy work. Qin Miao was not surprised by this. In fact, he had mentally prepared himself for such an undertaking the moment he signed with Ferrari. Following the standard proceedings of the meeting, it was inevitable that some individuals with underwhelming performances would face criticism. Interestingly, Qin Miao observed that the critiques were directed solely at specific underperforming employees, while their superiors were not held accountable, as if the mistakes of their subordinates bore no relation to them. It exuded a sense of scapegoating, where the shortcomings of the lower ranks were unjustly shouldered. After a fragmented discussion on various topics, the meeting finally concluded. Qin Miao gained insights into the internal meeting processes of the Ferrari F1 team, simultaneously shattering the idealized perception he held of the team. The meeting was not as grand as one might expect. Disagreements led to heated exchanges, and while the venue was aesthetically pleasing, the atmosphere was palpable. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Miao decided against going back to Vicenza, knowing that Ferrari would be heading to Hungary on Thursday, allowing him to hitch a ride with the team. Frankly, his time in Vicenza often involved him sequestered at home, engrossed in his simulator, tirelessly practicing and fine-tuning the car setup that best suited his driving style. Regardless of his location, the simplicity of his work ensured consistent results. He spent 2 days in Maranello, and on Thursday, he joined Leclerc on the journey to Hungary. Given the long distance, Leclerc, unlike the novice Qin Miao, could not recklessly drive a supercar. Thus, they traveled in a Ferrari transport truck. Upon arrival and parting ways with Leclerc, Qin Miao naturally sought out his own team at the Hungaroring circuit in Budapest. The Hungaroring is situated approximately 19 kilometers northeast of Budapest and was established on former potato farmland. Thanks to the efforts of F1 mogul Bernie Ecclestone, the Hungarian government consented to the construction of a permanent racetrack, leading to the inception of the Hungaroring, hosting its first F1 Grand Prix in 1986. This marked a historic moment as it was the first race held in Hungary, then part of the socialist bloc. The track, also known as the Hungaroring, is a clockwise circuit measuring 381 kilometers, featuring 14 corners and 2 DRS zones. F1 races require 70 laps, while F2 races consist of 37 laps. The circuit's winding design limits the average speed of the cars, categorizing it as a mid to low speed track, which complicates overtaking strategies. Teams generally adopt a medium to high downforce configuration, resulting in significant tire wear. Hence, pit stops typically involve a two-stop strategy. The Hungarian Grand Prix occurs in July, when local temperatures can soar to 40 degrees Celsius, yet the average remains around 25 degrees, making for a pleasant climate. Therefore, Qin Miao did not need to undergo high-temperature training prior to the race. Although he had not experienced such training himself, he had discussed it with Zhou Guanyu during casual conversations. Zhou Guanyu is indeed a figure that evokes trepidation, displaying a palpable resistance to engage in the so-called high-temperature training. This clearly illustrates the arduous nature of such training. The Grand Prix took place without any spectators, allowing Qin Miao and his fellow crew members to take the most direct route to the paddock prepared by the organizers for the teams. The Hungaroring, much like the Red Bull Ring, does not provide additional paddock space for F2 teams to house their cars. So by the time Qin Miao arrived at the F2 and F3 team encampments, several teams had already begun to set up their tents. The locations for the F2 teams had been pre-assigned, enabling Qin Miao to locate his team's designated area without much effort. After exchanging pleasantries with his team members, he reached out to touch his car's flip-flops, ensuring that the vehicle had not encountered any issues during transport before heading to report to Rossi in his office. The subsequent activities were relatively straightforward. Qin Miao, accompanied by Frankie, traversed the circuit twice, taking note of the nuances he observed on the track while attending to other tasks as necessary. Soon enough, having completed his laps, he returned to the team's paddock with a notebook filled with detailed observations. Within the Prema team's motorhome, Qin Miao possessed a modest office space, more akin to a pre-race preparation and rest area. Although the room was not spacious, it did feature a bed where he could fully recline, a small table with accompanying chairs, and even a rack for hanging clothes and helmets. After unpacking his backpack and retrieving his computer and controller, Qin Miao launched the simulator to practice on the Hungaroring, meticulously comparing his recorded track details with his performance, experimenting with various cornering techniques in pursuit of achieving higher speeds through the turns, striving to maximize his vehicle's performance on this circuit. Nevertheless, Qin Miao's primary focus remained on familiarizing himself with the track, despite his proficiency in the Hungaroring being no less than 300 in his system. The wisdom of the ancients reminds us, to review the old is to learn the new. One may become a teacher. Engaging with these elements further could undoubtedly yield benefits. Arriving at the Hungaroring, reporting to the team, walking the track, returning to study the layout and racing lines, followed by a pre-race meeting, consumed both the morning and afternoon. In the evening, just as Qin Miao concluded his day, preparing to take his belongings to the hotel arranged by the team for dinner, Zhou Guanyu approached him. This fellow had been suppressing his inner impulses for some time, and upon learning a few nights prior that Qin Miao had hot pot ingredients, he could no longer contain himself. Now, even before the official end of the workday, he sought out Qin Miao, seemingly anxious that he might depart. After all, Qin Miao had promised to treat him and Leclerc to hot pot on Thursday. The chapter concludes with Qin Miao helplessly smiling as he tosses his luggage into Zhou Guanyu's arms, declaring with an air of nonchalance, "Since you wish to eat, you must adopt the right attitude. This bag shall be your responsibility." Zhou Guanyu, unfazed, promptly opens Qin Miao's bag, peering inside with curiosity. "Did you bring the hot pot base?" Qin Miao dismisses the inquiry. "I did not." Upon hearing this, the previously amiable smile on Zhou Guanyu's face falters, his expression turning cold. He relinquishes the bag back into Qin Miao's embrace and prepares to walk away. Rubbing his chest where the laptop has struck him, Qin Miao mutters a complaint, before leisurely adding, "However, Qiu Ming will come tomorrow, and he will bring both the pot and the hot pot base." "Hey, brother Shui, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it to heart. We're all good friends." Zhou Guanyu, upon hearing this, eagerly approaches again, his face adorned with an insincere smile. Qin Miao can only shake his head in resignation. Ultimately, it is Qin Miao who feels guilty. Having previously promised Zhou Guanyu and Leclerc a hot pot dinner on Thursday, only to forget to bring the ingredients, he had let both of them down, which weighed on him. The truth is, Qin Miao had completely forgotten the hot pot base his mother sent him was left in Vicenza, and with his busy work schedule lately, it had slipped his mind. Therefore, when Leclerc arrived, the three of them resorted to searching for a hot pot restaurant on Google Maps. The establishment was indeed run by two Chinese individuals who spoke authentic Cantonese. However, once the food was ordered and served, the flavors did not meet the expectations of the two, although Leclerc, the foreigner, found it quite enjoyable. The same dish, cultivated on domestic soil, possesses a taste distinctly different from that grown abroad. Hence, it would be unfair to criticize the restaurant's culinary skills. Nevertheless, the hot pot meal served to quell Zhou Guanyu's cravings and satisfy Leclerc's curiosity. That evening, the trio parted ways. And after gathering at the hotel for a couple of games, they each logged off to sleep. The following day heralded F2's morning practice, followed by qualifying in the afternoon. And F1's first practice session in the morning, succeeded by the second in the afternoon. For Qin Miao, the weather mirrored the malice that had plagued him the previous week. Despite the comfortable climate, with a mere 27 degrees Celsius allowing for a long-sleeved shirt, the sky remained overcast, drizzling with a fine rain. In truth, the Hungaroring is a circuit rarely graced by rain. Since the inception of the F1 Grand Prix in 1986, it has rained only once during the main race. Ironically, on this dry and cool day, rain had chosen to fall. Qin Miao could only laugh in disbelief, feeling as if the heavens were conspiring against him. With a sigh, he set out, heading towards the paddock. During the practice session, there was little to remark upon. The rain in the morning was not particularly heavy, merely a drizzle, and the track remained free of puddles. After the F2 cars donned their wet tires and completed a few laps, the surface had nearly dried. Qin Miao's primary objective upon taking to the track was to validate certain tips he had discovered the previous day, as well as to ascertain which curbs would impact his car's performance. Subsequently, he aimed to establish a setup that felt comfortable for him. However, it must be said that, given the nature of this low-speed circuit with its multitude of bends and limited overtaking opportunities, the prevailing setup philosophy leaned towards high downforce. As he focused on finding a rhythm that suited his driving style and adapting to the slippery conditions, Qin Miao did not set any lap times. Although he ultimately secured a setup that was somewhat suitable by the end of the practice session, it was certainly not the optimal configuration for this particular track. Around noon, Xiaoming arrived, carrying various bags. Nevertheless, she refrained from interrupting Qin Miao's work. After requesting the hotel room key from him, she returned to the hotel. The team, aware that Qin Miao's girlfriend also served as his manager and that the two were frequently inseparable, ensured that their star driver, under Prema's arrangement, received accommodations of commendable quality. While not luxurious, such as a presidential suite, the room was certainly satisfactory. A family-style hotel suite featuring a living area, a dining room, a bathroom, and a balcony. This meant that Qin Miao's quarters were equipped for hot pot cooking, albeit limited to an induction cooker. Knowing that Zhou Guanyu desired hot pot, and coincidentally, Qin Miao's mother had sent an ample supply of hot pot ingredients from their home country, Xiaoming set about preparing the meal. In truth, the food itself was not the most challenging aspect. Rather, the difficulty lay in procuring the hot pot itself, particularly since Xiaoming could not find the desired dual-flavor pot abroad. After an extensive search, she ultimately located one at a local Chinese restaurant in Vicenza. This pot was not listed on their menu. It was a personal item they used for their hot pot gatherings. Initially, when Xiaoming approached them for the pot, they were reluctant to part with it, as they possessed only one. However, after explaining that she merely wished to borrow it and offering a deposit of 200 euros, she successfully rented the pot, with the obligation to return it in 3 days. One could say that Xiaoming exerted considerable effort to ensure that Qin Miao and his companions could enjoy a hot pot meal. While we temporarily set aside Xiaoming's preparations for dinner at the hotel, let us turn our attention to the qualifying session at the racetrack. The afternoon rain was heavier than that of the morning, rendering the data Qin Miao had gathered during his earlier laps, based on dry conditions, largely irrelevant. As a result of the inclement weather, he found himself uncertain of what kind of result he might achieve in the upcoming qualifying session. With this uncertainty weighing on his mind, Qin Miao sought to complete a flying lap with minimal interference, thereby ensuring a baseline performance that would provide him with a degree of security. Thus, Qin Miao seized the opportunity this time. The racing team had just pushed the car onto the track when he, without allowing Sui Wentao and the others to conduct a final inspection on his vehicle, boldly drove into the exit of the pit area and queued amidst the rain. Due to Qin Miao's remarkable speed, he skipped even the most rudimentary checks, and as a result, it was no surprise that he found himself in the first position. 10 minutes later, at the signal from the race officials, the countdown for the qualifying session commenced. Qin Miao was also informed through the team's telemetry that the competition was about to begin. As the green light illuminated the pit lane, Qin Miao surged ahead, exiting the pit area. With 25 minutes and 30 seconds remaining until the end of the qualifying session, Qin Miao completed his first flying lap without any significant errors, although he did not push to the absolute limit, clocking a lap time of 1:57.495, temporarily securing the top spot. Upon completing this lap, a Red Bull Junior Team vehicle found itself ensnared in the gravel. Unable to extricate itself and situated at a considerable distance from the Matthew entrance, coupled with the ongoing rain, the race officials prudently deployed a red flag for safety reasons. Once the stranded car was dealt with, the race resumed. On his subsequent attempt, Qin Miao no longer enjoyed the favorable conditions of his initial flying lap. Mick was positioned right in front of him, and the spray from Mick's car obscured Qin Miao's view of the track ahead. The torrential rain indeed affected Qin Miao's performance, and as he endeavored to push his vehicle to the limit on his second flying lap, he misjudged the throttle slightly while exiting the slow corner at T2, resulting in a tailspin. Fortunately, Qin Miao's exceptional driving skills allowed him to regain control of the car after losing rear grip. Given the inherent design of Formula racing cars, which makes drifting on track quite challenging, the car's posture immediately normalized once Qin Miao managed to regain control. Naturally, this misstep rendered his flying lap time void. Fortunately, the brief loss of rear downforce did not affect the condition of Qin Miao's tires. After completing 2 warming laps, he resumed his flying lap. Uncertain of the rain's impact on the track conditions, Qin Miao was unable to achieve a commendable time in this qualifying session and opted to remain on the track, hoping to post a satisfactory time once the conditions improved. Thankfully, wet tires are indeed more durable than slicks. An F2 soft tire set might only manage 2 to 3 flying laps before grip diminishes, whereas wet tires can endure at least 5 flying laps. With 15 minutes remaining in the session, Qin Miao once again set a new pole position time in the rain, displacing Tsunoda's record with a time of 1:51.091. At this point, Qin Miao's time was at least 0.5 seconds faster than Tsunoda's. However, given the rainy conditions, it remained uncertain when the rain on the track would cease, potentially leading to an exaggerated improvement in lap times. As Qin Miao completed yet another warm-up lap, preparing for one final push before the race concluded, the event officials unexpectedly waved the yellow flag. Red Bull's junior driver, Zhou Guanyu, had driven an F2 Red Bull car into the runoff area and became stranded. Once it was confirmed that Zhou Guanyu could not extricate the vehicle, the officials promptly deployed the red flag, rendering the last 4 minutes of the session futile, given the intensity of the rain. That brief time was insufficient for any driver to elevate their tire temperatures to the necessary operational levels. And what of Qin Miao? Having missed the opportunity for one last flying lap, he once again found himself just shy of pole position, settling for 3rd place. The top 2 spots were claimed by Zhou Guanyu's teammate Islet and Zhou Guanyu himself. It is noteworthy that this marked the second time Qin Miao had faltered in qualifying at the hands of Zhou Guanyu. There is little left to say. It appears that fate conspired against Qin Miao during the qualifying session, as a torrential downpour hindered his ability to showcase his true potential. This predicament left Qin Miao feeling quite dejected, while simultaneously instilling doubt among the higher-ups at Ferrari. In the context of a regular race, Qin Miao undeniably possesses formidable strength, arguably even the prowess to dominate F2. However, these recent rain-soaked events have starkly illuminated his deficiencies. Though Qin Miao has demonstrated a measure of competitiveness in wet conditions, securing a front-row starting position during qualifying, it is crucial to recognize that the competitive pressure in F2 pales in comparison to that of F1. His ability to maintain his standing in rain-affected races is attributable to the relative inexperience of his fellow F2 competitors, who still have much to learn. A comparison of Qin Miao's performance under dry conditions to his wet weather results readily reveals his vulnerabilities in inclement weather. While such a driver may still attract interest from lower-tier F1 teams, for a Ferrari team intent on championship glory, he is deemed unfit. Ferrari may tolerate a second driver without glaring advantages, but they will not accept a driver with pronounced shortcomings like Qin Miao's. Despite Ferrari's current struggles, this does not diminish their ambition for the F1 championship. Consequently, following the conclusion of this qualifying session, the Ferrari hierarchy, once optimistic about Qin Miao, began to voice their concerns and reignite their recruitment efforts for other drivers. Unbeknownst to Qin Miao, after finishing the qualifying session and weighing in, he returned to the team with a sense of disappointment. Following a brief internal team meeting, he went home to rest. The next day, Qin Miao's mood brightened as dramatically as the weather. Although clouds still drifted across the sky, the weather forecast indicated a low probability of rain during the F2 race. With this in mind, Qin Miao retrieved his classic red and yellow helmet. In the initial stage, Qin Miao swiftly eliminated Zhou Guanyu and his teammate, consistently extending his lead by at least 0.4 seconds each lap. Although the emergence of safety cars temporarily bridged the gap between Qin Miao and his pursuers, anyone who had witnessed the two F2 races would understand that once Qin Miao established his lead, speculating on the eventual victor of the race became a moot point. An hour later, after pitting for new hard tires just 7 laps prior, Qin Miao surged across the finish line, not only setting a new personal best lap time, but also clinching victory in the FIA Formula 2 Championship at the Hungarian Grand Prix. For Qin Miao, as long as the rain held off, the outcome of the race was devoid of any suspense. Regardless of the commentary platform, all commentators conveyed their heartfelt congratulations to this extraordinarily gifted young driver. Soon after, the broadcast featured the jubilant voice of TR's team principal, Frankie, exclaiming, "P1, Qin Miao. We have achieved P1. Congratulations on yet another championship." The excitement in Frankie's voice was palpable. As for Qin Miao, he simply received the accolades with his characteristic composure. Whether one interprets his demeanor as unflappable or as a penchant for nonchalance, it was evident that amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Qin Miao calmly accepted the reality of his victory, uttering not a single word of celebration, as if the championship was not his at all. The commentators from 5-Star Sports remarked on Qin Miao's performance. His prowess was overwhelming. There's really nothing more to say. While others raced, Qin Miao was in a league of his own, akin to a winter testing session. I genuinely worry he might become bored to the point of dozing off during the race. Given him a sunny day, and he could turn an 8th-place start into a championship. After completing another lap, Qin Miao guided his car back to the pit entrance, leading to the much-anticipated podium ceremony. Positioning his vehicle beneath the champion's banner, he disembarked with poise. Today's race concluded with Qin Miao in first place, followed by Nikita Mazepin in second, and his teammate Mick in third. To be frank, Qin Miao was bewildered as to how these individuals found themselves behind him, and he wondered where Zhou Guanyu had vanished. This confusion was not entirely his fault. After the initial start, he had not seen any cars behind him, making it impossible to divert his attention to his competitors. The team as personnel, mindful of not distracting Qin Miao while he was driving, refrained from contacting him unless there was a red or yellow flag situation. Upon exiting the car, Qin Miao gave a thumbs up to the photographer capturing his image, a gesture of celebration, before turning to share in the jubilation with his engineers. As he turned towards the Prema team, he not only spotted his team principal, Rossi, but also noticed several individuals clad in Ferrari uniforms. Upon closer inspection, there stood Lawson, the head of Ferrari's youth program, alongside team principal Benotto and sporting director Makis. Qin Miao was momentarily taken aback. In his past, he had secured numerous championships. Yet these individuals had never displayed such enthusiasm before. However, he did not dwell on it. Feeling a sense of pride as both the head and deputy of Ferrari came forth to celebrate his victory, Qin Miao exchanged fist bumps with them. It seemed that Rossin and the others, having spent ample time with Qin Miao, had adopted his nonchalant attitude towards winning. He did not appear overly exhilarated after clinching the championship, simply smiling and applauding by the barriers. In contrast, the two Ferrari executives gazed at him with astonishment. When Qin Miao approached, they engaged him in amiable conversation. "Well done, young man. We knew we had made the right choice," Makis remarked. "Keep up the hard work. I look forward to the day we can collaborate." "Thank you, Mr. Makis. I shall do my utmost," Qin Miao replied, maintaining a polite demeanor. Next was Benotto, an old acquaintance of Qin Miao. During this joyous occasion, rather than offering encouragement, Benotto jokingly inquired, "I noticed you have sufficient tire reserves again. Are you planning to start the sprint race on soft tires? Can't you leave some opportunities for the other drivers?" Knowing the jest behind the words, Qin Miao playfully shrugged and replied, "I'll do my best, but if we race normally, my soft tires won't last the entire distance. If the safety car doesn't intervene, there will be plenty of opportunities to overtake in the latter part of the sprint. So, whether you win the sprint depends on the FIA's whims." Makis chimed in with a jest as well. The trio exchanged a few more light-hearted words before Benotto concluded, "I won to keep you. Enjoy your championship." He then stepped aside, As Qin Miao prepared for the weighing process, he noticed his teammate, Mick Schumacher, descending from his car. They exchanged a gentle fist bump, with neither uttering a word. Subsequently, Qin Miao observed Mick celebrating briefly with his team members before turning his gaze towards Bernardo and the others. Witnessing this scene, Qin Miao was momentarily stunned, then it dawned on him. So, the fervor wasn't solely for my victory. It was primarily due to Mick Schumacher ascending the podium. The smile on Qin Miao's face quickly faded into a calm composure. Indeed, although he was a member of Ferrari's driver academy, his innate talent paled in comparison to the privileges enjoyed by the well-connected. Mick Schumacher, as the son of the legendary Michael Schumacher, was a true heir to the racing legacy, and it was not surprising that Ferrari would show him a greater degree of deference. Retracting his gaze, Qin Miao began to face the journalists for interviews. They inquired about his feelings regarding yet another championship win and whether he would opt for soft tires again in the upcoming sprint race. Qin Miao eschewed conventional interview responses, opting instead to articulate his genuine feelings and thoughts. He expressed a sense of ease, noting that he had begun to acclimatize to the experience. It was anticipated that a one-stop strategy would be employed. However, the Hungaroring circuit is not particularly forgiving on tires. He planned to attempt completing the race on a single set of hard tires. Given the numerous low-speed corners at Hungaroring, tire degradation occurs rapidly, making it challenging even for Qin Miao to guarantee that a set of soft tires could last the entire race. After internal discussions within the team and considering Qin Miao's insights, it was ultimately decided to utilize a single set of hard tires for the full distance. Typically, a single set of hard tires would not suffice for the entire race, as grip diminishes significantly in the latter stages, necessitating a pit stop even during a sprint race. Nonetheless, Qin Miao's tire conservation skills are widely recognized. Following the interview, it was time for the podium ceremony. Initially, Qin Miao assumed the award presentation would mirror the previous occasion, where an advertisement board was placed at the safety car's pit entrance, with 4 cones serving as a makeshift podium. Fortunately, this race's formal proceedings returned to normal. After the weigh-in, Qin Miao proceeded to the podium's preparation room, located on the second floor behind the stage. It is noteworthy that the atmosphere among the three in the preparation room was somewhat awkward, as they were largely preoccupied with their own tasks and lacked communication, resembling strangers. Qin Miao was not well acquainted with Mazepin, and his relationship with Mick was even more tenuous. Mazepin, from a different training system, only recognized the two, having had minimal private interaction. He was aware of Qin Miao due to his impressive performances in the last 2 races and knew of Mick because of his father. This disconnect contributed to a rather peculiar ambience within the preparation room. Fortunately, the preparation time for the F2 race was brief, within a minute. Qin Miao noticed staff members signaling him that everything was ready. Mick, who placed third, exited first, followed by Mazepin, and finally, the victorious Qin Miao. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. The national anthem played, champagne was sprayed, and they returned to the pit area. Qin, you are aware of Mick's performance today, starting 5th and finishing 3rd, which is commendable. However, we observed a detail. Your car's average was at least 7% less than Mick's. This discrepancy was also noted in the previous 2 races, but we initially attributed it to Mick not finding a suitable setup, which hindered his performance compared to yours. Yet, based on today's data, whether in terms of tire wear, fuel consumption, or engine degradation, your car exhibited less wear than Mick's. Undoubtedly, this is advantageous and something every team hopes to see. We are simply curious as to how you achieve this. This was the question posed to Qin Miao by Lawson after the meeting concluded, leaving only the 2 of them in the conference room, where a large screen displayed charts comparing the 2 drivers' performances. Upon hearing Lawson's inquiry, Qin Miao found himself utterly perplexed, pondering, if you ask me, whom should I inquire? Thus, Qin Miao could only respond vaguely, I am uncertain, it might merely be a matter of driving habits. Listening to Qin Miao's ambiguous reply, Lawson surmised that Qin Miao wished to safeguard his secrets, and thus refrained from further probing. After Qin Miao departed, Lawson began to scrutinize the diagrams of the throttle and brake systems of both cars, searching for discrepancies. After all, according to the telemetry data, Mick's driving style only diverged from Qin Miao's to a modest extent. These variances were merely a product of personal habits and differing choices regarding braking points, which could hardly account for such significant disparities in vehicle wear. Could it be attributed to weight? Lawson scratched his head, unable to fathom this conundrum. Meanwhile, though Qin Miao was oblivious to the reasons behind these occurrences, he was at least aware that they were not without cause. Upon returning to his hotel room, Qin Miao began to introspect. Initially, he found no anomalies in his skills. However, upon a second examination, he discovered another passive skill, robust constitution, blue, when equipped. This skill reduces physical wear by 3. At first glance, this skill seemed unimpressive, yet upon deeper reflection, Qin Miao realized that his vehicle possessed a skill card effect that unified man and machine. Thus, could it be posited that from the moment he entered his F2 car, the system's skill assessment regarded the vehicle and himself as one? Did this imply that while the skill diminished his physical wear, it simultaneously reduced the car's wear as well? Qin Miao felt a strong inclination that this hypothesis held considerable truth, though he lacked definitive proof. Consequently, he would need to validate this theory in the upcoming races. He lamented that his system was somewhat rigid. Had there been a voice assistant, he might not have only started questioning the synergy between his skills and the man-machine unity skill card after Lawson's prompt. Following a race, Qin Miao once again amassed the full 27 points from the event. The scoring breakdown for the drivers in this race was as follows: Qin Miao 27, Mazepin 18, Mick 15, Giotto 12, Drugovich 10, Darivala 8, Dretlatras 6, Islet 4, Tictum 2, Zhou Guanyu 1. With this victory, Qin Miao achieved his first venture past the century mark in F2 points, bringing his total to 108 points. It is noteworthy that the third race had yet to conclude. Quietly calculating in his mind, Qin Miao realized that his score was equivalent to the combined total of the points from the 17th and 18th places. As the evening passed without incident, Qin Miao maintained his familiar routine, leading into the next day. Today marked the day of the sprint race, and Qin Miao was set to embark on another day of dominating the competition. However, before rising, he curiously drew back the curtains of his hotel room. Reflecting on the lessons learned from the previous week's race in Austria and the qualifying event 2 days prior, currently, Qin Miao is particularly attuned to the weather conditions. As he draws back the curtains, he observes that while the sky is devoid of rain, it is also not bathed in brilliant sunlight, imparting a sense that precipitation could occur at any moment. Gazing at the sky, Qin Miao silently prays that the heavens will remain dry during his sprint race before making his way to the track. However, as the race approaches, Qin Miao begins to feel a twinge of discomfort. The sky grows increasingly overcast, and a light rain briefly descends, though it ceases before the sprint begins. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remains gloomy. At this moment, there are still patches of moisture in the asphalt crevices of the track. Yet switching to dry tires does not compromise the car's grip. After several laps, any water on the track is rendered inconsequential. Despite the team's weather forecast indicating that rain is unlikely during the sprint, Qin Miao harbors reservations. After all, weather can be capricious. Instances of inaccurate forecasts are not uncommon, which means the potential for rain on the track remains. If he wishes to ascend to the podium, or even reclaim the championship title, he must establish a significant advantage before any rain arrives, ensuring he can maintain his position once the downpour begins. The preparatory phase before the race closely resembles that of the main event. Notably, anticipating that his skill physically fit, blue, might interact remarkably with his skill card, Qin Miao expended one of his awarded skill cards, Purple Skill Upgrade 1. As the name suggests, this item elevates a blue skill to purple. Moreover, prior to the race, Qin Miao specifically instructed Luo Xian and the others to monitor the wear of the car and the condition of other components following the race. Physically fit, purple, is a passive skill that, upon equipping, reduces physical wear by 8. This constitutes yet another extraordinary skill. The most significant aspect is that when combined with Qin Miao's other skill, which reduces tire wear by 30, it results in a total reduction of 38 in tire degradation. It is foreseeable that should Qin Miao enter F1, he could run an extra flying lap on a set of soft tires compared to other drivers without losing substantial speed. During the main event, Qin Miao can utilize soft tires as if they were medium tires as hard tires, and hard tires akin to those used in private vehicles, which can last 1 or 2 years without replacement. For instance, in a practice session, he could complete the event using only one set of hard tires. Envisioning a scenario where others pit twice while he pits once maximizes the chances of minimizing any potential sabotage from the team. Qin Miao's tire depletion rate would remain comparable to that of drivers who make 3 stops. preventing the tire-changing crew from undermining him while gaining over 10 seconds in tire change time. Even Perez, upon witnessing Qin Miao's tire conservation abilities, exclaims that he is invincible. Chapter complete 136. Friends gathering today, Qin Miao opted for a hard tire start. Given the characteristics of the track, many drivers prepared to implement a one-stop strategy during the sprint race, leading to the sight of some competitors utilizing red soft tires in the starting grid. Soon, the race commenced amidst the resonant hum of idling engines. 22 cars surged forth from their designated positions, embarking on the warm-up lap. Following the warm-up, the drivers returned to their starting grid positions. At this stage, Qin Miao's performance was not as dazzling as in the previous two sprint races. After all, utilizing hard tires meant he couldn't leverage significant advantages at the start. Despite a swift launch, he only managed to overtake Mays Pin before entering Turn 1. Although Qin Miao possessed a certain speed advantage over Mick during the start, he had already entered Turn 1 by the time he could convert that speed into overtaking prowess. As he attempted to pass Mays Pin on the outside line, Mick effectively blocked his entry, compelling Qin Miao to relinquish the overtaking attempt. After Qin Miao's start, the team provided him with advice during the subsequent period when overtaking was unfeasible: maintain his rhythm and protect his tires. Since most drivers would opt for a one-stop strategy, Qin Miao could comfortably seize victory without pitting. However, he chose not to heed this counsel. From a certain perspective, his tire lifespan at this juncture was 5 laps longer than during yesterday's main race, allowing him to drive with a touch more aggression on the track. Consequently, throughout the race, under the watchful gaze of the broadcast cameras, Qin Miao steadily advanced, overtaking one driver per lap. Over 2 laps, he closed the gap to the car ahead, and on 1 lap, he utilized the long straight and DRS to execute an overtaking maneuver. To Qin Miao, the F2 race resembled a game with the AI difficulty set to the lowest level. He could visibly reduce the distance between himself and the cars in front during cornering sections. Through repeated overtakes, Qin Miao discovered some amusement, as the drivers he overtook on the long straight would invariably struggle to resist, unwilling to be passed. Their futile attempts at resistance amused Qin Miao. Reminiscent of Vincent wielding Draven in the Summoner's Rift, effortlessly dispatching foes regardless of their champion choice. Yet, some players still managed to pull unexpected maneuvers. Like a Zed trapped behind the fountain who, with a well-timed flash and W, slipped past Vincent's watchful gaze, only to taunt later with a remark that was both amusing and absurd. By the 18th lap, some drivers began to pit, while others, like Qin Miao, aimed to complete the sprint race on a single set of hard tires. However, as the laps progressed, the tire wear of these later drivers became evident, raising concerns about the extent to which their car's grip would diminish. As the 20th lap approached, Qin Miao found himself inexplicably pondering the absence of the car that had been directly in front of him. Had he not yet relished the thrill of overtaking? From the perspectives of the director and the audience, it was evident that the pit window had now opened, with numerous drivers opting to change their tires. However, there was one exception. Zhou, who had started 5th, steadfastly continued on the track with a set of hard tires, aware that he could not match Qin Miao's speed. He had long set his sights beyond Qin Miao. At that moment, with other drivers emerging from the pits at least 23 seconds behind him and only 8 laps remaining in the race, he remained confident in his ability to maintain that lead. As for Qin Miao, he had not yet initiated his attack. Upon arriving behind Zhou, he deliberately allowed Qin Miao to pass before the DRS detection point. As Qin Miao surged ahead, Zhou found himself just within 1 second of Qin Miao, taking advantage of the slipstream on the long straight to benefit from DRS. Although he was swiftly left behind after entering T1, this small maneuver had earned him a crucial advantage of over 0.7 seconds. Within the entire F2 paddock, there was a shared understanding. Once Qin Miao secured the lead, the championship victory was virtually assured. Thus, from that moment until the race's conclusion, Qin Miao began to extend his lead. Many F2 drivers had grown accustomed to Qin Miao's dominance, largely abandoning aspirations for the top spot in both the main and sprint races. Their focus had shifted to contesting for second place. Ultimately, the race concluded amidst a fierce battle among the drivers behind. The subsequent races, aside from Qin Miao's performance, held considerable intrigue, as everyone eagerly anticipated whether Islet, equipped with soft tires, could close a 22-second gap within the remaining 8 laps and overtake Zhou, who had run the entire sprint race on hard tires. As for Qin Miao, what was there to witness in winter testing? In the end, Qin Miao crossed the finish line, with Zhou, thanks to the excellent strategy of his team, securing second place. Without Qin Miao, Zhou would undoubtedly have claimed victory. Yet, in the current climate, achieving second place brought him a joy akin to that of a typical first-place finish. It is noteworthy that this season, F2 has witnessed 3 Grand Prix and 6 scoring races, comprising 3 main races and 3 sprint races. Qin Miao has emerged victorious in 5 of these, finishing second once. With all F2 championships thus far being claimed by Chinese drivers. After parking his car, it was time for weighing, interviews, and the podium ceremony, nothing particularly noteworthy to report. Carrying his champagne bottle and trophy down from the podium, Qin Miao directly handed the champagne to Frankie and his team, while carefully stowing away his hat and trophy. Now, Qin Miao had taken up a new hobby, collecting trophies from his victorious competitions. However, upon returning with the trophies, they did not immediately reach Qin Miao's hands. Due to Qin Miao's identity and contractual obligations, every trophy he secured after a championship was taken by Ferrari to be replicated, with the replicas subsequently displayed in the Ferrari Driver Academy's exhibition room. Qin Miao held no objections to this arrangement, as it was stipulated in the Driver Academy's contract. Moreover, upon realizing how effortlessly Qin Miao triumphed in F2, akin to the ease of dining or drinking, Ferrari even commissioned the construction of a dedicated display room in Qin Miao's study specifically for his trophies. Following the conclusion of the race, the rankings and points were as follows: Qin Miao 15, Zhou 12, Eilert 10, Mick Schumacher 8, Mazepin 6, Delatraz 4, Derivala 2, Zhou Guanyu 3. Zhou Guanyu earned his 3 points by opting for a single pit stop, ultimately leveraging the advantage of fresh soft tires to snatch the fastest lap from Qin Miao in the final laps. With these additional 3 points, Zhou Guanyu temporarily ascended to 3rd place in the standings, with a total of 39 points, 1 point ahead of Lundgaard. Meanwhile, Qin Miao led the rankings significantly with an impressive 123 points. After the race, Qin Miao intended to return directly to the team for a routine meeting, followed by some administrative tasks before taking a break. However, it was evident that some matters were not as easily resolved. After the race, both Qin Miao and Mick were whisked away by Ferrari. A break? Not a chance. They were to observe and learn from the race. Ultimately, in this F1 race, Mercedes claimed 1st and 3rd positions, while Ferrari's Leclerc failed to score any points. An hour and a half later, Qin Miao concluded what was a somewhat arduous yet uneventful race. After watching the race, Qin Miao returned to his team. With both team drivers absent, the meeting schedule was delayed until their return. Once they arrived, the meeting resumed. The content of these meetings was largely repetitive, primarily summarizing issues encountered during the Grand Prix and discussing potential solutions for future occurrences. After the meeting, Frankie approached Qin Miao and provided him with the necessary data. The data indicated that Qin Miao's car experienced less overall wear during this sprint race, with an average wear 10% lower than Mick's. From this data, Qin Miao recognized that his skills indeed had a synergistic effect, implying that he would likely never have to relinquish this ability throughout his life. Following the meeting, the itinerary for Hungary came to a close, ushering in a week of respite before the next Grand Prix 2 weeks later in the UK. However, Qin Miao chose not to return to Maranello that day. Instead, he lingered in Hungary for an additional day, having promised to treat 2 individuals to hot pot. Upon returning to the hotel in the afternoon, Qin Miao called Zhou Guanyu, considering that the drivers were preoccupied with their upcoming race. Even though Qiu Meng had brought the hot pot that Zhou Guanyu yearned for, Qin Miao refrained from approaching him, fearing that discussing such matters might hinder his performance during this crucial time. Now that the competition had concluded and a lengthy respite was on the horizon, it was undoubtedly the opportune moment to unveil the hot pot. "Hello? The hot pot is being prepared," Qin Miao said casually. Zhou Guanyu perked up at this. "I'll be there shortly." Indeed, such intelligence is admirable. A mere hint suffices, eliminating the need for further elaboration. After ending the call, Qin Miao turned to see Qiu Meng busily arranging the ingredients she had purchased from a nearby supermarket. "Dear, you need not fuss over this. Zhou Guanyu and Leclerc will be arriving shortly, so let them handle these tasks," Qin Miao urged. Qiu Meng, playfully rolling her eyes at him, continued her preparations. While friends may jest freely with one another, one must also understand the art of hospitality. Subsequently, Qin Miao called Leclerc, informing him of their location, to which he replied that he would arrive before dinner. Approximately 15 minutes later, Zhou Guanyu stood at the door of Qin Miao's hotel room, anticipating his arrival. Qin Miao had left the door unlocked. Thus, Zhou Guanyu entered with a broad grin, not bothering to knock. "Hey, Qin Miao, sister-in-law," he greeted cheerfully, having come empty-handed. Qin Miao rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "You were invited for dinner, and you really just came alone without bringing anything?" Zhou Guanyu waved dismissively. "We're friends. Why the formality?" With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Miao handed Zhou Guanyu a bottle of mineral water and remarked, "You performed quite well this afternoon, if I recall correctly. You started from 10th position, overtook 2 drivers, and snatched my fastest lap." "Indeed. Honestly, securing the fastest lap from you was more exhilarating than my podium finish at the Red Bull Ring last week," Zhou Guanyu replied with a laugh. Qin Miao scoffed lightly, and then coolly stated, "If I remember correctly, you currently have 39 points, while I seem to have 123. Let's see. Oh dear. My mind is quite foggy after such an exhausting afternoon. Old Zhou, could you help me calculate how many times 39 goes into my total score?" Upon hearing Qin Miao's words, Zhou Guanyu recoiled as if from a foul odor, his face expressing disdain. "What bad luck?" Qin Miao burst into laughter. The two swiftly shifted their conversation to the recent CSGO tournaments. Due to well-known circumstances, these competitions were being held online. Otherwise, they would have genuinely wished to attend in person. After about 7 or 8 minutes of discussion, a knock echoed at the door. Turning to see Leclerc's handsome face appear at the threshold, holding a gift, Qin Miao promptly rose to greet him. "Ah, welcome. No need for gifts. Just your presence is enough." He warmly welcomed Leclerc, placing particular emphasis on the word gifts, the intention unmistakable. "Upon my initial visit, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I brought along a Richard Mille watch, which I represent, for both you and Xiaoming." Leclerc entered with a smile, stating that he had specifically chosen a couple's edition for you. "You are too kind," I replied, though I naturally accepted the bag he had handed over, for it was not a matter of such trivialities. Since he had gifted it to me, I could not decline. Xiaoming would surely jot it down in her little notebook, and in due time, she would reciprocate the gesture, thus nurturing our relationship. After ushering Leclerc into the room, I cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Guanyu. "Look at him," I remarked. Zhou feigned ignorance. With a hint of frustration, I lamented, "Once a refined and courteous child, now he has transformed into this." Leclerc greeted Zhou warmly. Meanwhile, the centerpiece of our hot pot had already been placed upon the dining table, steam rising gracefully from the pot's lid. The three of us settled around the table, engaging in light conversation when a knock resonated from the entrance. Both Leclerc and Zhou assumed that I had invited additional guests. However, I rose and opened the door to find a masked hotel staff member holding a plastic bag. I expressed my gratitude, handing over a tip along with the purchase cost, and the staff member politely thanked me before departing. Upon my return, Zhou and the others discovered that I had procured a considerable amount of canned beer. Zhou, intrigued, inquired, "Didn't you claim to abstain from alcohol? Why purchase this?" I remained silent, placing a can in front of each of them. As for Xiaoming, though she also partook in alcoholic beverages, I exhibited my patriarchal tendencies by setting a bottle of yogurt at her place. Upon noticing Leclerc, Zhou understood. The unfortunate fellow had scored no points in today's main event. The drinks I had brought were intended to uplift Leclerc's spirits. Although alcohol is not beneficial for a driver's body and reflexes, each of us present was undeniably gifted in the racing industry. A slight indulgence in drinking posed no significant harm to our talents. Soon, Xiaoming had prepared everything meticulously. We all rose to the kitchen to retrieve the neatly sliced ingredients. After arranging the items, Xiaoming lifted the lid of the bubbling induction hot pot. The crimson and white broths were distinctly separated, boiling vigorously, with the pungent aroma mingling with the sweet scent of the white chicken broth wafting through the steam, tantalizing Zhou and me, causing our mouths to involuntarily salivate. Even Xiaoming, the chef among us, discreetly swallowed. Though it was Leclerc's first experience with hot pot, the enticing fragrances emanating from the pot made him swallow unconsciously as well. Xiaoming expertly picked up a beef meatball with her chopsticks, and after taking a bite amidst our eager gazes, she chewed thoughtfully before declaring, "It's ready. Let us feast." Qin Miao graciously pulled out a chair for Xiaoming while beckoning Leclerc to partake in the feast. "Simply place whatever you desire into the ladle. Then immerse it in the broth of your choice. Once it is cooked, you may retrieve it and enjoy. During this time, as Qin Miao instructed Leclerc on the art of savoring hot pot, Zhou Guanyu had already commenced adding beef and enoki mushrooms to the spicy broth, clearly yearning for the flavors. While chopsticks are the quintessential tool for enjoying hot pot, their intricacy presents a challenge for those unacquainted from an early age. Thus, Leclerc relied on the ladle and fork to partake in the meal. Although somewhat inconvenient, he was nonetheless effusive in his praise for the delectable taste of the hot pot. His repeated actions of retrieving vegetables from the white broth indicated that his earlier enthusiasm for the dish was sincere. This was Leclerc's inaugural experience with the communal dining style characteristic of Chinese culture, which struck him as refreshingly novel. In Europe, meals are typically solitary affairs, with individuals consuming only what is directly in front of them. In contrast, dining in China often involves families or groups of friends sharing from the same pot, leading to a delightful collision of culinary cultures for Leclerc. After relishing a few spoonfuls of the delicate white chicken broth, Leclerc's gaze frequently wandered towards the enticing red base of the spicy pot. To be candid, Qin Miao had not anticipated Zhou Guanyu's affinity for spicy food. The Yinyang pot was chosen with consideration for Zhou, a native of Shanghai, and Leclerc, a foreigner, both of whom might not handle spice well. Their previous meals together had consisted solely of the health-conscious fare typical for drivers, devoid of any spicy elements. However, such concerns were rendered moot as Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu exchanged knowing smiles, observing Leclerc carefully scoop a slice of beef, drenched in a tantalizing crimson hue, from the red pot. Strangely, despite knowing the meat would be fiery, Leclerc felt an irresistible urge to devour it, and saliva began to gather in his mouth. Ultimately, harboring a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Leclerc pierced the slice with his fork and brought it to his lips. Instantly, a unique spiciness enveloped his palate, prompting his salivary glands to work overtime in an attempt to quell the sudden onslaught of flavor. This, in turn, accentuated a subtle sweetness in the beef, enhancing the complexity and appeal of the taste. Nevertheless, after a couple of chews, Leclerc promptly reached for his beer, taking a swig to temper the heat lingering in his mouth. "How is it?" Qin Miao inquired expectantly. Leclerc, now lightly perspiring, responded with a thumbs up, his expression speaking volumes beyond words. Although our ancestors have advised that one should not speak while eating or rest, the environment in which Qin Miao and Qiu Meng grew up, unlike that of Zhou Guanyu, did not impose such stringent expectations. Thus, during their meal, the group engaged in lively conversation. After raising their glasses in a toast, Zhou Guanyu suddenly inquired of Qin Miao, "By the way, San Shui, what mechanical failures have you encountered in your racing career thus far?" Without hesitation, Qin Miao replied, "None. I have not experienced any failures to date." Zhou Guanyu, taken aback, pressed further, "Really? Not even the slightest issue?" Qin Miao nodded affirmatively. The astonishment on Zhou Guanyu's face was mirrored by Leclerc, who was simultaneously consuming both red and white broth, his expression reflecting disbelief as he gazed at Qin Miao. "How is that possible?" Zhou Guanyu asked curiously. "In my 3 Grand Prix races, I have faced at least one mechanical failure every time, with minor issues like overheating brakes, DRS malfunctions, and tire degradation occurring far beyond expectations. And as for Leclerc, when does Ferrari ever avoid some trouble?" Qin Miao, however, did not shy away from sharing his practices, as he had never concealed his methods from others when enhancing his car at Prema. He even recalled hearing Sui Wentao mention that Mick Schumacher had reportedly adopted Qin Miao's approach to buff his own car before the race that week. After explaining the rituals he performed before each race, it was evident from the expressions of the two that they harbored doubts. "What is this devotion you speak of? And to whom is it directed? How does one define devotion?" Leclerc posed a rather constructive question. Qin Miao shrugged, "I don't know. I just conduct this small ritual before every race. Whether it is a source of comfort or mere superstition, it has not cost me anything." The two remained speechless, yet silently noted Qin Miao's method. As Qin Miao concluded, "In any case, this ritual has not incurred any loss. P.S. The monthly votes have reached 800, resulting in an additional update. Currently, 23 chapters are pending, with 14 chapters remaining to be fulfilled. This chapter is an early release for tomorrow's update, mistakenly sent prematurely and cannot be retracted. Therefore, tomorrow's update is void." The meal lasted nearly 3 hours, during which they refilled their drinks 4 times and consumed a packet of condiments. Being athletes, the three had hearty appetites. However, They all maintained moderation in their drinking. After finishing the wine Qin Miao had called for, they refrained from ordering more and instead began discussing matters related to the racing circuit with the effects of alcohol loosening their tongues. They spoke freely, sharing both what could be said and what should not. Fortunately, since this was merely a private gathering, they had no concerns about the words exchanged being disclosed. Once they finished eating, although Leclerc and Zhou Guanyu remained coherent, Xiaoming still called their assistant to escort them home. After both individuals had departed, Qin Miao and Xiaoming tidied up their surroundings and washed the pot before proceeding to wash up and retire to bed. The following day, they returned to Vicenza. Xiaoming went to return the hot pot to the owner, while Qin Miao reported to Luo Xian. Once they had settled their affairs, they returned to their respective homes. Despite Qin Miao's robust physique, he felt somewhat fatigued after a prolonged period of activity. Nevertheless, upon returning home, he diligently completed his daily physical training and simulator exercises. However, following his training, Qin Miao indulged in leisure, engaging in video games with Zhou Guanyu. As for Leclerc, being an F1 driver, he earned significantly more in a year than the two of them combined, naturally affording him considerably less leisure time. For instance, while Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu enjoyed nearly a week of respite after their F2 race, Leclerc had merely 2 days. The rest of his time was consumed with promotional photo shoots, sponsor advertisements, or participating in various programs and events to broaden his global influence. Qin Miao relished the tranquility, while Zhou Guanyu harbored a certain admiration for Leclerc's lifestyle, as it is human nature to aspire to greater heights. Not everyone possesses the same laid-back attitude as Qin Miao. During these days of rest, there was little to discuss. Their ample free time, coupled with the current circumstances, led them to prefer staying indoors rather than venturing out. Thus they immersed themselves in gaming. Consequently, both Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu made significant progress in their rankings, ultimately making a comeback in FPL. However, their unorthodox pastime soon caught the attention of domestic fans. Zhou Guanyu's Weibo featured his CSGO game ID, while Qin Miao's Weibo, managed by Xiaoming, showcased candid snapshots of their lives, including several pictures of Qin Miao engrossed in gaming. Curious fans, also CSGO players, investigated their inventory and discovered their gaming records on Faceit by searching for their Steam names. The findings were shared on forums. Remarkably, during their 5-day holiday, both spent their afternoons and evenings engrossed in CSGO. Typically, they commenced gaming after their afternoon nap, continuing until dinner, and resumed again until their designated break at 10 o'clock. One might mistakenly believe they were not F2 drivers, but rather CSGO professionals, given their dedication to gaming. These two seem overly enthusiastic. Are they gaming addicts? Upon the arrival of the holidays, one might engage in high-intensity gaming. Yet it is worth noting that many F2 drivers take the opportunity to participate in F3 during this break, while the two of you remain cooped up at home, indulging in computer games. Although the camaraderie displayed through gaming affirms the strength of your relationship, it is imperative not to neglect your primary responsibilities. What others choose to do during their leisure time is of no concern to you, nor is it your place to critique their choices. In a surprising twist, Qin Miao and Zhou not only excel in driving but also demonstrate remarkable prowess in CSGO, even competing in FPL. These two are indeed formidable. I recall witnessing their impressive performance in Nico's livestream, where they thrived in FPL. Albeit it seems Nico and his associates remain oblivious to the true identities of Qin Miao and Zhou. It is uncertain whether we shall witness them streaming their gaming sessions. Though it seems unlikely, as drivers are typically bound by team contracts, which impose certain restrictions in this regard. The team appears to exercise considerable control over such matters. Unbeknownst to Qin Miao, who has immersed himself in the world of gaming, he eventually resumed his busy schedule after 5 days of indulgence, primarily focusing on the advertisements and photographs required for his endorsements. While the demands from sponsors are minimal, they are not entirely absent. Nevertheless, Qin Miao managed to complete all tasks within a single day without much hassle. Once his work was concluded, he reverted to his regular training regimen, morning exercises on his home simulator to maintain his driving finesse, followed by afternoon sessions at the team headquarters, which typically involve learning the driving techniques of other F1 drivers and practicing emergency response strategies. This routine persisted for several days, and on Wednesday of race week, after a day of learning, Qin Miao was approached by a journalist as he made his way back to his dormitory from the team's residence. stunned for a moment at the sight of the reporter wielding a microphone, accompanied by a cameraman. Qin Miao instinctively took a couple of steps back and warily inquired about their intentions. "Hello, Qin Miao. I am a reporter from the Daily Italy. May I ask you a few questions?" To be candid, Qin Miao seldom reads newspapers and was unfamiliar with this so-called Daily Italy. However, before he could respond, the reporter hurriedly continued. "According to rumors circulating in the paddock, Ferrari is currently in discussions with McLaren, with indications suggesting that Ferrari intends to sign Sainz, and negotiations are underway. Furthermore, there are whispers that you have signed with the Ferrari F1 team and have been performing exceptionally well in F2, making it highly probable that you will join the Ferrari team next season. What would you like to say about this?" The reporter's words flowed rapidly. Yet Qin Miao comprehended every detail. In all honesty, such eloquence would be wasted if not utilized in domestic comedic performances. Returning to the matter at hand, Qin Miao prepared to respond to the inquiries posed. Upon hearing the inquiry posed by the other party, Qin Miao took a moment to contemplate. If the news were indeed accurate, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of nausea within him. Just moments after having signed the contract, rumors circulated within the paddock regarding Ferrari's engagement with Sainz. It is well known that in the F1 paddock, rumors seldom lack veracity. Most information that circulates is grounded in truth. The authenticity of this particular rumor need not be validated. The mere fact that the other party approached him to candidly pose such a question suggested that there was an 80% likelihood that the events in question had indeed transpired. Yet, aside from feeling unsettled, Qin Miao found himself powerless to act. No matter how adeptly he might command lightning in F2, it remained only within that realm. There exists a fundamental disparity between F2 and F1 racing. Excelling in F2 does not guarantee proficiency in F1. Ferrari's lack of trust in Qin Miao is thus justified. The discomfort he felt was undeniable, yet he understood that he must not display it before the press. Recent races had already demonstrated Sainz's prowess on the circuit. From the perspective of a Ferrari Academy driver, Qin Miao welcomed Sainz's potential inclusion, believing it would herald a brighter future for the team. As he spoke these words, sincerity radiated from his expression, as though reflecting his innermost thoughts. However, the journalist appeared dissatisfied with Qin Miao's response. Having already answered one question, Qin Miao simply mounted his scooter and departed. The journalist, wishing to pose additional queries, could only watch helplessly as Qin Miao's figure receded into the distance. Nevertheless, having secured Qin Miao's statement, the young reporter felt satisfied enough to report back to his superior, choosing instead to join the photographer and assess the clarity of the recently captured images. Upon returning home, Qin Miao found himself reflecting on the news he had just received, his head throbbing with a mix of emotions. Yet, he refrained from speaking further on the matter. Turning to his long-neglected social media, he scrolled through the feed, only to discover that the rumor had indeed gained considerable traction, with numerous individuals engaged in spirited discussion. This was the first time Qin Miao had experienced such a situation. Initially, the other party had assured him of a trial season, signing a one-year contract with the understanding that if he performed well, they would consider an extension, allowing him to assert higher demands. Conversely, should he falter, there were plenty of other teams eager to engage with him. They had cheerfully agreed, the contract was signed. Yet the other party had swiftly sought someone else. Qin Miao found himself utterly exasperated. Moreover, upon confirming the rumor's validity, his regard for Ferrari's upper management plummeted to an all-time low. He refrained from making any calls to inquire about the specifics, mirroring the sentiments he held when Ferrari contacted Sainz. After all, it was merely a one-year contract. If they deemed him unsuitable and sought out others, he would not renew his contract once it concluded. He would seek opportunities elsewhere. This year, the F2 championship is essentially secured by Qin Miao. Once he claims the title, he will no longer be eligible to remain in F2. Therefore, in the upcoming season, Qin Miao will either participate in the Le Mans endurance race or join the FE Electric Formula. Should Alfa Romeo and Haas express interest, he would not hesitate to serve as a mercenary for their teams for a year. Qin Miao still has alternatives. After all, Xiaoming has mentioned that she had been approached by individuals from home who were preparing to establish a Le Mans team. They assured her that if Qin Miao were to join, they could guarantee him the strategic position of the #1 driver within the team. The Neo team from FE has also reached out to Xiaoming. However, faced with the slower pace of FE compared to F2, Qin Miao feels little enthusiasm for it, placing endurance racing above FE in his priorities. Shaking off the drowsiness, Qin Miao retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and gulped down half of it. Despite its lack of benefits for his health, this small indulgence brought a slight calmness to his mind. After taking several deep breaths, he rose to activate the simulator. Damn it, are you trying to toy with me? Looking for signs? He mumbled to himself as he embarked on his first extra practice session of his life. However, such short-lived diligence would not yield significant results, especially with a trip to the UK scheduled for tomorrow, leaving little time for further practice. Yet, this news ignited a fire within Qin Miao, fueling his dissatisfaction with Ferrari while also highlighting his own shortcomings. After dominating several races in F2, Qin Miao had become somewhat complacent, losing the fervor he once had for racing. Though his love for motorsport remained, he realized that the exhilarating anticipation he used to feel upon encountering a race car had diminished. As the saying goes, when a passion becomes a profession, the fervor for that passion often wanes. This aptly describes Qin Miao's current predicament. Thus, during his downtime, he no longer dedicated most of his time to refining his driving skills, but instead spent more time indulging in video games. However, with this recent development, he rekindled the enthusiasm he once had for racing back home. On Thursday, Qin Miao traveled to the UK alone with the team's vehicle. He chose not to stay at the hotel arranged by the team, but instead headed to Zhou Guanyu's home. Zhou welcomed Qin Miao warmly and had already prepared a room for him prior to his arrival. Without any formality, Qin Miao settled in comfortably. With some time to spare in the morning, Zhou curiously inquired, "What do you say about a couple of rounds this morning? After a light lunch. We can hit the track this afternoon. I'll help you familiarize yourself with Silverstone." Qin Miao shook his head, replying, "I want to play this morning. I'm going to practice for the rain race at Silverstone on the simulator." With that, he turned and entered the room equipped with simulators and computers for both Zhou Guanyu and himself. Zhou Guanyu gazed at Qin Miao's peculiar demeanor, utterly perplexed. The former Qin Miao would never have declined his invitation to play CSGO during their leisure hours. What could have transpired today? Was he agitated? What troubles you? Zhou Guanyu inquired, observing Qin Miao, who had already entered the room, settled into the simulator, and powered on the computer. Noticing Qin Miao's disinterest in conversation, Zhou Guanyu, undeterred, leaned in and insisted, "Come on, share with me." Understanding Zhou Guanyu's tenacity, Qin Miao reluctantly divulged, "Ferrari has begun discussions with McLaren regarding signs." Zhou Guanyu, still somewhat baffled, thought it strange that such news could so drastically alter Qin Miao's demeanor. However, it soon dawned on him that Qin Miao had indeed signed a contract with Ferrari, which meant he would officially become an F1 driver for the team next season. With Qin Miao already a contender for an official driver position, it was understandable that Ferrari would be in talks with signs. While he grasped the situation, Zhou Guanyu felt that this was not the typical Qin Miao he knew. Thus, he attempted to console him, saying, "Take it easy. Although rumors circulate in the paddock, the current gossip merely suggests that Ferrari is in talks with McLaren. And as of now, there is no definitive intent from either side." Yet, Qin Miao was unwilling to delve deeper into this unsettling topic and shook his head, stating, "Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Are you coming or not? I must hone my skills in the rain." Respecting Qin Miao's desire to shift the conversation, Zhou Guanyu shrugged and replied, "With you, the current leader of the F2 standings, as my practice partner, I could not ask for more. But let me be clear. My friend, don't defend too aggressively. Sometimes, I genuinely cannot get past you, and it is becoming a challenge to enjoy the game." The two spent the morning practicing their wet weather strategies at home, followed by an afternoon on the track. Zhou Guanyu, being a local, had frequently practiced at Silverstone during off-race periods, so his familiarity with the circuit was nearly on par with Qin Miao's. They completed 2 laps together and then rented a Honda Fit for additional practice. The purpose of the rental was to help Qin Miao acclimate to the driving sensations of the circuit, allowing him to better understand the bumps and elevation changes. And most importantly, to familiarize himself with the feel of the tires on the curbs. Thus, Thursday passed swiftly, and in the evening, both Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu found themselves unusually engrossed in the simulator. Qin Miao was indeed motivated by his recent experiences, while Zhou Guanyu, inspired by Qin Miao's newfound determination, unwittingly began to strive for improvement himself. During this period, Qin Miao also took a moment to experiment with Renault's simulator. In the past, he might have struggled to distinguish the differences between Renault's simulator and Ferrari's. However, After participating in 6-point races and accumulating over 500 kilometers of driving experience in F2, he has developed a personal understanding and appreciation for racing. Through comparative analysis, Qin Miao now easily discerns that Ferrari's simulator offers a higher degree of engine simulation, whether in the precision of acceleration, the varying throttle responses, or the sensations of power delivery. Its representation of engine response is much closer to reality. In contrast, Renault's simulator excels in simulating suspension dynamics and tire grip during cornering. The changes in suspension while navigating turns and the feedback from tire wear are notably superior to Ferrari's. Both have their merits. The night passed without conversation, and the following day, the two arose early and, after completing their morning routines, proceeded to the racetrack. Qin Miao vividly recalled the scene from last year at Silverstone, where a cacophony of drums and firecrackers filled the air, and a sea of people surged in every direction, creating a vibrant atmosphere teeming with life. Yet now, the entire paddock felt desolate. Traversing the grounds, they encountered scarcely a soul. Even when they did, it was merely Matthew, team personnel, or FIA staff. There were no spectators in sight. As they walked past a worker installing a signal repeater, Qin Miao overheard the radio communication. Move the repeater 50 meters to the southeast. Upon arriving at the team's parking area, they separated to prepare for the day ahead. During the vehicle inspection phase before the practice session commenced on Friday morning, Qin Miao approached the inspection with a sense of nonchalance. To an outsider, it appeared as though he merely received the form sent by Sui Wentao, casually touched the tire of his car, and then turned to sign the form. While this method of inspection might not exemplify meticulousness, it certainly reflected a sense of responsibility, particularly at the moment of signing. To Sui Wentao and others, it seemed as though Qin Miao was particularly fond of cutting corners during the vehicle inspection, treating it as a mere formality. In reality, Qin Miao relied on his innate connection with the car to streamline the process, as touching the vehicle allowed him to intuitively sense its condition, akin to how one feels their own body. Thus, his inspections appeared cursory to the Prema team members. In previous inspections, this approach sufficed, but this time, Qin Miao sensed an issue with his right front tire. It felt reminiscent of an internal discomfort in his right hand, movable, yet something felt amiss. Consequently, before the practice session began, he meticulously examined the right front tire, employing a straightforward method of tactile inspection. First, one must feel the tires, then the brakes, and finally the suspension, invariably leading to the discovery of the problematic component. It was soon revealed that there was an issue with the brake pads of the racing car. In fact, after each race, Qin Miao's team would replace his brake pads with a brand new set. Given the nature of racing, the most worn-out parts, aside from the 4 tires in contact with the ground, are the brake pads, followed closely by the engine and transmission that provide power. Whether it was due to negligence or carelessness on the part of Sui Wentao and his team when changing the brake pads, all 3 other tires were fitted with new brake pads, while this particular tire still bore the old ones. At that moment, Qin Miao had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. He thought, since the problem was identified, it could simply be resolved, as the pre-race vehicle inspection was meant to eliminate any issues. Thus, Qin Miao stood up and addressed Sui Wentao, saying, "Old Sui, there is an issue with the brake pads on the right front wheel. Could you please replace them with new ones?" Sui Wentao was initially perplexed by Qin Miao's request, as racing vehicles are thoroughly inspected before heading out to the track, leaving little room for potential problems. Additionally, brake pads are components that require frequent replacement, making it improbable for them to malfunction. Despite his doubts, Sui Wentao understood it was his duty to respond to Qin Miao's request and proceeded to inspect the right front wheel. However, upon removing the wheel and examining the brake pads, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He could distinctly see the evident wear on the brake pad of Qin Miao's right front wheel, a clear indication of prolonged use. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about racing could recognize that this was a sign of neglect. Shockingly, the right front wheel was equipped with a used brake pad. This situation arose not only due to the oversight of the technician during the tire change, but also because the chief technician of Qin Miao's team had failed to conduct a thorough review. Such a lapse in duty meant that he too bore responsibility, as this mistake could significantly affect the outcome of a race, and, more gravely, the safety of the driver. Once Luo Xin became aware of the incident, the entire team halted their work and convened around Qin Miao's racing car to discuss the matter. After a thorough investigation, It was determined that the individual responsible for this oversight was Alvin, the tire changer for the right rear wheel. Once accountability was established, the team imposed the maximum penalty on Alvin, a month of unpaid work. Fortunately, no substantial damage had been incurred, allowing Alvin to retain his position. Meanwhile, Sui Wentao, the chief technician, received a verbal warning and was fined €1,000. Although it appeared that Alvin, the primary culprit, faced only a month's wage loss. It was Sui Wentao, who bore little blame, who found himself unjustly affected. However, Alvin's error would be recorded in his personal file, and as a consequence of this mistake, he had effectively lost his opportunity for advancement. It is noteworthy that a significant portion of the technicians in Formula One teams have ascended from the ranks of Formula 2. Formula 2 serves not only as the premier pathway for drivers to enter Formula One, but also for technicians and team principals to make their way into the top tier. Although Sui Wentao was fined €1,000, he merely received a verbal warning, leaving his future unscathed. Following this incident, the crowd dispersed to continue their preparations ahead of the practice session. However, the morale among the Qin Miao team was notably low in the aftermath of the event. In light of this situation, Qin Miao felt compelled to offer some words of comfort, yet his emotional intelligence was not particularly high, leaving him at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he began to grasp the primary reason for the occurrence, which was his own somewhat lackadaisical approach to vehicle inspections. He would merely touch the car before signing off, assuring himself that everything was in order. Such a casual attitude likely led others to subconsciously relax their scrutiny during inspections, as if the car owner deemed it unimportant. The team members naturally followed suit. Recognizing his share of responsibility in this matter, Qin Miao noted in his newly acquired notebook that moving forward, even if it seemed merely performative, every critical component must be thoroughly examined before he signs off. After this brief interlude, Qin Miao successfully completed the acceptance of his race car and, along with his team members, rolled the vehicle onto the track for warm-up. The practice session itself was uneventful, characterized by a calm atmosphere. Each driver maintained their own rhythm, collecting individual data. During this phase, Qin Miao hastily completed 2 flying laps, subsequently focusing on finding a comfortable setup, though the resulting performance was ultimately unsatisfactory. When the practice session concluded, Qin Miao found himself positioned 15th. After a brief midday respite, the afternoon qualifying session swiftly approached. At the onset of the qualifying rounds, broadcasters typically feature 3 hosts analyzing the current situation on the track and generating excitement for the race. Since the first sprint race of the season, Qin Miao had become an inescapable topic among the hosts, and this occasion was no exception. The camera shifted to the circuit. With no rain in sight, Qin Miao did not queue at the pit exit as he had in the previous qualifying session. The director first focused on the line of vehicles waiting to be released from the pit area, lingering on this scene for approximately 3 seconds before transitioning to Qin Miao. Due to his impressive performance in Formula 2, Qin Miao enjoyed a privilege not afforded to other drivers. A dedicated photographer was assigned solely to capture his moments, allowing the director to switch to Qin Miao's perspective as the race commenced. At this juncture, the qualifying session had already begun, with several drivers navigating the track, while the broadcast continued to showcase Qin Miao's profile. The crucial aspect here is that it was Qin Miao's profile adorned with a helmet, revealing only his eyes and eyelashes. Surprisingly, the majority of the audience did not express any aversion to this. After approximately a minute, Qin Miao finally extracted his water bottle from beneath the helmet and handed it to Sui Wentao before proceeding to drive his vehicle out. Notably, once Qin Miao had exited, Zhou Guanyu followed closely in his own car. It was evident to any observant individual that Zhou Guanyu intended to draft behind Qin Miao's vehicle. This was, in fact, tacitly approved by Qin Miao. At that moment, both Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu were traversing the circuit together. During their time on the track, Zhou Guanyu jokingly suggested that Qin Miao should create a slipstream for him. Zhou Guanyu's intent was merely to jest, with perhaps a hint of testing the waters. However, to his surprise, Qin Miao unhesitatingly and generously permitted him to draft. Yet, Qin Miao did clarify that he would not deliberately wait for Zhou Guanyu. If he wished to draft, he would need to seize the right opportunity himself. Half an hour later, Qin Miao leisurely maneuvered his car into the pit area, parking directly at the entrance of his team's garage. Luo Xin observed Qin Miao with a complex expression. If one were to consider the weight of this young man's stubbornness, it would amount to 50 pounds, with at least 49 pounds representing his contrariness. After all, he was the type who would rather assist a rival team's driver with drafting than support his own teammate. However, Luo Xin found himself unable to voice his thoughts openly. How could he confront Qin Miao on this matter? To suggest that such actions jeopardized the team's interests seemed absurd, given that Qin Miao's score alone surpassed the combined points of both drivers from the Uni team. Not to mention the surplus when adding the points of the 6 drivers from the 3 lowest-ranked teams. Thus, such an argument held no ground. As for disrupting internal unity, the animosity between Qin Miao and Mick had been a long-standing tradition since his days in Ferrari's youth training, so the notion of unity was already absent. At this moment, Luo Xin could only gaze at Qin Miao with a complicated expression. His joy was genuine, yet so was his discomfort. Chapter in 139, Paddock Messages Currently. Qin Miao's car setup is not ideally suited for this circuit, leading to a somewhat awkward driving experience. The incident had indeed dealt a significant blow to the entire team, affecting nearly everyone's performance. The car felt as though it lacked overall downforce on this track. Some corners that Zhou Guanyu could navigate at full throttle after adjustments required Qin Miao to meticulously find the limit of the track to achieve the same. While this setup could allow Qin Miao to gain sufficient speed during qualifying, any slip, no matter how minor, could drastically reduce the vehicle's speed. Therefore, this configuration proved to be overly extreme for the Silverstone circuit and inappropriate for use during the actual race. Despite the formidable prowess of Qin Miao, it is indeed unrealistic to expect him to maintain an unwavering state of concentration throughout the entirety of the race, flawlessly navigating each bend as if guided by a textbook. Nevertheless, he ultimately secured pole position. Such is the nature of his undeniable skill, coupled with the relatively modest capabilities of his competitors. It is akin to playing CSGO with poorly adjusted mouse DPI. While this may significantly affect a player's performance, it only manifests in instances where they find themselves outmatched within their tier. However, such minor setbacks do not impede his performance when it comes to executing his strategies. Ultimately, due to suboptimal settings, Qin Miao's lap time in this qualifying session was not particularly impressive, failing to surpass the fastest F2 lap record set by Zhou Guanyu on this track last season. His result merely secured him pole position, with Zhou Guanyu trailing closely behind, benefiting from Qin Miao's slipstream. The triumph of these 2 Chinese drivers in achieving pole position once again prompted celebrations among domestic fans, who eagerly spread the news. However, some began to feel a sense of monotony creeping in. When the 2 Chinese drivers first clinched the top 2 spots in qualifying, and even during the race, the excitement was palpable, with jubilant celebrations echoing all around and social media abuzz with 3 trending topics at once. Major media outlets lauded their performances on the track. Yet now, with Qin Miao claiming pole position yet again and Zhou Guanyu in second place, the reaction has grown rather subdued. Has the thrill dissipated so quickly? I recall the sheer elation when you first learned of their achievements. You were nearly ready to burst through the ceiling in joy. While the excitement remains, the news of Qin Miao's pole position has lost its novelty. It is the absence of pole that would truly warrant attention, particularly in dry conditions. Remarkably, it has only been 3 Grand Prix races and 6 scoring events, yet the domestic audience has already acclimated to Qin Miao's dominance in F2. Fans have swiftly transitioned from merely observing foreign drivers shine on the racetrack to witnessing their own compatriots bask in glory, and now to witnessing them dominate with ease. Consequently, the notion of simply securing pole position has become somewhat routine, eliciting little more than a mild response. Their expectations have been elevated to such an extent that they now find Qin Miao's achievements almost commonplace. Following the conclusion of the qualifying session, Qin Miao harbored little anticipation for the race the next day, confident in his inevitable victory. It is noteworthy, however, that Ferrari had once again expressed a desire for him to observe their practice sessions in the garage, particularly as they had introduced new upgrades and wished for him to assess the effects. This would provide him with valuable insights for future encounters. Yet, Qin Miao chose to disregard this invitation, opting instead to attend a team meeting, after which he returned to Zhou Guanyu's residence. He preferred the opportunity to refine his driving skills on the simulator at Zhou Guanyu's home rather than occupying a seat in Ferrari's hospitality suite. Upon arriving at Zhou Guanyu's place, Qin Miao promptly engaged with the simulator. This, after all, is the home of Zhou Guanyu, and naturally, he is aware of Qin Miao's diligent efforts. Seeing his close friend so earnest, he felt compelled not to remain idle. Thus, he joined Qin Miao in his practice. Since Qin Miao's proficiency in rainy conditions was rather lacking, Zhou Guanyu opted to have him as a training partner, necessitating their practice together in the simulator under simulated rain. Throughout the afternoon and evening, the two were virtually engrossed in the simulator, scarcely taking a break. On Saturday, during the F2 race phase, the weather was splendid. An excellent setting for Qin Miao to showcase his talents. After the events of Friday, Qin Miao approached the vehicle inspection with a newfound seriousness. Although he still maintained an air of pretense, he diligently scrutinized each component that required examination. Given the issues that had arisen the previous day, the technicians were exceedingly cautious, meticulously ensuring that every detail was attended to, thereby averting any further complications. Once the inspection was completed, the car was pushed onto the track, and the subsequent procedures unfolded without unnecessary elaboration, quickly leading to the tire warming laps. The cars, under Qin Miao's lead, exited the starting grid. Notably, Eilert, who was starting from the 4th position, experienced a mishap at the start due to excessive acceleration, causing his car to stall on the grid. A stall in an F2 car can be quite troublesome. If it occurs far from the pit area, the driver may find themselves joyfully concluding their day prematurely. However, Eilert was fortunate, as his stall happened on the grid, and since it was still during the warm-up laps, he was ultimately pushed back to the pits by Matthew. With the assistance of the team's ignition tools, he successfully restarted his car and began his race from the pit lane. F2 cars are all standardized, and without the extraordinary prowess that Qin Miao possesses, Eilert's chances in this race were essentially extinguished. Following this minor incident, the race proceeded into a routine state, characterized by a stable and uneventful progression. In summary, Qin Miao's start was flawless, maintaining a steady pace while increasing the gap between himself and the cars behind. On the severely worn Silverstone track, he managed to complete 19 laps on soft tires without significant loss of speed. However, upon reaching the 19th lap, he opted to pit for new tires, during which a minor error occurred, resulting in a tire change that was 3 seconds slower than usual. Yet, with a time gap exceeding 9 seconds ahead of the trailing car before pitting, this 3-second delay was negligible. After 29 laps, Qin Miao crossed the finish line, once again converting pole position into victory. The race followed this straightforward sequence, with Qin Miao securing both the fastest lap and the win with apparent ease. Strangely, many spectators felt that with Qin Miao in the mix, watching F2 races bore a resemblance to F1. As both series share a commonality, there always seems to be an exceptional talent leading the pack, often escaping the broadcast cameras after the initial start. Congratulations to Qin Miao for clinching another victory in F2. After a brief calculation, I noticed that aside from the start and pit stops for tire changes, Qin Miao did not receive any broadcast coverage during the race. Observing the scene where he emerged from his car to celebrate with his team, Zhou Guanyu offered his congratulations, which elicited a chuckle from Fei Guo. He remarked that it was inevitable. Even if the director wished to provide more coverage of Qin Miao, there was little to showcase, as he was the only one circulating on the track. Bing Gu interjected, noting that Qin Miao had lapped several slower cars towards the end, suggesting that overtaking them was likely his sole remaining source of enjoyment on the track. Indeed, Bing Gu was not mistaken. Qin Miao had felt a sense of tedium since the race began. The fleeting thrill of finding the optimal racing line on the Silverstone circuit was soon overshadowed by the realization that, regardless of how meticulously he adhered to the details of the line, he was unlikely to surpass his own fastest lap time. Even with fresh hard tires and nearly depleted fuel in the latter stages of the race, it remained improbable, as hard tires significantly hindered speed. Thus, Qin Miao found himself in a state of ennui until the final 3 laps, when he caught up to several slower vehicles. Among them were both less skilled and proficient drivers. The less skilled drivers, upon noticing Qin Miao's approach, promptly decelerated to yield the racing line. The more adept drivers typically chose to let him pass in the DRS zone, minimizing the impact on their own speed. However, to be candid, overtaking the slower cars offered little sense of achievement, yet for the boredom-stricken Qin Miao, it served as a rare source of amusement. At times, Qin Miao contemplated whether to have Frankie play some music or sounds in his team radio. After claiming victory, he brought his car back to the pit entrance, coming to a stop before disembarking. True to form, he did not engage in much celebration, instead removing his gloves as he approached his team members. He exchanged fist bumps with Sui Wentao and then removed his helmet, turning to await the arrival of the other two drivers. Under normal circumstances, Qin Miao would not display such enthusiasm, but today was different. Zhou Guanyu had secured second place. Once again, the scene of Chinese drivers finishing first and second unfolded on the track. As Zhou Guanyu's mentor, Qin Miao felt it imperative to extend the encouragement a father would offer his child after such an achievement. After all, he had established a lead of over 15 seconds from the cars behind. After a brief wait, the second and third place drivers arrived. Zhou Guanyu was the first to enter, followed by Mei's Pin. As Zhou Guanyu parked, Qin Miao approached, grasping his hand and giving a light pat on his helmet. Well done, young Zhou. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. Though, compared to a father, you still have a little way to go. After a grueling battle with Ma Zeping, Zhou Guanyu managed to secure his second position, initially filled with joy. However, upon hearing Qin Miao's audacious remarks, any trace of happiness evaporated. Get lost, he exclaimed, shoving Qin Miao in frustration as he emerged from his car. While removing his gear, Zhou Guanyu, still irked, tossed his helmet into Qin Miao's embrace, which Qin Miao received with a smile. Once Zhou Guanyu had removed his sweat-absorbing headgear, Qin Miao returned the helmet to him. They exchanged celebratory encouragement before proceeding to the weighing station. After completing the weighing process, the next step was the interview. There was little to discuss, as Qin Miao had not missed a single post-race interview thus far. Although he had not undergone formal training for interviews, he was well-versed in what to say and what to avoid during the process. Following the interview, the three ascended the podium. Typically, the broadcast would showcase thrilling overtakes from the race, but this time, the camera focused on the trio making their way to the award stage. At that moment, it caught Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu playfully linking arms, pushing each other as they climbed the stairs, demonstrating their camaraderie. This was not the first time Fiji had marveled at the strong bond between these two young men. The subsequent proceedings were uneventful. The national anthem was played, awards were presented, and champagne was sprayed. During the champagne celebration, neither Qin Miao nor Zhou Guanyu spared the other. Previously, Qin Miao would have about 2/3 of the champagne left in the bottle after this celebration, but this time, he doused Zhou Guanyu entirely, leaving not a drop behind. Zhou Guanyu's freshly donned Pirelli champion cap was instantly soaked. Qin Miao was not much better off, as his clothing was drenched front and back, his front from Zhou Guanyu's spray and his back from Ma Zeping and Frankie. Nevertheless, the main race at the British Grand Prix concluded here. The race results and points were as follows. Qin Miao 25, Zhou Guanyu 20, Ma Zeping 15, Tsunoda 12, Lungard 10, Islet 8, Dreyer 6, Drugovich 4, Ticktum 2, Mick 1. Zhou Guanyu's 20 points were secured when he pitted for a set of soft tires on lap 21. Leveraging the light fuel load and the formidable grip of the soft tires to snatch the fastest lap from Qin Miao. If memory serves, this marked the second occasion Zhou Guanyu had seized the fastest lap from Qin Miao. It was only after the race that Qin Miao learned of this development, and he remained indifferent, regarding it as merely 2 points that would not significantly affect the overall outcome. What pleased Qin Miao the most was that his teammate Mick Schumacher had a lackluster performance in this race, earning only a single point. Although, strictly speaking, Qin Miao and Mick are not enemies at present, they certainly harbor mutual disdain for one another. However, there remains an underlying camaraderie as teammates. Within the realm of a racing team, the distinction between allies and adversaries often blurs. After all, the cars driven by teammates are generally set up in a similar fashion, making them susceptible to comparison, whether intentional or otherwise. Since the commencement of the 2020 F2 season, Qin Miao has consistently overwhelmed Mick, achieving a flawless record against him, thus thoroughly dominating his teammate, Mick Schumacher. Despite this, Qin Miao seems indifferent to his teammates' misfortunes. Following the race, where Zhou Guanyu finished in second place, he surpassed his teammate Islet in the point standings, securing the second position by a mere point. Yet, compared to Qin Miao's 150 points, Zhou's 59 points appear rather insignificant. After a brief team meeting post-race, the team disbanded, and everyone returned to their respective pursuits. True to form, Qin Miao, unaffected by Ferrari's invitation, went straight to Zhou Guanyu's residence to continue his practice. His repeated refusals to Ferrari's overtures raised eyebrows within the organization. The initial rejection could be understood, as anyone might have pressing matters to attend to. However, Qin Miao's continued refusals revealed an unusual pattern to Ferrari, even to those who might be slow to notice. It was evident to them why Qin Miao exhibited such behavior, leaving Bernardo with a sense of helplessness upon recognizing Qin Miao's somewhat immature demeanor. He could see the young man's innate talent, and thus, after signing a driver contract with Qin Miao, he intended to offer him another contract if his performance in the first year proved satisfactory, allowing ample time for development. However, Bernardo did not anticipate that Ferrari's upper management would lose faith in Qin Miao upon discovering his lackluster performance in wet conditions, prompting them to pursue McLaren's Carlos Sainz as a potential replacement. Bernardo does not deny Sainz's capabilities, yet he believes Qin Miao possesses greater talent. Unfortunately, Qin Miao's nationality, being Chinese, places him at a disadvantage in a predominantly European paddock, making him susceptible to subtle forms of discrimination. The management's mistrust in Qin Miao's abilities is a manifestation of such bias. Bernardo was already aware that Ferrari's higher-ups might seek other drivers to fill Vettel's position. Yet he remained confident that, given Qin Miao's talent, that seat would ultimately be his. Thus, he did not dwell on the matter, instinctively believing that, even upon receiving such news, Qin Miao would maintain his composure and focus, continuing to fulfill his responsibilities with a tranquil heart. He overlooked the aloofness exhibited by Qin Miao in the youth training camp. This individual is undeniably capable, yet exceedingly proud, unable to endure even the slightest indignity. Ferrari's actions were akin to lighting firecrackers beneath Qin Miao. However, one cannot fault Bernardo for his apparent indifference towards Qin Miao. After all, his daily responsibilities are numerous, and his understanding of Qin Miao's prowess and potential is already quite significant. Considering that Qin Miao is merely an F2 driver at this juncture, Bernardo does not possess the luxury of time to delve deeper into this individual's character. Thus, he did not anticipate Qin Miao's rebellious response, which seemed to signal a potential betrayal of Ferrari. To stabilize the situation, Bernardo made a concerted effort to carve out time for a phone call to Qin Miao before the race commenced. Their conversation revolved around conventional topics, primarily informing Qin Miao that Ferrari was merely in discussions with McLaren. No concrete arrangements had been finalized. Furthermore, even if an agreement were reached, any candidate aspiring to become a formal F1 driver for Ferrari would need to undergo a round of internal evaluations. Given Qin Miao's talent and skill, he still stood a considerable chance of surpassing his competitors. In essence, Bernardo endeavored to reassure and encourage Qin Miao. Frankly, Qin Miao harbored no ill feelings towards Bernardo. Perhaps it was Bernardo's technical background that instilled in him a sincere and earnest demeanor. Thus, Qin Miao made an effort to show acceptance and understanding of Bernardo's counsel, yet he did not commit to anything definitive. Upon returning home after morning practice the following day, Qin Miao discovered 3 missed calls on his mobile phone, which was his private number, one he had not used to register for any applications, rendering the possibility of unsolicited calls unlikely. Upon checking, he confirmed that the calls were from Xiaoming, and he promptly returned the call. "Hello? What's wrong, dear?" On the other end, Xiaoming's tone was fraught with concern. "What on earth have you been up to these past few days?" "What do you mean? What have I been doing?" Qin Miao replied, perplexed. Xiaoming continued, "Both Mercedes and Red Bull's youth programs called me early this morning, inquiring whether you were contemplating a change of teams. Red Bull even proposed a lucrative offer and expressed willingness to cover the penalty fees of your youth contract, contingent upon your agreement to join their program. So, what is going on?" Qin Miao scratched his face and murmured softly, "I simply didn't attend the F1 race at Ferrari's invitation." "Is that reason enough to cause such a commotion?" Xiaoming sighed in exasperation. Qin Miao exhibited a complete lack of awareness. Did he not realize how appealing someone like him, who could boldly excel in F2, would be to teams aspiring for F1 championship glory? Despite still being in F2, his performance indicated that it was widely acknowledged that there was a strong possibility he would transition to F1 next season, becoming a formal F1 driver. At this juncture, the attention garnered by Qin Miao far surpassed his own expectations. To elaborate, Qin Miao briefly explained to Xiaoming the specific endeavors he had undertaken during this period. He contemplated these revelations in solitude. However, before concluding the call, Xiaoming inquired about how to address the inquiries from other teams regarding their youth training programs. After some reflection, Qin Miao decided to temporarily set aside these inquiries from the teams without outright rejection. Once he had managed these affairs, Zhou Guanyu conveniently entered the room, and, upon spotting Qin Miao, asked, "Sanshui, are you no longer considering staying with Ferrari?" Faced with Zhou Guanyu's question, Qin Miao was left perplexed, responding, "What do you mean? The head of our Renault youth program just approached me, asking if I would be interested in joining." Upon hearing Zhou Guanyu's words, Qin Miao furrowed his brow and leaned against the wall, feeling somewhat bewildered. "I merely acted on a whim yesterday, disregarding Ferrari's expectations. How has this matter become common knowledge overnight?" Zhou Guanyu, intrigued, pressed for details. Qin Miao succinctly recounted the situation, then lamented, "I now feel that these complications are orchestrated by those at Ferrari who wish to bring signs on board. What could their intentions be?" Zhou Guanyu questioned, bewildered. Qin Miao, not particularly attuned to such matters, had not sensed any abnormalities during his time at Ferrari, unable to analyze the situation effectively. He could only shake his head and shrug in response to Zhou Guanyu's inquiry. "I have no idea." Zhou Guanyu clicked his tongue and asked, "So what are your thoughts? Do you wish to remain at Ferrari or pursue opportunities with other teams?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Miao replied, "To be candid, I am not one to favor relocation, nor do I wish to acclimate to a new environment. At this stage, I prefer to observe Ferrari's subsequent actions. As Benotto mentioned, they are merely in contact with the other party at present. However, if they indeed sign signs and a definitive outcome emerges, I would undoubtedly switch to another team without hesitation." As he spoke, Qin Miao exhibited a clear sense of disinterest. He yearned to distance himself from the intricate machinations and internal political struggles, yet found himself inevitably drawn into them, helplessly ensnared within the paddock. He resolved to take things one step at a time. On Sunday, Qin Miao's mood was notably low. He struggled to muster enthusiasm for any activity, even for his beloved racing. It was evident that the recent maneuvers by Ferrari's upper management had significantly impacted him. Nevertheless, Qin Miao understood that he was bound by a contract with the team, and that the role of a racing driver differed greatly from that of a factory worker. When one feels discontented with the task of screwing, they can easily find an excuse to take a day off. In contrast, drivers must participate in every race, as each competition significantly impacts their future careers. For the affluent, driving a race car is not a daunting challenge. However, finding a group of individuals with comparable driving skills to compete against on the same track proves to be quite a formidable task. Thus, unless one is beset by a grave illness rendering them unable to rise from bed, few drivers would forego the opportunity to race. For Qin Miao, the prospect of taking leave is virtually non-existent, regardless of how poor his condition may be or how low his spirits. He must muster the resolve to complete the entire sprint race. To be honest, when Qin Miao rose to jog that morning, he contemplated how to evade the sprint race he was obliged to participate in that afternoon. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to drive his car straight into the gravel, as being stuck would provide an easy exit from his obligations. However, as he gradually became more alert, he discarded this impractical notion from his mind. He is capable of discerning priorities, and moreover, this car is one he purchased with his own funds, not a team vehicle. Driving into the gravel would damage the car, and he would subsequently have to bear the costs of repairs for any damage incurred from the debris. Thus, Qin Miao could only muster his spirits and arrive at the racetrack. There was little to discuss regarding the preparation process. Following their victory in yesterday's main event, the gloom that had hung over the team due to a prior mishap had dissipated. Smiles frequently graced the faces of the team members. Indeed, victory serves as the most effective remedy for tension. The repercussions of yesterday's mistake had nearly vanished. Yet, the team faced another dilemma. If yesterday had been marked by the team members' poor performance, today it was the driver's turn to struggle. Qin Miao was still reeling from the harsh criticisms from certain higher-ups at Ferrari. As he observed Qin Miao diligently warming up beside his car, Razin stood nearby, arms crossed, chatting with his companion Frankie. "Honestly, boss, are you certain you don't want to speak with Qin Miao? His current state is visibly poor," Frankie inquired. Razin shook his head. "I believe there is little to be said. This is merely a routine political maneuver by Ferrari's upper management. Since he is in this circle, Qin Miao must acclimate to the darker undercurrents of our world. While I do not deny his talent and capability, it is precisely because of his gifts that he tends to harbor an inflated sense of self-worth. A few setbacks may help him better grasp the true nature of society." Frankie countered, "Qin Miao is too naive. Experiencing these challenges for the first time, I fear this blow may leave him despondent." Although Razin shared this concern, he resolutely replied, While that possibility exists, I choose to have faith in him. Upon hearing Rasen's resolute response, Frankie shook his head and chose not to pursue the topic further. This was the decision of the team leader, and as a mere race engineer, he had no authority to intervene. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Ferrari is increasingly losing its former essence. It is truly astonishing that they would resort to such actions against Qin Miao for the sake of profit." Rasen, sharing the sentiment, also shook his head in dismay. Money and power can easily corrupt individuals, especially after such a long duration. Unbeknownst to Qin Miao, the two prominent figures of his team were discussing him amidst the gossip circulating in the paddock. Once in his work mode, Qin Miao devoted his entire being to his tasks, leaving no room for extraneous thoughts. After a period of preparation, the moment leading up to the sprint race arrived. Qin Miao found himself once more on the circuit, seated in his car, gazing at the prancing horse emblem on the steering wheel. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. But as the sprint race was about to commence, he swiftly reined in his scattered thoughts, focusing all his energy on the vehicle. The warm-up lap began, and starting from 8th position, Qin Miao opted for hard tires, although he had hoped to complete the race on soft tires. The high-speed Silverstone circuit posed a challenge even for his tire management skills. Thus, the track was no longer exclusively filled with hard tires. Several drivers had chosen soft tires, preparing for a pit stop during the sprint. Despite the absence of tire advantage with the hard tires, Qin Miao's exceptional tire management allowed him to race aggressively throughout the sprint without the need for conservation. However, for reasons unknown, as the warm-up lap concluded and he returned to his 8th starting grid position, a sense of unease began to creep into Qin Miao's mind. The once sunny sky seemed to mirror his internal turmoil as clouds gradually gathered. Yet, his attention remained fixated on the 5 red lights in the distance, oblivious to the subtle shift in weather. Before long, the 5 red lights illuminated and extinguished, signaling the official start of the sprint race amidst the roar of F2 engines. Qin Miao's racing prowess remained unaffected by the rampant rumors in the paddock. His start was both stable and swift. During the initial phase, he swiftly overtook his compatriot Zhou Guanyu, who, aware of his own limitations, offered no resistance and relinquished his position to Qin Miao. Once Qin Miao had passed, Zhou cleverly trailed him, capitalizing on the slipstream. Familiar with the circuit, Zhou adeptly utilized DRS and Qin Miao's wake to maintain his pace. By the 17th lap, Zhou had managed to secure 3rd place, following closely behind Qin Miao, who had carved his way to 2nd place with remarkable ease. It is evident that Qin Miao is somewhat out of sorts today. In previous races, he would typically reclaim the 1st position within a mere dozen laps. However, as he approached the 13th lap today, he found himself in 2nd place. Although the weather was gradually turning overcast, it had yet to rain. Qin Miao had exerted every ounce of his strength to shield himself from the negative influences of external distractions. Yet it was clear that his efforts were not yielding the desired results. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened, and sporadic raindrops began to descend. It was only when a raindrop shattered against his helmet visor that Qin Miao belatedly recognized the somber transformation of the heavens. Sensing the ominous feelings in his heart manifesting, he hastily inquired within the team radio, "What is the situation? Is it going to rain?" Frankie had already noticed the change in weather, but understanding that Qin Miao preferred minimal disturbances while driving, he refrained from alerting him immediately. It was only after Qin Miao's inquiry that he responded, "Yes, but the rain won't intensify in the short term. Dry tires remain the optimal choice. We recommend that you push your limits a bit more now to build a sufficient advantage before the rain begins." Qin Miao could discern the appropriate strategy based on the current circumstances, yet with Frankie and the team providing insights from a superior vantage point and possessing more information, he felt it unnecessary to expend energy on strategizing. Thus, upon hearing the response, he decisively replied, "Understood." Subsequently, despite his subpar condition, discomfort in his car setup, and the encroaching gloom, Qin Miao began to push his vehicle to its limits. The acceleration was markedly enhanced, rendering Zhou Guanyu, who had already been struggling to keep pace with Qin Miao, utterly unable to follow. Ahead of Qin Miao was a driver by the name of Drugovich, currently positioned 9th in the standings. From the very start of the race, Drugovich had committed no errors, leveraging his advantageous position to steadily create distance from the competitors behind him. However, he had no aspirations of claiming the championship, especially with Qin Miao in the fray. Yet, before being overtaken by Qin Miao, Drugovich was unwilling to surrender his position without a fight. Thus he ran with utmost diligence, striving to retain his current standing. As the skies grew ever darker, the frequency and size of the raindrops increased. Aware of Qin Miao's relatively weaker performance in wet conditions, Drugovich felt akin to a lost traveler in a dark forest, suddenly glimpsing the distant lights of a city. Qin Miao's prowess loomed large, casting a shadow over all F2 drivers, leaving them devoid of hope for the championship this season. Yet, the onset of rain illuminated a flicker of hope for Drugovich. A chance to break through that shadow and glimpse the shining prospect of the championship trophy. Drugovich had an inkling that this might be his sole opportunity to truly grasp the F2 championship trophy this season, courtesy of the torrential rain. Hence, as soon as Qin Miao arrived just 2 seconds behind him, he began to adopt a driving style reminiscent of Qin Miao's, becoming increasingly aggressive in his maneuvers. He aimed to prolong the race as the rain intensified. Having observed Qin Miao's performance in wet conditions, Drugovich understood that the pressure of defending against Qin Miao's advances would significantly diminish in the rain. Thus, the audience was treated to the rare sight of Qin Miao fervently pursuing another car, while that car, too, raced desperately to evade Qin Miao. However, due to Qin Miao's overall speed, he was consistently at least 0 for seconds faster than Drugovich each lap. Consequently, after 2 laps, Qin Miao entered the slipstream behind Drugovich. By the 15th lap, the 2 cars began to engage in a fierce struggle. It was a rare spectacle for the spectators to witness Qin Miao in battle with another driver. Although Qin Miao was faster than Drugovich, his advantage was primarily in the corners of Silverstone. On the straights, his edge was rather limited, especially with the rain causing the race officials to disable DRS. This meant that Qin Miao could not capitalize on straight-line speed, and with no opportunity for overtaking in the corners, he found himself firmly trapped behind Drugovich. Nonetheless, Drugovich made mistakes, occasionally veering wide, and Qin Miao seized the opportunity to dart inside. However, upon exiting the corner, Drugovich's car was positioned ahead, denying Qin Miao any room and forcing him off the track, a scenario that occurred more than once. If Qin Miao were not so focused on claiming victory to demonstrate his worth to the doubting Ferrari higher-ups, he would have been less lenient with Drugovich. He could have easily retaliated, given his commanding lead in the points standings with 150 points. Yet, at this moment, Qin Miao was determined to prove himself. This chapter concludes with a moment of error. Despite enduring the pressure from Drugovich that forced him to concede overtaking attempts and even to be pushed off the track, Qin Miao's TR echoed a cordial greeting to Drugovich, as he humorously addressed each member of Drugovich's family, showcasing the cultural richness of the great nation of Huaxia with his polite demeanor, all in English, devoid of any profanity. Frankie, listening in on the TR, initially suspected something was amiss, as the individual on the other end bore no resemblance to the proud Qin Miao he knew. Instead, he sounded like a frustrated child on the verge of losing a cherished toy. The frustration stemmed not only from his inability to overtake Drugovich, but also from the increasing rainfall, which had begun to pool on the track, heightening Qin Miao's anxiety. Finally, at the end of the 17th lap, as the rain intensified, both Qin Miao and Drugovich entered the pits simultaneously to change tires upon the team's instruction. During the tire change, neither of the 2 drivers encountered any issues. Upon exiting the pit, their positions remained unchanged. However, Qin Miao's extreme braking just before entering the pit brought him slightly closer to the front-running Drugovich. As both drivers emerged from the pit exit, Qin Miao seized the opportunity, closely tailing Drugovich. Despite the mist kicked up by Drugovich's car obscuring Qin Miao's visor, he relied on his familiarity with the track and peripheral reference points to ascertain his position. He followed Drugovich all the way to turn 7. Once they navigated through this corner, they would face the high-speed turns 8 and 9. Provided Qin Miao exited turn 7 smoothly, he could leverage his relatively superior speed and the slipstream of the car ahead to overtake in the subsequent corners. To Qin Miao's surprise, as he exited turn 6, Drugovich, who had defended flawlessly for nearly 4 laps, lost rear grip upon exiting the corner. A quick counter steered him back on track. Witnessing this, Qin Miao couldn't help but smile. "Ah, youth, just out of the pit and the tires haven't warmed up yet. And you're already pushing so hard. It's a wonder you didn't T-skid." Although Drugovich managed to regain control, he had lost considerable speed, allowing Qin Miao to catch up. Seizing this moment, Qin Miao entered turn 7 side by side with Drugovich. Notably, Qin Miao was on the outside line and enjoyed a slight advantage in vehicle positioning as they approached the corner. If Drugovich attempted to squeeze Qin Miao out as he had done previously, he would undoubtedly face penalties from the FIA. Thus, Qin Miao felt a sense of relief, convinced that this overtaking maneuver was assured. However, just as Qin Miao began to relax, he suddenly felt the steering wheel lighten, losing all feedback that previously required substantial force to maintain. The G-force in the car abruptly vanished. In an instant, Qin Miao realized what had occurred. His rear tires had also lost grip. He immediately countered with a gentle throttle to regain control. Yet, due to the wet surface, once the rear grip was lost, the front tires followed suit, and before he could enter a pendulum maneuver, his entire car skidded off the track. Like Drugovich, Qin Miao's tires had not reached an optimal working temperature. Fortunately, as his speed was not high and he was merely sliding, Qin Miao's car only glided into the gravel. Before the car could come to a complete stop in the gravel, Qin Miao eagerly tapped the accelerator, hoping to extricate his vehicle from the gravel before it became completely ensnared. With only 18 laps completed, he still harbored hopes of contending for a podium finish. However, no matter how hard Qin Miao pressed the throttle, his car remained stubbornly immobile, hopelessly trapped in the gravel. As Qin Miao gradually comprehended the gravity of the situation, a pang of realization struck him. It was over. He had lost the championship. Before he could contemplate his next move, the yellow flags began to wave along the racetrack, and the steady voice of Frankie resonated in his TR. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" At that moment, Qin Miao's emotions were tumultuous. A blend of regret for a blunder that should never have occurred and a profound relief as the pressure weighing down on him dissipated. It was an overwhelmingly complex feeling. In response to Frankie's inquiry, he managed to utter, "I'm fine." Despite his efforts to suppress the sense of loss and regret that accompanied the fading of his championship dreams, he could not restrain himself any longer. He pounded the steering wheel and exclaimed, "Damn it." His fist struck the Ferrari emblem on the wheel with a resounding thud. Zhou Guanyu had witnessed the fierce tussle between Qin Miao and Drugovich from start to finish. He understood that Qin Miao's loss of grip and subsequent exit from the track was not due to Drugovich's actions, but rather a consequence of Qin Miao's own hasty acceleration. When the rear tires lost traction, he failed to regain control in time, and by the moment he reacted, it was too late. Both tires had lost their grip, and the car surged uncontrollably into the gravel. Honestly, Zhou Guanyu felt such a lapse in judgment was uncharacteristic for a talent like Qin Miao. Though he mourned his friend's mistake, he remained focused on his own responsibilities, his gaze fixed firmly on Drugovich ahead. "You little rascal," caused Qin Miao to falter. "Didn't he? I respect you as a man, but the championship in this sprint race must once again rest in the hands of a Chinese driver. This season, F2 has been dominated by us. No one stands a chance. Zhou Guanyu declare." Due to Qin Miao's mishap, his car was rendered immobile. And with the tracks situated perilously close, the safety car was deployed for precautionary measures. After replaying the footage of Qin Miao's departure from the track several times, the broadcast shifted its focus to Qin Miao, who had not left the circuit but remained in the rain with his vehicle. His helmet firmly in place and the visor closed, the photographers present could not capture the expression in his eyes, even as they aimed their cameras at him. Nonetheless, the image of Qin Miao, hands on his hips, standing in the rain while watching the other F2 cars fade into the distance, was immortalized in photographs, becoming a favored memento among his fans seeking autographs in the future. But that was a matter for another time. After assisting Matthew and the tow truck in removing his car from the track, Qin Miao did not leave immediately. He took a moment to inspect the chassis of his vehicle. While carbon fiber is indeed lightweight and sufficiently strong, the jarring impact of crashing into the gravel had left numerous scratches and dents on the underside of his car, with one section of the floor even sustaining a significant rupture. Although these damages are indeed reparable, the aerodynamic performance and weight balance post-repair will undoubtedly be inferior to what they once were. Furthermore, given that Qin Miao is not in a position to afford a new chassis, it is anticipated that upon his return, he will request the Team S technicians to replace it with a new one. Meanwhile, on the track, after 2 laps under the safety car, Qin Miao's car was towed away, and the race was set to resume. For Zhou Guanyu, the unfortunate news was that the sprint race had already progressed for 20 laps, leaving only 1 lap until its conclusion. The silver lining was that, thanks to the safety car, He had closed the gap to Drogovic, who was now just behind him. The initial gap of over 4 seconds had been eliminated, and if executed adeptly, he could potentially execute a decisive maneuver against Drogovic in the final lap. At that moment, Qin Miao had found a small motorcycle at the exit of the paddock, with Matthew assisting him back inside. The broadcast focused extensively on Qin Miao rather than the ongoing race in the paddock. He was, in fact, the sole driver in the F2 paddock to receive treatment akin to that of F1, primarily due to his formidable personal abilities. However, despite having impressed commentators, competitors, and even the live broadcasters, he had failed to sway the higher-ups at Ferrari. The broadcast merely showcased Qin Miao returning to the paddock before shifting focus back to the race. The safety car had now departed, and Drogovic was managing the pace of the pack. Zhou Guanyu was intensely fixated on Drogovic's rear, experiencing a level of concentration he had never known before. It felt as if time itself had slowed, with only the tail lights of Drogovic's car in his sight. Finally, as they exited T17, Drogovic accelerated sharply, causing his vehicle to surge forward. Zhou Guanyu's reaction time was on par with Drogovic's, with only a mere 0.1 second difference in their throttle response. Crucially, Zhou Guanyu's proximity exerted immense pressure on Drogovic, prompting him to accelerate too aggressively as they approached T18. Zhou Guanyu found himself in a more favorable situation than Qin Miao, as he had a long straightaway ahead to warm up his tires. Although he lacked DRS, he executed the turn without error, boasting a superior relative speed and slipstream compared to Drogovic. Thus, midway down the main straight, Zhou Guanyu successfully completed a wheel-to-wheel maneuver, overtaking Drogovic as they entered T1. With the right-of-way now his, Zhou Guanyu firmly denied Drogovic any room to maneuver into the turn. Drogovic could clearly see Zhou Guanyu had already executed the pass before the corner, and in the face of Zhou Guanyu's staunch defense, he had no choice but to relinquish his position on the racing line. In truth, Drogovic was rather unfortunate, leading the race under pressure from Qin Miao and feeling the weight of the competition. The entire race was characterized by intense tension and a taut atmosphere. Rather than merely competing, it felt as though he were engaged in a game of survival. After enduring immense pressure throughout the defensive phase, he finally awaited Qin Miao's misstep, believing he could finally breathe easy and revel in the joy of victory. However, the safety car was deployed, and Zhou Guanyu took the baton from Qin Miao, beginning to apply pressure on Drogovic. Ultimately, the situation unfolded unfavorably. After holding steadfast for so long, his championship was still lost. The event organizers even indicated that Qin Miao's defensive maneuvers would be investigated, putting him at risk of penalties that could potentially strip him of his podium position. As the laps progressed, Zhou Guanyu crossed the finish line in the rain, starting from 7th position. His performance was commendable as he followed Qin Miao to secure 3rd place and executed a stunning last lap overtaking of Drogovic to clinch 1st. Zhou Guanyu felt no lament for Qin Miao's error. After all, Qin Miao had already amassed numerous championships, and 1 or 2 would not make a difference. At this moment, Zhou Guanyu merely wished to savor the elation of his victory. Meanwhile, upon receiving his trophy, Qin Miao returned to the team's paddock. His car was to be directly delivered by Matthew to Prema Racing's temporary paddock, eliminating the need for it to be transported back through the pit lane. If all went according to plan, Qin Miao's car was already undergoing the loading process, and any necessary changes to the chassis would be made only after returning to the team's headquarters in Vicenza, where all spare parts were stored. Once back in the pit area, there was no need for Qin Miao to weigh in, as weighing was intended to confirm the driver's compliance with weight regulations and validate the results. However, since Qin Miao had not finished the race and thus had no results to verify, he proceeded directly back to his team's paddock. Upon witnessing Qin Miao's blunder, Rawson understood he needed to intervene. After summoning Qin Miao to his side, Rawson began to impart wisdom and provide comfort. Having served as team principal for many years, he possessed a keen understanding of how to counsel young drivers. On the other hand, after receiving his award, Zhou Guanyu saw the race rankings and scoring results unveiled. Zhou Guanyu 15, Drogovic 12, Lungard 10, D'Ambrosio 8, Darivala 6, Mazepin 4, Tictum 2, and Sato 1. Due to the fastest lap being held by Qin Miao, who did not finish the race, the 2 points for the fastest lap were rendered void. With this victory in the sprint race, Zhou Guanyu firmly secured his position as the second in F2, while maintaining the record alongside Qin Miao. All champions from the points-paying stages this season had been Chinese drivers. Thus far this season, only Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao had ascended to the highest podium in F2, providing domestic fans with a significant boost of confidence. Although the domestic populace has long surpassed the phase where mere praises from foreigners could elevate them to ecstatic heights, a significant number of individuals now regard foreigners with a sense of equanimity. In fact, some have even begun to harbor a disdain for the likes of Ni Gu appearing domestically. Nonetheless, witnessing Zhou Guanyu and Qin Miao commanding the elements on the F2 circuit instills a sense of pride among domestic racing enthusiasts. After all, it has been many years since the emergence of gifted drivers in the realm of motorsport, and now, we have not one, but two. The influence of both Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu has propelled the audience for F2 in China to nearly rival that of F1. The number of individuals enamored with racing is gradually increasing, perhaps indicative of the power of idolization. In a conference room at Ferrari's headquarters in Maranello, a considerable number of attendees had gathered for a meeting to deliberate on the recent events that transpired on the track. Qin Miao's shortcomings during the rain race had been thoroughly exposed. Originally, Binotto could have utilized Qin Miao's current F2 achievements, alongside his remarkable talent and promising future, to quell dissent within Ferrari against Qin Miao. However, following this significant lapse, even Binotto found it impossible to silence the opposition. Those opposing Qin Miao quickly convened this meeting to strategize their next steps. It is an undeniable truth that Qin Miao's capabilities in wet conditions are lacking. Ferrari is not short of drivers. Once the news spreads, at least half of the drivers in the F1 paddock would express interest in the vacant seat left by Vettel's retirement. Consequently, Qin Miao's grave error has unwittingly provided the internal dissenters at Ferrari with a justification to seek a replacement, one who has already proven their worth. Unbeknownst to Qin Miao, as he just returned to the team's paddock, Makeys was meeting with McLaren's racing director on the opposite side of the paddock, accompanied by Sainz's agent. The specifics of their discussion remain a mystery, yet whispers of Sainz potentially joining Ferrari next season began to circulate, fueled by the machinations of some. While others may not find it strange for Ferrari to engage with McLaren, viewing it as a routine transaction between teams, the confusion arises for those aware that Qin Miao has already signed a one-year contract with Ferrari. The most perplexed among them is Qin Miao himself. Meanwhile, Rasen, who was conversing with Qin Miao, offered an analysis. The internal power struggles at Ferrari are a long-standing tradition, cloaked under a veil of discretion. Everyone acknowledges the severity of political rivalries within Ferrari, yet no one dares to bring the matter to light. The driver is an indispensable component of an F1 team, and simultaneously a significant part of the internal political struggles within. After all, the driver, to a certain extent, embodies the team's prestige. Considering the current dynamics within Ferrari, Leclerc aligns more with the faction of Binotto, while you are also associated with Binotto, given that your contract was indeed issued by him. However, if both drivers hail from the same faction, how can political maneuvering persist within Ferrari? Would other factions simply acquiesce? Would power be relinquished? Would Ferrari transform into a mere echo chamber for Binotto's voice? It is not just the other factions that would object. Even the current CEO of Ferrari, Benedetto Vigna, would not stand for such a scenario. At this juncture, Rasen expressed his frustration with an expletive, revealing his dissatisfaction with the prevailing internal environment at Ferrari. After taking a moment to collect himself with a cigarette, Rasen continued his explanation. Typically, Ferrari does not elevate drivers directly from F2 to their main team. They usually place promising drivers in Alpha or Haas, allowing them to prove their mettle before considering a promotion to the first team. Initially, the opposition refrained from taking action, believing that the driver lineup for the upcoming season was theirs to determine. However, Binotto's silence regarding the need to scout new drivers, combined with your remarkable performance in F2 and his evident support for you, began to raise their concerns. They feared that you might be positioned directly into Ferrari. Upon reviewing the files, it became clear that Binotto had already secured your contract, indicating a covert intent to make you a formal driver for Ferrari next season, an unacceptable situation for them. Consequently, they began reaching out to the drivers they favored, while simultaneously exploiting your perceived shortcomings in wet conditions during internal meetings to undermine Binotto's choice of you. Leaking information about Ferrari's interest in McLaren and Sainz served to effectively sow discord between you and Ferrari, as they were well aware of your contract with Ferrari and Binotto's promise that, should you perform well, you would be driving the Ferrari F1 car next season. At this point, Rawson paused, glancing at the car undergoing damage assessment, and shook his head in resignation, stating that those who opposed your entry into Ferrari were likely feeling quite satisfied, particularly after your relatively minor mistake in the wet race. Unbeknownst to Rawson, however, the internal factional disputes against Binotto were also fueled by concerns regarding the overly lenient terms of Qin Miao's contract. Rawson was only aware that Qin Miao had signed with Ferrari, lacking knowledge of the contract's intricate details. At this moment, Qin Miao found himself in a quandary. Recognizing the value of Rawson's counsel, as the internal strife somewhat mitigated his feelings of regret over the championship slipping from his grasp due to his own error. His head felt muddled, as if he were on the verge of new insights. What should I do? Qin Miao inquired. Rawson cast a glance at Qin Miao and advised him, drive carefully. It is best to maintain a respectful distance from the politics of the paddock and to refrain from getting too involved, at least for now. However, do not lose faith in Noto. He should find a way to resolve this matter. Of course, this hinges on your performance in F2, and such mistakes must not be repeated. With that, Rawson gestured towards Qin Miao's racing car. But you needn't be overly anxious. You are aware that several teams' youth academies have reached out to your agent. Even if Ferrari does not materialize, given your current performance, racing in the F1 paddock next season should still be within your grasp. The outcome ultimately depends on you. Qin Miao nodded slightly. After conversing with Rawson, the feeling of regret that lingered in his heart had somewhat diminished, overshadowed by the complex political struggles within the paddock. I will take my leave now, he said. And after their discussion, he chose to depart. Rawson nodded slightly, offering no objections. Thus, Qin Miao exited Rawson's office. Upon leaving, Qin Miao encountered two journalists, one male and one female. The woman was dressed in a revealing outfit, strikingly beautiful, with golden hair and blue eyes, embodying the stereotypical image of a journalist that Qin Miao had seen in films. The man, meanwhile, was a photographer holding a camera. However, unlike the aggressive reporters Qin Miao had faced in Vicenza, these two approached him with courtesy, introducing themselves as representatives of the broadcasting team. Typically, F2 drivers like Qin Miao would only be approached for interviews immediately after a race or just before one. Given that the race had concluded quite some time ago and preparations for the F1 race were already underway, it was uncommon for journalists to seek out an F2 driver for an interview. However, due to well-known circumstances, Qin Miao was a unique case. Earlier, there had been rumors in the paddock that this talented Chinese driver had joined Ferrari and would fill the vacancy left by Vettel next season. Recently, there were also reports of Ferrari exploring opportunities with McLaren, showing interest in their driver signs. Against this backdrop, Qin Miao, who had been effortlessly dominating in F2, had surprisingly made a mistake that was deemed uncharacteristic for a driver of his caliber. Qin, hello. Do you have a moment? We would like to ask you a few questions, the journalists inquired. At that moment, Qin Miao was not inclined to accept an interview. After hearing Rawson's explanation, his mind was still somewhat chaotic, and his mindset was shifting. Initially, Qin Miao felt a sense of belonging to Ferrari, but after the contract complications, he harbored a certain resentment towards the team. Now, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings towards Ferrari, which felt complex and elusive. Ultimately, Qin Miao did not refuse the interview, as Chiu Ming had previously advised him. If a reporter wishes to interview you, it is best not to decline unless there is an urgent matter at hand. After all, they wield the pen. By granting them a favor, they are likely to reciprocate. Offending them could result in detrimental narratives being spun with merely a few words. Yes, I have time. Please ask away. The reporter was taken aback by Qin Miao's willingness, but quickly shifted into a professional mode upon receiving his consent. Very well. Are you aware of the circulating news in the paddock regarding Ferrari's engagement with McLaren? What are your thoughts on this? Yes, it is merely a standard team activity, and I believe it has little to do with me. However, there were reports suggesting that Ferrari's interest in McLaren was aimed at recruiting Carlos Sainz, who has long been rumored to be joining the Ferrari F1 team. Do you have anything to say about this? Could Sainz's addition mean that you might miss out on a seat with Ferrari next season? Qin Miao was about to respond, but quickly realized the reporter was attempting to elicit information from him. Although those in the know were aware of his actual contract with Ferrari, this information had not been made public. The paddock was rife with rumors, lacking any concrete evidence to substantiate the claims. If he inadvertently revealed this in front of the cameras, it would undoubtedly spark a wave of public discourse. Qin Miao was uncertain about the potential fallout from such a disclosure and preferred not to dwell on it. Moreover, his initial fondness for the attractive reporter dissipated upon recognizing their intentions. Thus, he chose to remain silent, ignoring the microphone extended towards him. In the midst of their bewildered expressions, he turned and walked away. If you don't wish to ask properly, then don't ask at all. Reporter. Photographer. Xiaoming had indeed cautioned Qin Miao against provoking reporters, yet the current Qin Miao exhibited a childlike demeanor. Following his exclusion at Ferrari, he displayed a similar lack of decorum with reporters who were ostensibly unrelated to his situation. Consequently, he departed, leaving the two in a state of confusion. Shortly thereafter, a negative article about Qin Miao emerged, titled A Genius of F2, or an Unrefined Arrogant. This column primarily critiqued Qin Miao's tendency to isolate others within Ferrari's youth training program and his haughty demeanor during interviews. In essence, it painted a rather unflattering portrait of his reputation. While F2 had its share of attention, the overall viewership paled in comparison to F1. Many were familiar with F2, akin to Alonso's famous quip during a race, GP2 engine. Alonso's remark contributed to a broader awareness of the F2 series, formerly known as GP2. If one were to be precise, among approximately 15 individuals who follow Formula One, only one might be acquainted with the names of a few drivers from Formula 2. Yet, this particular report has reached a vast audience, leaving a significant first impression of Qin Miao on many F1 enthusiasts: youthful, arrogant, and haughty. The article deliberately downplays Qin Miao's current dominance in F2, instead focusing on his conduct issues. This is the essence of the information conveyed by the report. Such misleading portrayals have also caused Qin Miao considerable trouble as he embarks on his first season in F1. However, that is a matter for another time. Upon leaving the paddock, Qin Miao took a taxi to Zhou Guanyu's residence. Zhou Guanyu had just secured victory, and in accordance with their team's tradition, a celebratory dinner is typically held for winning drivers. Due to his status, Qin Miao felt it inappropriate to attend such an event, so he opted to head to Zhou Guanyu's home first. On the way, he casually purchased some frozen food, intending to make do with a quick meal at home. Although there were chicken breasts in Zhou Guanyu's fridge that could be boiled and eaten, Qin Miao was not in the mood for bland fare today. Feeling downcast, he resolved to channel his melancholy into his appetite. However, upon using his fingerprint to unlock Zhou Guanyu's door, he was surprised to find the lights on inside. Initially, he instinctively thought that perhaps Zhou Guanyu's family or friends had come over. Yet, upon noticing a familiar pair of sneakers belonging to Xiaoming, he realized that the visitor was the girl from his own household. Although puzzled as to why Xiaoming was there at this hour, Qin Miao's heavy heart left him little room for contemplation. After removing his shoes and slipping into slippers, he entered the room and soon found Xiaoming engrossed in a book in the study. The moment she noticed Qin Miao, her youthful face, filled with collagen, lit up with a radiant smile. "You're back. I've prepared dinner for you. It's in the microwave. Just heat it up and you can eat." Qin Miao said nothing. Instead, he walked over and embraced Xiaoming tightly. With a gentle smile, she patted his back, comforting him as one would a child, saying, "It's all right. It's all in the past now. I'm here for you." Recently, Xiaoming had been preoccupied with various matters, and considering the larger circumstances, she had planned to refrain from going out for some time. However, upon witnessing Qin Miao's unexpected blunder on television and his stance by the racing car in the ring, she felt a deep sense of compassion. Consequently, she set aside her tasks, turned off the television, and promptly boarded a flight to England. This explains why. After Qin Miao's race had just concluded and he attended a meeting with Rasen, he returned home to find Xiaoming there. The previous night, Zhou Guanyu and his team members had enjoyed a wild outing, not returning until the following afternoon when Qin Miao saw him again. When Zhou Guanyu returned, he brought along an assortment of snacks that athletes should ideally avoid, such as spicy strips, cola, and potato chips. His intention was to offer some comfort to Qin Miao, who had suffered a defeat in the competition. Being men of few words, they found it difficult to express heartfelt consolation. So the best method Zhou could devise to cheer up his friend was to sit together, indulging in the forbidden snacks and playing video games for the entire afternoon. With a sense of confidence, Zhou Guanyu pushed open the door only to find Qin Miao and Xiaoming nestled together on his sofa. Engrossed in a movie on the television, their attention so captivated that they failed to notice his arrival. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Guanyu felt somewhat superfluous. and the snacks he had brought seemed equally unnecessary. Clearing his throat, he approached the pair to garner their attention. Qin Miao, holding Qiu Meng in his arms, turned around and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the champion of the F2 sprint race at the British Grand Prix? Finished celebrating? Aware of your return?" Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes in response. "What a poor choice of friends. I kindly brought some snacks to comfort someone, and yet I am greeted with such sarcasm?" It was only then that Qin Miao noticed the snacks in Zhou Guanyu's hands. Although he was no longer under the watchful eyes of his coach, he was well aware that while the health supplements he took mitigated the damage from indulging in junk food, it did not eliminate it entirely. Thus, he generally refrained from consuming carbonated drinks and fried foods, indulging only occasionally. However, today was different. These were snacks brought by Zhou Guanyu. And since he had already made the purchase, why not indulge? Moreover, it had been quite some time since he had savored junk food, so the sight of those treats invigorated him. Yet, he glanced at Qiu Meng, his face filled with anticipation. Qiu Meng, though reluctant, nodded in agreement. Just this once. With her approval, Qin Miao excitedly leaned down and planted a fervent kiss on Qiu Meng's lips, exclaiming, "Hee, thank you, my dear." Witnessing this display of affection, Zhou Guanyu nearly ground his teeth in frustration, the saccharine scent of romance overwhelming him to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open. "If only I could find a girlfriend, I would undoubtedly bring her before you two and engage in public displays of affection." Of course, while plotting his revenge on Qin Miao in his mind, Zhou Guanyu did not hesitate to reach into the plastic bag with his not-so-clean hands. Seizing a bottle of Pepsi and shaking it vigorously, he knew well that Qin Miao preferred Pepsi over Coca-Cola. Given the choice, he would always opt for the former. It turned out, Zhou Guanyu truly understood his friend. However, when Qin Miao, drenched in soda, grabbed a cushion from the sofa and began to chase Zhou Guanyu, his escape was undeniably clumsy. After damaging 2 pillows and wasting half a bottle of cola, the three of them settled back onto the sofa, indulging in snacks while watching the unfinished film. Observing Qin Miao, who had been listless just yesterday afternoon but had remarkably returned to normal overnight, Zhou Guanyu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He understood that Qiu Meng was Qin Miao's anchor. No matter the extent of the blows he faced or the negative emotions he harbored, being by Qiu Meng's side allowed him to regain his composure. To be honest, Zhou Guanyu envied the dynamic between Qin Miao and Qiu Meng. After witnessing their bond, he found himself contemplating the idea of seeking a girlfriend, yet in modern society, while finding a partner is not particularly challenging, discovering someone akin to Qiu Meng seems nearly impossible. Once the movie concluded and the snacks were nearly finished, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu returned to the study. Upon settling into the simulator, they commenced their daily training. Notably, after hearing Luoxin's words, Qin Miao ceased to be preoccupied with showcasing himself on-site and began to exhibit his true capabilities. After all, Luoxin had mentioned that Ferrari's connection with McLaren stemmed from internal political struggles, rather than any doubts about Qin Miao's talent. Thus, after a training session in the afternoon, Qin Miao once again turned to gaming in the evening. The British battle consisted of 2 matches, and they had only completed the first. Consequently, Qin Miao would be residing at Zhou Guanyu's home for the time being. They resumed the lifestyle reminiscent of when Qin Miao had just moved in: morning training, afternoon gaming, and evening gaming. However, on Tuesday, the day after Zhou Guanyu returned, Qin Miao was brought to the Silverstone circuit. Although it was not an open day, it was a day for client teams to practice on the track. Fortuitously, Qin Miao had the opportunity to run on the circuit and set some lap times, thanks to Zhou Guanyu's connections. Of course, with premise truck parked nearby, Qin Miao could have easily brought his own car onto the track. However, since Qin Miao was on break and Sui Wentao and the others were also off, although the chassis had arrived, it had not yet been installed. Therefore, for safety reasons, Qin Miao opted not to drive his own car and instead rented a Lotus, the brand acquired by Geely, to experience the track. After his stint on the track, Qin Miao found it hard to fathom that the chassis, which was quite similar in rigidity to his F2 car, belonged to a road-legal vehicle. In the passenger seat, Qiu Meng was eager to experience the sensation of racing alongside her boyfriend, who frequently claimed victory in F2, but by the second lap, she was already insisting on getting out of the car. End of chapter 143. Upgrade. While surprised that such rigidity could be found in a roadworthy vehicle, it must be said that the exceptional chassis tuning of the Lotus provided excellent handling. Additionally, due to its lightweight nature, The car's responsiveness was nearly comparable to that of an F3 car. Most importantly, this vehicle was more affordable than an F3 and could be registered for road use. However, if Qin Miao were to encounter someone driving this car to the market, he would sincerely refer to them as a bold individual. After momentarily setting aside his wife, Qin Miao took the car for 2 laps on the track, simultaneously shattering the Silverstone lap record at the rental company. Yet, his interest in the vehicle waned significantly thereafter. Although the Lotus was indeed crafted specifically for the racetrack, it still paled in comparison to an F2 car. Designed for the track? My F2 was born solely for racing. Do you comprehend the essence of specialization? After an afternoon of revelry, Qin Miao and his companions returned home. Subsequently, Qin Miao's routine returned to its usual rhythm, studying, attending meetings, and practicing. He relished a rare period of mundane daily life. However, this tranquility stemmed from his deliberate avoidance of his smartphone, steering clear of platforms like Twitter that could inundate him with external information. During this time, rumors circulated widely, predominantly revolving around whether Sainz would join Ferrari. As for Qin Miao, despite his commendable performance in F2, no one could ascertain whether such brilliance would persist upon his transition to F1. Sainz's performance during his tenure at McLaren was evidently notable. While he may not be branded a genius, he undoubtedly merited the position of Ferrari's second driver. Moreover, the audience following Qin Miao remained a minority, primarily consisting of a modest group of domestic car enthusiasts who championed him, yet their efforts were ultimately in vain. On the eve of the second British Grand Prix, specifically on Thursday, Ferrari and McLaren jointly announced that Sainz would be joining Ferrari for the upcoming season. While Sainz was indeed formidable, the impending departure of Ricciardo from Renault piqued McLaren's interest in him, thus they felt no qualms about releasing Sainz. Agreeing to Ferrari's request was effortless, and it afforded them a chance to return a favor. Once the news was confirmed, nearly everyone aware of Qin Miao's contract with Ferrari reached out to him promptly. Their intentions were well-meaning. They believed Qin Miao had lost his position with Ferrari and sought to offer consolation. However, Qin Miao felt little impact from this, and found himself somewhat vexed by the incessant calls, as he had already anticipated Sainz's eventual move to Ferrari from Rasen's comments. Ironically, these calls disrupted his training. Yet, since their intentions were rooted in kindness, Qin Miao could not voice any harsh words. Each call required at least 10 minutes of explanation for the caller to comprehend the intricacies, leaving him most at ease with his mother, who simply inquired if he was all right. Qin Miao offered no elaborate explanation, merely responding, "It's fine. I was prepared for this outcome long ago." Upon receiving her son's unequivocal response, the mother nodded in understanding, choosing not to delve further into that particular issue. Instead, she inquired about the situation between Qin Miao and Xiao Meng, advising them to take care of one another while striving abroad, acknowledging the challenges they faced. One could not help but admire her maternal insight. In matters of significant import, she consistently provided Qin Miao with a sense of reassurance. Another day passed, and Friday arrived, the day of the practice and qualifying races. As Qin Miao entered the paddock, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Previously, the team members of Mick would greet him with at least a semblance of cordiality. However, now, their salutations had diminished significantly, and the warm smiles that once greeted him had vanished. Qin Miao quickly discerned the reason behind this shift, feeling a twinge of discomfort. In comparison to Ferrari's betrayal, the attitudes of these individuals starkly illustrated the coldness and harsh realities of the paddock. Though Qin Miao felt somewhat troubled internally, he maintained a composed exterior, appearing unchanged to others. Shaking off the disarray of his thoughts, he redirected his focus entirely to the impending race. Fortunately, the weather over the past 3 days had been favorable, with a rainfall probability below 20. Additionally, Qin Miao's car had undergone significant updates. The team replaced the floor with a new one and also installed a new engine. During the floor replacement, Sui Wentao and his team discovered a crack in the engine's cylinder casing. Remarkably, despite this flaw, the engine had operated stably for an extended period without incident. Although the crack was deemed shallow and unlikely to impede normal function, Qin Miao opted for a new engine as a precautionary measure. Furthermore, Qin Miao took the opportunity to review the rewards accrued from various system tasks. To date, he had participated in 4 Grand Prix races and 8 qualifying events, achieving 7 finishes, 6 of which were victories, and 1 a second place, an impressive record indeed. The system consistently assigned him tasks during F2 races, specifically converting pole positions into victories, which would yield additional attribute points. Qin Miao recalled a previous task, labeled Supernova, which required him to achieve a similar conversion, rewarding him with a boost of 2 to all attributes upon completion. However, he was surprised at the subsequent rewards being rather meager. Additionally, he was engaged in a long-term side quest, series side quest, acquire 10,000 followers with the reward of 1 attribute point. This was not a simple accumulation, as the rewards increased exponentially with every 10,000 followers gained. Currently, the statistics indicate that approximately 310,000 individuals consider themselves fans of Qin Miao. Yet he has only accumulated 2 skill points from this endeavor thus far. The present task has transformed into series side quest, obtain 40,000 fans, reward 1 free attribute point. This skill is calculated using multipliers of 1, 2, 4, 8, and 16. Up until now, Qin Miao has amassed a total of 8 free attribute points, combined with the 8 points he originally possessed, bringing his total to 12 free attribute points. Following the completion of the Supernova task, which grants 2 points to all attributes, and considering Qin Miao's defensive capability is already maximized, these 2 points have converted into 1 free attribute point. Thus, he currently holds a total of 13 free attribute points. Upon careful assessment, Qin Miao feels his overall score has indeed surpassed 90, as the system has not accounted for his 2 passive skills when evaluating his defensive capabilities. If these were included, his defensive skill would likely attain a perfect score of 100. Aware of the resources at his disposal, Qin Miao decisively invested 11 free attribute points to elevate his rain battle ability score from 69 to 80. This is not an act of wastefulness. Rather, Qin Miao acknowledges his lack of inherent talent in rain combat. Without the system's intervention, his potential would have stagnated at 69, rendering further progress nearly impossible. After expending this batch of free attribute points, he is left with just 2 points remaining, yet the results are promising. No longer a novice in rain battles, Qin Miao realizes that without further investment of free attribute points in this area, he might remain at an 80 score for the duration of his career. However, an 80 rating in F2 is commendable and even sufficient within F1. Consequently, his overall score has risen to 885, in what was once perceived as his weakest point. His defensive capability has now become a topic of discussion among many. Having upgraded his rain battle ability, while the improvement may not be immediately evident, Qin Miao believes that in a future rain battle, he will astonish everyone with his skills. Qin Miao's current personal ability scores are as follows. Qin Miao age, 19 overall score, 885 stamina, 97 mindset, 91 stability, 95 ranking ability, 87 starting ability, 80 long distance race, 90 defensive capability, 75 rain battle ability, 80 offensive capability, 90 defensive capability, 100 during the practice session. Qin Miao approached the task with great seriousness. The errors encountered in the previous week's sprint race were not solely attributable to his own performance. Suboptimal car tuning settings also contributed to an uncomfortable driving experience. Therefore, in this practice session, Qin Miao refrained from testing tires and instead focused on finding a tuning setup that he felt comfortable with. Determined, Qin Miao resolved that the priorities for practice sessions would be tuning settings, tire testing, and fuel testing, followed only thereafter by lap times. As the practice session concluded, Qin Miao had nearly discovered the tuning he desired, yet his performance remained, as always, unremarkable. In the afternoon, during the qualifying session, Qin Miao returned to his comfortable rhythm. He refrained from competing aggressively, waiting patiently for other drivers to exit the pit lane before he leisurely made his way out. However, just as Qin Miao was preparing to embark on his warm-up lap, a sudden hand signal from Sui Wentao, who was managing traffic in the pit lane, commanded him to halt. Perplexed, Qin Miao soon learned through his radio that a shoulder at one of the track's corners had become loose, prompting the organizers to delay the race until repairs could be completed. When inquiring about the expected duration of the repairs, he received an uncertain response. The environment within the race car's monocoque was rather uncomfortable. While driving was tolerable, remaining stationary caused the engine's accumulated heat to rapidly transfer into the cockpit. Even in standby mode, this heat could elevate the cockpit temperature to approximately 37 degrees Celsius in a short span. Consequently, Qin Miao opted not to linger inside the car and, After removing the headrest, he exited the vehicle. Those familiar with Qin Miao were unfazed by his unconventional decision. Lacking his phone, he found himself with little to do, and noticing an empty space on the tire trailer belonging to his team due to a set of used tires. He settled into that vacant spot. At that moment, the broadcast crew, unable to film any racing due to the repairs on the track, focused on capturing footage of other teams and their drivers. Most competitors remained dutifully seated in their vehicles, awaiting the resumption of the race. However, when the camera panned to Qin Miao, viewers observed him behaving like a retired gentleman, occasionally sitting, standing, and strolling through the pit area with his hands clasped behind his back. Since the Prema team's designated parking was situated right at the entrance of the Racing Point team, Qin Miao curiously approached the entrance, scrutinizing the pale pink front wings for a while. After 10 minutes, some cars began to line up at the pit exit in anticipation. It was only then that Qin Miao, hands behind his back and unhurried, returned to his car and took his seat once more. Shortly thereafter, the race resumed. And true to his routine, Qin Miao waited 2 minutes before driving out. The qualifying session that followed yielded little of note. Having found the tuning that suited his car, Qin Miao achieved a remarkable first flying lap time of 1 minute and 556 seconds, nearly breaking Zhou Guanyu's fastest lap record of 1 minute and 498 seconds set at Silverstone last year. Nonetheless, this performance instilled in Qin Miao a newfound confidence. As the spectators observed, Qin Miao completed the first flying lap, returning to the pits with a remarkable 21 minutes remaining before the conclusion of the race. While many speculated that he might be experiencing mechanical issues, Qin Miao simply shut off the engine, removed his headrest, unfastened his safety belt, and exited the car. This sequence of actions left numerous commentators in awe, including the trio from 5-Star Sports, who pondered Qin Miao's sudden decision to halt his racing efforts. Their admiration grew, for Qin Miao's lap time was indeed impressively swift, likely securing him a position that rendered further racing unnecessary. However, not everyone possesses the confidence to determine their own pole position after just one lap. A sentiment echoed by the commentators who also respected Qin Miao's remarkable mental fortitude. Those familiar with the paddock have long been aware of the adage that there are no rumors in the paddock, leading to speculation regarding Qin Miao's contract with Ferrari. Recent revelations about Ferrari signing signs, coupled with official statements from both Ferrari and McLaren, had raised concerns among fans regarding Qin Miao's psychological state. Yet, upon witnessing his demeanor, it appeared as if Qin Miao remained unfazed, exhibiting an even bolder attitude than before. It is also plausible that he had not signed any driver contract with Ferrari at all. After removing his helmet, Qin Miao proceeded to the FIA's official weighing station at the pit entrance to weigh his helmet. The FIA staff had initially intended to bring his car for weighing as well. However, since the engine had been shut off, they deemed it too cumbersome and abandoned the idea. Regardless, Qin Miao's prowess was undeniable. His fastest lap would not invite any skepticism. Once he completed his task, Qin Miao did not linger in the paddock. After packing his belongings, he returned to the temporary paddock of his F2 team, changed into casual attire, and began playing games on his laptop while awaiting the post-race team meeting, utilizing the conference room's Wi-Fi. This display could not simply be attributed to confidence. Rather, it reflected his clear understanding of his own capabilities. The final results confirmed Qin Miao's astute judgment, as he outpaced second-place Islet by a full 0.5 seconds, decisively demonstrating his dominance. The subsequent qualifying positions of other drivers require no further elaboration, as it was unlikely any of them would appear in Qin Miao's rearview mirror during the race phase. At this juncture, Qin Miao's experience in F2 felt akin to playing F1 2020 on an easy difficulty setting against AI opponents. With the conclusion of the qualifying session, Qin Miao secured 2 points, bringing his total to 152, a mere fraction of Zhou Guanyu's 205, as Qin Miao effortlessly secured pole position with just a single lap. The prevailing sentiments among most were admiration and awe, while Binotto's expression was one of palpable regret. In Binotto's estimation, Qin Miao's talent rivaled that of Leclerc. Should Qin Miao join Ferrari next year, the prospect of the team contending for the Formula One championship title would not be entirely implausible. Yet, as it stands, despite not having officially signed a contract with Sainz, an intention agreement has already been established, and the announcement has been made. The fact that Sainz will join Ferrari next season is now a foregone conclusion. although Binotto does not dispute Sainz's capabilities. He perceives him merely as a competent second driver at Ferrari, incapable of challenging Leclerc's position. To Binotto, Sainz is not a fitting piece in the championship puzzle. He could have potentially provided Ferrari with two top-tier drivers. However, following Qin Miao's unfortunate misstep, everything became irrevocably altered. Contemplating this, Binotto felt a sudden wave of melancholy. Absent the internal political strife, Ferrari might have been poised to vie for the highest podium after the next major rule changes. The following day, in the afternoon, marked the commencement of the F2 main race. Qin Miao arrived at the paddock as per his usual routine. Although nothing had changed in Qin Miao's schedule, he noticed numerous individuals in casual attire, yet conspicuously adorned with staff badges, observing him from inconspicuous corners of the pit area. Confused as to why these individuals regarded him as one might a rare specimen, Qin Miao deliberately made eye contact with some of them, attempting to shift their gaze away from him. Strangely, these individuals did not avert their eyes. Instead, they maintained their gaze, leading Qin Miao to feel momentarily defeated. Despite his bewilderment, after so much time spent racing, he had gradually grown accustomed to being observed. Thus, he chose to disregard their presence and proceeded to his team's designated area, as the race was about to commence and he needed to prepare. Of course, given Qin Miao's current prowess, which is comparable to that of the elite F1 drivers, a mere utterance from him could likely determine the final standings of today's race. Fortunately, the weather remained dry. Once Qin Miao donned his racing suit and arrived at the circuit, he realized that it was not only in the pit lane where he was being scrutinized, there were also numerous spectators in the grandstand above the pits observing him. Upon noticing their cameras and notepads, Qin Miao surmised their identities. They were likely personnel sent by other teams to assess his capabilities and evaluate the potential for his inclusion in their ranks. However, he remained uncertain as to which teams these individuals represented, as they bore no distinct identifying markers. Moreover, Qin Miao sensed that they were deliberately allowing him to feel their watchful gaze, devoid of any intention to conceal their motives. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Miao redirected his focus, demonstrating his ability to preserve his true self in such an environment. Channeling all his attention into the race. The subsequent events of the race were unremarkable. As previously mentioned, in the absence of rain, it was Qin Miao's domain. With a set of soft tires and a set of hard tires, Qin Miao only began to experience noticeable fatigue after 18 laps on the soft tires. When he entered the pit to change tires and re-emerged, those drivers on hard tires who had not pitted were still over 7 seconds adrift. Remarkably, Qin Miao utilized the hard tires until the race concluded. According to post-race disclosures from his team members, Qin Miao's skill in tire conservation meant that his set of hard tires was more than sufficient for him to complete the entire sprint race the following day. He epitomized frugality and resourcefulness. Ultimately, Qin Miao once again transformed pole position into victory. During the post-race interview phase, the journalists seemed at a loss for questions to pose to Qin Miao. Following the usual protocol, he returned to the team, champagne and trophy in hand. The standings were as follows: Qin Miao 27, Islet 18, Lungard 15, Aitken 12, Mazepin 10, Dreletraz 8, Tsunoda 6, Mick 4, Zhou Guanyu 2, Drugovich 1. Zhou Guanyu's qualifying result was respectable, placing 5th, yet he faltered at the start, plummeting to 11th, losing 6 positions. Nonetheless, finishing 9th after such a setback was no small feat. Chapter end. 144. An obvious favoring after the race concluded, the observers departed. Just as Qin Miao had been unaware of their arrival, he remained oblivious to their departure. However, upon returning home after the team meeting, Xiao Meng revealed some unexpected news. Around the time you were on the podium receiving your award, Toto called me. He wishes to meet you. Clearly, Qin Miao's performance in the F2 arena had left a profound impression on Toto. While his prior performances had merely piqued the interest of other teams in signing him, the mistakes of the previous Sunday, compounded by Ferrari's setback, did not deter Qin Miao from maintaining his composure and delivering a stable performance on the track. His resilience, paired with his commanding presence in the race, thoroughly captivated Mercedes. At this juncture, the collaboration between the veteran and Bottas was still commendable, though it remained uncertain whether they intended for Qin Miao to gain experience at Williams for a year or to become a reserve driver for Mercedes. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of Qin Miao stepping directly into a Mercedes seat. However, The likelihood of this was relatively low, as Mercedes was not Red Bull. Just as he settled down to enjoy a moment of respite, Qin Miao was abruptly confronted with this question. At first, Qin Miao was somewhat taken aback by the news. Yet upon reflecting on the recent gossip circulating within the paddock, he had a fair understanding of the other party's intentions. Thus, he inquired, "Did he specify when we are to meet?" "He mentioned Monday at 10 in the morning and provided me with the address." Xiaoming responded without even glancing at her phone, clearly having memorized it long ago. Qin Miao nodded, though they did not delve deeply into the reasons behind Toto seeking him out. After all, they were to meet and converse, and the particulars would reveal themselves in due course. Moreover, the timing coincided with the aftermath of the second Silverstone Grand Prix. Pondering excessively now seemed futile. Of course, some teams remained in a state of observation. Although they were equally intrigued by Qin Miao, they had yet to take any immediate action. Not long after, Zhou Guanyu returned. His performance in today's race had not been particularly stellar, and the post-race team meeting extended longer than usual, likely a session aimed at reviewing mistakes or other matters. Upon seeing Zhou Guanyu, Qin Miao recalled that this fellow had spent considerably more time in the paddock than he had. Rather than ruminating alone, he decided to seek Zhou Guanyu's perspective. With this thought in mind, Qin Miao quickly guided Zhou Guanyu to a sofa. As Zhou Guanyu placed down the soy sauce he had been carrying, brought at Xiaoming's request due to their home supply being expired, he sat down, a puzzled expression on his face. "What's up?" Qin Miao cleared his throat and began, "I've encountered a bit of a situation lately." Zhou Guanyu leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed, signaling his readiness to listen. Qin Miao, feeling a tad embarrassed, rubbed his nose and continued, "You know, I've had some minor upheavals at Ferrari recently. Well, Toto from Mercedes reached out to me, and Red Bull had also contacted me before, offering to cover my contract's penalty fee." Initially, Zhou Guanyu assumed Qin Miao sought him out to confide in his frustrations and woes. However, as he listened further, he sensed something amiss. Was Qin Miao here to boast or to lament? Thus, after Qin Miao had only spoken halfway, Zhou Guanyu rose, preparing to leave. "I wish to join F1, yet no team has shown interest in me. Here you are with offers of contract penalties and personal discussions with team principals. What driver could possibly endure such a scenario?" Fortuitously, given their solid rapport, Qin Miao was spared a harsh rebuke for his remarks. Hastily, Qin Miao blocked Zhou Guanyu's path as he attempted to depart. "Bro, don't go. I'm speaking seriously." Without waiting for Zhou Guanyu's response, Qin Miao elaborated, "The crux of the matter is that I currently have an abundance of choices, rendering me uncertain about which path to take. At Ferrari, Binotto has advocated for me internally, and prior to the next season, there will be an internal test. If my performance in that test is commendable, I could continue with Ferrari for the next season based on my contract. I am quite confident. An internal test is hardly a challenge for me. At Mercedes, although they have not explicitly conveyed their intentions towards me, the fact that Toto personally came to meet with me on Monday morning signifies a high level of seriousness. However, I do not believe that my immediate arrival will grant me access to drive for Mercedes. It is highly likely that I would first undergo a year of training with Williams before my performance is reassessed. On the other hand, Red Bull had previously extended an intention contract to me. While they have not yet reached out, I am confident that if I desire, I could potentially join the Red Bull framework next season, albeit starting at the junior team. There exists a possibility that, should my performance be commendable, I might directly ascend to the first team, especially considering that Albon has somewhat struggled to acclimatize to the Red Bull car." As Qin Miao spoke, Zhou Guanyu had already returned to his seat. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "Help me weigh my options. How should I choose?" Zhou Guanyu sighed in exasperation. "It's a dilemma. Those in drought perish from thirst, while those in flood perish from excess." Collecting his thoughts, Zhou Guanyu pondered for a moment, not on whether Qin Miao could be a competent driver, but on determining which team would best suit Qin Miao's character. After considerable reflection, Zhou Guanyu raised his gaze to Qin Miao, who was prepared to absorb any sagacious insights Zhou Guanyu might offer. "I don't know," Qin Miao replied. Hey, put your fists down. Such an important matter should be discussed with your wife and mother, not me." Zhou Guanyu retreated while explaining. Qin Miao did not genuinely intend to strike Zhou Guanyu. After realizing that the latter had no valuable suggestions, he lowered his fists and said with resignation, "I believe you've been around the paddock long enough to know some insider information that could provide me with some guidance." Zhou Guanyu waved dismissively. "I'm just a small fry. I've only spent a year and a half in F2. How could I possibly possess insider knowledge about these major teams? Qin Miao nodded in agreement. True, I shouldn't expect too much from you. Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes in irritation but refrained from further discussion. In moments of anxiety, it is natural for one to seek support from various sources, and Zhou Guanyu could empathize with that sentiment. Nonetheless, Zhou Guanyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy regarding Qin Miao's current situation. After all, no young person in this profession has failed to envision themselves dominating the F2 circuit. Yet, the harsh reality of entering F2 reveals that one is not unique. There are over 20 other gifted young drivers vying for the same recognition. However, before him stood an individual reminiscent of a protagonist from a captivating narrative, whose performance had garnered admiration from numerous F2 teams. Qin Miao's current state is precisely what they aspire to achieve. The dilemma is real. How on earth should I choose? Seeing Qin Miao's bravado in front of him, Zhou Guanyu felt a surge of anger. With a wicked impulse, he seized a cushion from his sofa. If I take you down, you won't need to choose. Whoa! Qin Miao, struck by the cushion, was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly grabbed a pillow from the sofa. You dare defy your father, you audacious child. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Xiaoming curiously poked her head out from the study, only to witness Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu engaged in a playful pillow fight. In just a few exchanges, the cotton stuffing from the pillows was sent flying throughout the living room. Shaking her head in resignation, Xiaoming retreated back to her study to resume her tasks. After all, she planned to call someone to clean up later, and since Zhou Guanyu's home lacked fragile items like porcelain, there was little risk of damage. 10 minutes later, the number of cushions on Zhou Guanyu's sofa had dwindled to 2. Originally, the sofa had 6 cushions, but 4 had already succumbed to the playful brawl. Typically, cushions are not so easily ruined, but given the excellent physical condition of both participants, considering that F2 racing cars lack power steering, requiring drivers to rely solely on their arm strength to navigate turns, it was hardly surprising that the pillows met their demise so swiftly. The following day marked the commencement of the sprint race. Qin Mian was positioned 8th on the starting grid, while Zhou Guanyu was 9th. Though Qin Mian had not directly acknowledged Zhou Guanyu's request the previous day, their friendship implied that he would offer some slipstream assistance regardless. On the day of the race, spectators continued to observe Qin Mian's performance. Their numbers had not diminished, but rather increased, although some might have been there to watch other drivers as well. Xiaoming had begun to acclimate to the presence of these onlookers, quickly returning her focus to the race. Typically, the first shot in an F2 race broadcast features scenic views or distinctive corners of the track. However, today, the director immediately trained the camera on Qin Mian, almost as if attempting to capture the very essence of his being. Qin Mian noticed the photographer before him, yet from his angle, he could not see the live broadcast screen and was unaware if his image was being displayed. With nothing else to occupy his time, he playfully winked at the camera. Qin Mian possessed quite handsome features. His overall appearance was remarkably harmonious, and those who gazed upon him for a while would find it quite pleasing. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 commentators from Wuxing Sports, along with viewers at home, were observing his spontaneous gesture with great interest. Zhou Haoran even took a moment to comment on Qin Mian's looks. As for the race itself, it unfolded much like previous rain-free F2 sprints. Qin Mian was effortlessly outpacing his competitors. Over the course of 21 laps, he completed the race on a set of hard tires, having surged from 8th to 1st position by the 12th lap, while Zhou Guanyu, closely trailing behind, skillfully maneuvered from 9th to 3rd. It would be hard to believe that Zhou Guanyu had not specifically practiced following another car. He adeptly seized every opportunity, and Qin Mian's overtaking style complemented Zhou Guanyu's approach magnificently. Qin Mian's overtaking maneuver typically involves utilizing the DRS to exploit the slipstream of the car ahead, executing a decisive move just before entering the corner to seize the inside line. He then relies on a well-timed late braking maneuver to force his way into the inner lane, successfully completing the overtaking as he exits the turn. Meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu often trails closely behind Qin Mian, picking up the slipstream while simultaneously obstructing the unfortunate driver being overtaken from returning to the racing line. Through this strategy, Zhou Guanyu ascended to 3rd place. Had it not been for Tsunoda, currently in 2nd, forcing Zhou Guanyu off his racing line during the overtaking attempt and even colliding wheel-to-wheel with him, Zhou Guanyu would have likely secured 2nd place. Ultimately, the 3 drivers crossed the finish line in that order. After the post-race team meeting concluded, Qin Miao awaited his friend at the entrance of Zhou Guanyu's team, and the two departed the paddock side by side. By the way, there's an F1 race later. Normally Ferrari would invite you to the P room to watch the event. So why aren't you going today? Zhou Guanyu inquired with curiosity as they left the paddock. Qin Miao shrugged. They called, but I declined. Zhou Guanyu pondered how to express his thoughts, given that such an opportunity is rarely afforded to any F2 driver. However, considering Qin Miao's current situation, he ultimately refrained from pursuing the topic further and instead asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Qin Miao clearly understood the implication behind Zhou Guanyu's question. What is there to decide? To be honest, I've been shown the door, so I won't be bowing to them anymore. Zhou Guanyu patted Qin Miao on the shoulder, saying, "A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. I will always remain your unwavering support." "Damn it, get lost," Qin Miao retorted, playfully kicking Zhou Guanyu's backside. Zhou Guanyu attempted to evade, but with a trophy in one hand and a bottle of champagne in the other, his agility was compromised, and he received a light kick from Qin Miao. Observing the two young men playfully leaving the paddock, Rossi felt a twinge of melancholy. Though unspoken, Qin Miao's demeanor clearly indicated his desire to part ways with Ferrari, and his sense of belonging to the team had likely been eroded amidst the political strife. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is anticipated that Qin Miao will soon leave Ferrari's junior program to join another team. Rossi, while watching helplessly, understood the gravity of the internal political struggles within Ferrari, recognizing that individuals were willing to sacrifice the team's interests for their own benefit. As Qin Miao departed the paddock, clutching a trophy and holding champagne alongside Zhou Guanyu, Luo Xin let out a deep sigh. The narrative of the subsequent events remained elusive, leaving no time for additional updates today, with only 4,000 words to share. The chapter concludes with the latest results of the sprint race. Qin Miao, 17 Tsunoda, 12 Zhou Guanyu, 10 Mick, 8 Akin, 6 Dreyer. For Islet, 2 Mazepin, 1 following the sprint race. Qin Miao's total points have soared to 196. Although there are still 7 races left in this F2 season, no one doubts that the championship title will ultimately rest in Qin Miao's hands, given his demonstrated prowess and consistency on the track. After the F2 race concluded, Ferrari's invitation to Qin Miao was not merely a casual phone call. It was an earnest invitation from Binotto himself, requesting Qin Miao to join him in the Ferrari pit to observe the race. This time, rather than confining Qin Miao to the pit, a position was prepared for him at the command post. While other F2 drivers might be called to observe from the command post, they usually stand aside, watching from a distance. To have young drivers invited to sit alongside the team at their command post signifies the team's recognition of that driver's potential. This signal, once emitted, would undoubtedly attract numerous sponsors eager to associate with the driver before their stardom fully emerged. Should the driver be willing, they could effortlessly garner millions in RMB through sponsorships and advertisements in a short span. Most importantly, this opportunity would significantly enhance their visibility within the paddock, a chance that many F2 drivers yearn for in vain. Not only did Binotto summon Qin Miao to this prestigious position, but he also prepared a chair for him, demonstrating his genuine regard for Qin Miao. Binotto harbored ambitions of having Qin Miao drive for Ferrari for a year, using his one-year contract as leverage in this endeavor. He firmly believed that Qin Miao possessed the capability to surpass Sainz in the upcoming Ferrari internal tests. Although Binotto lacked concrete data of Qin Miao's performance in an actual F1 car, he had faith in his judgment. Should Qin Miao outshine Sainz, Binotto could advocate for higher management to consider allowing Qin Miao to drive for Ferrari for a year to assess his performance. If it did not work out, they could simply part ways after a year, with Sainz as a backup option. After all, Ferrari's team dynamics dictate that they cannot accommodate 3 drivers indefinitely. Binotto was aware that the subsequent remarks were mere trivialities. With Qin Miao's extraordinary talent, it would take only a single race in a Ferrari for the higher-ups to recognize his formidable prowess. At that point, it would be effortless for Qin Miao to ascend to Ferrari, yet considerably challenging to coax him back down. However, this scenario was no longer relevant, as Qin Miao graciously declined Binotto's invitation. He merely left behind a high stool, the purpose of which remained uncertain, beside Ferrari's pit wall. Following the conclusion of today's race, the F2 trucks hastily departed the paddock, laden with their belongings. Prema also set off immediately after the race. as they needed to return to Vicenza for a meeting and conduct a thorough inspection of their two racing cars. After all, engine failures are no trifling matter, and both vehicles required a comprehensive check for potential hazards. It was evident that Sui Wentao and his team's holiday this week was entirely squandered. Meanwhile, Qin Miao chose not to return with them, opting instead to extend his stay in the UK for an additional day. The reason for this was previously mentioned. Toto, the team principal of Mercedes, wished to meet with Qin Miao. That evening, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu relaxed together, not indulging in training or simulator sessions, but simply enjoying a night of gaming. After finally securing a moment of respite, Xiaoming did not dampen their spirits, allowing them to play until after 11 o'clock before gently ushering them to bed. The following day, driven by his biological clock, Qin Miao awoke early. Perhaps due to the system's influence, he typically enjoyed excellent sleep quality and required little rest. Aware that his meeting with Toto today could significantly impact Qin Miao's future career, Xiaoming had prepared a suitable gray suit for him the night before. Given that Qin Miao still bore a hint of youthful innocence, a black suit would have imparted a comical image of a child donning adult attire. Hence, Xiaoming selected a gentler gray suit that complemented Qin Miao's demeanor without the excessive severity of black, which he could scarcely carry off, while still maintaining a formal appearance. Once dressed, Xiaoming tidied up his collar, ensuring everything was in order before nodding in satisfaction. Girls often relish the game of dressing up, and Xiaoming shared this passion, adorning Qin Miao, who typically prioritized convenience and comfort, in an attire she favored brought her considerable satisfaction. After checking his reflection in the mirror and confirming everything was satisfactory, Qin Miao announced, "I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Remember to be courteous when you meet. Temper that foul mood of yours," Xiaoming instinctively advised, despite her confidence in him. Qin Miao nodded. Yet, before departing, he embraced Xiaoming, planting a playful kiss on her youthful, collagen-rich face. If at this moment Zhou Guanyu were awake and witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly don a mask of anguish. Departing from Zhou Guanyu's residence, Qin Miao opted not to drive Zhou Guanyu's car, as he was uncertain whether an appropriate parking space would be available at the venue where Toto had arranged to meet him. Should he fail to find a suitable spot, it would surely cause embarrassment for Zhou Guanyu if his vehicle were to incur a fine, wouldn't it? Arriving at the designated location half an hour early, the cafe was devoid of patrons, and naturally, Toto's presence was nowhere to be seen. Qin Miao chose a secluded corner, ordering a glass of yogurt. Under normal circumstances, in such an environment, while waiting for someone familiar like Luo Xian or Zhou Guanyu, he would have pulled out his thermos filled with his endless health elixir, sipping it while mentally simulating a drive. However, given that the individual he was to meet held a significant position and could potentially become his future superior, Qin Miao deemed it essential to present a more decorous first impression. After all, through countless short videos and personal experiences, Qin Miao was acutely aware of the paramount importance of first impressions. Yet, he had not anticipated that Toto might have already discerned his character through various inquiries prior to their meeting. Before long, Toto, adorned with a black mask, pushed open the door and entered. Although Qin Miao's position was relatively inconspicuous, he could still see the entrance, and upon Toto's arrival, he waved his hand in greeting. This cafe was rather niche, and given that it was a Monday morning at 10 o'clock, it was improbable that there would be any other customers. Thus, Qin Miao found himself as the sole occupant, and being Asian, it was impossible for Toto not to notice him. Without ordering anything, Toto merely nodded at the owner behind the counter before making his way to Qin Miao. By this time, Qin Miao had already risen from his seat. As Toto approached with a smile, Qin Miao took the opportunity to observe the leader of the Mercedes F1 team more closely. Toto was tall, rivaling even Benotto, towering over Qin Miao by a head. Yet, curiously, standing beside Toto did not evoke a sense of intimidation. With black hair and blue eyes, when he smiled, the wrinkles on his face and cheeks came together, creating an endearing appearance rather than an unattractive one, exuding a sense of warmth. It seemed that every team principal, when smiling, conveyed a gentle demeanor to their subordinates. Initially, Qin Miao intended to extend his hand for a handshake, but upon seeing Qin Miao, Toto joyfully embraced him instead. Having spent considerable time abroad, Qin Miao still found himself unaccustomed to such greetings among acquaintances. He was more familiar with greeting Zhou Guanyu with a playful kick. Upon seeing Qin Miao, Toto appeared genuinely pleased, exclaiming, "My boy, I am delighted to see you here. Qin Miao courteously replied, "It is indeed an honor to meet you." After exchanging pleasantries, they both took their seats. As Toto had just taken his seat, the proprietor brought forth a cup of coffee and placed it upon the table before him. After expressing his gratitude, Toto, while using a tool to place sugar cubes into his coffee, inquired, "Have you been encountering a series of unfortunate events lately?" Although he had not anticipated such an opening remark from his companion, the recent occurrences led Qin Miao to emit a wry smile, acknowledging, indeed, some rather unpleasant incidents have transpired. Toto, resonating with his sentiment, responded, "I understand, my child. Yet, this is the world of motorsport. There will always be individuals who undertake incomprehensible actions for their own gain." At this juncture, Toto shifted the conversation, stating, "Undeniably, Ferrari is a team that inspires relentless pursuit among its followers. With its profound heritage and an almost terrifyingly vast fan base, coupled with its preeminent historical standing in F1. I confess, I was once an ardent supporter of Ferrari. However, at present, although it may seem that Toto was extolling Ferrari, his words bore no relevance to the topic at hand for their meeting. A perceptive individual might quickly deduce that Toto's remarks were subtly hinting to Qin Miao that Ferrari is an antiquated entity, its advantages lying solely in its historical legacy, while failing to nurture talent, much like the situation between him and Qin Miao. Had Xiaoming been present, she would have undoubtedly comprehended the underlying implications in Toto's words, simultaneously disparaging Ferrari while establishing common ground for both parties, thus facilitating the forthcoming discourse. Regrettably, Qin Miao, with his limited social experience and understanding, failed to grasp the nuances in Toto's statements, simply responding in kind. I recall Vettel mentioning in an interview that everyone is a fan of Ferrari. It appears to be true. Inwardly, Toto mused, after all, he is but a child. He then decided to dispense with the facade. Recognizing from their recent interactions and gathered information that Qin Miao was essentially a guileless youth, conversing with such a person is best undertaken with straightforwardness. Taking a sip of his coffee, Toto cheerfully posed the question, "You must already be aware that I summoned you here to inquire if you have considered joining the Mercedes-Benz family." Qin Miao furrowed his brow. While he was unable to decipher the hidden meanings within their discourse, he grasped the surface implications. Toto's inquiry pertained to joining the Mercedes-Benz structure, not merely the Mercedes-Benz F1 team. The subtle distinction held substantial weight. Toto refrained from elaborating, merely gazing at Qin Miao, awaiting his response. After contemplation, Qin Miao tentatively asked, "If I were to join, would I be able to drive an F1 next year?" Toto shrugged, replying, "Whether you can drive an F1 car next year hinges not upon my consent, but rather upon you. If you can maintain your current state, you may very well find yourself in the Mercedes main team next year. However, if ultimately you can only secure the F2 championship without maintaining your current dominant performance, you may still enter F1, albeit by first joining Williams or Racing Point for a season to assess your adaptability to F1 racing." Qin Miao nodded in understanding. As for his initial high expectations leading to a disappointing outcome where he failed to clinch the F2 title, Toto had not contemplated such matters. Nor did Qin Miao believe he would falter to that extent. "I understand," Qin Miao said, taking a deep breath. "I have indeed been contemplating whether to part ways with Ferrari, while they have a significant possibility of offering me an F1 driver position next season. Certain actions by some individuals within Ferrari have profoundly unsettled me. Thus, I consider Mercedes to be my first destination after departing from Ferrari's youth program." Toto smiled, appreciating the straightforwardness of conversing with the young man. It required less mental exertion, where one could speak candidly without embellishments. "I am confident you will never regret the decision you make today." With that, Toto stood and formally extended his hand to Qin Miao. Qin Miao rose as well, and they shook hands, marking a verbal agreement between them. As for the specifics of the contract, that was a matter for their respective teams to discuss. Qin Miao had minimal demands regarding salary. Enough to support his mother and cover the daily expenses for himself and his wife would suffice. However, one stipulation was non-negotiable, a reduction in Qin Miao's media engagements. He could accept participation in pre-race parades and interviews, as well as post-race interviews and filming. But he preferred to avoid advertising shoots and sponsor events whenever possible. Aside from this non-negotiable condition, everything else was open for discussion. After their handshake, they resumed their seats. And Qin Miao curiously inquired, "Mr. Wolf, I would like to know how my contract with Ferrari will be handled? P.S. The author sincerely apologizes for the numerous elementary mistakes made in Chapter 144, which compromised the reading experience for many. I am truly sorry. I bow in apology. Bang, bang, bang. I hope the esteemed readers can show some leniency and regard this as a minor oversight. Chapter 144 has been revised to remove some unfortunate content written during a lapse in judgment. If you're interested, feel free to revisit it. I sincerely apologize once more. Additionally, the monthly ticket count has reached 1,400, resulting in 2 extra chapters being added, leaving a total of 26 chapters outstanding, of which 17 have been repaid, leaving 9 still due. You are all remarkable. I will do my utmost to fulfill these obligations next month. End of chapter. 146. The Unpredictability of Life. In case Sausage Toto chuckled, from now on, we will be colleagues, so there's no need for such formality. Just call me Toto. Regarding your contract, we have actually devised 2 potential solutions internally. The first option is for you to negotiate directly with Ferrari. Achieving an amicable separation would be ideal. If that proves unfeasible, you may opt to pay the penalty fee, with Mercedes willing to cover half of the costs, leaving you to handle the remainder. The second option involves us negotiating on your behalf. Should we reach an amicable resolution, all parties would benefit. However, if an agreement cannot be reached, Mercedes will also assist in covering the penalty, though the exact amount will depend on your performance on the racetrack. At this juncture, Toto pondered for a moment before stating, there are 7 races remaining in the F2 season, totaling 14 point scoring opportunities. Should you ascend the podium even once, we will assist you with a penalty of 10. If you find yourself on the podium 10 times, we shall cover the entire penalty, regardless of the amount. Furthermore, once the penalty is settled, each time you reach the podium thereafter, Mercedes will grant you an additional 10 as an incentive directly awarded to you. Of course, this is merely a preliminary outline, and there are several loopholes and unique circumstances to consider, which will be refined in due course. Qin Miao was unaware of the specific amount of the penalty in his contract with Ferrari, yet he understood that even if halved, he could not afford the fee. Thus, he did not hesitate. I choose the second option. However, I have one more question. If I win a championship, could my deduction limit be increased? Toto chuckled and shook his head. Qin Miao was taken aback. Is that not possible? No, it is that I do not know, Toto replied. Qin, we have already discussed the pertinent matters, and these intricate details should be handled by your manager, rather than wasting our valuable time. Qin Miao felt perplexed. Although he grasped the essence of Toto's earlier statements, he struggled to comprehend the final remark. I do not quite understand your meaning. What are your thoughts on England? Toto shifted the conversation to a different topic, leaving Qin Miao bewildered. The ambiguity of half-finished statements was indeed frustrating. Nonetheless, recognizing that this individual would be his future employer, Qin Miao followed Toto's lead. It is a wonderful country. The architectural styles here seem quite novel and intriguing, and the cultural environment is unique. Everyone appears to embody a certain gentlemanly demeanor. However, when it came to food, Qin Miao hesitated, clearly struck by the culinary culture of England after his recent experiences. Toto laughed. Indeed, English cuisine leaves much to be desired. When we return to Austria for the Grand Prix next year, I shall take you to my home to savor traditional Austrian dishes such as Kaiserschmarrn, Salzburger Knöckel, and Zahortorte. These are quintessentially Austrian delights, and most importantly, far superior to the fare found here in England. However, the scenery in England is truly delightful. I am quite fond of the ancient castles. Yet, as you know, even I cannot easily acquire such treasures. However, I yearn to possess a castle where I could set a table and a chair on the lush green lawn, with a cup of coffee and a newspaper, basking in the warm autumn afternoon sun, allowing me to sit there for an entire day. In his mind, Qin Miao also envisioned this scene, and then curiously inquired, would such an environment encounter an issue with an abundance of mosquitoes? Initially, Qin Miao presumed that upon arriving here, he would engage in numerous discussions with Toto regarding the arena. Topics would likely encompass his future contracts or career aspirations. Yet, in reality, the conversation that determined whether Qin Miao would join the Mercedes-Benz system consisted of just a few brief exchanges. After that, the two refrained from discussing work any further. They transitioned from the picturesque landscapes of England to the local attractions, then to family matters, subsequently delving into life experiences, and eventually touching upon the customs and culinary delights of their homeland, before meandering into the realm of international affairs. To be frank, Qin Miao felt as though this was not an interview, but rather a leisurely chat with a close friend to pass the time. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this method fostered a deeper connection between the two. Given Todo's extensive knowledge, he adeptly engaged Qin Miao in conversation. Amidst what appeared to be inconsequential banter, their bond swiftly strengthened, and they gained a greater understanding of one another. Though they had yet to reach a level of profound familiarity, in Qin Miao's subconscious, he had already begun to regard Todo as a trustworthy superior. Their conversation in the rather empty cafe persisted until lunchtime when a few tables were occupied, and eventually, they found themselves alone. Honestly, Qin Miao had not anticipated Todo's conversational prowess, especially as the topics were decidedly engaging, and he found no hint of boredom. Fortunately, both wore masks at this time, and their inconspicuous seating meant that their behavior did not attract undue attention. Additionally, Todo's evident rapport with the cafe owner ensured they were not asked to leave. Finally, when Qin Miao regained awareness, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon. Having consumed copious amounts of water, both he and Todo gathered their belongings and exited the cafe. At that moment, the streets were nearly deserted. Turning back, Todo patted Qin Miao on the shoulder and broached a serious matter once more. Starting tomorrow, Mercedes-Benz will officially commence negotiations with your agent. Although it may not be my place to elaborate, I feel compelled to remind you. Assemble a competent legal team. Ensure your interests in the contract are clearly defined, and stand firm in your choices. Both parties have intentions, so we can afford to be a bit bolder in our probing. Qin Miao looked at Todo in surprise. The latter smiled but offered no explanation for his actions. As he readjusted his black mask, he continued, I had intended to invite you to visit our factory, but your current prominence within the arena makes it somewhat inconvenient at this time. However, there will be ample opportunities in the future, and I look forward to you appreciating the working environment at our factory. Qin Miao nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Todo turned to face him and said, well then, goodbye. We shall continue to monitor your performance in F2. Qin Miao replied with a nod, goodbye, Todo. Todo acknowledged him with a nod before walking towards a Maybach parked at the roadside. However, before entering the vehicle, he turned back to Qin Miao and remarked, by the way, although you share a good rapport with Zhou, I would advise you this. Business is business. After saying this, Todo did not elaborate further and, once inside the car, started the engine and departed, leaving Qin Miao standing there, perplexed. Qin Miao truly did not grasp the connection between Zhou Guanyu and business. Nevertheless, he took Todo's words to heart, intending to inquire with Qiu Meng upon his return. Typically, after such significant events, Qin Miao would call his mother to keep her informed, allowing her to have peace of mind regarding his life and work abroad. However, with a 7-hour time difference between China and the UK, it was already past 11 in the evening back home, while it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon in the UK. At this hour, Qin Miao's mother was undoubtedly asleep. Yet, he was aware that his other benefactor, Boss Zhou, was likely still awake, probably indulging in his simulator at the shop. Thus, instead of leaving immediately, Qin Miao took out his phone and called Boss Zhou. The call connected swiftly. Xiao Qin. Boss Zhou's voice carried a hint of surprise. Oh, Uncle Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, today is your day off, right? How come you're not playing your games at this hour, yet have time to call me? He jested. Feeling somewhat bashful, Qin Miao rubbed his nose and replied, so it seems that I'm indeed slacking off in your eyes? Not at all. You play a few rounds of CSGO on Steam nearly every night. Do you think I don't know? Boss Zhou teased. Clearing his throat, Qin Miao, feeling a bit awkward, then said, I called to inform you that there may be some changes to my contract soon. Qin Miao glanced in the direction where Todo's car had vanished and continued, I just met with Todo. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Boss Zhou's voice returned. Are you implying that you just met the Todo I'm thinking of? Qin Miao nodded. If you are referring to the one from Mercedes, then yes, it is indeed him. A sharp intake of breath could be heard from Boss Zhou's side. After a brief pause, the sound of a lighter igniting broke the silence, and once Boss Zhou exhaled, he spoke again. I have watched nearly every race you participated in F2. Undeniably, your performance has been extraordinary. However, Mercedes is a championship contending team. What business do they have with you? Moreover, don't you still have a contract with Ferrari? I cannot disclose much about this matter, but I can inform you that I should be entering F1 next season, and it will either be with Mercedes or Williams. On the other end of the line, Boss Zhou's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Although he lacked any innate talent for racing, his passion for it was undeniable, Otherwise, he would not have opened a racing simulator experience shop that barely turned a profit. He also considered himself an ardent admirer of Ferrari. His initial hopes for Qin Miao were that this young lad would one day take his place in the Ferrari team, fulfilling the dreams of his own childhood. This sentiment bore a resemblance to the aspirations parents hold for their children. However, that dream has now been thoroughly dashed, as it is certain that Qin Miao will be joining the Mercedes team next season. Yet, upon reflection, Boss Zhou consoled himself with the thought that as long as Qin Miao makes it into F1, that is what truly matters. What more could one desire? If Qin Miao performs exceptionally well, he might directly ascend to the Mercedes team in the new season. And there lies the possibility of becoming the first Chinese driver to clinch a championship in an F1 Grand Prix. If one were to dream even bolder, what if he were to win his very first F1 race? With that thought in mind, and having removed his Ferrari fan's lens, Boss Zhou felt a surge of joy. This is splendid. Next year, I shall have the opportunity to witness you standing upon the F1 podium. Qin Miao modestly replied. Not necessarily. I might spend a year honing my skills at Williams. That would still be commendable. If you indeed enter F1 next year, you would be the first official F1 driver from our country, and perhaps even the first to ascend the podium. Qin Miao timely reminded Boss Zhou, Uncle Zhou, this matter has yet to be made public. We have a confidentiality agreement within our ranks. It must remain undisclosed. Boss Zhou, having fought in the business arena for so many years, valued reputation above all, and assured, I would never spread this news around. Well, I merely called to inform you of this development. I must return to prepare the team for contract negotiations, so I shall take my leave. All right. Should you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to let me know. I can invest a little more. No need, no need. However, if you find yourself with excess funds, feel free to lend me some. Haha, you cheeky lad. After the call, Qin Miao summoned a car and returned home. How did it go? Upon entering, Zhou Guanyu and Xiao Ming eagerly approached him. Qin Miao nodded slightly. The verbal agreement has been reached. Next, our respective teams will negotiate the contract details. Once a suitable contract is drafted, I will sign it. The two were well versed in such matters. And upon confirming that Qin Miao had also broken free from the clutches of Ferrari, Zhou Guanyu exuberantly declared, let us go out for dinner tonight. It's on me. Boss Zhou is magnanimous. Qin Miao and Xiao Ming chimed in with their praises. However, after the flattery, Xiao Ming leaned closer to Qin Miao and whispered, shouldn't he, the person with the new job, be the one treating? What's Zhou Guanyu doing butting in? Qin Miao whispered back, perhaps he has been dazed by my prowess. Most cannot withstand the weight of my pillows. Hey, I'm right here beside you. No matter how softly you speak, I can hear you, Zhou Guanyu replied, his face a picture of exasperation. Oh, could you not pretend to be oblivious? Just consider whether what you are saying makes any sense. As the affairs of Qin Miao's team become settled next year, the trio indulged in a delightful meal together. However, they eschewed the conventional fine dining establishments in favor of a hot pot restaurant. Seeking joy in such moments, they found the rigidity of traditional places, where one leaves still hungry, to be quite burdensome. After their meal, they spent the evening enjoying video games before retreating to their respective rooms for the night. Yet, as Qin Miao lay in bed, holding onto Xiao Ming's slender waist, he found it difficult to drift into slumber, not lulled by the faint scent of shampoo from his wife's hair, but rather preoccupied by the bewildering words spoken to him by Ta upon his departure earlier that day. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming remarked, Tua must be reminding you that on the racetrack, you cannot afford to let Zhou Guanyu gain an advantage. Racing is a serious endeavor, not a trivial game. Qin Miao replied, very well. The following morning, Qin Miao promptly called his mother, succinctly conveying his decision and future plans. To his surprise, his mother was quite attuned to the rapid changes of the modern era, offering her unwavering support for his choices. Subsequently, Qin Miao and Xiao Ming chose to remain in the UK, diving into their responsibilities. Although Xiao Ming served as Qin Miao's agent, managing contracts and negotiating terms with a team like Mercedes was far beyond her capacity alone. The multitude of technical jargon within the driver contracts was simply incomprehensible to someone without expertise. Thus, they set out to engage a legal team, aided by Zhou Guanyu's introduction, investing a modest sum to secure assistance in navigating the intricacies of their contract, commencing negotiations with Mercedes the following day. Naturally, Xiao Ming took the lead in these discussions, with the hired attorneys providing support. Qin Miao's demands regarding his contract were rather straightforward, as previously mentioned, and aside from that, all other terms were open for negotiation. Typically, Qin Miao's contract was not particularly complex, and it could be finalized within a fortnight. However, his peculiar request to abstain from media engagements left Mercedes' negotiating team momentarily stunned. They found it challenging to determine whether this stipulation could be incorporated into the contract, given the significance of media activities for drivers. Consequently, the request was escalated up the chain, reaching Zhou Guanyu, who found himself both amused and exasperated upon learning of Qin Miao's unusual demand. Having been a team principal for many years, it was indeed his first encounter with such an eccentric request. Yet, recalling the evaluations he had seen regarding Qin Miao, he found the request less surprising. After some deliberation, Zhou Guanyu contemplated reaching out to Qin Miao to advise this young man. He understood that visibility within the paddock was paramount for a driver. The paddock is, after all, a stage. What actor would refrain from appearing before their audience to promote their presence, solely focusing on the performance? Moreover, the commercial value significantly contributes to a driver's worth, arguably accounting for as much as 60% of their valuation. In the eyes of certain teams, this commercial aspect may even eclipse the driver's actual prowess. However, after some contemplation, Toto ultimately abandoned the idea of contacting Qin Miao. From their conversation the previous day, Toto discerned that Qin Miao's perspective on money diverged from that of the average person. Qin Miao's financial requirements were modest, sufficient was satisfactory. Beyond that, he harbored no further material aspirations. His attitude towards wealth was not akin to that of a privileged heir who, after indulging in every luxury, becomes indifferent to such matters. Toto sensed that Qin Miao's outlook on finances had been nurtured from a young age. Thus, it appeared that what Qin Miao truly desired was perhaps more freedom than mere monetary gain. Having pondered these insights, Toto reclined in his chair and managed a wry smile. His original plan was to inform Bottas about the availability of a suitable second driver for the Mercedes team after confirming their championship victory mid-season. This would allow Bottas to amicably terminate his contract and seek opportunities with other teams, subsequently enabling Qin Miao to step into Bottas's role. However, with Qin Miao's reluctance to engage in team media activities, it would be unreasonable for Toto to impose such duties on a six-time champion. Did Mercedes still have any leverage over Bottas? Consequently, Toto resolved to offer Bottas an additional option. They could proceed as previously mentioned, amicably concluding their association, should Bottas desire. Mercedes would also consider covering any penalties associated with an early contract termination. Simultaneously, Bottas could remain with the team until the end of his contract, during which time he would serve as a simulator driver and partake in intense media engagements. Naturally, Bottas' salary would continue as stipulated in his contract. For Mercedes was not in want of finances. In fact, Toto was willing to enhance his compensation as a gesture of goodwill. Once this arrangement was finalized, Toto communicated his response to his subordinates. The terms could be agreed upon, and other conditions could be negotiated with a slight reduction, though not excessively so. Following Toto's endorsement, discussions commenced regarding a contract for a driver with minimal media obligations. After signing with Mercedes, Qin Miao's affiliation with the Ferrari Driver Academy would be effectively dissolved. Nonetheless, his contract with Prema Racing from the previous year would remain intact. While Prema Racing maintained strong ties with Ferrari, their relationship was primarily amicable, devoid of any entanglements of interest. Thus, even after departing from the Ferrari training system, Qin Miao would still be eligible to compete with Prema Racing, as they too aspired to secure the F2 driver and team championships for the year. As for the unactivated contract with Ferrari, that would be of no concern to Qin Miao. He trusted that Mercedes would manage the situation adeptly. Xiao Meng is required to remain in the UK to assist Qin Miao with contractual matters. Therefore, after concluding her affairs in the UK, Qin Miao returned to Maranello alone. Upon his return, he treated Li Qin to a meal. During their dinner, Sister Qin did not perceive anything amiss. Instead, she expressed concern that Qin Miao might be assigned to a less favorable F1 team next season. She harbored no doubts regarding his ability to enter F1 in the upcoming season. Following their meal, Qin Miao invited others who had supported him during his time at Ferrari to dine with him. Remarkably, no one detected any signs of his distress. Concurrently, while hosting these gatherings, Qin Miao took the opportunity to pack up belongings shared with Xiao Meng at their Maranello residence and arranged for a moving company to collect them. As many items had already been transported to Vicenza, what remained in Maranello were primarily trophies and everyday essentials, making the packing process relatively straightforward. Once everything was organized, Qin Miao sought out Lawson. Lawson was among those who understood Qin Miao's recent circumstances quite well. Therefore, upon seeing Qin Miao approach with items in hand, he subtly surmised the purpose of the visit. After inviting Qin Miao to sit, before Lawson could utter a word, Qin Miao placed the gifts down and produced the Ferrari car keys that Lawson had given him, laying them on the desk. Upon witnessing Qin Miao's gesture, Lawson comprehended the intent behind the visit. Qin Miao was preparing to depart, and presumably, he had found another team. With a sense of melancholy, he sighed, acknowledging, "I anticipated our separation, yet I did not foresee it arriving so abruptly." Qin Miao shared a similar sentiment, recalling vividly the moment Lawson had welcomed him into Ferrari, now finding himself on the brink of departure. "Indeed, I once believed I would remain at Ferrari for an extended period, yet life is unpredictable." Curiously, Lawson inquired, "Have you decided which team you will join?" Qin Miao smiled. "Mr. Lawson, you know I cannot disclose that." Lawson, unperturbed, chuckled and accepted the gifts Qin Miao had brought. Yet he declined the Ferrari 488 keys, returning them to Qin Miao. "I will accept the gifts, as it was I who guided you onto this path. And your talent in racing is undeniable. Thus, I receive your gifts with a clear conscience. However, the car has already been given away, we cannot reclaim it. It would only serve to gather dust in a museum or be relegated to a test track for others to enjoy." Qin Miao shook his head. "It is too valuable." Lawson shrugged. "It is not that we wish to reclaim it, but rather, the car has been modified by you, bearing your imprint. Even if we retrieved it, passing it on to someone else would be impractical. Its only fate would be to languish in a museum or be used for test drives." Qin Miao felt a twinge of awkwardness as he scratched his face. When he initially modified the 488, he hadn't given it much thought. He simply believed that the 488 lacked sufficient performance and needed some serious enhancements. Little did he know that this seemingly casual decision would result in him acquiring a Ferrari 488. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude and reclaimed the keys. Lawson's actions were, in essence, sowing seeds in Qin Miao's heart. In the future, whenever Qin Miao laid eyes on this 488, he would be reminded that it was a gift from Ferrari. Should Qin Miao ever decide to leave his current team in pursuit of new challenges, and if Ferrari happened to be in need of personnel at that time, he might find himself in a favorable position. After conversing with Lawson for over 20 minutes, Qin Miao rose to bid farewell. Time was of the essence, and he needed to depart from Maranello. Since joining Mercedes, time had accelerated rapidly. August 14th, 2020, a Friday, marked the beginning of the Spanish Grand Prix. Although his attire and racing car still bore the emblem of Ferrari's Young Driver program, Qin Miao's heart had already raced towards Mercedes. The morning practice session was rather uneventful, following the usual routine to find a comfortable car setup. In the afternoon qualifying session, Qin Miao received a tuning configuration that matched his preferences at approximately 80%. While not exceptional, it was adequate, adhering to his familiar rhythm. He executed a set of new soft tires, warming them up over 2 laps, followed by an unobstructed flying lap, culminating in a pole position time of 1:27.812. Punching the clock, he concluded his day. By the end of the qualifying session, Islet, who secured second place, trailed Qin Miao by 0.4 seconds. Numerous individuals had scrutinized Qin Miao's qualifying and race footage, attempting to decipher the secret behind his remarkable speed compared to other F2 drivers. Upon meticulous frame-by-frame analysis, they concluded that Qin Miao was not particularly extraordinary. Rather, he exhibited precise line driving, impeccable timing in throttle application and braking, and remarkable consistency, committing no errors throughout the race. The F2 race segment of this Grand Prix was quite thrilling, featuring 2 safety car interventions, with the second occurring just before the F2 race time limit, compelling the event to conclude on the final lap. To secure better positions in this last lap, drivers in the rear ranks battled fiercely. However, none of this significantly pertained to Qin Miao, as he had already established a 0.5-second lead from the start over the second-place contender. As in previous races, he focused solely on his own performance while others raced amongst themselves. Ultimately, starting from pole position, he claimed victory, once again amassing the maximum 27 points from the main race. Zhou Guanyu also performed admirably, having started from third. Despite losing several positions midway through the race, he made a commendable comeback in the final lap, finishing in third place. In this race, Qin Miao heeded Toto's advice, refraining from providing Zhou Guanyu with a slipstream or creating overtaking opportunities, concentrating solely on his own race. Zhou Guanyu's outstanding performance in this race can be attributed not only to his inherent prowess, but also to his increasing adaptability to high-speed circuits. Following the conclusion of the race, Qin Miao's total points soared to 223, while Zhou Guanyu surpassed the 100-point threshold, reaching a commendable 101 points. Notably, this season marks the first occasion in Formula 2 history where two Chinese drivers have concurrently ascended beyond the 100-point mark, with one leading and the other following. As netizens have remarked, never before in the annals of F2 has there been a scenario where two Chinese drivers competed on the same stage. Their mere presence is a testament to breaking records in the history of Chinese motorsport. On Sunday, during the sprint race, Qin Miao maintained his consistent style, completing the entire race on a fresh set of soft tires. In just 5 laps, he surged from 8th to 1st place, embarking on an impressive 21-lap lead. It is said that Toto Wolff could hardly contain his delight upon witnessing Qin Miao's exceptional performance on the track. Toto harbors high hopes for this rising star in F2. Given Qin Miao's age and the dominance he has displayed, it is perhaps more fitting to refer to him as a son rather than merely a new star. Qin Miao executed his race with remarkable steadiness, showcasing not only astonishing speed, but also formidable consistency. After securing P1, his total points climbed to an impressive 240. Conversely, Zhou Guanyu did not score in this sprint race. Misfortune struck when he sustained damage to his front wing during an overtaking maneuver. After pitting to replace the damaged wing, he fell out of the points zone. Following this race, the next F2 event will take place in 2 weeks at the Belgian Grand Prix. Naturally, given the exceptional circumstances, Qin Miao will not have the luxury of a proper rest. After the race, he dutifully handed over his 2 championship trophies to Ferrari for replication. Although he has risen to prominence, he remains under contract with Ferrari, while negotiations with Mercedes are still underway. Therefore, for the time being, everything remains unchanged, with the only distinction being that Qin Miao no longer visits Ferrari's paddock following the F2 sprint races. During this break, Qin Miao returned to the UK to advance negotiations with Mercedes. His commendable performance in Spain last week granted the negotiation experts, commissioned by Qiu Meng, a greater leverage during the discussions. Ultimately, on August 20th, the negotiations between Qin Miao and Mercedes were formally concluded. After reaching a mutually satisfactory agreement, both parties refrained from signing the contract immediately, opting instead to sign a letter of intent. Given that Qin Miao is still bound by his contract with Ferrari, the letter of intent stipulates that Mercedes will assist him in negotiating his contract with Ferrari during this period. This process is uncomplicated. A discussion with Ferrari may lead to an amicable separation, allowing both parties to sign and render the contract void. It is imperative to adhere to the contractual stipulations regarding the payment of penalties for breach, rather than engaging in a prolonged tug-of-war akin to the negotiations surrounding Qin Miao's contract. On August 25th, the negotiation team from Mercedes-Benz traveled to Maranello to discuss contractual matters with Ferrari. This process was facilitated by Ferrari's sporting director, Makis, as team principal Benotto was absent. However, Ferrari had no intention of parting ways amicably with Qin Miao, resulting in a unilateral breach of contract on his part. Consequently, under the auspices of the court, Mercedes-Benz advanced a penalty payment of $4.7 million for Qin Miao's contract. To be candid, upon witnessing the magnitude of this penalty, Qin Miao was taken aback, as his annual salary was only slightly above €1 million, rendering this penalty equivalent to 5 years of unpaid labor. Fortunately for Mercedes-Benz, while they may lack in other areas, they certainly do not in financial resources. Thus, the $4.7 million posed little difficulty for them. In fact, should Qin Miao truly compel them to disburse this sum, they would not only endure the cost, but would indeed find joy in it. Following the resolution of matters in Maranello, Qin Miao, upon receiving the news in the UK, formally signed a 3-year driver contract with the Mercedes-Benz team. This contract would take effect from the very first day of 2021 and extend until the end of 2023. The breach penalty for Qin Miao's second contract amounted to a staggering $200 million. Frankly, this figure had begun to lose its impact on Qin Miao. as it far exceeded his comprehension of monetary value. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would not entertain thoughts of switching teams in the near future. Thus, he could accept the slightly elevated penalty. Moreover, Qin Miao's annual income was set at 600,000, although this was significantly less than his previous contract with Ferrari, which was at least half more. This new contract included performance-based bonuses. For each race he participated in, he could earn a bonus of 10,000, amounting to 240,000 over a season of 24 Grand Prix events. Therefore, Qin Miao's total base salary effectively totaled 840,000. Additional bonuses would be awarded for podium finishes: 150,000 for third place, 300,000 for second, and 600,000 for first, not including points accrued, should Qin Miao demonstrate commendable performance in the 2021 season. His earnings could potentially rival a fraction of his future teammate Hamilton's. Notably, this contract not only represented Qin Miao's agreement upon joining Mercedes-Benz, but also his prior contract with Williams. This illustrates that while Mercedes-Benz possesses substantial financial resources, they are not devoid of acumen. Additionally, the contract contains specific stipulations for Qin Miao, including a clause prohibiting participation in any media activities outside those mandated by the FIA. The day following the contract's ratification, news of Qin Miao being personally recruited by Mercedes-Benz began to circulate. It was evident that this information had emanated from Ferrari, as rivals within the paddock are under no obligation to maintain confidentiality for one another. Such publicity is considered standard practice, and one cannot fault Ferrari for their lack of sentiment, having just released one of their drivers only to disseminate news of his departure shortly thereafter. Everyone is well aware of Qin Miao's exceptional talent. As long as he can acclimate to the rigorous demands of Formula One racing, he is undoubtedly destined to frequently grace the podium in the future. From the perspective of his rivals, Ferrari's strategy at this juncture is to exert influence over Qin Miao's performance, thereby creating a less than favorable media environment for both him and Mercedes within the paddock. Thus, it was no surprise that rumors began circulating immediately after Qin Miao signed with Mercedes. A prominent columnist in the paddock penned an article titled, "What does Mercedes' lavish acquisition of F2 superstar Qin Miao from Ferrari signify?" Previously, although Qin Miao may have commanded attention in F2, his influence was confined to a relatively small circle, with only a limited audience following his exploits. In contrast, the vast fanbase of F1 dwarfed this interest. Even when whispers suggested that Qin Miao had joined Ferrari and might become an official driver for their F1 team next season, the absence of confirmation from Ferrari soon diminished the buzz around this speculation. Interest waned over time, and few would venture to watch F2 races to assess Qin Miao's capabilities. However, the situation has shifted dramatically. Fueled by the machinations of those with ulterior motives, the paddock is now rife with credible reports of Qin Miao's affiliation with Mercedes. Bolstered by confirmation from Ferrari personnel, what is Mercedes standing in the paddock today? To put it succinctly, in a winner-takes-all format that defines the current F1 landscape, one might as well award the championship to Mercedes without further competition this season. Moreover, Valtteri Bottas has shown no signs of decline in performance, with a contract still in effect for another year. Additionally, there is George Russell, a driver nurtured by Toto for an extended period. While Russell's F2 exploits may not have reached the heights of Qin Miao's, he is nonetheless a bona fide F2 world champion, having delivered impressive performances during his time at Williams. With Bottas still competitive and the promising young talent of Russell in the mix, many are left puzzled as to why Mercedes would seek to recruit an obscure driver like Qin Miao. There has been speculation regarding the possibility of Mercedes bringing Qin Miao on board merely to keep him on the sidelines. However, upon reflection, this seems implausible. If Mercedes intended to acquire Qin Miao solely to let him languish, they would never have been able to afford his contractual buyout. The very fact that they are willing to pay such a sum indicates their genuine desire for him to contribute actively to the team. Presently, the paddock is abuzz with speculation, and many are perplexed by Mercedes' maneuver. Numerous journalists have flocked to Mercedes headquarters seeking interviews with senior executives, only to be politely declined. Recently, there have been no Grand Prix events, thus any answers regarding this matter can only be anticipated with the commencement of the Belgian Grand Prix at the end of August. Nevertheless, astute individuals have unearthed further angles to explore within this public discourse. For instance, a journalist reached out to Mick Schumacher, a teammate of Qin Miao at Prima Racing, to inquire about his perspective on the situation. Naturally, Mick, seizing the opportunity for exposure, did not decline the interview. Although his rapport with Qin Miao is not particularly amicable, they harbor no animosity, merely existing as acquaintances. Consequently, during the journalist's inquiry, Mick refrained from embellishing his thoughts and spoke candidly. However, it must be noted that Qin Miao does not leave a favorable impression on Mick. Thus, despite Mick's attempt to maintain an impartial stance, the interview was inherently skewed from the outset. This piece of journalism coincided with many casual observers' initial perceptions of Qin Miao, allowing the newspaper to reap the first wave of attention surrounding this trending topic. After all, many within the paddock are eager to uncover deeper insights regarding Mercedes. Yet the team remains tight-lipped, releasing no information whatsoever. Meanwhile, any news, albeit limited in substance, related to Qin Miao easily captivates the attention of the uninformed onlookers. The journalist's approach of breaking through the circle surrounding Qin Miao was swiftly emulated by others. Headlines such as youth team teammates critique Qin Miao's character, insight into Qin Miao from Prima technicians, and restaurant owner frequently visited by Qin Miao shares opinions emerged, as everyone, akin to famished wolves, voraciously shared this enticing narrative, eager to inquire about even the most trivial acquaintances of Qin Miao. Of course, some interviews contained genuine and substantive content. One journalist managed to interview Lewis Hamilton, a six-time champion who may potentially become Qin Miao's teammate. Skipping the pleasantries, they delved directly into the core inquiry. Lewis, were you aware that Mercedes might change their second driver for the upcoming season? Indeed, I received an email prior to the matter unfolding, but at the time, I merely assumed that our team might be bringing in a newcomer, perhaps as a test driver or reserve driver. I never considered that this individual could assume the role of the second driver, as we had no prior acquaintance. Do you agree with Mercedes' decision? Certainly, I trust Toto's judgment, just as they are willing to trust me on the track. However, I believe that what the team currently requires is stability rather than a fervent young talent. Although Hamilton did not explicitly state his dissatisfaction with the team's choice, his sentiments were clearly implied within his responses. Qin Miao had already garnered a less than favorable reputation within the paddock due to his lack of charisma during his tenure with F2 and Ferrari's youth program. With the release of this report, his public perception has only deteriorated further. Meanwhile, Toto merely observes without taking any additional measures, witnessing the almost unanimous negative feedback. Mercedes sporting director, Marcus Walker, inquired, "Are we placing too much pressure on him?" Given Mercedes' capabilities, they could certainly mitigate the rampant discourse surrounding Qin Miao, which is predominantly unfavorable at this moment. However, Toto remained unfazed, arms crossed, as he gazed at the data before him, stating, "If he cannot withstand this level of pressure, then there is no need for Qin Miao to continue on the F1 path. If he truly struggles with it, let him spend 3 years on the simulator." It is said that he performed quite admirably during his time at Ferrari. Moreover, our contract stipulates that without race participation, Qin Miao would only receive a base salary of $600,000, so keeping him on the sidelines incurs minimal loss for us. It was evident that Toto's contract for Qin Miao featured a modest base salary but substantial incentives, indicating a clear intention. Although Toto genuinely believes in Qin Miao's talent and future, as the executive director and team principal of Mercedes, he must prioritize the team's interests. Thus, the approach to the paddock's narrative was to let the situation cool down on its own. Toto remained indifferent. Walker noted Toto's instructions in his notebook, but sighed internally, recognizing that allowing this matter to fade would not be as straightforward as it seemed. Furthermore, Qin Miao is an active F2 driver. While F2 drivers attract significantly less attention compared to their F1 counterparts, continuous participation in races ensures sustained exposure. Walker had already formed a rough estimate of the pressure Qin Miao would endure. Just as he prepared to leave after recording Toto's directives, Toto suddenly added, "By the way, attend to Valtteri's situation. Primarily focus on stabilizing his emotions to ensure he can perform normally in the upcoming races." Walker's previously calm demeanor immediately transformed into one of distress. If Qin Miao's external challenges post-joining Mercedes stemmed from public misunderstanding, the internal issues revolved around Valtteri's emotional state, followed closely by George Russell's concerns. However, Valtteri's situation was more pressing, given that he is an active driver whose performance directly affects Mercedes' points. Noticing the expression on Walker's face, Toto chuckled. Do not worry. Managing Valtteri is not particularly difficult. He has been with Mercedes for 4 years. I can tell that after 4 years as a second driver, he has grown weary of it. After all, no one wishes to be overshadowed indefinitely. He has likely entertained thoughts of leaving Mercedes to experience what it is like to be a number 1 driver with another team. Though Walker's face was still etched with skepticism, he nodded in agreement. All right, I will speak with him later. After uttering these words, Walker departed, leaving Toto alone, arms crossed. Seated at his desk, gazing at the monitor displaying the telemetry data from recent races sent by Qin Miao. Qin Miao was acutely aware that the public sentiment surrounding him within the paddock was on the verge of collapse, trending towards a reputation that could become infamously toxic. However, his approach to this adversity was remarkably composed. 2 words: ignore it. Additionally, with Qin Miao's recent team change, he found himself preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. He had to organize the belongings he had brought from Maranello, as it was impractical to leave them at Zhou Guanyu's residence indefinitely. Even if Zhou did not mind the clutter, Qin Miao felt it was inappropriate. Thus, during this period, Qin Miao was not only searching for a new home, but also undertaking the moving process. The myriad of trivial issues that accompanied the move consumed his time, and he and Xiaomeng had been solely focused on addressing these matters. Given that the Mercedes factory was located in the UK, it was likely that Qin Miao would, like Zhou Guanyu, be residing there for an extended period. This, in fact, was a fortunate circumstance, as it allowed the two to occasionally visit one another. By the time Qin Miao managed to resolve these myriad tasks, the date had reached Thursday, August 27th. He had barely taken a day to rest before hastily departing for Belgium. The Spa circuit in Belgium was among the tracks where Qin Miao exhibited the highest level of proficiency, and with the entire race week free of rain. The outcome of the qualifying sessions was devoid of suspense. His qualifying time was 1:57.111, securing him the pole position, with Tsunoda in second and Mazepin in third. As the season progressed, these competitors gradually began to find their footing with the cars, yet they remained, in comparison to Qin Miao, merely average, their performances reflecting this disparity. During the race, Qin Miao opted for a slight change in tire strategy, aiming to maximize his points. He chose to start the race on hard tires rather than the usual soft tires, planning to pit in the final laps and secure the fastest lap under lighter fuel conditions. The result was that he amassed the full 27 points available to him during the race. In the sprint race, he earned an additional 17 points. Thus, over the course of 3 races, his total points accumulated to 46. The backdrop of this race was Qin Miao's sensational entrance into the Mercedes team, which resulted in an unprecedented surge in viewership for this F2 event, with the audience doubling and television viewership reaching an astonishing 150,000. Fortunately, the host conducting the post-race interview was an official FIA representative who refrained from posing any inappropriate questions that might disrupt Qin Miao's mindset, instead sticking to conventional inquiries. The March of the Volunteers resonated for the 16th time atop the F2 podium. The F2 season has reached its midpoint, yet the highest podium in the F2 arena has reverberated exclusively with the strains of the March of the Volunteers, with no other national anthems gracing the scene. Whether in the main events or the sprint races, those who have closely followed the F2 competitions can almost hum this melody from memory. This phenomenon can indeed be perceived as a form of cultural export. Following the conclusion of the race, approximately 20 spectators, initially perplexed by Mercedes' decisions, experienced a moment of clarity, instantly comprehending the rationale of the team's upper management. The prowess exhibited by Qin Miao stands in a league of its own, distinctly separate from that of other F2 drivers. After the race, Qin Miao presented his trophy to Ferrari. Although his contract with the Ferrari F1 team has been dissolved, his agreement with Ferrari's driver academy remains unaffected. While both the Ferrari F1 team and the driver academy belong to the larger Ferrari entity, they operate as distinct divisions, albeit with more frequent collaboration. Thus, despite his separation from the Ferrari F1 team, Qin Miao's contract with the Ferrari Driver Academy continues to be in effect. It will only conclude at the end of this season when Qin Miao's contract with Mercedes takes effect. An intriguing development arose when rumors began circulating within the paddock about Qin Miao's impending departure from the Ferrari framework to join Mercedes for the next season. This news prompted a thaw in the previously frosty relationship between Mick and Qin Miao, who had been largely estranged. With Qin Miao exiting Ferrari, The two found themselves devoid of direct conflicts of interest, thus facilitating discussions about racing during team meetings. After the race in Spa, Qin Miao did not linger in Belgium. He returned with the team to Vicenza immediately after the meeting concluded. A new Grand Prix was set to take place in Monza, Italy, which is merely a 2-hour drive from Vicenza, making the event feel akin to a home race for Qin Miao and his team. The details of the race need not be elaborated upon, as Qin Miao once again emerged with a full haul of 46 points. However, as the competition progressed, he increasingly felt like an outsider. The confines of the race weekend limited his ability to demonstrate his full potential. Once the race commenced, it was a matter of completing laps as usual. The only moment of intrigue occurred during the sprint race, when Qin Miao engaged in overtaking maneuvers. Yet, even during the sprint race, he began to find it somewhat dull. Almost all the drivers ahead of him ceased to defend against his advances. While they would not lose speed to yield their positions upon seeing Qin Miao in their rearview mirrors, they also showed no inclination to defend against his attacks. There was simply no need to engage in such futile endeavors, as defending against Qin Miao would only slow them down, and ultimately, they could not prevent his overtaking. Thus, it was deemed a waste of time to engage in such meaningless pursuits. Thus, the current participation of Qin Miao in the F2 races lacks any real challenge, as it merely consists of circling the track and honing his skills. Upon the conclusion of this race, the 80 spectators, either curious or indifferent towards Qin Miao, acknowledged his prowess and grasped the unusual decision of Toto to sign him. Such a prodigy, if left unchecked, poses a ticking time bomb for Mercedes, as they cannot ascertain whether Qin Miao might ultimately join Red Bull or Ferrari, potentially compensating for the car's performance gap with his individual talent, akin to Brother Go, delivering a subtle shock to Mercedes. During the interview segment just before the awards ceremony, Qin Miao, as he had countless times before, prepared himself mentally, awaiting the host's inquiries. However, the host began with, "Congratulations, Qin, you have become the 2020 World Formula 2 champion." End of chapter. In a world of mixed emotions, while playing CSGO, Qin Miao encountered cheaters, particularly in official matches where their presence was most prevalent. When faced with nonchalant cheaters, he merely found amusement in the situation. Yet, when confronted with those who feigned struggle, only revealing their formidable prowess when at a disadvantage, Qin Miao's expression mirrored his current one. A single exclamation, encapsulated the myriad emotions swirling within him: confusion, disbelief, astonishment, and skepticism. When did this happen? How did I win the championship? Aren't there still 4 races remaining? Indeed, only 4 races are left in the season. However, even if someone were to secure maximum points in those races, the total attainable points would only amount to 184. Currently, Zhou Guanyu, standing second in the F2 standings, holds only 125 points. Even if Zhou were to dominate the remaining races, mirroring Qin Miao's earlier performance, his final score would only reach 309 points, leaving a gap of 23 points from Qin Miao's current tally of 332. Thus, even if Qin Miao were to abstain from the remaining 4 races, he would still be crowned the F2 World Champion this year. Indeed, you have secured the F2 World Championship 4 races in advance. As the host proclaimed this, an official from the FIA placed a distinctive plaque before Qin Miao's car, complementing the one that signified his first-place finish. This plaque, adorned with golden lettering on a black background, read, "2020 Formula 2 Champion," encircled by 2 golden ears of wheat. Uncharacteristically, a crowd gathered by the barriers. Typically, after an F2 race, a plethora of empty spaces remains by the barriers. Yet following Qin Miao's triumph, not only were there team members of Qin Miao's squad cheering with signs bearing his name and national flag, but also numerous journalists armed with cameras capturing the moment. Even Toto personally brought the technical director, Ellison, to congratulate Qin Miao on his victory. Turning to the crowd, who either applauded him with goodwill or malice, Qin Miao swallowed hard, feeling somewhat bewildered. Upon realizing what had transpired, he felt little joy, but rather a profound sense of confusion. Everything unfolded too abruptly for him. During this period, he had scarcely paid attention to his points. At the beginning of the F2 season, he would occasionally check his standings, yet as time passed, he noticed that his lead was so substantial and exaggerated that he eventually lost the desire to keep looking. Hence, he found himself in this state of bewilderment. After digesting the news, Qin Miao, clearly unprepared, finally posed a question: winning the championship in your first year in Formula 2 with such absolute dominance. Having secured the title 4 races in advance, do you feel it has come too easily? Despite having undergone countless post-race interviews, Qin Miao could not shake off the nervousness induced by the host's inquiry, as he felt the sweat begin to bead in his palms. Looking back, he realized he had ascended to a position he could scarcely have imagined just a year prior, and everything felt surreal, like a fleeting dream. With the advent of his new system, Qin Miao's aspirations had been straightforward: to compete in GT3, perhaps even race in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and to make a name for himself in that realm, or to become a standout in GT3 events. This had been his vision upon acquiring the system. However, in a twist of fate, he caught the attention of Ferrari, and knowing he might have the opportunity to drive an F2 car, his passion for racing left him with no reason to decline. Consequently, he accepted Ferrari's invitation and became part of their youth training program. Initially, when he entered F2, Qin Miao felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Yet, by the second race, he realized that the other F2 drivers posed little pressure, leading him to inevitably relax somewhat. This environment felt too comfortable for Qin Miao, making it challenging for him to muster his spirit. It was entirely natural for him to become complacent. Yet, it was quite remarkable that F2, a fiercely competitive arena, could become his comfort zone, which simultaneously attested to his formidable personal capabilities in the eyes of those who believed in him. Toto's decision to not stifle the surrounding discourse was indeed calculated. He intended to leverage this chatter to encourage Qin Miao to shed his lethargy and embrace a bit of tension. However, little did Toto anticipate that Qin Miao had ceased to engage with his phone during this period, choosing instead to immerse himself in gaming on his computer after training. Public opinion? If I cannot see it, then it simply does not exist. Returning to the host's inquiry, Qin Miao adjusted his grip on the microphone before responding. I am truly honored. I never expected this day to arrive so swiftly. To be honest, I have not even prepared a speech for this award. I must extend my gratitude to the team and crew members whose support has been indispensable. Without their tuning and maintenance of the car, I would not have had the opportunity to stand on this podium today. Admittedly, Qin Miao's response bore little relevance to the host's question, yet he found himself at a loss for how to address the query regarding winning too easily. If he were to speak candidly, he would indeed admit that the victory came with relative ease, but such honesty could shatter his already tenuous reputation within the paddock. Engaging in self-sabotage was not in Qin Miao's nature. However, he lacked the finesse to deftly steer the conversation away or to respond in a tactful yet appropriate manner. Consequently, he resorted to the somewhat awkward redirection of the topic as he did now. Nevertheless, his remarks did not seem overly jarring at this moment. After Qin Miao concluded his statement, Sui Wentao and others leaning against the railing erupted in cheers and whistling, clearly excited by the compliment directed at them. Qin Miao responded with a thumbs up. The host then inquired, "We all know that winning the F2 championship leads to graduation, meaning you will not continue racing in F2 next season. Where can we expect to see you compete next year?" At this juncture, the director astutely captured Toto, who was at the edge of the paddock, applauding Qin Miao with a beaming smile, clearly expressing his admiration. Who knows? Qin Miao discreetly glanced in Toto's direction but offered no affirmations, ambiguously stating, "I have a passion for racing, and I possess a modicum of talent for driving. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will remain active on the racing circuit next year. If you wish to see me compete, just check the driver lists of major racing events, and you may find my name among them." As the newly crowned F2 champion, Qin Miao faced nearly double the questions in this interview compared to previous victories. His responses were rather conventional, lacking any standout elements, characterized by a steady and composed demeanor. The subsequent proceedings followed the usual pattern. However, it was noteworthy that the director provided ample camera time for Toto during Qin Miao's award acceptance, the intent of which was unmistakable. After receiving his award, Qin Miao departed without engaging extensively with Toto, although his performance in F2 had adequately addressed the doubts of his Mercedes fan critics. A segment of the audience remained skeptical about Toto's decision and Qin Miao's inclusion, with online disparagement of him showing no signs of abating. Therefore, a brief congratulatory gesture sufficed. Any matters requiring discussion were best handled privately over the phone, minimizing public interactions under the cameras. After Qin Miao's triumph in F2, if one were to say that some rejoiced while others despaired, it is undoubtedly the domestic racing fans who constitute the most jubilant faction. Within every community or discussion group dedicated to motorsport in the country, the discourse revolves around the potential for Qin Miao to ascend to the position of second driver at Mercedes next season. Their aspirations have transcended mere hopes of Qin Miao entering F1. They now audaciously speculate on his prospective affiliation with Mercedes. Noteworthy is the fact that, following the conclusion of this race, it has been reported that during a high-level meeting at Ferrari, some individuals faced severe reprimand from Chairman John Elkann. He was already aware of a uniquely spirited young talent within the Ferrari team whom he had encountered during the annual meeting and exchanged a few words with. While he did not harbor any particular fondness for Qin Miao, he nonetheless held a certain impression of him. Upon learning through the news that Qin Miao had secured the F2 championship with 4 races to spare, it was only fitting for Elkann to reach out with words of congratulations, especially given the overwhelming nature of the achievement. He promptly instructed his secretary to award Qin Miao a bonus and arranged to meet with him the following Wednesday during their workday. Elkann was in high spirits, eager to extend his commendations to his subordinate. However, he was soon met with the disheartening news that Qin Miao had departed from Ferrari, having paid the penalty for breaching his contract, and had sought refuge with Mercedes. Elkann was momentarily taken aback, but based on his impression of Qin Miao and his own experience, he concluded that there must be more to this unexpected defection. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Upon delving deeper, it became evident that Qin Miao's departure was largely beyond his control. He had become a casualty in a political struggle. Certain factions wished to prevent the Binotto family from consolidating power and seized upon an opportunity to manipulate public sentiment and employ underhanded tactics to push Qin Miao towards Mercedes. While the methods employed were not particularly sophisticated, they were sufficiently potent to shatter the young driver's idealistic notions about Ferrari. Had Qin Miao been merely a moderately talented driver, such machinations might have been inconsequential, as he would not have stirred much commotion. Even had he completed a season and claimed the F2 championship, it would have been an occurrence of little surprise, given that F2 champions are a common sight, with one emerging from China posing no extraordinary intrigue. Yet, the gravest error lay in forcing out a driver capable of clinching the championship title with 4 races remaining. The most infuriating aspect was that this individual was driven directly into the arms of Mercedes. Thus, what was intended to be a celebratory gathering for Qin Miao transformed into a furious outpouring from Elkann directed at Ferrari's upper echelons, with no regard for their dignity. Several individuals were left utterly humiliated, and some resigned on the spot. However, these actions can merely be regarded as Elkann's outburst. Those who were dismissed were inconsequential fringe figures, while the principal individuals remained unaffected. Yet, being publicly berated in front of so many individuals inevitably tarnished their dignity. Such matters, however, are internal affairs of Ferrari and unlikely to be known by outsiders. During this period, Mercedes provided Qin Miao with a list. This was essentially a roster presented by a headhunting firm, featuring individuals who were specialists in their respective fields. The list included a PhD focused on kinesiology, public relations professionals, those responsible for the health and nutrition of drivers, as well as specialized assistants. In essence, Qin Miao could find all the necessary talents to support him as a driver on this list. Mercedes thoughtfully included the contact information, expected salaries, and interests of these individuals. Everything was meticulously arranged, leaving Qin Miao in awe of Mercedes' prowess. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng, who glimpsed this list, recognized the value Mercedes placed on Qin Miao, in stark contrast to certain teams that merely dispatched a peripheral figure to handle matters. Nevertheless, Qin Miao did not rush into recruitment. Not out of concern that he would revert to a regimen of consuming unpalatable foods and being subjected to stringent restrictions. Rather, he simply wished to avoid bringing in individuals who would oversee him. If he were to hire anyone, it would only be someone to assist with his training. After a 2-day respite in Vicenza, Qin Miao returned to the Monza circuit. Unlike other drivers from different teams who might have relaxed following their F2 championship victory, Qin Miao maintained his formidable performance, amassing another 46 points that week. Following this race, the next F2 competition would not occur for another fortnight, which is why Zhou Guanyu chose to linger at Qin Miao's residence for a couple of days instead of returning to the UK immediately. The Piave River flows through northern Italy, ultimately merging with the Adriatic Sea. On one of its tributaries, a bobber stirred, sending ripples across the surface. Hurry, hurry. We've got a bite. Get the net. Qin Miao exclaimed excitedly from the back door of his dormitory, seated on a white multifunctional tackle box, a fishing rod in hand. At that moment, the tip of his rod bent dramatically downward, as something in the water tugged at his line with considerable force. Qin Miao, caught between anxiousness and exhilaration, struggled to maintain control of the rod while beckoning his friend nearby for assistance. Zhou Guanyu, swift and agile, discarded his own rod and dashed over to Qin Miao, seizing the net to assemble it. Fortunately, Qin Miao possessed enough strength to stabilize the rod during the brief span it took Zhou Guanyu to prepare the net, preventing it from slipping from his grasp. After 5 minutes of diligent effort, the two successfully landed the fish. Ha ha ha, I have struck first. After reeling in the fish, Qin Miao burst into a wild laugh, proclaiming, "Those gloves belong to me. I shall send you a trade request shortly." From Qin Miao's words, it was evident that a wager had been placed between him and Zhou Guanyu during their fishing excursion. The stakes appeared to involve items from CSGO, where a pair of gloves typically costs around 100 euros. However, neither of them was financially constrained, suggesting that the gloves they spoke of were likely of considerable value. Initially, when they worked together to land the fish, Zhou Guanyu was all smiles, but upon hearing Qin Miao's proclamation, his grin swiftly vanished. In contrast, Qin Miao's laughter only grew more exuberant. Zhou Guanyu's joy had not entirely faded. Rather, it had simply shifted from his visage to that of Qin Miao. Nevertheless, the two soon redirected their focus to the fish they had caught. This fish was elongated, laterally compressed, and somewhat spindle-shaped. Its snout was long and protruding, with the lower jaw extending beyond the upper. The rear edge of the premaxilla bore serrations. The fish's dorsal side was a slate gray, while its belly was a pale gray-white. Black spots adorned the lateral sides above the lateral line and on the dorsal fin. Its skin was scaly and resistant to shedding. The fins were either pale gray or dark gray, with the tips of the dorsal fin outlined in black, and the tail fin was shallowly forked with black edges. After much deliberation, they could not ascertain the species of the fish they had caught. Clearly, these two individuals, who rarely cooked, lacked the requisite knowledge in this domain. However, Qin Miao knew whom to consult. "Wife," he called out, turning toward his home, "come and see what kind of fish we've caught, and whether it's edible." Moments later, Xiaoming emerged, clad in athletic attire, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she curiously approached. After examining the fish closely, she declared, "This should be a bass." "Is it edible?" Qin Miao inquired, intrigued. Xiaoming nodded affirmatively. "We happen to have the ingredients at home. If you wish to eat it, we can add it to tonight's dinner." Afterward, she curiously raised her head and asked the two men, "Who caught this?" "It weighs at least 4 pounds. At the market, it would cost over 30 euros. Qin Miao cheerfully replied, "Your husband did." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming walked over to Qin Miao, planted a kiss on his lips, and said, "Well done, darling. You deserve a reward." With that, she took the fish back to the kitchen. As for Zhou Guanyu, he had grown accustomed to such displays. After residing in Qin Miao's home for some time, he transitioned from disdain for their public affection to indifference, and ultimately, to a state of immunity. Now, he could witness Qin Miao and Xiaoming's affectionate displays without so much as a change in his expression. However, throughout this process of acclimatization, only he knew how many teeth he had ground down in silent frustration. Continue, Zhou Guanyu shouted. Qin Miao, feeling no hesitation, understood the importance of capitalizing on their initial success. The two returned to their respective spots, baited their hooks, and resumed their patient wait for the fish to bite. Perhaps the novice protection period had ended, or perhaps Zhou Guanyu's presence had affected Qin Miao's fortune. In any case, after that first catch, Qin Miao found himself unable to reel in another fish. Zhou Guanyu is even worse off. At least Qin Miao managed to catch a fish, while Zhou's bobber barely stirred. The two persevered until Xiaoming called them back for dinner. Reluctantly, they cast one last glance at the small river in the backyard before cursing under their breaths and gathering their belongings to head home for a meal. Aside from fishing, Qin Miao took the opportunity to flaunt his unique Ferrari 488. While many ordinary 488s had been fitted with GT3 aerodynamic kits, this particular one was modified directly by the manufacturer, making it roadworthy. To be honest, Zhou Guanyu felt a pang of envy as he took the car for a spin around the streets of Vicenza. However, after indulging in the thrill, he realized that, In essence, it was just another standard Ferrari 488. Without the racetrack, he couldn't discern any significant difference from the original model. After dinner, the two deviated from their usual routine of retreating to the study for games and instead returned to the back door with their fishing gear, resuming their pastime. Oh, this house may be a bit old, but both the environment and surrounding infrastructure are quite decent. To be honest, I'm somewhat tempted, Zhou Guanyu remarked as he leaned against the fishing box's backrest. Qin Miao nodded in agreement. Truth be told, I've been considering buying this house. It would be quite comfortable to live in. After speaking, Qin Miao gestured towards the river before Zhou Guanyu and recounted, last winter, the river froze completely, and the neighbors took their sleds out to skate on it, gliding quite a distance. It was immensely fun. Xiao Ming and I borrowed a sled from the neighbors and played all afternoon. Once the snow piled up a bit more, this area behind the door was completely covered, turning it into a natural freezer where Xiao Ming and I would often store our cold drinks. He continued, there was also a snowball fight competition in town, but unfortunately, Xiao Ming and I had returned to our home country by then, which was a pity. I was already quite tempted, and now after hearing your words, I'm even more so. Zhou Guanyu chuckled. What if we each bought a house nearby, so we could grow old together? However, Qin Miao shook his head. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Zhou? Have you lost your sense of self after winning the F2 championship? Zhou Guanyu retorted jokingly. Qin Miao shot back with a playful curse before explaining, no matter how good it is abroad, it will never feel like home. Afterward, he lifted his gaze to the moonlit sky, prompting Zhou Guanyu to follow suit. The moonlight cascaded over the earth like a mirror. Zhou Guanyu, now devoid of his earlier jesting spirit, murmured while gazing at the moon. The moon is particularly full tonight. Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Isn't it? Note: correction made regarding the height of Toto in Chapter 145. The actual height is 196 centimeters. End of the chapter.